The girl could not fathom. The one who acquired her husband through unscrupulous means. He ventured into the ruins to rescue her during her abduction. At the edge of the impending separation, her husband, lying in the snow-laden embrace, uttered to her, "Li Xia, in this lifetime, let's not meet again." Li Xia wept inconsolably in the embrace of a man she had loathed for half her life. This man, who had loved her for just as long, was even willing to accompany her to the ends of the earth. In this moment, she finally finds solace, as all hatred and resentment dissipate into thin air. Those deliberately suppressed affections grow wildly in her heart, like the budding branches of early spring. In truth, her love for her husband had long since permeated her very essence, yet she lacked the courage to confront it, or to acknowledge it, for that matter. A surge of warmth surged through her body, leaving Li Xia feeling flushed. She wiped away her tears and surveyed the room before her. In her previous life, it was within these very walls that she had engaged in an intimate encounter with you, only to be interrupted by Li Longjin and her companions. All the guests attending the banquet gathered around, witnessing her humiliation as she became the object of universal scorn and disdain. She can never forget that day, the day when the two of you were surrounded like wolves. The disdainful expressions of the onlookers, and above all, the look of disappointment in that person's eyes. She was on the brink of marrying, on the verge of attaining the happiness she so desired. She believed you had plotted against her, forcing her, ruinously altering the course of her life. Thus, she harbored resentment towards you for half a lifetime. She often yearns to return to that pivotal moment of fate. Now she truly stands at that juncture, yet her heart is heavy with discontent, for she has uncovered the truth and is acutely aware of the extent of her past mistakes. Just 3 days prior, Li Longjin revealed to her that this entanglement bore no connection to Yi Qiu whatsoever. Li Xia clutched the petal tightly, convinced that according to the trajectory of her previous life, Yi Qiu would inevitably appear. As time ticked away, she gritted her teeth, striving to suppress any sounds that might escape her lips. Someone finally pushed open the door. "Is it you?" Li Xia gave herself a sharp slap, urging herself to remain alert. A hefty figure approached her, with a voice that dripped with lewdness. Upon hearing those words, Li Xia was taken aback. It was not Yi Qiu. Could it be that this was the person originally arranged for her by Li Longjin? In her past life, she had long been in a state of confusion, utterly unaware of what had transpired. All she knew was that in the end, she ended up entangled with Yi Qiu. The lecherous man inched closer to her. To my astonishment, Wang Shun, who had always been fortunate in love, found himself savoring the exquisite taste of a wealthy young lady. Li Xia, suppressing her disgust, groped for an object on the coffee table and hurled it at the man with all her might. "Get away!" Wang Shun evaded the objects hurled at him, his eyes glinting with avarice and malice. "Yield to me," he implored, "for no one shall come to your rescue." As he spoke, his corpulent hand reached out towards her menacingly. Li Xia seized the last teacup from the table and struck his hand with it. The teacup fell to the ground, shattering upon impact. Wang Shun chuckled mischievously. "Now, you have nothing to discard, do you?" Seeing this, Li Xia felt a tinge of despair. Could it be that today, with a shattering sound, the door was forcefully flung open? A man stormed in, his gaze sharp and fierce, exuding an overwhelming aura. With a single swift motion, he placed his foot squarely on Wang Shun's neck. Wang Shun let out a woeful cry, repeatedly pleading for mercy. "Spare me. I have done nothing wrong. I swear, I have not laid a finger on a single strand of her hair. I was merely following the orders of others." You do not wish to listen. The chill within your gaze resembles ice that has remained unthawed for millennia. With your foot upon his hand, you grind it beneath you, hearing the ominous crack of shattered bones. Wang Shun let out a cry of anguish. His hand was undoubtedly rendered useless. Upon catching sight of you, Li Xia completely lost consciousness. A feverish heat engulfed her, compelling her to tear at her own garments with desperation. He pulled down the garments, enfolding Li Xia. He lifted her in his arms and stepped outside. His expression was cold and stern, with a complexity in his gaze. Little did he expect to have another chance. Perhaps fate intended for him to amend his past mistakes. In a previous life, within this very room, you saved Li Xia, Confronted with the beloved one, you succumbed to temptation and lost control. Afterward, you were filled with remorse and regret, wondering how you could not restrain yourself. Indeed, a hand of fate. Reflecting upon the present moment, it becomes evident that something is amiss with the spices within the house, otherwise you would not be in such a state of disarray, clutching Licia as you embark upon the vehicle. Ah, old Lin, let us proceed to the most renowned dockside establishment. At this moment, Licia's face was flushed a deep crimson, her pair of enchanting eyes, shimmering with a hint of melancholy, captivated those around her. You dare not continue to gaze upon it. Hastily averting your eyes, taking a deep breath, in the depths of Yajiajia's heart lies a flicker of hope. A fleeting glimpse of anguish flashes in her eyes. In this lifetime, I have released you. All errors stem from this very moment. Let us commence the journey of rectification from here. A few minutes later, within the luxurious suite of the Waldorf Astoria, you cast a person in your arms onto the couch and dial a phone number to summon a doctor. It is sweltering. Licia tugged at her clothing, exposing a patch of fair skin from beneath her bag. She felt as though she were about to be scorched. Murmuring softly, she called out, "Yiqiu." Upon hearing her words, you were momentarily entranced. She is calling your name. Could it be a mistake? How could she possibly utter your name? The once stern and fierce expression in her eyes softened slightly. You take a few graceful steps back, positioning yourself beside the building, and lower your gaze. Licia felt as though she were burning with fever, her mind clouded in a haze. Her entire body was flushed, and her limbs were languid and weak. Suddenly, her searing hand encountered the sensation of an ice cube. The cool touch offered her a moment of solace amidst the oppressive heat of the molten landscape. Yet, the ice cube seemed intent on evading her grasp. In a flurry of panic, Licia clung to it with both hands and feet, enveloping her entire being around the frigid entity. You observe a person entwined like a serpent, gazing down to conceal the intricate emotions within their beautiful eyes. With an expression devoid of clarity, they pull the individual away, only to cast them back into the structure anew. It is quite sweltering. Please assist me. The delicate voice of Jiao echoed within the room. In a previous life, witnessing such a scene, coupled with the enchanting allure of a peculiar fragrance, how could one possibly restrain oneself? Now, you averted your gaze with an expression of indifference, taking 2 steps back, recalling the resolute and unyielding nature of her in a past life. The weight upon your heart is profoundly suffocating. Licia, in this lifetime, we shall not share any connection, and shall never meet again. Ding dong. The abrupt sound of the doorbell echoed. You snapped back to reality, gently covering the girl with a blanket. As you opened the door, your face resumed an expression of detached calmness. The waiter approached with the female doctor in tow, carrying a medical kit in hand. Come in swiftly. Show her without delay, with your hands tucked into your pockets. The female doctor is the dedicated physician of the Yi family, holding a doctorate from Qingdao Medical School. She swiftly resolved Li Xia's issue. Go to Xiao Zhang's place to collect the reward. The door is shut. The world returns to a state of tranquil silence. This time, there was no high-pitched voice from Xia. She finally calmed down, obediently lying on the bed with her eyes closed. It turns out that when she keeps her eyes shut, she possesses a certain charm as well. You cast your gaze downwards, your enigmatic eyes swirling with unrecognized emotions. Gu Chang's tall figure leans against the wall, lost in contemplation, oblivious to the world around him. After a considerable period, you approached the sofa and took a seat. You remained there for an extended time, while she slumbered for a long duration. It was not until the first light of dawn that Licia opened her eyes, revealing a hint of bewilderment and a touch of confusion. Suddenly, she sat up with a start, as the memories flooded back to her tonight when she had returned to her 20-year-old self, the fateful evening that had altered her destiny. She glanced down at her attire, recognizing the same ensemble, albeit slightly disheveled. Yet, her body felt no unusual discomfort, unlike the last time she had awakened, when every muscle ached, particularly in a way that felt as if it were being torn apart. This is the doc shop. She distinctly recalls that the last person she saw before losing consciousness was you. Yet, it seems as though this lifetime is different from the last. What could have gone awry? A deep and chilling male voice suddenly resonated. Upon hearing those words, Licia was taken aback, instinctively pulling the blanket closer to herself, her eyes filled with wariness. You are ethereal and aloof, yet upon encountering her wary gaze, a sharp pang pricks at your heart, a subtle yet persistent ache that ebbs and flows like a delicate whisper. Upon seeing you, Lucia's taut body relaxed. Her expression was tinged with a hint of bewilderment. Could it be that nothing had transpired? How was this experience so different from her previous life? Lucia was lost in her thoughts, while you merely gazed at her with a detached demeanor. Beneath your eyes lingered the traces of a sleepless night, the faint remnants resembling crimson snow. Rest assured, I remained unmoved. Yesterday, I summoned the doctor to come over. As the words fell, Lucia remained silent, gazing at the youthful visage before her. Yet, there lingered an air of sternness, reminiscent of a decade hence. A fleeting thought danced momentarily in her mind. You furrowed your brow slightly, sensing that something was amiss. In her previous life, Lucia awoke in a state of panic and despair, tears streaming down her face like a breached dam. Although nothing transpired in this life, her calm demeanor was excessively tranquil, and her expression held a depth that invited contemplation. Regardless of the circumstances, you shall no longer entangle yourself with her. A single night spent in her company has been more than sufficient. You suppress the bitterness within your heart, and coldly utter, Lucia, I shall no longer pursue you, and we shall not meet again. In the blink of an eye, the words you uttered 3 years ago echoed in Lucia's ears. In our next life, let's not meet again. A trace of astonishment flickered in her eyes, mingled with profound despair. She hastily threw off the covers and grasped your arm as you turned to leave. Upon witnessing this, your figure hesitated. As you turned to gaze at her, your eyes filled with uncertainty. Lucia's voice trembles. Even grasping your hand cannot quell the unsettling shiver. Yichio, you have returned, haven't you? Upon hearing this, your dark pupils suddenly dilated, instantly comprehending her meaning. Lucia leapt into your embrace, tightly clutching your waist. Silent tears soaked the front of your shirt. Fool, you truly are a fool. Why must you accompany me on this journey? She has misunderstood you for so many years. She owes you a moment of sunshine. Fortunately, you have both returned. The heavens are indeed benevolent, granting her a chance to begin anew. This time, she will cherish you wholeheartedly. Whatever you desire, she will offer it all. You gaze down at the person nestled in your arms, your heart a tumult of emotions. You had anticipated returning alone, yet to your surprise, Lucia has returned as well. In her previous life, Lucia harbored an intense loathing for you. You employed every conceivable means to marry her. She remained silent, neither raising her voice nor uttering a word. To her, you were akin to mere air, unworthy of her attention, and she did not wish to exchange even a single word with you. A decade of marriage, a decade of indifference, a decade of emotional neglect. Now, as I reflect, the ache in your heart remains profound, that anguish of being overlooked, as if plunged into the frigid depths of the sea, suffering to the point of breathlessness. You have harbored resentment towards her, yet your heart cannot let go. Everything is a consequence of your own choices. For who compelled you to pursue her? By any means necessary, the one you chose. Even in pain, you must endure. Such feelings of sorrow and suffering you wish to never endure again. Your softly closed eyes swiftly open. Determination gleams within your gaze. You gently push away the person in your embrace. Your voice trembles, a weary attempt to conceal your emotions. Lucia, in this lifetime, I have released you. With a fleeting pang of despair in my eyes, I implore you to grant me mercy as well. Go forth and love the one your heart desires. Live the life you yearn to experience. As for everything that exists between us, let conclude here. As she spoke, Lucia's entire being radiated an aura of distress. In her pair of bright, tear-filled eyes, a glimmer of shimmering moisture sparkled. She anxiously grasped your hand, her voice laced with a hint of sorrow. Please, do not speak like that. Let us be together in harmony. You lower your eyelids, concealing the desolate pain that dwells in your beautiful eyes. Gradually, you withdraw your hand from hers. The weight of despair is profound. Do you have any idea how excruciating it is to fall in love with you? Lucia gazed helplessly at her empty palms, tears glistening with regret. Her eyes, filled with a pleading intensity, conveyed a silent yearning. Could you possibly grant me another chance? Have you truly ceased to love me? You shake your head. The scars upon your heart run deep, like an old wound that throbs subtly on rainy days. It simply cannot heal. Love has faded. The pain is profound. Please let me go. Having spoken, you no longer gaze into her sorrowful, pitiful eyes, resolutely turning away and departing without a backward glance. Li Xia slipped to the ground, her hands clasped around her knees, curling herself into a tight ball, veiling her face as silent tears streamed down. The one who had loved her for over a decade truly no longer cherished her, nor desired her presence. After departing from the brothel, you journey home alone, unlatching the cabinet of sorrow, indulging until the world spins into oblivion. You resolve to forsake your love for her, as though severing half of your very heart. The unfinished glass of crimson elixir spills, staining the pristine cashmere blanket with a vivid scarlet hue. Li Xia, exhausted from tears, fell into a slumber. In her dreams, there lingered the figure of Yichio, the one who endlessly circled around her, the one who endeavored by every means to capture her attention. Upon regaining consciousness, she gazed at the desolate shop, gradually extricating herself from the clutches of sorrow and beginning to contemplate with clarity the misunderstandings that had arisen between her and you. This tumult had commenced with a certain scheme, and the principal instigator was none other than her stepsister, Li Dongxin. She resolved to return home, for there were accounts to settle with Li Lanxin. In the heart of the city, at a solitary villa, Li Xia approached the door with a composed demeanor, knocking resolutely. In the cozy confines of their abode, Li Lanxin and her fraternal twin brother, Li Fengxuan, were joyfully engrossed in their gaming escapades. Mother Baiyu is in the kitchen preparing a meal alongside the housekeeper. Ah Feng is returning today. Let us prepare a dish of white jade tofu soup and also create a crab-stuffed orange as Xine delights in it. Additionally, let us brew a nourishing ginseng chicken soup to replenish Feng Sun and Shu Ting. Li Xia changed her shoes at the entrance. Though she had long accustomed herself to the notion that her mother would not think of her, in this moment, it was still difficult to bear. She recalled the dishes her husband cherished, the favorites of her stepson, as well as the beloved meals of her little daughter and son. Yet, she could not remember what she herself adored. At that moment, Ziyu added, "By the way, Shuqin and Chunyan will be visiting our home shortly. I should prepare a few more signature dishes to entertain our guests." Upon hearing the name Chunyan, Li Xia paused. In her previous life, she had witnessed with her own eyes the scene of Chunyan and Yichio together. The disappointment and sorrow reflected in his gaze at that moment pierced her heart deeply. Originally, the Chu family intended to arrange a marriage with the Li family. Mrs. Zhou Shuqin, Chunyan's mother, had her eyes set on Li Xia rather than Li Lanxin. However, due to the unforeseen circumstances that befell her, Aunt Zhou could not bear to see her in such a disheveled state and consequently ceased to mention any matters concerning her and Chunyan. Later, Chunyan married Li Lanxin, showering her with tender care and abundant affection, and they welcomed a lovely daughter into their lives. As her thoughts returned to the present, the moment Li Xia graced the living room seemed to pass unnoticed by all. In the past, upon her arrival, she would hasten to the kitchen, eager to assist, striving to embody the image of a devoted mother through diligence. At that time, Li Xia was unaware that those destined to be unloved could exert all their efforts in vain. Contemplating this, she resolved to transfer her household registration to the school, wishing to sever any ties with her family. When mealtime approached, Li Xia descended the stairs. Upon witnessing this, Baiyu was momentarily taken aback. Then, with a faint, somewhat forced smile, she inquired, "When did you return?" Even mother did not see her. "Perhaps you were preoccupied with culinary endeavors in the kitchen and did not notice." Li Xia spoke with an air of indifference. Upon seeing Li Xia in pristine condition, Li Lan felt a surge of confusion within. She had clearly arranged for someone to intervene last night. How could they have failed? Who had Li Xia been with last evening? She rolled her eyes and, seemingly without intent, inquired, "Sister, why didn't you return home last night? Where did you go?" As the words fell, the rain began to pour, and with a furrowed brow, she gazed at Li Xia. "You did not return home last night." Upon hearing this, Li Xia could not help but scoff internally. Why had she not returned last night? Surely, Li Lanxin understood this better than anyone. And what of their mother? She was oblivious to the fact that her own daughter had not come home. Upon hearing Li Xuexin's words, Zhou Shuqin's brows furrowed slightly. She then turned her gaze towards Li Xia. The Chu family places great importance on the character of their daughters-in-law and would never welcome a woman with a tumultuous private life into their fold. Li Xia meticulously observed everyone's reactions, fabricating lies without a flicker of hesitation. Halfway through the banquet last night, I departed to have a brief gathering with an old classmate. As time grew late, I ended up staying in my classmate's home. Li Lanxin understands Li Xia. She has no real friends here. Sister, is your friend male or female? Do I know them? You do not recognize her. Li Xia casually uttered a few words, with no intention of furthering the conversation. She certainly would not disclose to Qing the matters Li Lanxin had requested of her, for even if these individuals were made aware of it, they would not believe it. Li Fengshuan is the twin brother of Li Lanxin. He sarcastically remarked, "Are we not aware of the presence of a girlfriend by your side? I suspect you were out frolicking with some man." As the words fell, Li Xia set down her chopsticks and earnestly gazed at Li Fengshuan. "I'm already 20 years old. Do I really need to report to my family about making friends? Yet here you are, at such a tender age, accompanying a girl to a bar. What qualifications do you have to judge me?" Upon hearing these words, Li Feng was taken aback. He never anticipated that Li Xia would dare to counter his statement. Wasn't she always obedient and compliant? Do not speak nonsense. When have I ever frequented a brothel with a girl? Li Xia said coldly, "You want me to take out the photograph?" As the words fell, Li Fengshuan felt a twinge of discomfort. So what if it is? Must something inevitably occur at the brooding establishment? Why must you scrutinize everything? Li Xia remained silent. Could it be that visiting the dock is for the purpose of investigation and learning? Then what is the reason for bringing a married woman to the dock? At this moment, all eyes were fixed upon Li Feng. A fleeting trace of panic flickered in his gaze. Do not heed her nonsensical accusations. What does she know of married women? It is she who lacks decorum, enamored as she is with Guo Yinren, yet she dares to slander others. Without hesitation, she slandered her. Li Xia abruptly stood up, seizing the cup of water from the table and splashing it towards Li Fengshuan. "Are you out of your mind?" Li Fengshuan also rose to his feet, kicking the chair aside with force. His eyes ablaze with fury. "If your mouth is unclean, then make sure to wash it thoroughly. Even if I am careless, I am not as filthy as you, a married woman engaged in infidelity. Deriving a sense of accomplishment from ruining someone else's family. Is that truly gratifying for you? You are being absurd. When did I?" Li Fengshuan clenched his teeth, refusing to acknowledge it. Li Xia harbored a cold smile within her heart. In her past life, while others' husbands stormed in, berating Li Fengshuan as a mere trifler. "Do you possess any evidence to substantiate your claims against Feng Sun?" Li Shooting leisurely wiped his hands. "Feng Sun is your brother. One must not defame him lightly. He claimed to possess evidence. By what right does he speak freely without restraint?" Li Xia set down her chopsticks, disregarding the astonished and inquisitive gazes of those around her. She simply retreated to her room, confident that her husband would eventually come looking for her. In the dim light, Yu Guangli observed the somber expression on Zhou Shuqin's face, while Chunyan furrowed his brow, disbelief glimmering in his eyes. They had never witnessed the fierce intensity of her eruption before. Li Xia reclined on the bed, her mind involuntarily conjuring up scenes from 3 days prior. Li Lanxin orchestrated a scheme to demonstrate that everyone loved her more. She intentionally spent money to hire 2 kidnappers, staging a kidnapping drama. Between her and Li Lanxin, only one could survive. In the end, everyone chose for Li Lanxin to live. She had been utterly abandoned. Li Lanxin was filled with delight. She simply did not anticipate that the kidnappers' remote control would malfunction, leading to an explosion that was ultimately uncontrollable. In the end, none of those present managed to escape the ensuing chaos. In her previous life, only her obsession was Li Xia, while Li Xia's fixation was this absurd relationship with Qingqing. Li Xia meticulously gathered her belongings and packed them away. Then, she found the household register in Ziyu's room, carefully extracted her own page, and prepared everything. She approached Li Lanxin's room. "What brings you here?" "There's no one around." Li Lanxin, lacking the energy to feign a semblance of sisterly affection, spoke with palpable impatience. Gazing upon her willful and impudent younger sister, Li Xia recalled the myriad events of her past life. An ember of wrath ignited within her, slowly but surely. If only you could see this. What is it that you desire? Li Lan felt a moment of pause in her heart, then feigned ignorance, casually glancing at her phone. What you must understand clearly is that Li Xia rushed forward, seizing the phone from her hands and shattering on the ground. She pinned her against the wall. Since childhood, Li Lanxin, being frail, had been mercilessly tormented by Li Xia, leaving her utterly defenseless. What are you doing? Have you lost your mind? Li Xuexin, what have I done to deserve such treatment from you? Why would you wish to harm me so? I am your elder sister. At the age of 9, I was the one who saved your life. Why do you treat me this way? Li Xia's eyes were filled with tears. In this life and the last. Today, she intends to settle the score. Release me, she implored. Li Lanxin gazed at the frenzied figure before her. Could it be that the incident had driven him to such desperation? Was it possible that on that fateful night, he had indeed succumbed to the embrace of some enigmatic stranger? Is that the reason for his utter disarray? Li Xia struck her with a resounding slap. You dare to hit me? Li Lanxin's eyes were filled with disbelief. Wolf-hearted and serpent-tongued, the intent is directed at you. A soulless creature devoid of conscience. Li Xia dealt her several slaps. In a previous life, had it not been for Li's concern, she would not have harbored such misunderstandings for so long. Nor would you have. Stop it. Have you lost your mind? Do you dare to strike me? Mom and Dad, along with my brother, will not let you get away with this. Li Lanxin was struck harshly. Tears streamed down her face from the pain. She has been the cherished one in the family since childhood. When has she ever been treated in such a manner? Li Xia's eyes grew redder. She suppressed the tears within her gaze. Exerting all her strength, she confronted Li Lanxin. You will not escape my wrath. What can you possibly offer? Are you not simply afraid of me claiming your parents, your brother, your younger sibling? As tears streamed down her face, Li Xia struck her. It is all yours. Every single bit belongs to you. Very well. I shall renounce it all. I desire nothing. I forsake this home. You have lost your mind, truly lost your mind. Li Dongxin felt a burning pain radiating from his face, and ultimately, Qingshou could no longer endure and fainted. Uncertain of how many times she had pulled, Li Xia's hand felt numb. Ultimately, she released Li Dongxin, wiped away her tears, and after several attempts to dry her eyes, shouldered her bag and departed from this home that never belonged to her. Li Xia hailed a taxi to the airport, where she boarded the flight she had reserved long in advance. Upon her return to the school, she stepped into the familiar campus, where the faded and antiquated memories were unexpectedly stirred by the wand of time. On a certain year and month, a grand farewell ceremony was held by someone here, with the sky adorned by pink balloons, brilliant fireworks illuminating the night, and the jubilant cheers of passers-by. Regrettably, it culminated in a disheartening conclusion. You have spent 2 years in your final year of high school. During your first college entrance examination, you performed commendably, achieving a score sufficient for admission into a prestigious 211 university in Beijing. However, in an unexpected turn of events, you chose not to pursue this opportunity, but rather to repeat the year. Meanwhile, Li Xia is currently in her second year of high school. In the second year, you and Li Xia became classmates. That same year, you both took the college entrance examination and were admitted to Xiaodai University. You chose to major in economics while Li Xia pursued computer science. You emerged as the coveted campus heartthrob, while Li Xia became the enigmatic beauty of the computer science department. A match made in heaven. You garnered the envy of many. But Li Xia has turned you down, yet you persist in your pursuit. Your love is flamboyant, known to all in this bustling world. Regarding your memory, like the sudden surge of tide waters, Li Xia brushed away a tear from the corner of her eye, suppressing the sorrow deep within her heart. Yi Qiu, in this lifetime, let me draw near to you. Upon returning to the dormitory, Li Xia embraced her roommate, softly calling out. Xueman's body still radiated warmth. She remained vibrant, as tender as in the memories. How come you were so excited upon seeing me? Xueman expressed mild surprise. Li Xia is the most emotionally stable among the entire dormitory, seldom revealing her joys or sorrows to others. Li Xia let go of her sorrow, expressing, I have severed ties with my family. From this day forth, I am without a home. Xueman's certificate. During their 7th year as roommates, Xueman seldom heard Li Xia speak of her family. This was the first time she had voluntarily brought it up. Xueman was unaware of what had transpired and had a loss for how to console her. Yet, contemplating the anguish of being forsaken by one's family, she could only imagine the sorrow it would bring. Embracing Li Xia, she said, "Do not worry, for you still have us. Room 506 is your home." At that moment, Li Xia's phone rang, displaying an unfamiliar number. She answered, only to be met with a barrage of inquiries and accusations from the other end. "Have you lost your mind? How dare you lay a hand on your sister, leaving her in such a state? Where are you? Hurry back at once and kneel before Lanxin to apologize." Li Xia held her phone at a distance. It was her good mother, Ms. Yu, who directly hung up the call. She knew that these people would not let her off the hook, so she had long blocked all the numbers associated with the Li family. Another unfamiliar call came in. Li Xia answered it, still holding the phone at a distance. "Li Xia, you wretched being, do you dare to strike my sister? Just wait until I find you. I shall strip you of your skin. You despicable creature." This time, Li Xia did not remain silent. Once he finished speaking, she brought her phone to her lips, returned a simple 7, and then ended the call, blocking him. Before long, another call came in. Li Xia could almost predict who it was this time. Li Shooting's emotions, however, were not as agitated. "Your actions this time were excessive. After all, Lanxin is your sister. How could you possibly be so harsh? Hurry back and apologize to Lanxin, and beseech her for forgiveness." Li Xia's gaze was devoid of emotion. "Why do you not inquire as to why I struck her?" Having uttered those words, Li Xia immediately felt regret. "Forget it. After all, your concern lies solely with Li Lanxin's misfortune. Please convey this message to Ms. Ziyu. From this day forth, I have no ties with her. There is no longer any connection with the Li family. I owe you nothing. Please do not disturb me again. Do you comprehend?" The Li family provided Li Xia with sustenance, clothing, and educational resources for several years. Moreover, she once donated her bone marrow to save Li Lanxin's life. Thus, she is indebted to the Li family in no way. All that needed to be said has been articulated. Li Xia abruptly ended the call, powered off her phone, removed the SIM card, and discarded it into the trash. A small card sailed through the air, tracing a graceful parabola before Xueman's eyes. She stood there, utterly astonished. Is this truly the family of Li Xia? It sounded more akin to that of adversaries. She yearned to offer some words of solace, yet found herself at a loss for where to begin. At this moment, on the other side, the Li family is unable to reach Li Xia and has redirected their calls to you. Li Shooting inquires if you are aware of Li Xia's whereabouts, to which you respond with a direct denial. After hanging up the phone, you hesitated for a moment before returning to school. Li Xia should have nowhere else to go. Unable to resist, you dialed your roommate Gu Yunqi's number. "Old Gu, could you do me a favor? Please check if Li Xia has returned to school." Gu Yunqi fumbled as he dressed himself. "You had an argument with Li Xia. It is rather complicated. I must confirm whether she is currently safe." "All right, I will go check for you." Gu Yunqi hung up the phone, realizing that he had driven all the way to the school gate. He smacked his forehead, feeling quite foolish. He could have simply asked Li Xia's roommate instead of coming in person. Gu Yunqi picked up his phone and sent a message to Su Qinghe, Li Xia's roommate. He swiftly received a reply, which was a screenshot of the chat history from their dormitory group. The message read, "Old Yi is back at school. Understood. Thank you. It's been a laborious endeavor." You feel a sense of relief within. Recalling the harsh words you once uttered, your expression becomes somewhat strained once more. Even if it is necessary to abstain, it requires a modicum of time. At this moment, Su Qinghe is mentioning Li Xia in the dormitory group chat, saying that Yi Qiu is searching for you everywhere. Li Xia and Xueman were dining at Heideleo when they received a message. Without hesitation, they responded, "I understand." After rummaging through her messages for quite some time, Li Xia finally located the chat with you. The last message lingered there, dated before the holiday. As she scrolled through the memories within the conversation, an unexpected silence enveloped her. Her indifference is so palpable. How have you managed to pursue her for so many years? Your fingertips linger upon the screen, while the pot simmers, bubbling with warmth. A white mist rises, obscuring Li Xia's vision. Some matters that seemed trivial at the time, upon reflection a decade later, evoke such profound sorrow. She has truly missed a boy whose heart and eyes are entirely filled with her. Li Xia took the initiative for the first time to send you a message. I have arrived at school. I am waiting for you here. The message has vanished into the void. You have seen it, yet feign ignorance. Averse to offering a response. Summer basketball court. Old Yi, seeking mercy. Gu Yunqi collapsed exhausted onto the ground, uncertain of what Old Yi had consumed, as he mercilessly tormented him on the court for nearly an hour. You concede 7 points. Seated on the bench beside the basketball hoop, your head hangs low, exuding an air of despondency. Gu Yunqi rose from the ground and sat down beside you. Hey, how are you? You replied softly. You have not been treating us well. Gu Yunqi was skeptical. He had long perceived that something was amiss with you. Tentatively, he inquired, could it be because of Li Xia? She once again refused to look up. As the words fell, you lifted your gaze to meet his, your tone icy. Do not mention that person in my presence again. Gu Yunqi was perplexed. It seemed that Li Xia must have done something to deeply offend Lao Yi. I no longer harbor any affection for Li Xia. Henceforth, please refrain from mentioning her. You coldly offered an explanation, and, as your words settled, Gu Yunqi was left in astonishment. Your pursuit of Li Xia had indeed created a sensation throughout the entire school. Oh, come now. To claim disinterest now seems rather disingenuous. I suspect that after a night's rest, you shall awaken with renewed fervor for her, as if love were to spring forth anew. As the words fell from your lips, you cast him a glance. His face was so solemn it could have dripped with water. I spoke earnestly. From now on, should anyone mention her, there will be no camaraderie among us. Having uttered these words, you rose abruptly, striding purposefully towards the exit. The summer heat is intense, yet the evening breeze carries a refreshing coolness. The stickiness in the air begins to dissipate. As the gentle wind brings forth hints of the sea, it evokes a sense of nostalgia. At the entrance of the playground, a familiar and melodious female voice calls out to you. This sound is etched in your mind, never to be forgotten. You subconsciously pause, turn to gaze upon her. Starlight cascades upon Li Xia's exquisite silhouette. She remains breathtakingly beautiful, like a graceful nymph. You avert your gaze, your voice hushed. Is there something you wish to convey? Li Xia lowered her head slightly. In truth, there was nothing of great consequence. She merely ventured to the basketball court, hoping to chance upon you. To her astonishment, fate indeed smiled upon her, for she encountered you in the most serendipitous manner. Had it been a mere second earlier, she would have passed by you unnoticed. Without uttering a word, she rises, observing her silence. You furrow your brow, raising your foot, poised to depart. Wait a moment. In her eagerness, Li Xia reached out to grasp your arm. The firm muscles offered her a sensation unlike any other. You observe her grasping your hand, her voice devoid of any emotional warmth. A sense of distance lingers between the genders. Li Xia's face flushed with embarrassment, and she quickly released her hold on you, apologizing profusely. If there is something to say, please do so promptly. I still need to return home to rest. Kindly take a step back and deliberately maintain a distance from her. Li Xia felt a tinge of distress. She suffered from severe social anxiety and found it challenging to engage in social interactions. Your demeanor appeared rather indifferent, leaving her at a loss for words. After a prolonged silence, she finally mustered the courage to whisper, Yi Qiu, I wish to pursue you. Just then, Gu Yunqi and Fang Mingzhi, who had hurriedly caught up, happened to overhear this statement. Both of them displayed expressions of utter astonishment, their mouths agape, as if they were about to choke on their eggs. What did they just hear? Li Xia actually declared her intention to pursue Old Yi. Upon hearing these words, you fell silent for 2 seconds, lowering your gaze. Your voice carried no hint of cheerfulness. I chose not to respond, and after speaking, I simply strode away with purpose. Old Yi unexpectedly declined. He turned down the offer. Disappointment flickered in Li Xia's eyes as she turned away and returned to her dormitory. Her roommates had already gathered, yet she maintained her usual expressionless demeanor. They had grown accustomed to this and thought little of it. It was simply her nature. A radiant smile rarely graced her face, which perhaps explained why she bore the moniker of the cold beauty in the computer science department. Seated beside her, Shui Man was the first to notice something amiss. Why do you appear so discontented? Li Xia pondered and softly spoke, I wish to pursue someone. She yearned to win you back, yet she remained uncertain about how to proceed. Upon the conclusion of her words, the three roommates simultaneously turned their gazes towards Li Xia, exclaiming in unison, "Who is it?" They were eager to uncover the identity of the remarkable individual capable of prompting the enigmatic beauty to take the initiative. Three piercing gazes simultaneously fixated on Li Xia. She felt a touch of embarrassment. You all know Ichio? Three individuals simultaneously retracted their curious gaze, wondering who it could be. Poetry is indeed lacking in interest. Are you expecting us to engage in play? Who doesn't know that Ichio loves you to the utmost? Shui Man cast a puzzled glance in her direction. Li Xia's face flushed with embarrassment. I am at a loss for words to explain. I have done some things that have angered Yi Qiushin, and now he no longer wishes to engage with me. However, I am filled with regret. I long to win him back. As Su Qinghe turned to look at me, curiosity enveloped me. What could you possibly be doing that would lead Yi Qiu to wish to sever ties with you? Both Yin Yin and Shui Man nodded in agreement, equally eager to uncover the truth. Li Xia hesitated, her words tumbling out in a disjointed manner. I have wronged him, yet I cannot elucidate the particulars. The entangled grievances of our past lives are known only to the two of you. Why not offer him a sincere apology and touch his heart with genuine emotion? Shui Man suggested. Why not purchase a gift as an apology for him? Then, perhaps, employ some charm to coax his forgiveness. Even the most stoic of men cannot resist the allure of a woman's endearing demeanor. If all else fails, one could resort to more persuasive methods. Su Qinghe suggested. Li Xia felt that their ideas were rather unreliable. The crux of the matter was that she was unable to act coyly, leaving her to irritably tousle her hair. On Friday afternoon, Li Xia purchased 7 chilled cans of cola and made her way to the basketball court. If her memory served her right, you should have no classes and would be playing basketball here. On the basketball court, 3 groups of individuals are engaged in a spirited game. Without a doubt, among the most populous group of girls, there is Yang. She arrived late, gathering her belongings while standing at the back, refraining from pushing into the crowd. Instead, she stood quietly, observing the scene with tranquility, her expression serene as she listened to the occasional bursts of excited shrieks erupting from the girls in front of her. Li Xia cast her gaze downward, her toes lightly touching the ground. She pondered the reasons behind your profound affection for her in a past life. If she had never graced your existence, perhaps you would have discovered a woman who cherished you, leading to a blissful marriage. Contemplating this, she seemed to grasp why you resolutely sought to delineate boundaries with her in this lifetime. Is there still a possibility for you to remain together? At that moment, dark clouds approached. The leaves rustled in the wind, tumbling down in a flurry. Li Xia gently brushed off the leaves that had settled upon her shoulder. With the arrival of autumn, a chill permeated the air. She instinctively rubbed her arms, regretting her insufficient attire. A coat would have been a wise choice before stepping outside. Delicate raindrops gently kissed the face, soft and light. Some girls, unable to endure, scurry away, not out of fear of the rain, but rather concerned that their makeup may run, fearing their true visage might be revealed to their admired ones. The raindrops grew larger. As the girl departed, nearly halfway gone, Li Xia was devoid of such troubles. Her face untouched by any cosmetic, unfazed by the rain. She was a remarkably obstinate individual. Once she made a choice, she would remain unwavering in her resolve. The rain intensified, prompting an early conclusion to the match on the basketball court. You and a few of your roommates strolled together, preparing to exit the arena. The remaining onlooking girls eagerly parted to create a pathway for you. Among them were several audacious young women who stepped forward to present beverages to the boys they favored. You remained slender and welcomed. 2 young ladies have approached you, offering beverages, yet you graciously declined them both. Clutching a ball, you are adorned in a deep blue jersey, emblazoned with the prominent number 17 on the back. The year you first encountered Li Xia, you were precisely 17 years of age. Delicate raindrops fall upon your face. Your bangs are soaked with warmth. Your eyes are remarkably beautiful, yet they carry a hint of aloofness distant from human warmth. Once you were not like this. Your gaze was not so frigid. Your eyes sparkled with joy. You were vibrant and full of laughter. Li Xia can no longer recall. when you began to transform into someone so taciturn. She did not approach. Instead, she stood still, quietly observing you. Between her and you, there may exist a subtle understanding. Surrounded by girls, you seem to sense something, suddenly lifting your gaze towards a certain direction. In the next moment, you avert your gaze, your eyes serene and undisturbed, as if she were merely an inconsequential figure, not worthy of your attention. As you pass by her without a second glance, Licia lowered her head, then silently followed. She was not someone who relished taking the initiative. For her, to actively pursue a boy seemed more daunting than facing a formidable challenge. Yet in this lifetime, she yearned to be brave for you just this once. The bond between individuals is indeed peculiar. When I love you, you do not love me. When I do not love you, you love me. The cans of beverages in the tote collide, creating a sound that resonates. Licia finally musters the courage to step forward and offer it to you. Yet, you merely cast a fleeting glance at her, your gaze obscured. Ultimately, you extended your hand to accept what belonged to another. You already possess it, rendering her offering unnecessary. Chapter 9. What exactly did Yue Jitong do to you? Yue Jitong posed a question beneath numerous posts. How can one win the affection of a boy? After perusing several highly praised responses, the consensus emerged. As long as one possesses decent looks and a thick skin, no man is unattainable. Yue Jitong touched her face, thinking it could be deemed quite pleasant. However, her skin was not thick enough. This trait had been ingrained in her character over 2 decades, making it difficult to alter overnight. She reopened her reading app, searching for literature on how to develop a thicker skin. After a night of reading, her mind remained vacant, uncertain of the path forward. She closed her eyes and sighed. Ultimately, she contemplated heeding Su Qinghe's advice. Regardless of his thoughts, she would act directly. With so many girls eyeing him, Su Qinghe was correct. Her hesitations might render any possibility between them non-existent. The sky was clear, devoid of clouds. At the basketball court, Yue Jitong returned to her usual spot, holding a newly purchased beverage, a green can of Sprite. She pondered the possibility of not being able to give it away again, resulting in her having to carry it back to the dormitory. Previously, they had shared Coke. This time, a change in flavor might prevent monotony. However, if she ended up bringing it back again, Su Qinghe would likely chide her for lacking ambition. The information regarding Mo Xilou being here to play basketball at this hour had been relayed to her by Gu Yunqi, who had obtained it from Su Qinghe. The crowd around the playground was sparse, possibly due to the heat or the ignorance of many girls. Yue Jitong scanned the area, spotting a girl. Mo Xilou had once fetched her water, and others referred to her as Rue. Yue Jitong discreetly observed her. She did not know the girl. Yet, sure Rue recognized her and scrutinized Yue Jitong, biting her lip in discontent. Was it not said that Mo Xilou had lost interest in her? What was she doing here? Sure Rue worried that the rumors might be false. Yue Jitong felt no desire to engage in conversation. She found a long bench and quietly took a seat, her expression blank, resembling a finely crafted and beautiful sculpture. Sure Rue withdrew her gaze, mentally assessing her own chances against Yue Jitong. Dressed in a loose, light purple floral t-shirt and casual light jeans, with ordinary white sneakers, Yue Jitong stood at 165 centimeters and weighed 99 jin, reaching 168 centimeters in shoes. Her proportions were commendable, ample bust, slender waist, and long legs. Yet, her attire was too plain, completely concealing her advantages, relying solely on her face for support. Without her facial features, she would blend into the crowd as just another passerby. Sure Rue thought, is that all there is? Just a slightly prettier face? Standing at 160 centimeters, Sure Rue had a knack for fashion. She wore a deep purple crop top that exposed her waist, paired with a white pleated miniskirt, enhancing her height with elevated footwear. Her legs appeared long, skillfully creating an illusion of added height, making her seem nearly equal in stature to Yue Jitong. With this comparison, Sure Rue regained her confidence, as long as Mo Xilou provided her with a fair chance to compete. She refused to believe she would be outshone by a girl with a seemingly expressionless face. Mo Xilou made a spontaneous decision to step out and play basketball. His heart was in turmoil, and he sought to release his pent-up emotions through physical activity. for reasons unbeknownst to him. Each time he closed his eyes these past few days, he envisioned that rain-soaked face. Through the delicate curtain of rain, he could clearly perceive the profound disappointment reflected in her eyes. "Old Mo, look over there. Isn't that someone familiar? She has come to see you again," Gu Yunqi exclaimed as he raced to his side, raising his voice to alert him. They all dared not utter the name Yue Jitong in Mo Xilou's presence. Whenever it was inadvertently mentioned, his expression darkened like the bottom of a pot. Mo Xilou paused for a moment, but could not resist the urge to turn and take a glance. Seizing the opportunity, Gu Yunqi snatched the ball from his hands and executed a dunk. "Ha ha ha! Old Mo, you fell for it." He laughed. A group of girls lingered by the edge of the playground, though Gu Yunqi was unsure if Yue Jitong was among them, deliberately teasing him. Mo Xilou's expression darkened further, a hint of frustration creeping in. Whether he was vexed at Gu Yunqi's deception or at himself for still caring about Yue Jitong remained unclear. He charged forward, overpowering Gu Yunqi and sending him sprawling. "Old Mo, you're too ruthless." Gu Yunqi pleaded, "I was wrong. Spare me." But Mo Xilou paid him no heed. Fang Mingzhi helped Gu Yunqi to his feet, mocking him, "With your level of skill, why provoke old Mo? Why is your mouth always so reckless?" Breathless, Gu Yunqi exclaimed, "I can't go on. I need a break. I'm dying of thirst. Do you have any water?" Fang Mingzhi shot him a disapproving glance. "We came out together. Are you unaware if we brought any water?" They were merely clutching a single basketball. Gu Yunqi waved his hand dismissively. "It's fine. There are plenty of girls over there. If we head that way, someone is bound to offer us water." Fang Mingzhi retorted, "Even if someone offers, it's not for you. What has given to old Mo is for us too." Gu Yunqi draped an arm around Mo Xilou's shoulder, clinging to him like an octopus. "Old Mo, if you don't drink, remember to let me have some. I'm parched." He felt like a fish out of water, his throat dry and burning. Regardless of who offered the water, he would gratefully accept it. Mo Xilou pushed him away. "Get off, what are you doing?" Gu Yunqi lamented, "After all this time, how have you become so cold and heartless?" Unable to contain his curiosity, he pressed, "What on earth did Yue Jitong do to you? Why do you both seem like entirely different people?" As he spoke, an audacious thought struck him, and he widened his eyes in astonishment. "No way. You two didn't T-switch souls, did you?" He quickly released Mo Xilou, regarding him with suspicion. Mo Xilou scowled and kicked him, gritting his teeth. "If you're crazy, go get treated. The films you enjoy watching are all stored on XXX Drive." Hey, okay, let us not go there." Gu Yunqi hurriedly interjected, now convinced that this was indeed the true Mo Xilou. Fang Mingzhi pulled him aside. "You should calm down. Do you think we're filming a drama? Soul swapping? Have you watched too many melodramas?" "Yue Jitong is really here," Gu Yunqi whispered to Fang Mingzhi. Once again, she discreetly raised her gaze to observe the enigmatic Mo Xilou ahead. It was truly peculiar. Yue Jitong noticed the group approaching and promptly stood up. Yet, someone was quicker than her. "Would you like some water?" Shi Rui hastily presented the drink to Mo Xilou, her eyes shimmering with shyness as a faint blush adorned her cheeks. After all, Mo Xilou had accepted her offering of water the previous day. Surely he would do so again today. Her gaze was filled with anticipation and adoration. Mo Xilou frowned slightly. The sticky gaze directed at him made him feel uncomfortable, more so than the sweat lingering after an intense game. He remained silent, causing Shi Rui to feel the tension in her outstretched arm, which was beginning to stiffen. Her smile was on the verge of faltering. Meanwhile, Mo Xilou's eyes were fixed on the ground, although his peripheral vision was drawn to the hesitant Yue Jitong nearby, rendering him oblivious to the words spoken by the girl before him. At that moment, Yue Jitong stepped forward. Although a beat late, Mo Xilou had yet to accept anyone else's offering. "Mo Xilou, please, this is for you and your dorm mates," she said, her delicate fingers pale and slender, gripping the strap of the bag as she extended it toward him. Mo Xilou glanced at her with an icy gaze, still refusing to accept. Shi Rui shot a furtive glare at Yue Jitong. Gu Yunqi, observing this tense scene, felt a headache coming on. He poked Mo Xilou from behind, urging, "Come on, say something. If you want tea, drink. At least let me have some. I'm parched here. It's truly ironic. While I suffer from drought, you're drowning in abundance." Mo Xilou finally extended his hand, prompting both Shi Rui and Yue Jitong to turn their attention towards him. Chapter 10. I do not fancy running. Yet I adore you. He extended his hand towards Yue Jitong, his gaze lightly resting upon her face. Shi Rui felt a twinge of anxiety, while Yue Jitong maintained an air of tranquility. Then, Mo Xilou's hand veered away, his eyes gliding past Yue Jitong as he accepted the water handed to him by Shi Rui. Shi Rui's eyes sparkled, while Yue Jitong's dimmed. Joy surged within Shi Rui. Mo Xilou truly harbored no affection for that woman. She cast a somewhat triumphant glance at Yue Jitong. With her head bowed, Yue Jitong's slightly upturned eyes fell, betraying a hint of defeat and a slight ache in her heart. Just as she contemplated reclaiming her belongings, Su Qinghe's words echoed in her mind. Resolutely, she stepped forward and thrust the items directly into Mo Xilou's embrace, uttering not a word before turning on her heel and departing. Mo Xilou was momentarily taken aback, the cold drink compressing against his arm. He stared at Yue Jitong's retreating figure until she vanished at the edge of the playground. Subsequently, he offered the bottle to Gu Yunqi. Here, take it. Weren't you thirsty? Gu Yunqi accepted it without reservation, gulping down the entire bottle. Shi Rui bit her lip, watching Gu Yunqi drink, feeling a sense of reluctance within. Thank you for the water, Gu Yunqi remarked, crushing the empty bottle before tossing it into the trash bin. You seem quite familiar. Having just consumed her water, Gu Yunqi sought to make small talk. To his surprise, Shi Rui engaged in the conversation. She hastily introduced herself. We are in the same department. I am Shi Rui, a sophomore majoring in accounting. Though she appeared to be responding to Gu Yunqi's inquiry, her gaze remained fixated on Mo Xilou. Gu Yunqi, perceiving the underlying tension, recognized this as yet another instance of old Mo's romantic entanglements. Casting a glance at old Mo, he wondered what thoughts occupied his mind. Old Mo, are you going to drink that beverage? Share a can with me. There were 4 cans in total. Mo Xilou handed one to him, passed another to Fang Mingjie, and opened one for himself, drinking it down in hearty gulps. Observing this, Shi Rui felt a pang of sorrow, beginning to grasp the situation. Upon returning to the dormitory, Yue Jitong felt a tinge of dissatisfaction, though she concealed it well, her expression remaining as impassive as ever. Ting, you're back, Zheng Yinyan greeted her, surprised to find her seated on a chair. Typically, she would lie on her bed, never lingering on the floor. Yue Jitong replied softly. Ting, let's attend the elective class together this evening. Zheng Yinyan invited her while applying makeup. All right, Yue Jitong responded, unlocking her phone to check the class schedule. To her surprise, there was a big data technology course that night. She tidied her desk, preparing the necessary materials. After the class, which concluded around 9 in the evening, Yue Jitong returned to the dormitory and began her homework, realizing she had much to prepare for the following day's lessons. Zheng Yan occupied the bed opposite hers, and they sat back to back, both engrossed in their work. Shuiman donned headphones, watching a show, cautious not to disturb them. Su Qinghe had not yet returned from wherever she had gone. The dormitory was enveloped in tranquility. At 11 o'clock, Yue Jitong finally organized everything required for the next day. She stretched languidly, hurried to freshen up, and climbed into bed. Zheng Yinyan, weary and yawning, decided to abandon her writing, placing her pen down in resignation, fervently hoping that the teacher would not call on her in class the next day. Who on earth claimed that university students are exempt from assignments? As the two of them climbed into bed, Shuiman removed her headphones, and their conversation enlivened the dormitory atmosphere. Where had He Jie gone? Lying on her bed, Zheng Yinyan opened her beloved game. The absence of one person made the room feel significantly quieter. It was puzzling that He Jie had been away all afternoon. While tidying up the dorm, Shuiman replied, "Oh, at this hour, He Jie probably won't return." Zheng Yinyan glanced at the clock. It was already 11:30. Their school had no curfew and no one checked on the dorms. However, Su Qinghe usually did not return this late. She might have gone home, Shuiman casually remarked. Su Qinghe was a local, had her own car, and returning home was quite convenient for her. Why is Tong Tong so quiet? Shuiman noticed that Yue Jitong seemed particularly reserved today. Although she was generally quiet, her silence today was pronounced. Yue Jitong sighed, realizing that when idle, her mind wandered, troubled by matters of the heart. Unfortunately, without He Jie around, she lacked someone to seek advice from. What is bothering you, Tong? Share your troubles. We are your faithful confidants, Zheng Yinyan said, engrossed in her game while simultaneously chatting with them. Yinyan, won't you lose the game with your divided attention? Shuiman queried with curiosity. Not at all. It's a piece of cake. I can manage 3 tasks at once, Zheng Yinyan replied with great confidence. There was no game she couldn't handle. Yue Jitong then shared her worries. Zheng Yinyan, belonging to the type that first resorts to resignation when faced with problems, suggested, if it's too much, just give up, or join me in playing games. After all, what can compare to games over men? Shuiman listened patiently and offered a sensible suggestion. Why not explore other avenues? Mo Xilou seems to be the head of the sports department and has joined the long-distance running club. Perhaps you should consider those options? Yue Jitong was taken aback. She had not been aware of such details, as she rarely paid attention to Mo Xilou. Zheng Yinyan, her fingers dancing swiftly across the screen, inquired, Man, how do you know all this? Mo Xilou and I are in the same major. During classes, I often overhear girls discussing him. It's not that I pay attention. I'm just forced to listen, Shuiman replied. Zheng Yinyan smacked her forehead. I forgot that you're not in the same major as us. Shuiman shot her a bemused glance. Their dormitory was a mixed one. Yue Jitong and Zheng Yinyan belonged to the computer science department, while Shuiman and Su Qinghe were from the economics department, albeit with different specializations. Yue Jitong found the contact information for the president of the long-distance running club in the campus group, clicked to add, and was accepted immediately. She learned about the club's activity schedule. Sunday afternoons at the pavilion in the northwest corner of the campus. Dressed in comfortable athletic shoes, light gray sports pants, and a purple casual autumn sweatshirt, Yue Jitong made her way to the pavilion, where 5 or 6 people were gathered. Yue Jitong surveyed the surroundings, but did not spot Mo Xilou. A boy clad in a white sweatshirt approached her, his haircut neat. Are you the new member? He inquired. Yue Jitong nodded slightly, her demeanor aloof, responding with a simple, Hello, I'm the president, Tian Hu. He introduced himself. Yue Jitong, she replied. Several members cast curious glances at the newcomer, their eyes filled with admiration, yet hesitant to approach, sensing her cool detachment. Yue Jitong preferred solitude, especially among unfamiliar faces. She settled into a corner, intending to wait and see if Mo Xilou would arrive. Gradually, a few more individuals joined, predominantly male members of the long-distance running club. Are we all here? Tian Hu asked. A boy responded. Mo Xilou mentioned in the group that he would arrive shortly. Yue Jitong checked her phone, recalling that Tian Hu had just added her to the club's chat, informing her that future activities would be announced there, as the club lacked a fixed meeting location. All right, she replied with a slight nod, refraining from uttering unnecessary words. She was notoriously sparing with her speech around strangers. What a cool and distant young lady, was the impression she left on them. Nevertheless, a particularly inquisitive boy approached her. Miss, what made you suddenly decide to join our long-distance running club? Most of the current members had joined during their freshman year, and with the new students just starting their military training, recruitment had yet to commence, leaving only the seasoned members. Yue Jitong gazed into the distance, watching a figure grow increasingly distinct, and replied nonchalantly to pursue someone. The boy before her felt a twinge of disappointment. It seemed she had her sights set on someone else. His fleeting hopes were swiftly extinguished. May I inquire who it is? Which fortunate soul has captured your heart? Yue Jitong pointed ahead, stating he's coming. The boy's expression darkened entirely. It's Mo Xilou. Clearly, your standards are quite high. He is not worthy. With a sense of self-awareness, the boy took a step back. Upon noticing Yue Jitong's presence, Mo Xilou exhibited a moment of surprise. What's she doing here? As the members gathered, Tian Hu declared, All right, we are ready to set off. The starting point is, and the end point is, with a time limit of 1 hour. After delivering the announcement, he took the lead, while everyone followed at their own pace. Mo Xilou felt astonished internally, yet his expression remained impassive, betraying no emotion. He did not engage her in conversation and began to run at the back. Yue Jitong quickly rose to follow, staying closely behind him. Mo Xilou slowed his pace slightly, glancing at her from the corner of his eye. After a while, he could no longer contain his curiosity. "Why are you following me?" he asked. Yue Jitong blinked, panting slightly. "I'm running. I've joined a long-distance running club." Her usual physical activity was minimal, and though she was not running fast, she was already breathless from the effort. "Aren't you the one who despises running?" Mo Xilou remarked, unconsciously slowing his pace a bit more. He recalled her aversion to exercise. During their university days, she had loathed the 800-meter fitness test the most. Each time, she would be left gasping for breath, tears in her eyes, collapsing immediately after crossing the finish line. Yue Jitong reminisced about the days when she used to run 800 meters, a yearly physical assessment that always filled her with dread. During those times, as she ran on the track, Mo Xilou would consistently accompany her along the outer lane, cheering her on, though she never paid much attention to his encouragement. Her calves ached slightly as she gasped for breath, softly replying to Mo Xilou, "I do not enjoy running, but I do cherish you." Mo Xilou was momentarily taken aback, his heart racing uncontrollably. Concealing the tumult of emotions swirling within him, he chose to disregard her recent declaration. Exhaustion weighed heavily upon her. Yue Jitong exerted herself to keep pace behind him, but her stamina was woefully inadequate. While her body sprinted ahead, her spirit lagged behind. Dizzy and disoriented, she struggled to focus on the ground beneath her. Mo Xilou could hear the increasingly labored breaths behind him, a sound growing heavier with each passing moment. Just as Yue Jitong felt she could no longer endure, a gentle rain began to fall from the sky. Following the onset of autumn, the rain was abundant. Mo Xilou finally came to a halt. There was a pavilion ahead, a suitable refuge from the rain. "Yue Jitong," she exclaimed, promptly responding, "All right." Abruptly halting her steps, her legs buckled beneath her, and she fell to her knees. It was not her intention, but her legs felt utterly weak. Ever since she donated bone marrow to Yulanxin in her childhood, it seemed to have left her with lasting repercussions. Strenuous exercise left her dizzy and lightheaded. Thus, over the years, her fondness for physical activity had waned. Her overall health was mediocre, and she was prone to colds come winter. Mo Xilou, hearing the disturbance behind him, paused momentarily before continuing onward, resolutely refraining from glancing back. After a long moment of catching her breath, Yue Jitong managed to rise and hurried toward the pavilion before the rain intensified. She plopped down onto a bench, leaning against a pillar, eyes closed, still in the process of recuperation. The patter of raindrops fell heavily, splattering against the ground. The pavilion sheltered only the two of them. Mo Xilou stood opposite her, leaning against another pillar, hands tucked in his pockets, shaking droplets from his hair, glancing at her from beneath his lashes. Her enchanting, expressive eyes were shut, her cheeks flushed, likely from the exertion of running. It had probably been ages since she had covered such a distance. Mo Xilou unabashedly fixed his gaze upon her face, his mind involuntarily conjuring memories, both joyous and painful. Her curled lashes fluttered slightly, prompting him to avert his gaze. Yue Jitong opened her eyes, finally feeling as though she had returned to life. Chapter 11. Do you like me? Then kiss me. Yue Jitong straightened her back, stepping away from the pillar, and turned her gaze towards the man standing diagonally across from her. Mo Xilou did not look at her. His eyes remained fixed on the curtain of rain beside him. He stood at a distance, as if deliberately creating space between them. Yue Jitong pondered, if he wouldn't come to her, then she would approach him. Thus, she rose to her feet, despite the lingering soreness in her thighs, and slowly walked to Mo Xilou's side, standing together to watch the rain. Neither of them spoke, and a profound silence enveloped them. After many years of acquaintance, they had always been separated by resentment. It seemed as though they had never stood together so calmly. Observing the rain, the mountains, grass, trees, and flowers washed by the rain exhibited a fresh and ethereal beauty, intertwined with a subtle melancholy. After a while, the rain began to lessen, and Mo Xilou finally broke the silence, turning to face her, his voice low and tinged with impatience. "Yue Jitong, why do you keep bothering me?" Yue Jitong looked up, meeting his slightly displeased gaze. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, she murmured, "Did I not say that I want to pursue you?" He stared at her flushed face and suddenly let out a scoff. "Why are you pursuing me? Do you like me?" His gaze sharpened, scrutinizing her with a hint of skepticism. Yue Jitong took a deep breath, daring not to meet his eyes, and nodded slowly, saying, "Yes, I like you." His expression shifted, and he unexpectedly reached out to grasp her face, tilting it upwards to force her to meet his gaze. Yue Jitong was compelled to look up into his deep, penetrating eyes, her eyelashes fluttering involuntarily. Mo Xilou leaned closer, holding her face, pushing her against the pillar. She felt her back collide forcefully with the column, causing her body to jolt, tears welling in her eyes. The moisture in her gaze appeared pitiful to Mo Xilou. He bent down, fixing his gaze on her, his face inches from hers, his breath brushing against her skin. His voice was slightly hoarse, yet laced with a playful challenge. "You like me? Huh? Then why don't you kiss me?" With her back against the pillar, Yue Jitong tilted her head up, a delicate blush creeping across her cheeks, feeling shy. His face was so close that a slight movement forward would bring their lips together. Yet she had never kissed anyone before, and a sense of embarrassment washed over her, her hands nervously clutching her clothing. After a moment of hesitation, Mo Xilou let out a derisive laugh, his eyes now filled with disdain as he released her chin. "Is this what you call liking me? You won't even kiss me?" He turned to step away, but suddenly, a gentle kiss landed on the corner of his lips. Soft and tender, it sent a jolt through his heart. Yue Jitong's heart raced, her face burning fiercely. It was the first time in 2 lifetimes that she had taken the initiative to kiss a boy. Although she had been married to Mo Xilou for over a decade in her previous life, they had never shared intimate contact, save for that one drunken encounter, as he had never wished to force her. "Yue Jitong, I did not mean the corner of the lips. That doesn't count." Mo Xilou suppressed the tumult of emotions in his eyes and leaned closer, raising an eyebrow, his tone teasing as he pointed to his lips. "You have to kiss here for it to count." He gazed at her quietly, his eyes resembling a dark whirlpool that seemed capable of pulling one in. Yue Jitong closed her eyes, wrapped her arms around his neck, her curled eyelashes trembling as she gradually leaned closer. In the tranquil space, apart from the sound of rain, she could hear the rhythmic beating of her heart, akin to a drum. Her palms were sweaty with tension, watching those delicate lips draw nearer. Mo Xilou wore an inscrutable expression, lowering his gaze to conceal the tumultuous emotions swirling within. The atmosphere thickened, becoming laden with an ambiguous warmth. Just as she was about to kiss him, he suddenly extended a finger, pressing it against her lips, interrupting the intoxicating moment. Yue Jitong opened her eyes, slightly bewildered. Mo Xilou, still with his gaze downcast, gently brushed her lips, the corners of his eyes lifting in a hint of mockery. He took a step back and coldly stated, "Yue Jitong, just because you say you like me, does that mean I must accept it? Where were you all this time?" He leaned in closer to her ear, his voice icy. "Do you not realize that belated affection is worth less than grass?" The rain ceased. The sun, hidden behind dark clouds, re-emerged. Mo Xilou turned away with a frigid demeanor, declaring, "I will not be with you. Do not cling to me any longer." His silhouette vanished beneath the sunlight. Yue Jitong stood dazedly in place, raising her gaze and blinking, striving to restrain the tears that threatened to fall. It would be a lie to say she felt no pain. Her heart felt as if it were being sliced repeatedly, a lingering ache accompanied by shame, guilt, and confusion. All of this was her own doing. Yue Jitong wandered in a daze for many days. Like a puppet, she mechanically reached out to pour herself a glass of water. Just as she was about to raise it to her lips, Su Qinghe snatched the cup away and placed it heavily on the table, the sound startling her back to reality. Yue Jitong focused her vacant gaze, looking at her with confusion, her voice slightly hoarse. "What is wrong? Why can't I drink water?" Su Qinghe regarded her with an odd expression. "Sister, this is boiling water, 100 degrees. Do you intend to scald yourself to death?" "Huh? Oh," Yue Jitong realized, feeling a bit embarrassed as she lowered her head. "Thank you." Su Qinghe rolled her eyes in exasperation. "It's just a rejection from a man. Is it really necessary to be this way? You're acting like you've lost your soul. Pathetic." Xueman zuptli poket Su Qinghe, shaking her head in a silent gesture to avoid bringing up sensitive topics. Zheng Yingyan peeked out from behind the bed curtain, chiming in. "What sister he said is true. He is just a man. It's not that serious. Why not join me for a game? You'll soon discover that games are far more delightful than men." Xueman settled beside her, softly comforting. "It's all right, Tong Tong. You're so beautiful. Many people adore you." There is no need to hang yourself on one tree. Receiving her roommate's concern, Yue Jitong felt her spirits lift. However, her greatest flaw was her stubbornness, her rigid mindset. Otherwise, she would not have been trapped in the unrequited affection of her past life, completely exploited. She simply could not convince herself to entirely abandon Mo Xilou. She truly could not do it. She merely wished to hang herself on this one tree. When one becomes ensnared by obsession, even a vast expanse of forest may fade from sight, leaving only a solitary tree in focus. It is akin to being bewitched, where one becomes impervious to reason and blind to all but their own convictions. Those who remain detached may see clearly, yet those ensnared in their emotions often appear foolish. Su Qinghe, peeling the translucent grapes, tossed one into her mouth and casually remarked, "This Sunday, our External Relations Department is organizing a team-building event. Would you like to join us?" After a brief pause, she added, "Our recruitment has concluded this year, and we have welcomed many handsome freshmen." Su Qinghe serves as the head of the External Relations Department, which is primarily responsible for orchestrating exchanges with other universities and enterprises, fostering intercollegiate collaboration and resource sharing. The department also cultivates relationships with the media, managing publicity and reporting for events, while securing funding through various channels to support departmental activities and projects. This role demands exceptional communication skills, organizational prowess, and public relations acumen. Undoubtedly, the most significant asset that has enabled Su Qinghe to ascend to her position is her extensive network. Since the age of 18, she has been engaged in managing her family's business, forming connections with influential figures across various industries, a feat unmatched by her peers. As such, her role as a head is one of genuine authority, capable of attracting investment. Xuanman promptly declared, "I wish to go." Then she turned to Yue Jitong, "Tong Tong, will you accompany me?" Yue Jitong discerned that Xuanman was subtly suggesting an outing to lift her spirits, and graciously accepted her kind offer. "Then I shall join as well. After all, what fun could a freshman gathering possibly hold?" Zhang Yinyan, her gaze glued to the screen, then shifted the conversation. "But since you all are going, I might as well join in on the fun." Xuanman smiled. "That's wonderful. We will be a complete set from the same dormitory." The team-building venue was decided to be a certain Grand Canyon, a popular tourist destination. The itinerary included mountain climbing, rafting, outdoor cooking, and a lively party in a villa area at night. Chapter 12. Team-building. Mo Xilou was also present, along with enthusiastic junior students, making the group of participants exceed 20. They had reserved a vehicle, and upon reaching their destination, another car adorned with 4 rings parked beside them. 3 young men alighted from the vehicle. Unexpectedly encountering Mo Xilou here took Yue Jitong by surprise. It had been quite some time since their last meeting after he had rejected her. In such a vast campus, it is challenging to cross paths unless by design. Yue Jitong felt as though she were being toyed with, her heart a mix of humiliation and discomfort, and to avoid any awkwardness, she had refrained from appearing before him again. Mo Xilou seemed to cast a glance in her direction, but Yue Jitong lowered her head, remaining silent. Xuanman stood nearby, whispering to Su Qinghe, "What are they doing here?" Su Qinghe frowned and approached Gu Yunqi, inquiring, "Hey, didn't you say you and T come?" Leaning casually against the vehicle, Gu Yunqi chuckled nonchalantly. "It's our first team-building event with the newcomers. How could I, as the vice minister, not attend?" Gu Yunqi was regarded as Su Qinghe's subordinate, serving as the vice minister of the External Relations Department. "Oh, by the way, I brought along my 2 roommates. You don't mind, do you?" Su Qinghe shot him a glance, then looked at Mo Xilou with an inscrutable expression before turning away. "Do as you please." She returned to Yue Jitong and whispered, "I didn't know Gu Yunqi would bring Mo Xilou along." "It's fine," Yue Jitong replied, shaking her head. "Let things unfold as they will. Just enjoy yourselves." A lively atmosphere quickly enveloped the group of young adults, each around 20 years of age. Approximately 10 of them were newcomers to the External Relations Department this year. Gaining entry into this department was no easy feat, as they only selected individuals who were lively, talkative, and extroverted. Given the nature of their work, which involved attracting investments and fostering external collaborations, effective communication was essential, introverted personalities would not suffice. The group was animated, chattering excitedly throughout their journey. Yue Jitong walked alongside Xue Man and Zheng Yinyan, while Su Qinghe, as the minister, tended to the needs of the new members. Gu Yunqi remained close to her, engaged in light-hearted banter. On the opposite side of the line, Mo Xilou ambled quietly with his roommate, Fang Mingzhi. He kept his gaze lowered, lost in thought, unsure of why he had chosen to partake in such a mundane event. Upon hearing Gu Yunqi mention Su Qinghe inviting her roommate, he had impulsively encouraged Gu Yunqi to attend. However, upon seeing her, the initial excitement faded, leaving him regretting his impulsive decision. Given Yue Jitong's character, it must have taken immense courage for her to approach him. After such a painful rejection, someone as proud as she would surely not attempt to draw near him again. Old Mo, Fang Mingzhi nudged his shoulder and leaned closer, whispering, "I can't help but wonder if you came to this event for Yue Jitong. Don't be ridiculous. It's not for her." And Mo Xilou's thoughts were accurately surmised. Yet he coldly denied it. He would never admit to such a thing. After all, it was merely an idle threat exchanged in the dormitory. Should he dare to harbor any affection for Yue Jitong, he would be nothing more than a dog. Fang Mingzhi scoffed dismissively. "Keep pretending all you want. Just watch. Among all these young male students, someone will undoubtedly vie for her attention soon enough." Regardless of Yue Jitong's personality, her striking visage remained undeniably captivating, making her the most alluring among the crowd. Mo Xilou, with his gaze lowered and demeanor icy, thought to himself, "Why should I care who pursues her? She has no relevance to me." "All right, keep playing tough," Fang Mingzhi replied, releasing him, disinterested in further argument. After all, the one who would be anxious when the time came would not be him. After 2 hours of walking, stopping intermittently, they finally reached a flat area, where Su Qinghe gestured for everyone to take a break and enjoy a picnic. On Yue Jitong's left sat Zheng Yinyan, and on her right was Xue Man, both supporting her arms as they settled onto the grass. She panted heavily, raising a hand to wipe the sweat from her forehead, utterly exhausted. By the time they reached the back, her steps had become unsteady, nearly requiring the support of Zheng Yinyan and Xue Man to keep her upright. "Jitong, your stamina is quite pathetic. How can you be worse off than me, a self-proclaimed homebody?" Zheng Yinyan remarked, sitting beside her, seemingly unfazed and without a hint of breathlessness. She had always considered herself to be quite sedentary, preferring to lie down rather than sit, and eschewing outdoor activities. Yet she did not collapse in fatigue like Yue Jitong. Xue Man handed a bottle of water to Yue Jitong, gently patting her back to help her catch her breath. "Drink some water. Take it slow." "Thank you." The heat on Yue Jitong's face subsided as she sat for 5 minutes, finally recovering enough to respond to Zheng Yinyan's inquiry. "I underwent surgery when I was young, which has left me with poorer physical fitness than most. Coupled with my disinclination for exercise, my lung capacity is limited, and prolonged activity leaves me feeling fatigued." "Ah, I see. Jitong, this won't do. You must engage in moderate exercise. Reasonable physical activity can enhance your overall health." Zheng Yinyan wiped her sweat with a tissue while opening a bottle of water. "I understand. I will allocate half an hour each day for exercise from now on." Yue Jitong recognized that her current state was unsustainable, feeling frail and often breathless. At that moment, 2 boys approached and sat beside Xue Man and the others, their youthful visages betraying their status as first-year students. "Hello, senior sisters." Xue Man nodded, responding warmly, "Hello there." The boys introduced themselves. "I am from the computer science department. My name is Yang Zhou." The boy named Yang Zhou had slightly darker skin, with thick brows and bright eyes, his smile radiating warmth and cheerfulness. Standing over 6 feet tall, embodying the essence of a bright and jovial young man. "Ah, so you're one of our direct juniors," Zheng Yinyan exclaimed with a friendly smile. Yang Zhou's eyes sparkled with delight, realizing he was speaking to a senior from the computer science department. What a serendipitous encounter. "This one here is also a senior from the computer science department," Zheng Yinyan introduced Yue Jitong. Yang Zhou turned to Yue Jitong, his gaze filled with admiration, but she merely regarded him with a calm nod. Yang Zhou quickly engaged Zheng Yinyan in conversation, discussing various topics including games, their major, and courses. As their conversation unfolded, It became apparent that both individuals hailed from the same hometown and had even attended the same high school. The familiarity sparked an emotional connection, akin to two old friends reuniting. Their dialogue flowed effortlessly, evoking a sense of camaraderie. Notably, Zheng Yinyan discovered that Yang Zhou shared her passion for gaming and excelled at it. Recognizing the challenge of conversing amidst a larger group, she suggested they move aside for a more private discussion. They even took out their phones to engage in a game together. Yue Man and Yue Jitong watched in astonishment, unable to anticipate such an unexpected turn of events. Prior to this day, Zheng Yinyan would never have imagined finding a long-term gaming partner within this gathering. Meanwhile, another young man, witnessing Yang Zhou swiftly captivate a senior, felt a pang of envy. With a flicker of determination in his gaze, he introduced himself. "I am from the School of Chemical Engineering. My name is Li Qian." Yue Man greeted him with a warm smile. "Hello there." While Yang Zhou spoke, Li Qian had been discreetly observing the three young women, forming his own assessments. The girl in the middle appeared aloof, possibly distant and difficult to approach. The girl on the left seemed lively, yet not to his taste. She was more enthusiastic towards Yang Zhou than towards him. The girl on the right exuded a gentle demeanor, with a delicate appearance and a soft-spoken manner. She met most of his criteria, save for one final aspect. If her family background were favorable, he might consider pursuing her. Prior to their arrival, he had inquired within the crowd and learned that these three senior girls were roommates of the department head and all were single. This knowledge prompted him and Yang Zhou to make their move before others could seize the opportunity. Upon hearing the name Li Qian, Yue Jitong's previously indifferent expression betrayed a flicker of surprise and a suppressed anger. She finally raised her head, scrutinizing the young man named Li Qian beside her. The more she looked, the more familiar he appeared. It was him. Chapter 13. Steer clear of scoundrels, protect the roommate. Mo Xilou's overactive imagination as Yue Jitong observed Li Qian, and Mo Xilou was fixated on her, watching her gaze unwaveringly fixed on the junior. An inexplicable surge of anger welled up within Mo Xilou. He thought, "So this is what you call liking me, Yue Jitong? Is it so easy for you to give up? Have you moved on to someone else so quickly?" Unbeknownst to her, Mo Xilou was weaving elaborate narratives in his mind. Her attention was wholly captivated by Yue Man and Li Qian. Li Qian's gaze remained affixed to Yue Man, a gentle smile gracing his lips. His demeanor was composed, his words measured. The two engaged in quiet conversation, and before long, Li Qian seamlessly transitioned from addressing her as senior to Man. The shift felt entirely natural, devoid of any discomfort. Such intimate terms of endearment seemed to fit perfectly. Yue Jitong listened, her fingers tightening into a fist, knuckles blanching, as her eyes flickered with a glint of coldness. Was it truly destined that those meant to encounter one another would inevitably cross paths, no matter the circumstances? She cast her gaze upon the refined Li Qian, a chill passing through her. Who could have imagined that beneath his polished exterior, he was, in fact, a nefarious individual, a scheming man, a mere pretty boy, a natural-born master of manipulation. In her previous life, Yue Man had suffered immensely at the hands of this scoundrel, ultimately losing her life in vain, a death that resulted in 2 lives lost, with a reputation forever tarnished. Even after her demise, she was scorned and reduced to a mere subject of ridicule. In her past existence, her bond with her roommate had not been particularly close. She rarely pried into others' private affairs. While she had a vague awareness of the dynamics between Yue Man and Li Qian, the specifics eluded her. She had no knowledge of when their romantic entanglement had begun, but she was certain that in her prior life, their path had crossed much later than they did now. To her astonishment, her reincarnation had inadvertently facilitated their earlier encounter. However, in this lifetime, she vowed never to allow this rogue to harm Yue Man again. The more she contemplated, the angrier she became. Her fingers cracked audibly, her complexion growing increasingly pale. Li Qian retrieved his phone, preparing to add Yue Man on WeChat, and Yue Man, smiling gently, was about to acquiesce. Suddenly, Yue Jitong's eyes glimmered. She leaned against Yue Man's shoulder, her tone feeble and brows furrowed, clutching her stomach. Man, I feel quite unwell. Could you accompany me to the restroom? Yue Man, her phone still unextended, withdrew it into her pocket. Concern etched on her face as she looked at Yue Jitong. Tong, what's wrong? I just have a stomachache. I can't walk alone right now. Man, could you help me to the restroom? Of course. Xue Man promptly dismissed thoughts of adding her on WeChat and swiftly helped Yue Jitong to her feet. The restroom was nearby, and she guided her, supporting her along the way. As the two girls walked away, Li Qian traced the edge of his phone with his finger, pressing down hard on the case, disappointment flickering in his eyes. So close, he had almost secured Xue Man as contact information. Xue Man, this girl, was far more intriguing than he had anticipated. Innocent and endearing, blissfully unaware of the world's harsh realities, lacking experience in romance, and filled with dreams of love. Her family background was modestly affluent. He barely meets the standards set by his girlfriend. Nevertheless, opportunities abound. She will inevitably fall into his grasp. Li Qian clenched his fist and glanced over at another pavilion, where Yang Zhou was engrossed in a game, pushing up his glasses, a glimmer of light flashing in his eyes. Unexpectedly, this foolish Yang Zhou possesses quite a charm, attracting the attention of many girls. In the restroom, Xue Man anxiously observed the pallid face of Yue Jitong. Tong, if you're feeling unwell, shall we head back? Yue Jitong remained silent, her body trembling slightly. Tong, why is your face so pale? What exactly is bothering you? Seeing her silence, Xue Man grew increasingly worried, fearing her friend was in severe discomfort. Yue Jitong furrowed her brow, uncertain how to articulate her thoughts. In truth, she felt no physical ailment. Her ashen complexion stemmed solely from the haunting memories of Xue Man's tragic demise in a past life. That day, she had leapt from the rooftop, crimson blood cascading onto the ground like an unending river. The echoes of screams, alarms, and ambulance sirens filled the air. Chaos, terror, and noise engulfed her. A youthful blossom, so easily severed, withered away, merging with the earth, ground into dust. Tong, your hands are so cold, Xue Man remarked, grasping her hand. Her gentle voice pulled Yue Jitong from her reverie. Yue Jitong looked up, her gaze complex. After a pause, she said nothing, merely tightening her grip. Those experiences belonged solely to her. For Xue Man, the suffering had yet to unfold. All the tragedies were yet to come. Yue Jitong resolved that this time, she would extinguish the seeds of misfortune before they could sprout. She could not guarantee that Xue Man would live a life filled with happiness, but at the very least, she must exist in this world, safely, purely, and honorably. Man, I suddenly feel a bit tired and no longer wish to play. Shall we head back? Yue Jitong lowered her gaze, her spirits dampened. All right, I'll inform Qinghe and Yin, Xue Man replied, urging her to sit while she went to relay the message. Zhang Yin and Yang Zhou were deeply engrossed in their game, expressing their desire to stay a while longer, while Su Qinghe, the president, could not afford to leave early. Xue Man understood this and merely came to inform them. Yue Jitong sat quietly, gazing up at the vibrant, laughing, and exuberant college students around her. Her eyes were tranquil, lost in thought. Her gaze swept over Yang Zhou and Zhang Yin, then to Li Qian, who animatedly conversed with other girls, and finally to the younger students surrounding Su Qinghe, along with the smugly grinning Gu Yunqi. Is this what youth is? Perhaps it is intertwined with calculations of interest. It is also a time of pure and fervent passion. In the end, her eyes met a profound and inquisitive gaze. Amidst the throng, her eyes locked with Mo Xilou's, their mutual silence resonating through the crowd. For only the two of them possessed souls that did not belong here. In the next moment, Mo Xilou averted his gaze, directing it towards the distant mountains shrouded in mist, his expression markedly indifferent. Yue Jitong pursed her lips and withdrew her gaze. At that moment, Xue Man also returned, urging, come on, Tong, let them have their fun. I'll accompany you back. Qinghe has sent a junior to drive us. All right, let us go, Yue Jitong replied, standing up and grasping Xue Man's hand as they exited together. Her objective had been accomplished. First, she needed to take Xue Man away, severing her opportunity to interact with Li Qian, and then figure out the next steps. Upon arriving at the parking lot, a familiar car with 4 circles approached. The window rolled down, revealing not the junior that Su Qinghe had mentioned, but a cold yet familiar face. Yue Jitong was momentarily taken aback. How had he gotten here so swiftly? Mo Xilou spoke with a hint of impatience. What are you dawdling for? Get in. I'll take you back. Xue Man quickly regained her composure, pulling Yue Jitong into the back seat. Mo Xilou fell silent, his demeanor frosty. Yue Jitong, too, remained quiet, her gaze fixated on the seat back, lost in thought. Xue Man, feeling somewhat awkward, opted for silence as well. Internally, she mused, wasn't it agreed that the junior would drive? Why had Mo Xilou come instead? The atmosphere in the car became oppressively silent, punctuated only by the sound of tires meeting the pavement and the wind howling outside. At last, they arrived at the dormitory, and Xue Man exhaled in relief. Every moment had felt torturous. She glanced at Mo Xilou, who was driving, then at Yue Jitong beside her, noticing that her complexion had improved significantly, no longer as pale. Seizing the opportunity, Xue Man said, I'll head to the supermarket first, Tong Tong. Let us meet at the dorm later. Okay, Yue Jitong responded. As Xue Man exited, the car was left with only Yue Jitong and Mo Xilou, the atmosphere thickening with silence. She sat in the back seat, positioned diagonally from him. Neither spoke, and since the last time she had been rejected, Yue Jitong found herself at a loss for words or actions in Mo Xilou's presence. She felt both awkward and helpless. Mo Xilou glanced at her through the rearview mirror, noting the color returning to her face, which eased his heart slightly. Observing her continued silence, he frowned, a flicker of annoyance crossing his features. Why was she so chatty with others, yet so mute with him? Why did she always maintain this calm, emotionless facade in his presence? He yearned to provoke her. He would rather see her angry, embarrassed, or distressed than this placid demeanor that rendered him as inconsequential as air. Yue Jitong vowed she had no idea Mo Xilou was overthinking so profoundly. If only she could hear his thoughts, she would defend herself. She was merely socially anxious and not adept at conversation. It was not that she regarded him as insignificant. Come sit over here. His low voice suddenly shattered the silence. Yue Jitong looked up, momentarily stunned before realizing he meant for her to move to the front passenger seat. Nodding obediently, she exited the car, opened the door to the front seat, and settled in. Chapter 14. Should I or shouldn't I? What nonsense! Yue Jitong settled into the passenger seat, her head slightly bowed, gazing at her knees, a few stray strands of hair cascading down the side of her face, her half-closed eyelids concealing her glass-like orbs. She appeared calm and serene. Mo Xilou rested one hand on the steering wheel, reclining against the seat back, his expression indifferent as he cast her a sidelong glance. Yue Jitong, in turn, discreetly observed him for the corner of her eye, her slender fingers tightly entwined, her lips gently biting, her heart in turmoil. She yearned to utter something, yet the words eluded her, trapped on the precipice of her lips. It seemed she lacked the courage. After all, she was not as brazen as others. Having faced rejection just once, she hesitated, daunted by the prospect of further attempts. Yet, she had previously spurned him on numerous occasions, while Mo Xilou, undeterred, persistently pursued her. It dawned on her that the pursuit of affection was far from a simple endeavor. A sense of vexation washed over Yue Jitong, her delicate brows knitting together. She lamented her own timidity, her lack of bravery, and regretted the unrestrained hurt she had inflicted upon him. Was this the cycle of karma? Her troubled countenance, marred by frowns and self-reproach, was interpreted by Mo Xilou as a desire to avoid his presence. Was being near him truly such an ordeal? And yet, she professed to care for him. What a deception! They were two individuals, one at a loss for words, and the other prone to excessive imagination. The more she remained silent, the more he pondered. With a frosty demeanor, his expression betraying an icy resolve, Mo Xilou's eyes fixed on the steering wheel. Abruptly, he uttered, "Kiss me." What? Yue Jitong's eyes widened in disbelief, suspecting she had misheard. The sudden shift in atmosphere caught her off guard. Did you just say? She genuinely believed she might have misunderstood, yearning for clarification. Yet, Mo Xilou perceived her confusion as feigned ignorance or reluctance. He leaned closer, halting just 5 centimeters from her, locking gazes with her glistening eyes. And with a finger, He lifted her delicate chin, narrowing his eyes as he reiterated, his tone brooking no refusal. I said, kiss me. The warmth of his breath brushed against her cheek, causing her ears to tingle. Yue Jitong swallowed hard, gripping the edge of the seat cushion. It was unexpected. She was unprepared. The last time she had kissed him had required all her courage. This moment sent tremors through her heart, her pulse racing, a conflict flickering in her eyes. They lingered in silence for 2 seconds. Disappointment flickered across Mo Xilou's features. Did she not profess to like him? Why then did she hesitate? Recalling their previous encounter, her cheeks flushed, and she murmured, "But you said you wouldn't be with me, that I shouldn't pursue you." Mo Xilou froze momentarily, taken aback, and so, his brow furrowed, impatience creeping into his voice. "Will you kiss me or not?" Yue Jitong blinked, her large, tear-filled eyes reflecting confusion over his inexplicable behavior, yet she resolved to comply with his wishes. Regardless of the circumstances, she would do as he instructed. Trembling, she reached out, grasping the collar of his shirt, closing her eyes, preparing to kiss him. Mo Xilou gazed at her face, shrouded in a murky expression, oblivious to his thoughts. However, the anticipated sensation never arrived, for Mo Xilou once again pressed his finger against her lips. She opened her eyes, bewildered and innocent. Did he not say he wanted a kiss? What was going on? Mo Xilou's fingers glided upward, gently caressing the small mole beneath her left eye. And he suddenly let out a scoff. "Yue Jitong, you truly heed my words." After withdrawing his hand, he leaned back against the chair, his gaze turning cold and indifferent. "It's meaningless. You may leave now." Yue Jitong was utterly bewildered. What is this? One moment he wants a kiss, the next he does not. Is he out his mind? Gazing at his icy profile and emotionless eyes, she abruptly realized the truth. He was toying with her, without uttering a word. She furiously exited the vehicle. Although she owed him much, and regardless of how he chose to treat her now, it was all deserved. Yet, she was still extremely irate. Having been played for the second time, feeling both humiliated and angry, she stormed into the dormitory building without a backward glance. However, Mo Xilou, observing her enraged silhouette, could not help but smirk, feeling inexplicably uplifted. At that moment, Rue happened upon the scene, books clutched in her arms, witnessing Mo Xilou leaning closer to Yue Jitong. Her jealousy barely contained. Yet, upon seeing Mo Xilou darken his expression and order her to exit the car, Rue felt a sense of relief wash over her. Biting her lip, she strode indignantly into the hallway. Mo Xilou remained stationary for a considerable time before gripping the steering wheel tightly. Driving out of the school and onto the sparsely populated outskirts, accelerating to maximum speed as he navigated the winding mountain roads, dust swirling around him. An hour later, he halted the vehicle, his entire body hunched over the steering wheel. What a thrill! It seemed he had discovered the correct method to provoke Yue Jitong. Despite his antics, she had not scolded him. She merely sulked. What would it take to witness her in a state of exasperation, to hear her voice raised in anger, chastising him fiercely? Mo Xilou pondered whether he possessed a masochistic inclination. Yet he could not abide her cold, indifferent demeanor. He yearned to see genuine emotions surface within her, be it joy or anger. Such a version of Yue Jitong felt much more vibrant and real. Night fell upon the girls' dormitory. Yue Jitong lay on her bed, hands cradling her head, utterly oblivious to Mo Xilou's intentions. No matter how much she racked her brain, she could not fathom that he was deliberately trying to provoke her. She found him increasingly perplexing. Could it be that the wounds she inflicted upon him in a past life were so profound that they rendered him capricious in this one? Unable to comprehend, she let out a deep sigh. That evening, the dormitory was lively. Zheng Yanyan was enthusiastically engaged in a game with her newly acquired partner, both passionately bantering against their opponents. Su Qinghao listened to music while applying a facial mask, occasionally making phone calls to coordinate matters at her company. Shui Man remained engrossed in her drama about a domineering CEO. Upon hearing Yue Jitong's sigh, the three of them turned their concerned gazes toward her. What is it, Tong Tong? Are you still feeling unwell? Shui Man asked gently. No. Yue Jitong hesitated for a moment before deciding to share Mo Xilou's unusual behavior with them. hoping for their insights and analysis. As soon as the topic of romance surfaced, the trio became animated. Xue Man turned off the short play, while Su Qinghe silenced the music, and Zheng Yinyan asked Yang Zhou to wait a moment. 3 pairs of eyes focused intently on her, listening with rapt attention. Yue Jitong felt a bit bashful under the scrutiny of the 6 piercing gazes, revealing the actions of Mo Xilou from the previous 2 encounters. Do you think he truly wants me to kiss him? The question escaped her lips, causing her cheeks to flush. Su Qinghe suddenly burst into laughter, her mirth growing louder, doubling over on the bench in fits of giggles. Ha ha ha! I never expected Mo Xilou to be so dog-like. He truly doesn't seem like that kind of person. Zheng Yinyan interrupted her infectious laughter, saying, "Stop laughing, Sister He. If you keep this up, Tom will want to find a crack in the ground to hide in." Only Xue Man maintained a serious demeanor, offering her analysis. Based on my decade of experience with idol dramas, I believe he must have some feelings, but for some reason, he feels compelled to reject you. Overall, he desires you yet hesitates. Su Qinghe stifled her laughter, her approach always blunt and straightforward. Regardless of his feelings, next time he behaves like this, seize the moment and kiss him directly. Let us see how he reacts. You can't let him toy with you every time. You must turn the tables. Zheng Yinyan propped her chin on her hand, admitting her lack of romantic experience and comprehension of such behaviors. This time, I stand with Sister He. Sometimes, overthinking is futile. Just take action. Then, Zheng Yinyan smoothly shifted the conversation back to Su Qinghe. By the way, Sister He, I noticed Gu Yunqi has been fawning over you today. What is going on between you two? Su Qinghe casually peeled off her face mask, responding indifferently. Oh, he wants to pursue me. Aren't you already in a relationship? We broke up. Oh, the topic came to a close. Everyone had grown accustomed to Su Qinghe's fleeting romances. Among them, she was the one with the most experience in love. Since they met, Su Qinghe had already cycled through 7 boyfriends, with each relationship proving to be short-lived. Each person held their own perspective on love, and as friends, they refrained from passing judgment on one another's romantic pursuits. Whether seeking lasting affection or thrilling excitement, it was ultimately a personal choice. With the lights dimmed, Yue Jitong drew the curtains and opened her phone, fervently adding books to her virtual shelf, such as The Woman Pursues the Man Through Layers of Veil, Love Master, How to Captivate a Man's Heart, The Best Life for a Whining Woman, an in-depth analysis of a man's heart. When faced with confusion, she believed that reading would provide clarity. In addition to her literary pursuits, Yue Jitong devised a fitness plan for herself. Her physical condition was rather poor, and she recognized the need for a stronger physique to muster the energy necessary to pursue Mo Xilou. Henceforth, she resolved to jog for half an hour each morning to enhance her fitness. Chapter 15. The desire to kiss her upon sight at 6 o'clock in the morning. The first light of dawn began to break. Yue Jitong silenced her alarm clock and tossed, and turned in bed, struggling to sit up. A yawn escaped her lips, and the corners of her eyes glistened with tears, overwhelmed by fatigue. Yet, she had devised a running plan and could not afford to fail on the very first day. Battling her sleepiness, she dressed herself. As late October arrived, the air had grown brisk. She pulled on a loose light blue sweatshirt, pairing it with gray tapered joggers. With a casual ponytail and a splash of water on her face, she felt fully awake. She packed her bag, ensuring to include everything needed for her early class. After her run and breakfast, she could head straight to her lecture. Stepping out around 6, she found the corridor bustling with students, primarily 4th-year students preparing for their graduate entrance exams. They trudged along, backpacks slung over their shoulders, their faces weary and their pace hurried. The morning breeze was refreshingly cool as Yue Jitong stowed her bag in a locker at the entrance of the playground. Performing a brief warm-up before commencing her running task for the day, she began her run at a leisurely pace, employing the breathing techniques once taught to her by Mo Xilou. As she moved forward steadily, her thoughts drifted to him. Memories transported her back to high school. During her final year, in an effort to build the physical stamina necessary for her rigorous studies, Yue Jitong would dedicate half an hour each night after evening classes to running. The nights were late, the playground lights extinguished, enveloping her in darkness as she ran alone. a tinge of fear lingering in her heart. On the second night, Mo Xilou appeared on the field, accompanying her as she ran. He filled the silence with laughter and conversation, instructing her on proper breathing techniques while running. At that time, she was aware of his affection for her, and she had repeatedly rebuffed him under the pretext of studying. The true reason remained known only to her. At times, she envied Mo Xilou, admiring his courage to love and pursue affection. In contrast, she felt like a quail, daring only to covertly observe, yet too timid to let anyone discover her gaze. However, she was still caught. Mo Xilou had seen her. Returning to the present, Yue Jitong collided with Mo Xilou, who was approaching her at a brisk pace. Her thoughts halted, and she recalled his indifferent words from the car yesterday, urging her to go on. There remained a small distance between them, and she pondered how to greet him without causing awkwardness. Today, Mo Xilou happened to wear a light blue hoodie, dark gray joggers, and white athletic shoes. With long strides, he closed the gap between them in mere moments. Before she could formulate a greeting, he was already upon her. Then, Yue Jitong blinked, watching as he breezed past her, like the wind, without so much as a glance, as if he did not recognize her. She averted her gaze, staring down at the ground, a flicker of desolation passing through her eyes, and continued her slow pace. Perhaps Mo Xilou did not wish to converse today. She resolved to focus on her run and would seek an opportune moment to speak later. As they moved in opposite directions, Yue Jitong remained unaware that Mo Xilou, after running a distance, glanced back to find her receding at a snail's pace, showing no inclination to catch up. Frustration welled within him. If he chose silence, could she not take the initiative to speak? He did not greet her. Could she not take the initiative to say hello? He ignored her. Could she not change her direction and approach him? Is this what she calls affection? A fraud. She had never behaved this way towards Chunyin before. Mo Xilou's expression darkened, his gaze downcast, concealing the emotions swirling within him, and his pace quickened as he dashed across the playground like a gust of wind. 2 minutes later, Yue Jitong saw Mo Xilou again, her eyes wide with astonishment. How could he run so swiftly when she had only completed half a lap? Upon noticing her surprise, Mo Xilou's eyes darkened further. Did she truly wish to avoid him? Not uttering a word upon seeing him? Once again, she chose silence? Was she intent on ignoring him? Yue Jitong was perplexed by his thoughts, observing the grim expression on his face and noting his foul mood. Perhaps it was best not to provoke him today. Mo Xilou was indeed rather capricious in his emotions. She endeavored to diminish her presence, retracting her neck as she edged toward the inner track, attempting to quietly sidestep him. As she subtly shifted lanes, Mo Xilou's dark eyes began to roil. So, she wished to pretend he did not exist, did she? He would not allow that. Just as their paths were about to cross, Mo Xilou stepped aside, entering the lane where Yue Jitong was running. Caught off guard by his sudden change in direction, she had no time to react and collided directly into his embrace. He was already running faster than her, and the impact nearly sent Yue Jitong tumbling backward. A pair of strong hands caught her at the small of her back, pulling her back to her feet. Once steady, she felt a sharp pain in her chest from the collision, tears welling in her eyes from the discomfort. She gasped for breath, her eyes and nose flushed a deep crimson, looking quite pitiful. Mo Xilou paused, taken aback. Was it really necessary to react this way to a mere collision? He released her, taking a step back to create distance. While he scrutinized her slightly parted lips as she breathed heavily, his throat subtly bobbing. Why did you run into me? Mo Xilou took the initiative to cast blame. Yue Jitong's eyes widened in disbelief. What nonsense was he uttering? Who collided with whom? You were not the one who crashed into me? She mustered the courage to question. Clearly, you didn't know how to dodge, Mo Xilou countered, deliberately twisting the truth. If you were running in the same direction as me, how could you possibly collide with me? Yue Jitong stared at him in shock, never expecting Mo Xilou to exhibit such shamelessness. His ability to distort the truth left her speechless. Struggling to articulate a rebuttal, she simply glared at him with wide eyes. In order to prevent you from colliding with me again, you must now run behind me in the same direction. Observing her indignant glare, Mo Xilou raised an eyebrow, suppressing a slight smile as he made his unreasonable demand. Yue Jitong pursed her lips, too weary to argue with him, and silently changed her direction to follow behind him. Unsure of what madness he was up to today, Mo Xilou resumed his run, hearing the slow footsteps behind him. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly before he returned to his impassive demeanor, deliberately slowing his pace, no longer racing like the wind. After completing another 3 laps, noticing the silence behind him, Mo Xilou turned around and discovered that Yue Jitong had not followed him. She stood still, bent over with her hands resting on her knees. He ran back to her. "What's wrong?" Yue Jitong raised her gaze, her face flushed, tears glistening in her eyes. "I can't run anymore. Let us stop here for today." Mo Xilou's attention was once again drawn to her slightly parted lips, and he felt his throat constrict. Why was it that every time he saw her, an uncontrollable urge to kiss her overwhelmed him, to seize her by the neck and kiss her fiercely? It felt as though he were under some enchantment. He genuinely suspected that Yue Jitong had cast a spell on him, struggling to suppress his feelings. Mo Xilou unleashed a wave of merciless mockery. "TSK, you can't run anymore? Your body is so weak, utterly useless." His expression was one of disdain. Yue Jitong clenched her fists, feeling an impulse to strike him. Had Mo Xilou been possessed by someone else? How had she never noticed how venomous his words could be? No, she realized, she hadn't spoken to him much before. Yue Jitong chose not to engage with him. After all, she was the one at fault in this lifetime. "I'm going to eat. Are you coming?" He stared at her lips as they moved, lowered his gaze, contemplated for a few seconds, and replied nonchalantly. Chapter 16. Kissing her madly, Yue Jitong adjusted her backpack and strode ahead, still catching her breath after a recent run. And Mo Xilou, with his hands tucked into his pockets, followed at a measured pace, his gaze fixated on her swinging ponytail. In a fleeting moment, the graceful figure before him melded with the memory of the girl in her school uniform from years past. Back in high school, he had trailed her countless times, his eyes dancing with the rhythm of her hair. Ah, high school, how long ago it seems. His body may still be youthful, yet his heart feels utterly decayed. But how is it that Yue Jitong remains unchanged? She is still as she was, young, beautiful, and alluring, like a specter capable of ensnaring anyone's heart with a mere glance. Even now, as they pass by fellow students, both seniors and juniors alike, they can't help but steal glances at her. Why is it that he alone feels the weight of aging? Why is he the only one bruised by love? Or why does he have to feel this way? Frustration welled within him, and Mo Xilou suddenly darkened his expression, quickening his long strides to overtake Yue Jitong, moving ahead of her. He refused to remain a mere observer of her silhouette. It was time for him to look forward. Yue Jitong lifted her gaze, observing the man who had hastened his pace, uncertain if it was merely her imagination. In his figure, she seemed to detect a flicker of anger. Was he upset again? Her beautiful eyes reflected a hint of confusion. Could her simple act of walking provoke him? Was it because he disliked anyone being in front of him? She silently resolved to let him lead in the future. From the recently traversed track to the classroom building, they needed to cross a pebbled path, flanked by maple trees. The path was adorned with the vibrant hues of autumn, yellow, red, and orange leaves drifting lazily to the ground, carpeting the way. Standing at the entrance, she gazed inward at the winding path, the fiery autumn leaves, wooden benches, the distinct branches of the trees, the azure sky, and the classroom building at the path's end. This was the unique beauty belonging to autumn at X University. Amidst this picturesque landscape, 2 figures moved. Yue Jitong followed closely behind, casually counting the pebbles beneath her feet. As Mo Xilou walked, he sensed her distance by the sound of her footsteps behind him. Once, he had observed her from behind. Now, he thought it was time for her to truly see his back as well. With a hint of petulance, he slowed his pace, allowing her to catch up. Unable to resist, he glanced back, only to find her head bowed, kicking at the pebbles beneath her feet, completely oblivious to him. She wasn't even looking at him. Indeed, her professed affection seemed insincere. When one truly loves another, their gaze would never stray, not when that person is present. How could he know? Because he was that person. In moments when Yue Jitong was near, his attention had never wavered elsewhere. It became painfully clear that her feelings for him were far less profound than he had hoped. The calmness of his heart, once restored, began to churn with tumult once again. Mo Xilou suddenly halted, turning his back to the person behind him. Yue Jitong, oblivious to his stop, continued onward, colliding with his back. Her chest, having developed impressively, bore the brunt of the impact from earlier that morning, and unexpectedly, within the span of an hour, she found herself crashing into him once more. Stepping back, she could not suppress a pained gasp. Mo Xilou turned around, his expression inscrutable as he gazed at her. His lips pressed into a straight line. Yue Jitong took a couple of breaths, gradually regaining her composure, casting him a resentful glance. "Why did you stop so suddenly?" Her eyes were captivating, with a naturally alluring arch, evoking an irresistible charm that instantly quelled the anger and resentment within Mo Xilou. He fixated on her glistening eyes, the tender blush of her lips, and took a step closer to her. Yue Jitong blinked, her grip on her backpack tightening. Feeling a shiver run down her spine under his gaze, instinctively retreating a step. Had she inadvertently provoked him? In the blink of an eye, Mo Xilou halted a mere 10 centimeters away, suddenly wrapping his arm around her waist, concealed beneath her loose sweatshirt, pulling her forcefully into his embrace. Startled, Yue Jitong placed her hands against his chest, meeting his wolf-like dark gaze, her eyelashes fluttering nervously as she stammered, "What's wrong?" A gentle autumn breeze stirred, sending a yellow leaf drifting down from the branches, landing softly beside her ear. Mo Xilou, with one arm around her waist, reached to pluck the leaf from her hair, his long fingers delicately pinching its stem, blowing gently to send it spiraling to the ground. "What do you think is wrong?" he murmured, leaning closer, his voice low and husky. Yue Jitong blinked innocently, utterly bewildered. She found it increasingly difficult to decipher Mo Xilou. His mood seemed utterly unpredictable. She had no idea what she had done to displease him. Gazing at his lips, which were so near, she recalled Su Qing's words. Would a kiss make him less angry? This time, without him needing to prompt her, she took the initiative. Feeling a surge of warmth, Yue Jitong unexpectedly rose on her toes and pressed her lips against his, gripping his clothing tightly, trembling with nervousness. He bore a faint scent of soap, mingled with a hint of mint and a sharp, woody aroma. With her eyes shut, her lashes quivered, her entire being vibrating with the seriousness of the kiss. She had no experience in kissing, merely pecking at his lips awkwardly. Caught off guard by her sudden action, Mo Xilou's dark pupils widened, a vortex of desire swirling within his gaze. His lips tingled, his heart racing as if struck by lightning. He froze for a moment, but then regained his senses, swiftly grasping the back of her head, pulling her waist closer and pushing her back until they were hidden behind a sturdy tree. In an instant his mind went blank, rationality vanished, and he fervently captured her delicate lips, drinking in her sweetness. It felt as if something within him was yearning to break free, tingling, as if ready to sprout. Her lips were sweet, reminiscent of lychee. Mo Xilou pried open her mouth, skillfully intertwining with her, their lips and teeth dancing in a fervent embrace. After a lengthy kiss that lasted 20 minutes, he finally relinquished his hold, burying his head in the crook of her shoulder as his rapid breaths cascaded against her skin. Yue Jitong leaned against the tree trunk, her mind clouded and feeling somewhat breathless, the haze in her eyes gradually dissipating as clarity returned, leaving her cheeks flushed. She raised her hand to touch her lips, feeling a slight sting. Would they swell? His kiss had been fervent, marking both her first kiss and perhaps his. He had held her for so long. Lowering her head to compose herself, she glanced at the time and realized breakfast was no longer an option. Gently nudging the person still resting against her shoulder, she whispered, "It's time for me to go to class." Mo Xilou lifted his head and released her, his expression returning to normalcy. He kindly adjusted her misaligned collar, as if nothing had transpired, and replied nonchalantly, "Go ahead." "Goodbye." Yue Jitong tidied her clothes and calmly bid farewell, hurrying off to class, her hurried footsteps betraying her inner turmoil. As he watched her silhouette fade, Mo Xilou instinctively smiled, though the grin abruptly faltered, a twinge of regret washing over him for having lost control moments before. In the early morning lecture, Yue Jitong was distracted, Her thoughts adrift when Zheng Yinyin poked her with a pen, whispering, "Tong, the teacher is calling you." She snapped back to reality, her eyes darting as she quickly stood to respond. Fortunately, she managed to multitask and absorb some of the lecture. When she sat down again, she exhaled with relief. Zheng Yinyin inquired softly, "What is wrong with you today? You seem a bit off." Yue Jitong felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her as she replied quietly, "It's nothing." Her thoughts were consumed by the morning's kiss, her heart a flurry of emotions. Just the memory of his lips against hers made her cheeks flush. Zheng Yinyin, perceptive as ever, picked up on the signs. "Where did you rush off to this morning? Your face is so red." "Shoo," Yue Jitong replied conspiratorially, glancing around before whispering, "I went for a run, nothing else." Zheng Yinyin was unconvinced. "Who did you encounter while running?" Yue Jitong looked down, bashfully admitting, "Mo Xilou." Zheng Yinyin exclaimed, "I knew it. So what happened between you two?" We didn't do anything." "Then why are your cheeks so flushed? Did he kiss you?" Zheng Yinyin's intuition was uncanny, and Yue Jitong's eyes widened in surprise. "I guessed right, didn't I?" Zheng Yinyin discreetly pulled out her phone and immediately shared the news in their dormitory group chat, her burgeoning curiosity impossible to contain. "Yin, breaking news. Mo Dog couldn't resist making a move." Mo Dog was the nickname they had given Mo Xilou, as they collectively deemed him rather dog-like. As soon as the message was sent, replies flooded in, indicating that everyone was idly passing time. "What did Mo Dog do?" "Yin, he kissed Tong." "Hey Tong, what did he kiss you?" Yue Jitong opened her phone, feeling a wave of shyness wash over her. "Tong, let's not gossip and focus on class. I'll give you 50 cents for a detailed discussion." "Mun, I just woke up. What are you all talking about?" "Tong, Mun, don't you have class today?" "Man, none in the morning, but I have one in the afternoon." "So what are you discussing?" "Tong, it is of no consequence. Please continue your slumber." "Tong, Yin, do hurry to class. Let us converse in detail upon our return to the dormitory this evening." Yue Jitong spent her day in a state of distraction, frequently glancing at her phone, yet the anticipated message never arrived. Today, he had kissed her. Did that not imply he still harbored feelings for her? Had he truly forgiven her? Did their current status signify a rekindling of their relationship? The entire day passed without a word or message from Mo Xilou. Was there truly nothing he wished to convey? Overcome with longing, Yue Jitong could no longer restrain herself. She yearned to engage in conversation with him. Thus, she took the initiative to send a message. "Let's talk. I will be waiting by the ginkgo grove." At 9 o'clock in the evening, the night enveloped the campus in darkness, with the streetlights casting a faint, warm glow. Mo Xilou did not respond to her message. Yue Jitong remained as promised on the bench at the entrance of the ginkgo grove, resolved to wait until 10 o'clock before departing, regardless of whether he would arrive. The grove, with its scant lighting, provided an ideal setting for romantic rendezvous, and after 30 minutes of waiting, she observed couples hand in hand entering and exiting, until at last, she spotted the silhouette of Mo Xilou. Chapter 17. The Underground Lover? The unequal treaty of the Mo family. Mo Xilou, clad in a dark coat, approached leisurely with his hands tucked in his pockets, the streetlight behind him casting an elongated shadow. Yue Jitong sat on a bench, the evening breeze cool against her skin, feeling slightly chilly in her coat as she wrapped her arms around herself, quietly observing him. Occasionally, couples passing by cast glances in their direction. Mo Xilou halted before her, his expression obscured in the dim light. He gestured with his eyes, signaling her to venture into the ginkgo grove. Yue Jitong paused for a moment, rising to face him. She whispered, "Are we going in there? There are couples everywhere." "And so?" Mo Xilou raised an eyebrow, responding with a nonchalant question. Yue Jitong lowered her gaze in silence and followed him. She obediently trailed behind him, maintaining a modest distance, her eyes fixed ahead, too shy to glance around. As the sounds around her ignited a blush and a racing heart. Her head bowed low, she felt too embarrassed to look up. After a while, Mo Xilou settled onto a bench beside a ginkgo tree. Yue Jitong followed suit, sitting next to him. They found themselves in a corner devoid of streetlight, enveloped in darkness, where Yue Jitong could barely discern his face, illuminated only by the moonlight and scattered starlight. What would you like to discuss? His voice was cold and devoid of any emotion. Yue Jitong bit her lip, her hands nervously twisting together as she hesitantly murmured, "You kiss me today? Do you still like me?" The air fell silent for a few seconds. Suddenly, his scoff broke the stillness, laced with a hint of disdain. He leaned closer, fingers curling under her delicate chin, drawing near. At last, Yue Jitong could clearly perceive his expression. His lips curled into a mocking smile, his eyes brimming with derision. "Do you think kissing you means I like you?" he said in a frivolous tone, his hand that held her chin now caressing her face, his words cutting deep. "You're so beautiful. Who wouldn't want to kiss you? If it's offered up, what man would refuse?" After uttering this, he planted a kiss on her cheek, the teasing evident in his demeanor. "You." Even the most composed individual would feel angered by such blatant teasing. Yue Jitong's eyes widened. She inhaled sharply, suppressing the urge to slap him. Mo Xilou released her, clicking his tongue, leaning against the tree trunk, the corners of his mouth curling slightly. "If you're unwilling, you can always leave and keep your distance from me." The moonlight spread its cold glow, a beam illuminating her profile, rendering her ethereal, her hair shimmering like silver. Yue Jitong lowered her eyelids, her silence lingering for 10 seconds before suddenly declaring, "I am willing." Mo Xilou was taken aback, his lips pressing together as he straightened his posture. "I'm merely playing with you. And you're willing?" "I am willing." She raised her gaze to meet his, her tone resolute, her expression earnest. Mo Xilou's playful demeanor faded, his eyes shifting, his expression inscrutable. After a few moments of silence, a smile crept upon his face. "Since you wish to play with me, I suppose it can be arranged." In an instant, he wrapped his arm around her waist, pulling her into his embrace, cradling her head before kissing her. Yue Jitong was taken aback, instinctively wrapping her arms around his neck as she passively endured his fervent kisses. It was not until his hand slipped beneath the hem of her garment, the icy touch causing her to shudder, that she realized the gravity of the situation. The chill continued its ascent, aiming directly at her chest. With wide eyes, Yue Jitong hurriedly pressed down on his hand, desperate to halt its upward trajectory. "No," she insisted. Mo Xilou paused, releasing her and withdrawing his hand, a frown etched upon his brow. Flushed with embarrassment, Yue Jitong stammered, "But we are still outside." Mo Xilou chuckled lightly, choosing not to press the matter further. "Very well," he said, releasing her and rising to his feet. "Very well. What does that mean?" Yue Jitong stood up, hastily grasping his sleeve. "What? Where are we now?" He turned to her, his gaze fixed upon her flushed cheeks, his voice cold and unyielding. "We are merely indulging in a fleeting amusement. Do not take it too seriously. Or perhaps you would prefer to be my clandestine lover." Yue Jitong's eyes widened in disbelief. He suggested she be his secret affair? Did he think so little of her? Her astonishment rendered her somewhat adorably naive. Mo Xilou leaned in, planting another kiss on her cheek and whispering softly in her ear, "What is wrong? Are you unwilling? Did you not claim to have feelings for me?" Grinding her teeth, she relented. "Fine. If I must be a clandestine lover, then so be it. There will surely come a day when I can be more." Mo Xilou was momentarily taken aback. He had merely uttered those words in jest, yet her agreement was unexpected. He promptly established a few rules. First, our relationship must remain confidential. In public, others should perceive you as pursuing me. Second, always remember that this is just a game. I retain the right to be with anyone else, while you may only be with me until this relationship concludes. Third, you must be at my beck and call, fulfilling the duties of a girlfriend, while I bear no responsibilities as a boyfriend. Yue Jitong, I offer you a chance to reconsider. These 3 stipulations were more unequal than a lopsided treaty. Yue Jitong dubbed it the MO protocol. Reflecting on it, she found the first 2 rules tolerable, attributing it to the cycle of karma, her retribution. However, the 3rd rule, regarding the obligations of a girlfriend, "What duties must I fulfill?" she inquired. Mo Xilou pondered for a moment before vaguely stating, "At any time, should I wish to be intimate with you, you cannot refuse." Yue Jitong hesitated, her eyes betraying her inner conflict. "If you cannot accept this, then keep your distance and do not appear before me again." He began to turn away. Instantly, Yue Jitong grasped his arm. "I accept." She clenched her teeth, acquiescing to the exceedingly inequitable Mo protocol. With his back to her, Mo Xilou allowed a faint smile to grace his lips. As he turned, he suppressed the smile, adopting a nonchalant demeanor, adding, "The obligations also include taking care of my daily needs and obeying my commands." "Fine." Yue Jitong gritted her teeth, unwilling to let this minor detail deter her. Observing her pouty expression, Mo Xilou chuckled softly. "Come, take me home." "Huh?" Yue Jitong looked up, confused. "Shouldn't you be the one taking me? Isn't it unusual for a girl to escort a boy?" "Ah, understand your identity," Mo Xilou remarked, pinching her cheek. "All right." Beneath the boys' dormitory, the atmosphere was starkly devoid of life, a stark contrast to the bustling girls' dormitory below, save for the two unconventional lovers in their midst. "I've arrived. I shall take my leave." Mo Xilou coughed lightly. "Have you forgotten something?" Yue Jitong blinked at him, puzzled. He gestured towards the side of his face. Understanding dawned upon her. She stepped closer, surveyed the surroundings, and upon confirming the absence of onlookers, swiftly rose on tiptoe to plant a gentle kiss on his cheek, a fleeting touch reminiscent of a dragonfly skimming over water. After the kiss, she hastily retreated. Mo Xilou remained rooted to the spot until her silhouette vanished completely before he turned to head back, his spirits lifted. With a smile gracing his lips, he entered the dormitory where Fang Mingzhi and Gu Yunqi exchanged knowing glances. In unison, they draped their arms around his shoulders and teasingly inquired, "Old Mo, what brings you such joy today? Share it with the brothers so we may rejoice as well." Instantly, Mo Xilou's expression hardened as he brushed their hands away. "Get lost. Go about your business." Fang Mingzhi shot a glance at Gu Yunqi, who then reattached his arm around Mo Xilou's shoulder, undeterred. "Come on, old Mo, don't be stingy. Share your secret with us. Is it related to Yue Jitong? I heard some gossip from Suqingha." Mo Xilou, indeed, was stubborn, having previously sworn off any further dealings with Yue Jitong. Yet here he was, not long after. Mo Xilou cast a cool glance in his direction, remaining silent, which sent a chill down Gu Yunqi's spine. He instinctively leaned back, creating distance. "If you want to speak, then at least don't look so ominous." Mo Xilou retreated to take a shower. Fang Mingzhi and Gu Yunqi began to whisper behind him. Fang Mingzhi remarked, "You must have lost. I told you he wouldn't last 3 days." Gu Yunqi countered, "No way. It's clearly been over a week." Fang Mingzhi declared, "In any case, it's your turn to clean the dorm." Gu Yunqi protested, "No, that can't be counted as my loss. We'll split it." Suddenly, Fang Mingzhi lunged at him, declaring, "Come on, let us duel. The loser cleans." "Hey, you sneak attacked." Gu Yunqi retorted defiantly, retaliating. By the time Mo Xilou finished his shower and emerged, the two were still engaged in a playful scuffle, nearly twisted together like a pretzel. "Enough. Turn off the lights and go to sleep." At the sound of the command, they finally released each other, each conceding a little ground. Meanwhile, in the girls' dormitory, Yue Jitong felt the weight of her thoughts pressing down on her. She longed to confide in her roommates, but recalled the first article of the Mo family's unequal treaty. She must not disclose their relationship to anyone. The flame of her desire to share extinguished. Clutching a large pile of dirty laundry, she made her way to the laundry room. Just as she finished washing and was about to step outside with the basin, 2 girls collided with her. The force was too strong, causing the basin to slip from her hands and the freshly cleaned clothes to scatter across the floor. Chapter 18. It wasn't intentional. You wouldn't blame us, would you? 2 girls who had bumped into her stood to the side, cradling a basin in their arms. "I'm terribly sorry for accidentally colliding with you," the short-haired girl expressed, her tone earnest and seemingly filled with sincerity. The other girl with long hair chimed in with a smile, "Apologies. We didn't mean to. And you wouldn't hold it against us, would you? Look at what we are carrying. We simply cannot assist in picking it up, so you'll have to do it yourself." As Yue Jitong observed her freshly washed clothes strewn across the ground, now soiled once more, her brow furrowed slightly, discomfort creeping into her heart. Yet, since both had offered their apologies, she felt it inappropriate to dwell on the matter. "It's nothing," she replied with a neutral expression, bending down to retrieve her belongings. However, the 2 girls stepped over her clothes. Yue Jitong paused, her fingers halting mid-motion. her delicate features growing cold as she met their mocking gazes, realizing they might be intentionally provoking her. Had she ever wronged them? These two were roommates of Rue, aligned against her, and had long harbored disdain for Yue Jitong. Today, they had seized the opportunity to confront her. "Pick it up," Yue Jitong stated icily as she stood upright. The long-haired girl took a step back, feigning innocence. "I apologize, classmate. We were carrying things and didn't see our feet. It was unintentional. You can pick it up yourself." The short-haired girl chimed in. "We are all fellow students. Surely you wouldn't be so petty as to hold on to this trivial matter. We have already apologized, so why must you persist?" Their words flowed seamlessly, a well-rehearsed performance, drawing the attention of many passers-by. They first established that their actions were unintentional and expressed sincere apologies, implying that should Yue Jitong choose to pursue this matter, it would reflect poorly on her character as someone petty and unforgiving. As adults, it seemed unseemly to escalate to conflict over such trivialities. Yue Jitong, not particularly articulate, felt her lips quiver, a surge of frustration welling within her. She longed to retort, but found herself at a loss for words. The two girls looked at her with a challenge in their eyes, confident that she would not continue to press the issue. If she were to make a fuss over such a minor incident, they would surely turn her into a laughingstock on campus. The title already forming in their minds: the cold-faced girl from the computer science department, unforgiving in her grievances. Yue Jitong inhaled deeply, sensing an increasing number of eyes upon her, some curious, others merely spectating. It felt as though her skin was prickling with discomfort. She despised the spotlight and wished to escape the scrutiny, bending down to gather her clothes. Suddenly, a hand obstructed her. Looking up, she saw Su Qinghe. With hands on her hips, Su Qinghe unleashed a torrent of reprimands towards the two girls. "Did your mothers teach you nothing about manners? You collide with someone's belongings and don't even consider picking them up? A mere flippant apology is not sufficient. I suspect your actions were intentional." The two girls were taken aback, their faces flushing crimson as they hastily retorted, "It was just an accidental bump. Must you be so aggressive? Why resort to such harsh words?" Su Qinghe had long been aware of the true nature of those two. They resided next door and were in the same department as her. Their camaraderie with Rue was evident, and it was no secret that Rue harbored feelings for Mo Xilou. On several occasions, Su Qinghe had caught Rue indulging in acts of flattery towards Mo Xilou. While she might entertain the notion that others could dismiss it as accidental, she was unequivocally certain that these two were being intentionally provocative. Su Qing, known for her fiery temperament and disdain for seeing her own mistreated, was not one to engage in idle chatter. Without hesitation, she seized the bowls from their hands and hurled them to the ground. Towels, toothbrushes, rinsing cups, freshly washed lingerie, and other items scattered chaotically across the floor. Su Qinghe even stepped on two of the towels, a playful smile gracing her lips as she said, "My apologies, it was not my intention. You may pick up your things." The two girls, now furious, glared at Su Qinghe, their smiles having been replaced by indignation. However, Su Qinghe returned their gaze with an intimidating glare of her own. The girl with long hair had reddened eyes, wanting to say something but was restrained by her short-haired companion. After all, Su Qinghe came from a well-off family and was not one to provoke lightly. She was also the minister of the External Relations Department and was rumored to be running for the position of Student Council President this semester. The two girls chose to swallow their anger, hastily gathering their belongings before departing. Su Qinghe crouched down to assist Yue Jitong in collecting the scattered items, washing them once more. Upon returning to their dormitory, after Yue Jitong had hung up the clothes, she looked at Su Qinghe with sparkling eyes. It was exhilarating to witness someone else's misfortune, if only she possessed Su Qinghe's eloquence. As Su Qinghe prepared to change in her pajamas and had just removed her top, she opened her eyes to find herself staring into a pair of remarkably bright eyes. Startled, she thought, "Please, don't look at me like that. I'm a woman, and my interests lie with men." Shuiman and Zheng Yanyan approached with their curious eyes wide open, asking what had transpired. Yue Jitong recounted the earlier incident, and Su Qinghe became the focus of 6 sparkling gazes. "Oh, it was merely a trivial matter. Don't look at me like that. It's quite late, and you're shining like light bulbs. It's a bit intimidating." Su Qinghe applied a facial mask, initiating her nightly skincare routine. Zheng Yanyan exclaimed, Sister He, you are magnificent. Shuiman echoed, Sister He, you are magnificent. Yue Jitong joined in, Sister He, you are magnificent. Su Qinghe felt a bit bashful, the corners of her lips curling into a smile as her mood lifted. All right, let us keep it low-key. Su Qing Vimak, I believe this whole affair is Mo Xilou's fault. He has attracted these troublesome admirers. Those two girls are roommates of Mo Xilou's suitors. Yue Jitong was taken aback, realizing it was indeed due to Mo Xilou. So, a girl living next door also had feelings for him? How could she be the only one unaware of such common knowledge? Was her attention towards Mo Xilou truly insufficient? Zheng Yanyan chimed in, I knew it. Our Jitong rarely talks to others. How could she offend anyone? It must be because of Mo Xilou. Shuiman added, that charade next door is from our year and frequently seeks Mo Xilou's attention. Being in the same class as Mo Xilou, Shuiman had even more insight into the situation. Last year's Qixi festival, Shiru publicly gifted Mo Xilou a scarf she had woven herself, only to be outright rejected. Zheng Yanyan remarked, it was the right decision to refuse. With us Tong here, what place does Shira have? Just look at her appearance, bland and unremarkable. She doesn't even measure up to a tenth of our Tong. A flicker crossed Yue Jitong's eyes. What had she been doing last Qixi? She had forgotten, as time had slipped away. Yet, she silently noted the act of weaving a scarf in her heart. Throughout her life, Mo Xilou had showered her with countless gifts, yet it seemed she had never reciprocated. Reflecting on this, her declarations of affection appeared to be mere words, devoid of any tangible action. No wonder he always seemed skeptical. Meanwhile, in the adjacent room, a group of girls were engaged in a similar exchange. The long-haired girl and the short-haired girl returned to their dorm, slamming down a basin in frustration, and began to vent about Shiru. Rue, you have no idea how outrageous Su Qinghe is. She is so arrogant just because her family has some money. What is with all the anger? Shiru asked, as she laid out her yoga mat and began her practice. Although not exceptionally beautiful, she believed that with dedication to her physique and a careful choice of makeup and attire, she could easily outshine Yue Jitong. We just want to stand up for you, especially since that poker-faced girl keeps trying to attract Mo Xilou's attention. But then Su Qinghe suddenly meddled. You have no idea how conceited she is. I can't fathom what gives her such confidence. Shiru paused, retracting her legs and sitting up. Are you talking about Su Qinghe? Yes, Rue. I heard she is running for the student council president of our college this year. We're quite wary of crossing her. The short-haired girl clenched her teeth as she washed her undergarments. The long-haired girl, not knowing much about Su Qinghe, asked, is her family really wealthy? Shiru responded while continuing her yoga, yes, they're quite affluent. My father once tried to discuss a collaboration with the Su family, and it took several connections to even get through. However, her tone trailed off. The two girls, piqued by curiosity, turned to her. However, her father has a plethora of mistresses and reportedly several illegitimate children outside, and her mother isn't quite right mentally. Upon hearing this, the girls exchanged mischievous smiles, pondering the uncertainty surrounding her family's fortune. Shiru's gaze flickered as her thoughts turned to the upcoming college basketball match. What should she wear to catch Mo Xilou's eye? How beautiful must she be to warrant even a glance from him? Despite her proactive approach, why wouldn't Mo Xilou grant her a chance? She couldn't understand what allure Yue Jitong possessed beyond her looks. Frustration welled up within Shiru, a sense of unfairness gnawing at her. Meanwhile, Yue Jitong lay on her bed, searching for tutorials on how to weave a scarf. She wished to create something special for him. Just before sleep, she received a message from Mo Xilou. After all this time, he had finally taken the initiative to reach out to her. The message was succinct. Tomorrow at 7:40 a.m., buy me breakfast and bring it to the dormitory. She replied, okay. There it was. She had now become his errand runner, who persuaded her to consent to the unequal treaty of Mo. Chapter 19. Longing unfulfilled, love unattainable, advancing in trepidation, retreating in discomfort today. Yue Jitong did not have an early class at 8, but she rose early to procure breakfast for Mo Xilou, taking the opportunity to jog for half an hour. At 7:30, she stood beneath the boys' dormitory, clutching a steaming bag of buns and soy milk, waiting for him, dressed in a simple black sports outfit and white sneakers. Her hair, casually tied in a ponytail, she embodied understated elegance. The majority of her wardrobe consisted of black, white, and gray, with a few purple pieces interspersed. Her social anxiety compelled her to avoid attention, opting for modest styles and subtle hues. Despite this, her presence at the boys' dormitory was undeniably striking. As male students hurried out for their early class, they were momentarily captivated by the sight of such a serene and beautiful girl, their eyes widening in surprise, causing them to slow their pace for a fleeting moment. Yue Jitong maintained a stern expression, her expressive eyes seemingly encased in ice, emanating an aura of chilliness that discouraged approach, exhibiting an air of aloofness. The new students, unfamiliar with her, contemplated approaching for contact information, but hesitated upon witnessing her frosty demeanor. The more they scrutinized her, the more uncomfortable she felt, her expression growing colder. She furrowed her brow, glancing toward the entrance of the dormitory. Why hadn't Mo Xilou emerged yet? Just then, Mo Xilou appeared alongside Fang Mingzhi and Gu Yunqi. Yue Jitong's eyes brightened, the icy veneer melting away as she waved at Mo Xilou, though she remained silent. He strode over, accepting the items from her hands with a nonchalant expression. Sensing the gazes around them, he reached up to affectionately ruffle her hair, remarking on her good behavior before stating he had to go to class. Yue Jitong nodded in acknowledgement. This scene left the surrounding boys momentarily stunned, envy flickering in their eyes. Fang Mingzhi and Gu Yunqi exchanged astonished glances. "Old Fang, what is going on? Am I still asleep?" Gu Yunqi exaggeratedly rubbed his eyes. Fang Mingzhi shook his head, sighing, "This world is becoming increasingly incomprehensible to me." The two hastily caught up with Mo Xilou, flanking him on either side and beginning to interrogate him. "Hey, old Mo, when did you manage to win over Yue Jitong without informing us? That's quite inconsiderate." Mo Xilou shrugged them off, his expression slightly proud. "I'm not with her. She is pursuing me, and I haven't agreed yet." Fang Mingzhi and Gu Yunqi exchanged knowing glances, recognizing his reluctance to divulge more, and decided to let him be as they hurried off to class. They collectively felt that old Mo had recently returned to a semblance of normalcy, exhibiting humanity once more. In the initial days of the semester, he had seemed like a frigid automaton, but now he was animated, capable of conversation and laughter. After delivering the breakfast, Yue Jitong intended to return to her dormitory for a while. She had no classes in the morning, with her schedule concentrated in the afternoon and evening. As she walked up to the 5th floor, just as she reached the entrance of her dormitory, the adjacent door swung open, revealing Shi Rui, who paused upon seeing Yue Jitong, her gaze assessing. Yue Jitong scrutinized her for a few seconds, feeling a sense of familiarity. Suddenly, she recalled that the girl was the one who had delivered water previously. Lacking interest in conversing, Yue Jitong sensed the hostility in the other's gaze and chose to disregard it, pushing the door open and stepping inside. There was an element of evasion in her actions. She had always harbored a fear of facing confrontations directly. Otherwise, she would not have endured Yulanxin for so many years in her previous life. The mere thought of Yulanxin made her hands itch. Were it not for the overwhelming disdain, she rarely resorted to physical altercations. Striking Yulanxin marked the first eruption of pent-up emotions across her past and present lives. Shi Rui glanced down at her attire for the day, a pale pink doll-collared princess dress paired with white lace leggings, petite leather shoes, and a side braid adorned with a sparkling hairpin. She was embracing a cute aesthetic. On her way, she inquired of her two roommates, "Who do you think dresses better, me or Yue Jitong?" Her roommates, who often lavished her with compliments, readily replied, "Of course, it's you. Yue Jitong is just a bumpkin, wearing such hideous outfits every day, completely wasting her pretty face." Upon hearing this, a smile danced at the corners of Shi Rui's lips, but it suddenly faded with the last remark. Remembering her class next door in Moshi building lifted her spirits once more. After class, Mo Xilou emerged with long strides when a girl abruptly blocked his path. He lifted his eyelids slightly, his gaze devoid of warmth, and spoke in a frigid tone. "Do you need something?" "Shihui." biting her lip nervously and flushed in the face, thrust a card into his embrace before turning and fleeing. Gu Yunqi, draping his arm around Mo Xilou's neck, sparkled with curiosity. Old Mo, what was that? Mo Xilou frowned and opened the card, revealing the words. The first confession letter to Mo Xilou. The rest was densely packed with writing. Lacking interest in reading further, he carelessly tossed it into the trash bin. Gu Yunqi clicked his tongue with so many words. That girl must have spent quite some time writing it. At least take a glance. Mo Xilou cast him a cool glance. If you wish to see it, retrieve it from the trash. It was intended for you. I have no need for it. TSK. Would you care if it were from Yue Jitong? Mo Xilou's footsteps faltered momentarily before he regained his composure. Yue Jitong would never engage in such trivial pursuits. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a diary he had once stumbled upon flashed through his memory, subtly detailing her intricate feelings for others. Perhaps she simply would not act in such a manner towards him. Mo Xilou's demeanor grew noticeably colder, the atmosphere around him shifting to a tangible heaviness, revealing his discernible disappointment intertwined with an emotion that eluded understanding. Gu Yunqi scratched the back of his head. Why is old Mo so unpredictable? More enigmatic than any girlfriend he's had. For 3 consecutive days, Mo Xilou encountered Rue in various locations. At the supermarket, outside the teaching building, and near the dormitory entrance. Each time, Rue would hurriedly slip a letter into his arms before dashing away. The second love letter to Mo Xilou, the third love letter to Mo Xilou. Gu Yunqi seized the letters, perused them, and let out a soft click of his tongue, noting the girl's commendable writing style. After finishing, he handed them to Mo Xilou. Hey, old Mo, care to take a look? Throw it away. Mo Xilou coldly rejected. He pulled out his phone and noticed that for 3 consecutive days, he had not contacted Yue Jitong, who, surprisingly, had not sent him a single message. A cold smile escaped his lips, a mix of irritation and unease brewing within him. Gu Yunqi observed him and casually tossed the love letter into the trash. What is up with you, my young master? Why the sudden change of heart? Never mind, let's go. Mo Xilou himself was unaware of the turmoil within, struggling to control his emotions. In stark contrast to Shiru's ardent pursuit, he felt acutely that Yue Jitong's affections were far less fervent. Mo Xilou's heart twisted in turmoil. He had vowed never to tread the same path again, to distance himself from Yue Jitong. Yet, her declaration of love ignited a flicker of hope within him, shaking the resolve he thought was unyielding. Perhaps the wounds of his past were too deep, leaving behind an instinctive response that made it hard for him to trust her genuine affection. Yet, he secretly yearned for her feelings to be true. Thus, he found himself fervently wishing for her to provide proof of her affection, to demonstrate that her love for him was sincere. However, Yue Jitong remained anything but proactive. She merely cast a line, igniting a glimmer of anticipation before vanishing, leaving no trace of genuine interest. Her warmth was inconsistent, and he hesitated to reach out, fearing the vulnerability of exposing his heart once more, only to face another humiliating defeat. What if Yue Jitong truly did not care for him? Would he not become a laughingstock once again? He was caught in a relentless conflict, yearning for her love while dreading the pain it might bring. He was unwilling to take the first step forward, yet could not bear to retreat, trapped in a torturous limbo of longing and despair. He craved her unambiguous, passionate love to provide him with a sense of security, yet her affections flowed like a tranquil stream, slow and gentle. He indulged in the fleeting sweetness she occasionally offered, yet constantly reminded himself not to succumb to it. At times, he felt clarity, while at others, he was engulfed in confusion. The struggle within him was palpable. He questioned whether Yue Jitong could truly distinguish between guilt and love. Mo Xilou endured this inner turmoil, remaining silent throughout the day, his mood so low that even Gu Yunqi dared not approach him. Meanwhile, Yue Jitong was oblivious to his complex feelings. She was utterly exhausted, her back aching from strain. For the past few days, whenever she was free from classes, she spent her time distributing flyers, standing for hours on end, returning home each night utterly spent. Financially strained, she found herself in a predicament when her card was declined at their last meal. leaving her balance insufficient for even a single dish. Ultimately, it was Zheng Yinyin who treated her. Most university students shied away from such time-consuming and laborious part-time jobs that offered little compensation, and she was no exception. Positions for work-study programs at the school were already filled, leaving her with no options. She joined a tutoring group, only to find it a mere front for intermediaries, requiring a 200 yuan information fee before they would share potential clients' contacts. She possessed no more than 100 coins in total, so where could she possibly find 200? With no other option, she resorted to distributing flyers. Life must go on, sustenance must be secured, and survival maintained. The affluent master Mo, who had never known financial hardship, remained oblivious to the relentless struggles of a mere individual laboring for a few hundred coins. As Yue Jitong ascended to the third floor, intending to retreat to her dormitory for rest, a message from Mo Xilou arrived. Mo Xilou, Ginkgo Forest, the same place as before, awaiting your arrival. Yue Jitong paused, recalling that several days had elapsed since she last saw him. She turned on her heel, dragging her weary form to the rendezvous. The Ginkgo Forest remained as shadowy as ever, and she treaded upon the indistinct moonlight, searching for the location of their previous encounter. Mo Xilou sat upon the same bench as before, the moonlight conveniently avoiding him, casting only a delicate glow upon the branches. He was enveloped in shadow, his gaze cast downward. Yue Jitong discerned a hint of solitude about him. She approached quietly and softly called out, Mo Xilou. Suddenly, he extended his hand and pulled her towards him. Yue Jitong stumbled, falling into his embrace, instinctively wrapping her arms around his neck. He uttered no words, but a torrent of kisses descended upon her, holding her tightly as if to meld their very beings. Ah, gently now, do not bite. Chapter 20. Could it be that I sought you out because I miss you? Yue Jitong gently nudged him. His kiss was fervent, leaving her breathless. Mo Xilou's demeanor seemed somewhat off. Was he in a foul mood today? She was on the brink of suffocation. Mo Xilou, let me catch my breath. She pushed him away, resting her head against his chest, feeling weightless and devoid of strength. Mo Xilou's eyelids drooped slightly, remaining silent for a long while, his hand at her waist tightening gradually. He genuinely wished to inquire why she had not sent him a message, why she had not sought him out. Yet, he was reluctant to appear like a resentful lover, which would strip him of dignity, akin to a dog waiting for its master's affection, wagging its tail in eager anticipation. Clenching his fist, he suppressed the torrent of questions threatening to spill from his lips, ultimately settling on a mere whisper, Yue Jitong. She lifted her gaze to meet his deep, dark eyes, questioning his intent. He exuded a faint, delightful fragrance reminiscent of chilled watermelon soda on a summer day, refreshing and thirst-quenching. Yue Jitong leaned in slightly, certain he had applied cologne. It seemed he always bore this scent, a subtle hint of watermelon lingering throughout the seasons. It's nothing. Mo Xilou spoke, his voice low and somewhat heavy, as if murmuring. Unable to fathom his thoughts, she asked, Then why did you seek me out? Mo Xilou raised his gaze, now shimmering with starlit reflections. With his elegantly defined fingers, he lifted her chin, a smirk playing on his lips as he lightly scoffed. I sought you out, of course, because I have needs. I yearn for a kiss. Yue Jitong, have you forgotten our agreement? Could it be that I sought you out because I miss you? His teasing tone belied the sharpness of his words, piercing her heart with an uncomfortable sting. Though rooted in truth, it was difficult to bear. Yue Jitong released her hold around his neck, her body instinctively pulling away, her eyes, once vibrant, now dimmed. A heaviness settled in her chest, accompanied by an urge to retaliate. So, he only sought her when he had needs? What did he truly consider her? Fine. She owed him. She endured. After a long day, Yue Jitong appeared weary, murmuring softly, Have you been satisfied? Can I go now? Her eyelids felt heavy, a genuine desire to return to sleep overwhelming her. Mo Xilou pressed his lips downwards, a hint of impatience in his demeanor. What's the rush? Do you so desperately wish to be away from me? The last word rose slightly, laced with a touch of resentment. Yue Jitong bit her lip. No, I'm just a bit tired. She was merely fatigued, longing to lie down. Her health had not been robust, and the recent strain had pushed her to her limits. Meeting him had already been a struggle. Noticing her listless appearance, Mo Xilou lost interest in teasing her. His expression darkened, merging with the shadows around them. Was being with him always such an agonizing ordeal? He released her, his demeanor cool and indifferent. If you're tired, just go back. Yue Jitong stifled a yawn. Utterly exhausted, she rose to her feet, her legs a tad unsteady, and stumbled slightly. Mo Xilou extended a hand from behind her, only to retract it. What did it matter to her? In the girls' dormitory, Xue Man glanced at the clock. It was already 10:30. Where could Tong Tong be? Do you know where she has gone? She inquired while sending a message to Yue Jitong. Suqing shook her head, unsure. She seems to be quite busy lately. Zhang Yinyin peered out. I believe Tong is likely working a part-time job. Last time we had dinner, her meal card ran out of funds. It seems she is short on money, Xue Man remarked. It appears she has had a falling out with her family. While the three were conversing, Yue Jitong entered, dropped her belongings, and hurriedly climbed into bed. It felt incredibly comfortable. She was utterly drained. After a moment's contemplation, Xue Man spoke up. Tong Tong, if you're facing any difficulties, please let us know. I have some extra money that I can lend you. Zhang Yinyin added, although my living allowance is modest, 2,000 yuan a month, I can lend you 500 without issue. Coming from a humble background, Zhang Yinyin's parents ran a small shop while she engaged in minor business ventures. Among them, Su Qinghe was the wealthiest, followed by Xue Man, with Zhang Yinyin in third place. Su Qinghe interjected, there's no need for that. I have sufficient funds. Do not hesitate to ask if you encounter any troubles. Yue Jitong sat up, feeling quite touched, her large eyes shimmering like a tranquil lake. Thank you all. If I truly cannot afford meals, I will certainly let you know. She felt immensely fortunate to have encountered such wonderful roommates. In this new life, she discovered that her greatest treasure in university was meeting them, a group of sincere and endearing individuals. They hailed from various corners of the world, each possessing distinct personalities, yet united by the bond of their shared dormitory, embracing one another with warmth and understanding. Zhang Yinyin teased, Tong, do refrain from looking at men with such eyes. So watery and pitiful, even I, a woman, can hardly bear it. After some playful banter, they turned off the lights and drifted off to sleep. After earning 500 yuan by distributing flyers, Yue Jitong sought a new part-time job at a milk tea shop near the school, earning 20 yuan per hour. She busied herself with her studies and the pursuit of a livelihood, neglecting to reach out to Mo Xilou, who, in turn, had not contacted her either. Since their last discord, an unspoken barrier seemed to have formed between them. Mo Xilou awaited her to make the first move, while Yue Jitong remained hopeful that he would reach out to her. The words he had spoken still lingered in her mind, causing her some discomfort. He appeared to view her merely as an outlet for his desires. Thus, if she were to approach him, it would imply that she was fully aware of what would transpire and yet would willingly submit herself to it. Wouldn't that render her somewhat cheap? Each harbored their own thoughts. Hello, I would like 2 cups of lemon tea. A customer entered to place an order. Certainly. Please scan the code to place your order. As Yue Jitong operated the cash register, she glanced up and was momentarily taken aback. The customer was Li Qian. Standing beside him was Xue Man, who shyly bit her lip before beaming a smile. Hi, Tong Tong. Yue Jitong's expression suddenly darkened, her heart skipping a beat. She had been so occupied lately that she had hardly any time to pay attention to others. When had Xue Man and Li Qian grown so close? Her gaze shifted between the two of them, yet with her scant experience in romance, she could not discern whether they were indeed involved. Regardless of their status, she felt compelled to intervene. Li Qian was not merely an unsuitable match. He was a perilous one, the kind that could lead to disaster. The lemon tea was ready. Yue Jitong beckoned Xue Man aside and quietly inquired, Man, are you dating him? Xue Man's face flushed, and she quickly retorted, What nonsense. Li Qian just asked me for a small favor and insisted on treating me to a drink. Yue Jitong's eyes flickered. She suspected this was an elaborate scheme orchestrated by Li Qian. He must have concocted an excuse to deliberately approach Xue Man. After all, he could have sought assistance from anyone. Man, I'm about to finish work. Would you mind waiting for me a moment? I have something important to discuss with you. Yue Jitong grasped her arm, her eyes pleading. Xue Man glanced toward Li Qian, contemplating for a few seconds before nodding in agreement. This time, She chose to forsake the junior who had just become acquainted with her in favor of Yue Jitong. "I'll go speak with Li Qian," she said. Yue Jitong was unaware of what Xue Man and Li Qian discussed. She noticed Li Qian casting a glance in her direction, but his glasses obscured his expression. For a fleeting moment, Yue Jitong felt as though she were being scrutinized by a serpent. On the way back to the dormitory, Yue Jitong cut to the chase. Man, do you have feelings for Li Qian?" Xue Man hesitated, taken aback by the sudden inquiry. Yue Jitong stared down at the pebbles beneath her feet, her gaze neutral, and did not elaborate. The conversation shifted abruptly. "I recall you mentioning a childhood sweetheart from the architecture department. Are you referring to Zhao Zhen?" "Yes, that's the name." Yue Jitong remembered it well. In her past life, after Xue Man's demise, Zhao Zhen had been exceptionally furious. While rumors about Xue Man circulated wildly, he steadfastly believed that she was not the person they painted her to be. In his quest for vengeance, he had nearly beaten Li Qian to death, only to be taken to court and sentenced to 6 months in prison, ultimately graduating without a degree. Upon his release, Li Qian, now entangled with a wealthy woman, did not let Zhao Zhen off easily. With only a high school diploma and a criminal record, Zhao Zhen found it exceedingly difficult to secure employment. The few ordinary jobs he managed to obtain were sabotaged by Li Qian, leaving him no choice but to resort to collecting garbage for survival. What left a lasting impression on Yue Jitong was that, until her death, Zhao Zhen remained unmarried. He became somewhat renowned for his efforts in collecting garbage, dedicating all his earnings to support impoverished students in realizing their educational dreams, even earning recognition as an inspiring figure in China. She had seen him on television. With her gaze lowered and lost in thought, Yue Jitong formulated a plan in her mind. Compared to a scoundrel like Li Qian, Zhao Zhen was a far more suitable match for Xue Man. At the very least, Zhao Zhen's character had been proven. Even if he could not bring Xue Man happiness, he would not cause her harm. Chapter 21. A kiss here? Zhao Zhen is my neighbor, residing right next door. Why bring up Zhao Zhen all of a sudden? Xue Man felt somewhat puzzled. "So, how is your relationship with Zhao Zhen?" "Quite good, actually. My mother and her mother are fairly good friends, so we often played together during our childhood. As we grew older, our interactions diminished. However, it is quite a coincidence that we both enrolled in the same university." Xue Man spoke these words with an air of nonchalance. Yue Jitong could not decipher her feelings toward Zhao Zhen, but at present, it appeared that Xue Man harbored no romantic interest in him. Perhaps she should first gauge Zhao Zhen's feelings. Yue Jitong fabricated a casual excuse, stating that she remembered he was studying architecture and had some professional inquiries to discuss with him. "Could you kindly share his contact information?" "Sure." Xue Man retrieved her phone, located Zhao Zhen's WeChat, and promptly forwarded it to her. Yue Jitong clicked to add him as a friend, noting it as Xue Man's roommate. The other party did not respond, likely occupied with classes. Yue Jitong set her phone aside, not in a rush, and the conversation shifted back to Li Qian. Her expression neutral. "I'm not particularly fond of Li Qian." "Huh? Why?" Xue Man's eyes widened, somewhat taken aback. Yue Jitong fell silent for a few seconds. Failing to provide a reasonable explanation would render her statement nonsensical. To cite an incompatible aura? That would hold little persuasive power, lacking impact. After a moment of contemplation, Yue Jitong's gaze narrowed. To cast Li Qian in a negative light, she was left with no choice but to fabricate a story. Her expression darkened, and her brow furrowed. "Li Qian's gaze towards me is rather unsettling, making me feel uncomfortable. Whenever you're not looking, he stares at me intently." Xue Man was taken aback, also furrowing her brow, surprised to learn he was such a person. While with her, Li Qian had always been courteous, gentle, and humble. Xue Man felt a tinge of disappointment. Yue Jitong pressed on. "Don't you find his gaze peculiar? Is that so? Observe him closely next time." Yue Jitong refrained from elaborating further, being succinct, understanding that tarnishing Li Qian's image in Xue Man's mind needed to be a gradual process. That evening, while studying in the library, Zhao Zhen accepted her friend request. He greeted her politely, replying, "Hello, I heard from Man that you have some matters to discuss with me." Yue Jitong pondered for a moment and typed, "Yes, could we meet to talk?" Her knowledge of Zhao Zhen was limited to snippets heard from others in her previous life. To truly understand what kind of person he is, she needed to meet him in person. The other party indicated they were typing, but there was a prolonged silence before a response came. Concerned that he might misunderstand, she added, "It's regarding Xue Man. It's quite important." This time, the response was prompt. "Sure, when? Yue Jitong. Are you free now? I'm in the library." Zhao Zhen. "Perfect, I'm here too. Which floor are you on?" Yue Jitong. "The third floor, south area." Zhao Zhen. "I'll come find you." Yue Jitong set her phone down and, in the interim while waiting for Zhao Zhen, organized the materials she would need for class the next day. 5 minutes later, Zhao Zhen sent her a message. "I have arrived at the South District. Which one are you?" Yue Jitong stood up and waved her hand by the window. Zhao Zhen glanced over and, upon seeing the girl standing by the window, paused for a moment before hastily making his way over to sit across from her. As he approached, Yue Jitong took a moment to assess him. Zhao Zhen was approximately 175 meters tall, with a sharp chin, fair skin, and moderately sized eyes. His features harmoniously complemented one another. While he was not strikingly handsome, he possessed a non-threatening demeanor that was quite comforting. "Hello, I am Yue Jitong, Xue Man's roommate." Hello." Sitting across from a beautiful girl for the first time made Zhao Zhen feel somewhat shy. Yue Jitong got straight to the point. "Someone has been pursuing Xue Man recently." Zhao Zhen was taken aback. A pang of jealousy surged within him, leaving him bewildered, as he could not comprehend her intention behind those words. "Zhao Zhen, you have always had a crush on Xue Man, haven't you?" Yue Jitong fixed her gaze upon his eyes, bluntly revealing his long-hidden feelings. Zhao Zhen's pupils dilated in shock, his heart racing. How did she know? This was their first meeting, after all. Even many of his classmates and friends were unaware of this matter. Yes, that's right. Il is sûrement. He had no idea when this affection had taken root. He had always kept it tightly locked away in his heart, too afraid to tell anyone, let alone let Xue Man know. He feared that if she found out, she would distance herself from him, and he would lose even the friendship they shared. Why hadn't he confessed? Because he understood Xue Man all too well and was painfully aware that he did not fit the mold of her ideal partner. Knowing that the probability of his confession failing was a staggering 99%, he dared not attempt it lightly. "How do you know I like Xue Man?" Zhao Zhen asked, slightly flustered, yet he did not deny it. Her expression was so certain, her gaze as clear as water, as if she could see right through him, rendering any denial futile. Yue Jitong lowered her eyelids slightly and spoke softly. "How I know is not for you to concern yourself with. But what I must tell you is that if you like Xue Man, you need to act quickly." She raised her head, looking earnestly into his eyes. "Otherwise, you may never have another chance." In her previous life, she had seen an interview with Zhao Zhen on television. The reporter had asked him, "If you could go back to the past, what is the one thing you would most want to do?" Zhao Zhen's answer was, "I would tell her that I like her. I would no longer hesitate or fear, nor waste a single moment of my life." Zhao Zhen did not return to the past, but Yue Jitong had. The library was exceptionally quiet, and his breathing echoed in the stillness, sounding particularly hurried. Zhao Zhen's expression was complex, a bittersweet sensation stirring within him. He managed a self-deprecating and helpless smile, "But I am not the type Xue Man likes. She would never be with me." "That's all right. I will help you." He looked up in surprise, still somewhat puzzled. "Why do you want to help me?" "Because the one pursuing Xue Man now is a scoundrel, and I do not wish for her to be hurt." Zhao Zhen was even more perplexed. "Then how can you be sure that I am a good person and won't hurt her?" Yue Jitong's eyes flickered momentarily, and despite her best efforts, she could not fabricate a response. She harbored a deep aversion to deceit, knowing that one lie necessitates countless others to sustain it. Moreover, she was not particularly adept at lying. Thus, she chose to sidestep his inquiry entirely, demanding instead, "Do you genuinely wish to pursue Xue Man?" "Of course." Zhao Zhen's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. "Then heed my advice. I shall assist you." The two reached an understanding, and Zhao Zhen ceased his probing questions, allowing Yue Jitong to breathe a sigh of relief. Seated at a small table by the window, which could scarcely accommodate more than two, Yue Jitong found herself surrounded by a few students, not many. Zhao Zhen sat opposite her, and in deference to the others studying nearby, they spoke in hushed tones, leaning in closer for the sake of conversation. To outsiders, they appeared to be a pair of young lovers engaged in whispered exchanges. 10 meters away, concealed behind a bookshelf, Mo Xilou leaned slightly, quietly observing them with a book cradled in his arms, his fingers gripping the edges tightly, his expression darkening. Yue Jitong seems to be enjoying herself immensely, he noted, committing the face of the boy sitting across from her to memory. He retrieved his phone, opening the chat interface where the last conversation dated back 5 days. A sardonic smile crept across his lips as his slender fingers lingered on the screen before typing a few words. "What are you up to?" Yue Jitong's phone vibrated, and she picked it up, a flicker of surprise igniting her heart. It seemed that every time Mo Xilou sought her out, it was. Could he possibly have another request? Glancing at the assignments piled nearby, she realized she still had numerous tasks left unfinished, as she had been occupied with part-time work, leaving her pressed for time. How could she refuse him if he called upon her? She replied, "Studying in the library." Mo Xilou responded, "Alone?" Yue Jitong glanced at Zhao Zhan across the table. For reasons unknown, a wave of guilt washed over her, prompting her to quickly type a single word, "Yes." From behind the bookshelf, Mo Xilou cast her a lingering gaze. "I'm also in the library. Where are you? I will come find you." Yue Jitong hesitated, then looked at Zhao Zhan, informing him that she needed to study and urging him to leave first. Only after Zhao Zhan exited the floor did she continue to disclose her location. She feared Mo Xilou might misconstrue her actions, which was why she had insisted Zhao Zhan depart. Little did she know, Mo Xilou was on the same floor, silently observing Zhao Zhan's departure. To him, her behavior reeked of transparent concealment. Mo Xilou tucked his phone away and circled around, entering through another entrance as if he had just arrived from a different floor. Dressed in a black windbreaker, with one hand casually tucked into his pocket, he nonchalantly took a seat opposite her, his long legs crossed and lounging against the back of the chair. Recalling the proximity of his current position to where others had recently sat, an inexplicable discomfort surged within him. "Yue Jitong." She looked up, her eyes shimmering faintly, stray strands of hair brushing against her smooth forehead. She was undeniably beautiful. Any male in such close proximity to her would surely find it unsettling. Mo Xilou shifted the book before her to one side, suddenly leaning closer and whispering, I miss you. I even feel a twinge of jealousy." Yet, as the words hovered on the tip of his tongue, that infernal pride stirred within him. In a bid to uphold his dignity and adhere to the oath he had once sworn, that no matter how much he liked Yue Jitong, she would always be beneath him, his thoughts morphed into, "I want to kiss you." It seemed that by cloaking his desires in the guise of satisfying a physical need, he could gain an advantage in their relationship. It would render his initiative less awkward and provide him with a rational yet dignified means to persuade himself to draw closer to her. Yue Jitong blinket, her long lashes fluttering gently as she softly declined, "I still have so much homework to finish." She knew that his approach was certainly motivated by this. However, she genuinely lacked the time to indulge in playful distractions today. Mo Xilou gazed at her, his eyes seemingly entwined with the inky darkness of the night outside. Deep and somewhat affectionate. His voice was low, laced with a tempting undertone. "Just a quick kiss. It won't take long." Yue Jitong grasped his meaning, a blush creeping slowly from the base of her ears. Biting her lip, she questioned here. A glimmer of playful amusement flickered in his eyes as he exhaled gently against her nose. "Then where would you prefer to go?" Chapter 22. 100 kisses. Could they last a while? Mo Xilou was uncomfortably close, his presence still enveloped in the familiar, elusive scent of watermelon, now mingled with a hint of the sharpness of cedar. Yue Jitong's heart raced, instinctively urging her to retreat slightly and create some distance. Yet, his hand suddenly seized her chin, cradling her delicate, pale face in his palm with gentle pressure. Just moments ago, she had been so close to another man, showing no inclination to evade. Now, with him leaning in, she felt compelled to pull away. Mo Xilou's gaze shifted, his grip firm as he leaned in to kiss her. Yue Jitong's eyes widened, recalling that they were in a public setting, potentially under the scrutiny of numerous onlookers. Her face flushed instantly, and, as she intended to push him away, he released her first. The kiss was fleeting, akin to a dragonfly skimming the water's surface, a mere taste of spontaneity. Yue Jitong touched her reddened cheek, raising her hand to fan herself and cast a furtive glare at him. That glance did not escape Mo Xilou's notice. He chuckled softly, teasingly asking if she was shy again. He reached out, cupping her cheeks with both hands, feeling the smoothness of her skin beneath his rough touch. "Please, don't pinch me. It hurts," she protested, her delicate skin unable to withstand his unrestrained grip. After a couple of playful squeezes, he released her. Yet several faint red imprints remained on her fair face. "Ah, how tender these girls are. A mere pinch leaves them blushing," Mo Xilou mused inwardly. Once their playful interaction subsided, Yue Jitong returned to her assignments, oblivious to the fact that their brief kiss had been captured and documented by someone nearby. Upon her return to the dormitory, she found Xue Man tidying her wardrobe. Upon seeing her, Xue Man exclaimed, "Tong Tong, you're finally back. What is the matter?" Yue Jitong asked, somewhat bewildered by Xue Man's excitement. Zheng Yinyan pulled back the curtain of her bed, revealing a disheveled head of hair, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. "Tong, did you engage in some mischievous activities tonight?" "Huh?" Yue Jitong was even more confused. She had spent the entire evening studying. What mischief could she possibly have been up to? Was Zheng Yinyan referring to her meeting with Zhao Zhen? But surely, that was not something she could have known. Zheng Yinyan wasted no time in clarifying, "Tong, the photo of you kissing Mo Xilou in the library has been posted on the campus wall, and people are dissing you for it. I mean, seriously, you both were so bold, kissing in the library instead of finding a more private spot." She gave a thumbs up, clearly impressed. Yue Jitong's pupils dilated as she recalled the moment of their kiss. A wave of embarrassment flooding over her, sending her heart racing. Biting her lip, her fair complexion turned a rosy hue. Xue Man, abandoning her task of sorting clothes, pulled her down onto a chair and began to show her the campus wall posts they had just seen. Yue Jitong took the phone, and a high-definition close-up photograph filled her vision. His long fingers gently grasped her chin, leaning in slightly across the desk, his eyes brimming with affection and longing. She gazed in astonishment, her eyes wide and her head slightly tilted back, passively enduring his kiss, her hands clenched into fists atop the book. The starlight outside fell perfectly between them, the backdrop a pitch-black night, illuminated only by the scattered lights from the buildings. How could this be so clear? What kind of phone captured this? Yue Jitong pondered, her heart racing. It was her first time witnessing Mo Xilou kiss her from an outsider's perspective. The affection reflected in his eyes made her heart skip a beat. She had assumed his kiss was merely a manifestation of physical desire. So, what was he thinking while kissing her? Yue Jitong returned the phone to Xue Man, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. "I'll go freshen up first." She fled in haste. After hurriedly washing up, she climbed on her bed, drawing the curtains to enclose herself in her little sanctuary. She reopened her phone, searching the campus wall for that post. This was something she had never bothered to read before. Now, as she scrolled through, she discovered a plethora of comments, predominantly humorous critiques. For instance, today, I found a label sticker in the cafeteria's tomato scrambled eggs, accompanied by a picture. Below, someone commented, "I guess they didn't wash the vegetables. Just chop the tomato with the label still on." Another added, "Last time I found a rubber band in my stir-fried celery. It must have been used to bundle the celery." Further down, another user lamented, "I once discovered printed words on my stir-fried mushrooms. My trypophobia is acting up. Who understands? And what is this? Yesterday, I found a screw in my fried noodles. It left me speechless. Haha, the person above must think the cafeteria chef is out searching for the screws from his pots today." As she continued scrolling, she encountered dating posts. Height 1, 75 meters. Weight 135 pounds. Ladies are welcome to flirt accompanied by a photo showcasing a muscular back. The comments were filled with remarks about fishing. Yue Jitong frowned as she scrolled down, finally spotting the photograph. Her finger inadvertently slid down a bit too far, and her gaze halted on the name of the next post. The subsequent post was a confession, directed at none other than Mo Xilou. Titled "The 10th Day of Confessing to Mo Xilou in Sophomore Year," it was signed by Rue. Wasn't she the girl from next door? It seemed her name was indeed Rue. Yue Jitong furrowed her brow and turned over, scrolling back up to find her own post, opening the comment section. The comments were tumultuous. "The library is for studying. Can't couples refrain from indulging in their romance here?" "Exactly, it's quite bothersome. Ha ha ha, the single dogs are triggered. What do you mean by that? Do you often do such things in the library? I find this photo somewhat beautiful. What is going on? They're sitting in such a secluded spot. It doesn't seem to affect anyone else, right? The two people in this picture seem quite attractive. Does anyone know them? So what if they're attractive? Does being good-looking excuse a lack of manners? You bunch of beauty worshippers. What is wrong with being a beauty worshipper? Did we offend you? Are you perhaps quite unattractive? The conversation quickly devolved into absurdity, with two factions hurling insults at each other, seizing upon any trivial point to attack. Yue Jitong felt a flush of embarrassment as she took a screenshot of the post and sent it to Mo Xilou. After a moment's contemplation, she cautiously sent him another message. Perhaps we should be mindful of the occasion next time, as it may lead to reprimand. 5 minutes later, Mo Xilou replied, "This photo is quite lovely." He located the post, enlarged the image, and saved it. Subsequently, he sent a copy of the photograph to Yue Jitong. A flicker of inspiration surged within Mo Xilou. After a while, Yue Jitong, upon receiving his message, fell into silence. Mo Xilou proposed, "Yue Jitong, if you were to kiss me in 100 different scenarios, I would erase our past and forgive you. Would that be agreeable?" This notion had just emerged in his mind. He intended for Yue Jitong to take the initiative rather than always waiting for him to approach her. Yue Jitong hesitated, her finger hovering over the screen for several seconds before she typed a simple OK. 100 kisses in exchange for the complete absolution of their shared history seemed quite a bargain. However, achieving this across 100 different settings posed a challenge. She began counting on her fingers, contemplating how many scenes she could identify within the school. Upon receiving her reply, Mo Xilou felt a smile stretching from his lips to his ears, a sense of anticipation igniting within him. 100 kisses could last an eternity, couldn't they? Yet, each time he kissed her, he experienced an inexplicable sense of guilt and surrealism. In Shiru's dormitory, discussions about the photograph were underway. Shiru stared at her phone. Her complexion pale, especially as her own comment appeared directly beneath the photo, making her seem like a fool. Tears began to well in her eyes. She had been trying so hard, being so proactive. Why wouldn't Mo Xilou accept her? This was the first time she had felt a spark for a boy. Only to face such a harsh rejection, Shiru felt deeply wounded. Her roommates, noticing her distress, attempted to console her, simultaneously disparaging Yue Jitong. "Don't be sad, Shiru. A single photograph doesn't signify much. Mo Xilou hasn't officially announced anything. He might just be toying with her." Indeed, Mo Xilou was likely just playing around, and soon enough, he would tire of her. Shiru remained unconsoled, her eyes still red. Why was it that Mo Xilou was unwilling to play with her? Even a brief moment together would suffice. At least they would have shared something. She wiped her tears, unwilling to reveal her vulnerable side to her roommates, and feigned nonchalance as she began practicing yoga. "It's all right. You're right. There's been no official announcement." Men's affections changed swiftly. She refused to give up, determined to wait for the day Mo Xilou's heart would waver. After all, weren't men simply drawn to novelty? Even the most beautiful Yue Jitong would eventually become mundane. Shiru believed that opportunities were reserved for those who were prepared. Throughout her life, she had pursued her desires with unwavering determination. She was disciplined, hardworking, outgoing, talented, academically accomplished, and hailed from a prestigious background. What aspect of her was inferior to Yue Jitong? Shiru felt an overwhelming sense of injustice, convinced that she could not possibly lose. Chapter 23. A serendipitous encounter at the CAF. Yue Jitong had promised to assist Zhao Zhen. Thus she began to subtly inquire about Xuanman's preferences. One evening, in the dormitory, she casually asked, Man, what type of boys do you like?" Xuanman, engrossed in a short drama, removed her headphones upon hearing the conversation. She dragged the progress bar, pausing the screen on the male lead, and, with her eyes sparkling, pointed at the screen, exclaiming, "I prefer someone like this." Yue Jitong moved a stool beside her and followed her gaze. The man on the screen possessed deep-set eyes, an impeccably tailored suit, long, straight legs, and an air of arrogance as he tilted his chin upward, in comparison to Zhao Zhen's appearance. It suddenly dawned on her why Zhao Zhen believed Xuanman would not be attracted to him. The disparity was indeed considerable. Yue Jitong, wishing to salvage the situation, remarked, "But that's an actor. Such men are rarely found in reality. If you were to seek a partner, what kind of personality would you prefer?" Xuanman propped her chin on her hand, blinked thoughtfully for a moment, and replied, "It's not solely about looks. I tend to be drawn to boys with a bit of a domineering edge, the type that is decisive and exudes coolness." Yue Jitong understood. Xue Man favored the archetype of a domineering CEO. However, it was perplexing how Li Qian could possibly relate to such a figure. What had Xue Man found appealing in Li Qian in a past life? She pondered deeply, unable to unravel the mystery. Perhaps, after discerning Xue Man's inclinations, Li Qian had begun to feign a different persona? Or was it that Xue Man, with her inherently gentle disposition and indecisiveness, preferred someone who could make decisions for her? Returning to her desk, Yue Jitong retrieved her phone and conveyed her conjectures to Zhao Zhan, asserting that Xue Man favored proactive boys, thus encouraging him to invite her out. Zhao Zhan acknowledged her message, but hesitated, reluctant to voice his intentions. After offering him her advice, Yue Jitong momentarily set the matter aside, as she was overwhelmed with work. In addition to her part-time job at a milk tea shop, she had secured a position at a printing service, earning a total of 2,000 yuan a month, sufficient for her living expenses. If she were frugal, she could even save an additional 1,000 yuan. Days later, Zhao Zhan messaged her, expressing his desire to invite Xue Man out, but uncertain of where to go, seeking her counsel. Once again, Yue Jitong subtly probed Xue Man, asking, "Man, is there anywhere you would like to visit? What is up, Tong Tong? Are you looking to go out?" Xue Man assumed Yue Jitong wished to plan an outing with her, adding, "But I might not be able to accompany you until next week. I already have plans for this weekend." Plans? Yue Jitong was taken aback. Had Zhao Zhan already confided in Xue Man? That couldn't be right. If so, he would not need to seek her advice. A sense of foreboding gripped her heart. As if confirming her fears, Xue Man continued, "I signed up for a volunteer activity to visit the children at the Sun Welfare Institute. You earn 4 points for each visit. It was Li Qian who helped me secure a spot." Yue Jitong's heart sank. She noted the shift in Xue Man's reference to Li Qian. Previously, she had always addressed him as Senior Li Qian, but now she simply called him by his name, her tone imbued with familiarity and intimacy. "Zhao Zhan, oh Zhao Zhan, could it be that you have once again arrived too late?" Yue Jitong's mind raced as she struggled to find a suitable rationale to deter her. Moreover, each of them was required to accumulate 20 credits of social practice each semester. This particular event would yield 4 credits in a single occurrence, rendering her interference unnecessary. If she persistently obstructed the endeavors of her and Li Qian, it would undoubtedly cast her in an odd light. To directly inform Xue Man of Li Qian's true character was not a viable option. She lacked evidence and could not simply slander him without basis. Furthermore, Li Qian had never engaged in any scandalous affairs with wealthy women, making it challenging to find any fault in him. With a resigned sigh in her heart, Yue Jitong decided to discreetly alert Zhao Zhan. The crux of the matter rested with him, and she hoped he could rise to the occasion. Zhao Zhan swiftly replied, acknowledging her message with a simple, "I understand. Thank you." On the other end of the phone, Zhao Zhan's expression darkened as he pondered for a moment before arriving at a resolution. He could no longer afford to hesitate. Otherwise, Xue Man might genuinely fall for someone else. Coincidentally, his roommate had secured a volunteer opportunity at the welfare home on Sunday, and Zhao Zhan offered to check in for him, much to his roommate's delight. Not only would he save time, but he would also earn 4 credits, and he readily shared his account details with Zhao Zhan. When his roommate curiously inquired about Zhao Zhan's motives, he deflected with a few vague responses. On the weekend, Yue Jitong rose at 6:30, jogged for half an hour, and then studied vocabulary for a while before heading to the CAF near the school to work part-time. Typically, she worked at the milk tea shop adjacent to the CAF, but on weekends, she took on full shifts at the CAF. The CAF opened at 9 in the morning, closed for an hour at noon, and concluded its day at 9 in the evening. Initially, the owner intended to hire 2 university students to cover morning and afternoon shifts. However, Yue Jitong, eager to earn more, took on the entire day's responsibilities herself. At 20 yuan per hour, she could earn 220 yuan in a single day, totaling 440 yuan over the weekend. Moreover, the CAF saw fewer patrons on Saturday mornings. With 5 minutes to spare before 9, she unlocked the CAF's door with her key. The CAF, modest in size at approximately 50 square meters, was adorned with a warm and elegant ambience. The walls were painted a soft beige, decorated with several artistic depictions of coffee-making processes. The wooden tables and chairs were meticulously arranged, each adorned with a small potted green plant, vibrant with life. In one corner stood a vintage-style bookshelf filled with various magazines and literature on coffee culture. The flooring was laid with deep brown wooden planks, which creaked softly underfoot. As was her routine, Yue Jitong first organized the tables and chairs, wiped down the surfaces, and transformed the CAF into a pristine state. The CAF remained empty until 10 o'clock, with no customers in sight. She prepared herself a cappuccino and settled at a small round table by the window, pulling out her books to sketch and jot down notes. The weekend atmosphere was particularly quiet. Many university students were still nestled in their beds, while others had ventured out for Friday night dates, resulting in a notably sparse crowd on campus. This tranquility allowed her to indulge in a rare moment of leisure. However, such blissful serenity did not last long. Around 10:30, a group of individuals strode across the street and entered the CAF. The mechanical owl at the entrance automatically exclaimed, "Welcome." It repeated this greeting 7 or 8 times before ceasing. Yue Jitong put away her book, removed the half-finished cappuccino, and swiftly returned to the counter, ready to attend to the customers. 7 people entered, a mix of boys and girls, presumably just emerging from school. This coffee shop is conveniently located directly opposite the school gate. "What would you like to drink?" she inquired, activating the ordering machine as she awaited their selections. The 3 girls in the group ordered a matcha latte, a caramel macchiato, and an iced Americano, respectively. One of the girls, wearing a blue plaid jacket, turned to look back and gently asked, "Mo Xilou, we ordered. What would you like to drink?" A boy nearby jested, "Hey, why are you only asking Mo Xilou? We're right here too. Why not ask us first?" The girl, with her hair tied in a high ponytail, lowered her head shyly. Her cheeks tinged with blush as she softly defended, "Isn't it Mo Xilou who's treating us? Of course, I should ask him first." Upon hearing the name Mo Xilou, Yue Jitong paused her actions at the ordering machine and glanced towards the center of the group. Indeed, the person surrounded by several boys and girls was Mo Xilou. None of these individuals were familiar to her. In fact, she only knew Mo Xilou's 2 roommates, Gu Yunqi and Fang Mingjie, who were not present today. Mo Xilou, noticeably taller than those around him, regarded her with a curious gaze. A boy beside him nudged him with his elbow, saying, "Hey, she's asking you what you want to drink." Mo Xilou diverted his gaze and replied coolly, "You all order first. I'll decide last. Let us find a seat." A flicker of disappointment crossed the high ponytail girl's eyes as she completed her order and, along with the other 2 girls, went to find a table. The remaining 3 boys also finished ordering and departed, leaving Mo Xilou alone at the counter. Yue Jitong lifted her gaze and asked in a businesslike manner, "What would you like to drink?" There were no superfluous pleasantries exchanged, as Mo Xilou had previously stated that their relationship should remain undisclosed in public. Her expression was indifferent, and Mo Xilou's tone was equally unvaried. "A cup of black coffee," he replied, before turning to leave without uttering another word. Chapter 24. A kiss in the corner of the CAF. As Yue Jitong printed the orders, she attentively listened to their conversation, discreetly observing the 7 individuals seated around the same table, with her gaze inevitably drawn to Mo Xilou. His presence was magnetic, effortlessly capturing her attention, a fact she remained oblivious to. The girl in the blue checkered shirt made a point of leaving a seat beside her for Mo Xilou, enthusiastically waving at him. "Senior Mo, this is for you." The boy in gray mockingly chimed in, "Oh, look, specially reserved for Senior Mo." The girl shot him a glare, elbowing him sharply and feigning annoyance. "Zhang Jiaqing, are you a broken record?" The boy, identified as Zhang Jiaqing, clicked his tongue and whispered in her ear, "Lin Yueqing, is it really wise to be so aggressive in front of your senior Mo?" Lin Yueqing cast a glance at the approaching Mo Xilou, then fiercely stepped on Zhang Jiaqing's foot beneath the table, hissing, "Shut up." Mo Xilou pretended not to notice their antics as he pulled out a chair and sat down. It was apparent to everyone, including him, that Lin Yueqing harbored some interest in him, though he remained indifferent. He was accustomed to the attention of many girls. Among the 7, only he and Wu Yuran were sophomores, while the other 5 were first-year students selected as potential class leaders. Today's gathering aimed to train them in managing a class and organizing activities. As university students, they were adults with their own perspectives, making it challenging to accept the guidance of peers. Mo Xilou and Wu Yuran generously shared their experiences, while the 5 first-year students listened intently. Lin Yueqing's gaze remained fixed on Mo Xilou, her eyes seemingly sparkling with admiration. Yue Jitong, stealing glances, sensed that she now had a rival for his affection. Behind the cash register was a coffee-making nook, curtained with a light yellow drape, and featuring a large sliding glass window that allowed passers-by to witness the entire coffee-making process. Retracting her gaze, Yue Jitong took the order slip and stepped behind the curtain to prepare the coffee. Mo Xilou's position afforded him a clear view of the cash register. As he spoke, his eyes drifted past the register and the glass window, landing on the figure busy at work making coffee, her back turned to him. Yue Jitong first prepared an iced Americano and a matcha latte, carefully placing them on a tray before emerging. The matcha latte was particularly hot. With utmost caution, she set the cup down in the center of the table. The lively discussion that had filled the air suddenly came to an abrupt halt as all eyes turned towards her. Wu Yuran took the iced Americano, while another girl retrieved the matcha latte. Lin Yueqing, who had ordered a caramel macchiato, noticed that it was not yet ready. She remained fixated on Mo Xilou, keenly observing that his gaze lingered on the girl serving the drinks for several seconds. Not only Mo Xilou, but several young men were captivated by the delivery girl. Lin Yueqing also glanced at the delicate, pale hand holding the tray, then shifted her gaze to the girl's face, momentarily entranced by her beauty. The barista was unexpectedly stunning. When she had placed her order earlier, she had been playfully teased by her companions and hadn't paid attention to the girl standing behind the counter. It was no wonder that everyone was stealing glances. Even she found herself wanting to look a little longer. Yue Jitong lowered her eyes, set her things down, and briskly turned away. Zhang Jiaqing's gaze lingered until her figure vanished behind the curtain. Seizing the opportunity after being teased all the way, Lin Yueqing mimicked Zhang Jiaqing's earlier tone. "Oh, look, even her silhouette has disappeared, and you're still watching." Zhang Jiaqing snapped back to reality, resting his chin on his hand, murmuring softly, "That girl looks quite young. She must be from our school. I wonder if she has a boyfriend?" Lin Yueqing retorted without mercy. "With looks like hers, she's bound to have admirers. Surely, she must have a boyfriend. Even if she doesn't she probably wouldn't be interested in you." Though Zhang Jiaqing shared her sentiment that the girl was too beautiful for him, leaving him devoid of the courage to confess, Lin Yueqing's blunt remark stung a bit. "What is wrong with me? What if she doesn't have a boyfriend? What if she actually likes someone like me?" Lin Yueqing waved her hand dismissively, saying, "All right, then go ask for her WeChat and see if you can get it." "Why not? It's just WeChat. What is there to be afraid of?" Zhang Jiaqing pondered, feeling a stir of ambition ignited by Lin Yueqing's prodding, even though asking for her contact was not part of his original plan. Mo Xilou narrowed his eyes, his well-defined left hand tapping lightly on the table, his gaze calm, choosing not to engage in their conversation. Zhang Jiaqing inquired, "Mo, do you know that girl?" Wu Yuran lightly furrowed her brows, feeling that the girl looked vaguely familiar. After a moment of thought, a name began to surface in her mind. She subtly glanced at Mo Xilou, but chose not to contribute to the discussion, merely shaking her head gently. Getting involved was not her style. Yet, she remembered witnessing Mo Xilou confessing to a girl from the computer science department during her freshman year. The memory was striking because that girl had coldly rejected him, leaving him in a state of dejection. Wu Yuran was astonished. The campus heartthrob, who had received love letters from numerous girls, was turned down so easily. Another girl with long hair gazed at Yue Jitong's profile, also finding her familiar. She scratched her head, struggling to recall. If she thought a little harder, she would remember that one of the subjects in a photo she had casually scrolled past was indeed Yue Jitong. Though a photo of Mo Xilou kissing Yue Jitong had been posted previously, it only captured their profiles. Not everyone diligently checks the campus wall or scrutinizes every post. Few can recognize the profiles of two individuals. Zhang Jiaqing glanced at Mo Xilou, inquiring once more, "Senior Mo, do you know that young lady?" "I do not," he replied with a dispassionate expression. When Yue Jitong emerged, cradling a cappuccino and a coconut milk coffee, she fortuitously overheard his words. Keeping her gaze lowered, focused on the tray in her hands, she lightly pursed her crimson lips. Zhang Jiaqing felt a tinge of disappointment. Was that young lady not from their school? If she were, such a stunning girl would surely not go unrecognized by both seniors. As Yue Jitong bent down to set the 2 cups on the table, she sensed the gaze upon her, yet she chose not to acknowledge anyone, rising to leave after placing the drinks. She was capable of preparing 2 cups at once, but decided to make Mo Xilou's black coffee last. When she returned for the 3rd time to serve, Zhang Jiaqing finally mustered the courage to speak. "Excuse me, are you the owner of this establishment?" Yue Jitong was taken aback, raising her eyes to find Mo Xilou reclining against his chair, arms crossed, observing her with a relaxed demeanor. "No," she replied softly, shaking her head before walking away. Zhang Jiaqing stood there, taken aback. He had expected at least a response indicating she was a student working part-time. To his surprise, she had spoken so sparingly. Lin Yueqing let out a scoff. "You look like a fool." Zhang Jiaqing retorted, "How am I a fool? This is called bravery, you know?" Though he protested vocally, internally he felt his resolve wane. The young lady was too aloof. He sensed he had no chance. With only Mo Xilou's black coffee yet to be served, he abruptly stood, slipping one hand into his pocket, and stepped out from between the chairs with long strides. All eyes turned to him, and Lin Yueqing asked, "Senior Mo, where are you going?" "I just remembered that I forgot to inform her that the coffee should have milk and sugar," he replied. "It's time for Senior Wu Yuran to share her experiences. You all can listen to her." And Mo Xilou fixed his gaze on the curtain separating the room, ambulating leisurely towards it. The others held no suspicions and redirected their attention to Wu Yuran, who, after a moment's hesitation, began to share insights on how to conduct class team-building activities. Yue Jitong, her back to the window, poured coffee beans into the grinder, turning the handle with a slow and meticulous rhythm. Her focus was unwavering as the beans transformed into a fine powder, releasing an aromatic fragrance. Once the coffee was ready in the cup, she turned around and was startled to meet a pair of clear eyes, causing her to tremble slightly, nearly spilling the coffee. A quick glance outside confirmed that no one was paying attention to her, and she exhaled in relief. Recalling Mo Xilou's earlier assertion of not knowing her, she surmised he likely wished to avoid any association with her in front of others. Steadying the coffee cup in her hands, she remarked coolly, "This is the kitchen. Customers are not permitted inside." Mo Xilou leaned against the wall, nonchalantly standing there, his response evasive. "Do you work part-time here?" "Yes," she replied softly, taking 2 steps forward to stand before him, extending the coffee cup towards him. "Since you are here, you may as well take it yourself." "Why?" he inquired. He did not answer, his gaze fixed upon her clear, bright eyes. Yue Jitong was momentarily taken aback, pondering why. Why was she working part-time here? She suppressed the urge to roll her eyes. Was there really any mystery? Of course, it was for the sake of earning money. What else could it be? To experience life? In the next moment, she heard Mo Xilou speak up, suggesting it was to try out the role of a barista. Yue Jitong pressed her lips together, her expression difficult to decipher, and nodded slightly, conceding. If he believed that, so be it. Truthfully, she was reluctant to reveal her financial struggles before him. Yet, from her eyes, Mo Xilou sensed that this was not the entire truth. Was she unwilling to share her circumstances? Holding the cup aloft, Yue Jitong felt her arm grow weary and prompted him again, "Here." Mo Xilou stood in the corner just behind the curtain, where those outside could not see through the glass window. With his left hand, he took the coffee cup from her, while his right hand grasped Yue Jitong's, pulling her closer in an instant. Leaning slightly forward, a playful smile danced in his eyes as he remarked, "I believe we can unlock a new location today." Yue Jitong froze, instantly grasping his implication, and she anxiously glanced around. A waft of refreshing watermelon mingled with the rich aroma of coffee, teasingly invading her senses. Chapter 25. Then sweeten me a little. Yue Jitong, in a fluster, gently pushed him away, too shy to act boldly, her voice barely above a whisper, fearful of being overheard by those outside. "Mo Xilou, don't be mischievous. There are people out there." He lifted his left hand, sipping from the black coffee, his thick brows knitting together as he complained, "It's so bitter. Yue Jitong, you didn't add any sugar." You didn't say so. Mo Xilou's lips curled into a smile, mirth dancing in his eyes. Then let me sweeten it a little. He leaned down, quickly pecking her lips, a rich taste of coffee mingling between them. With that, he departed. As he lifted the curtain, the smile on Mo Xilou's face vanished, replaced by a calm indifference, as if nothing had transpired. With coffee in hand, he strolled leisurely back. Yue Jitong pressed her hand to her chest, her heart racing faster than ever before. Perhaps due to the surroundings, separated by just a thin curtain, filled with his classmates. The overwhelming excitement and tension caused her heart rate to double. After taking a moment to compose herself behind the curtain, she took a deep breath before stepping outside again. Having prepared all the drinks they ordered and with no other customers arriving, Yue Jitong resumed her position behind the cash register, picking up a book. She attempted to read while stealing glances at Mo Xilou. Her mood was particularly restless today. She couldn't seem to settle down. Was it the noisy environment? When Mo Xilou returned with his coffee, only Lin Yueqing noticed that there was nothing added to it. So, what did Senior Mo go in for just now? Lin Yueqing, unable to contain her curiosity, immediately asked, "Why didn't you add milk or sugar?" Wu Yuran cast a quiet, meaningful glance at the cup of coffee, remaining silent. Mo Xilou gently smiled, feeling rather pleased, spinning a tale on the spur of the moment, suddenly deciding against adding anything, wishing to savor the pure essence of black coffee. Oh, Lin Yueqing did not dwell on it further. The group, having discussed serious matters, began to engage in light-hearted banter. The topics varied. They talked about the best places to eat and have fun in X City, where to find affordable clothes, the legends and peculiarities of X University, and shared tales from their hometowns. Mo Xilou had a penchant for traveling the world. In his 2 lifetimes, he had traversed much of China. Regardless of who spoke of their hometown, he could always contribute to the conversation. As he spoke eloquently, his words flowing effortlessly, admiration sparkled in the eyes of those listening. At this age, most of them were leaving their hometowns for the first time to attend university, while Mo Xilou had already visited numerous places, his wealth of experience giving him insight into diverse cultures and customs. Lin Yueqing's eyes sparkled brighter, her chin resting on her hands, gazing at him with intense interest. Behind the cash register, Yue Jitong was lost in thought, her book lingering on the same page, unable to absorb a single word. She gently lifted her eyelids, catching a glimpse of Mo Xilou, animatedly conversing by the window, and she saw the boy from her youth, clad in a school uniform, surrounded by laughter during breaks. No matter where he was or when, Mo Xilou effortlessly became the focal point, the center, the leader, captivating the attention of all around him. Perhaps it is the splendid sunshine of today, or perhaps it is the absence of any disturbances that allows Yue Jitong's thoughts to drift far away, akin to a complex skein of yarn, intricately and chaotically intertwined. Throughout her life, she has been subjected to tests of obedience, adhering to the rules of the orphanage, conforming to her mother's dictates, and following the regulations of her school. Her countenance, albeit restless, belies a character that is its antithesis. She is more honest and dutiful than anyone, steadfastly adhering to conventions, meticulous and cautious, never daring to engage in any behavior that might be deemed outlandish. She dutifully observes the moral and legal norms imposed by family, school, and society. During her school years, she meticulously remembered the regulation forbidding early romantic entanglements, thus feeling astonished, ashamed, and dissatisfied with his forthright pursuit of her. She yearned for affirmation, anticipated praise, feared differences, and dreaded the scrutiny of others. She never aspired to be a focal point of attention. Rather, she wished to blend into the crowd, becoming an ordinary member of the multitude. Yet his pursuit cast countless gazes upon her, igniting whispers and conjectures behind her back. Those discussions and stares weighed heavily upon her timid youth, like an oppressive mountain. Her existence was characterized by humility, subtlety, restraint, silence, and monotony. In stark contrast, Mo Xilou embodied Antonum. He radiated exuberance, optimism, freedom, spontaneity, and adventure, his life's melody. He was confident and audacious, impervious to the opinions and judgments of others, making choices that resonated with his innermost desires, unburdened by conformity to any standard. What if his choices diverged from norms? He possessed an unwavering courage and a supportive foundation to back him. Thus, he boldly and persistently pursued everything he deemed worthy, undeterred over the course of a year, 2 years, or even a decade. Having known each other for more than 10 years, Mo Xilou understood her better than most. Yet he never fully grasped her essence. For instance, he always believed she had never harbored any affection for him, oblivious to the truth that she simultaneously detested his ostentatious arrogance while being irresistibly drawn to him. She oscillated between hatred and longing, between indifference and sorrow. Her feelings for Mo Xilou were never as simplistic as mere hatred. The dichotomy of love and hate could no longer adequately encapsulate the complexity of their intertwined lives over the past decade. As her convoluted emotions gradually surfaced in her mind, she found herself in a renewed existence, finally possessing the time and patience to introspect and unravel her inner self. The disdain she once felt in her youth had been misdirected. It was never Mo Xilou she despised, but rather herself. Her concern for the judgments of others and her fear of their gazes ultimately stemmed from her own insecurities, timidity, and cowardice. The individual she truly loathed was the perpetually silent, self-doubting, and exceedingly timid version of herself. He shone like a brilliant sun, illuminating the darkness that resided deep within her soul. She yearned to become that radiant person, yet she found herself unable to transform into such an individual. In her childhood, Yue Jitong often grappled with an unfathomable question. Why did her mother show greater affection towards her younger siblings? Was her own worth not sufficient? Why was she the one who felt abandoned? When someone sought her friendship, self-doubt would immediately engulf her. Did she possess any intrinsic value worthy of another's companionship? When pursued by admirers, she found herself perplexed, questioning the motives behind their affections and whether she truly deserved such attention. A pervasive sense of unworthiness weighed heavily upon her. She believed she did not merit her mother's love, as she felt inadequate in her endeavors. She did not consider herself capable of being a good friend, convinced she could not offer emotional value to others. She deemed herself unworthy of being pursued, as she perceived no redeeming qualities within herself. Later, after marrying Mo Xilou, she remained convinced that his love was ephemeral, rendering her hesitant to embrace it. She feared that he was merely enamored with her exterior, and once he glimpsed the myriad scars upon her heart, discovering that she was not as he had envisioned, his affection would dissipate. She dreaded the agonizing cost of experiencing love only to lose it. Consequently, she fortified her heart, choosing to minimize risk. By rejecting this love, she believed she could shield herself from potential hurt. On the day Mo Xilou proposed divorce, an unexpected sense of relief washed over her, as if a stone had finally dropped into place. Yet, this was swiftly followed by an overwhelming wave of loss, sorrow, and regret. Regret? Why the feeling of regret? She could not fathom it, and chose to evade this sentiment. After all, she frequently retreated from unresolved issues and emotions, opting instead to hide away. She resembled an ostrich. Her cowardice and inferiority permeated her existence. As she approached her final moments, she seemed to comprehend the source of that regret. She had cautiously rejected the only person who had passionately loved her in this lifetime. In a new life, she still bore the burden of over 30 years of ingrained inferiority. Rebirth would not instantaneously transform her character. She remained herself, albeit not the same as before. She would reflect, endeavor to change, and attempt to draw closer to others. Transformation is not an overnight phenomenon. She required time to gradually shed the layers of inferiority and timidity, evolving into a renewed version of herself. As the warm sun cast its rays, Yue Jitong squinted slightly, shielding her forehead with her hand, as a flicker of hope ignited within her. This flame burned quietly in an unnoticed corner, a tranquil blaze of resilience. Chapter 26. A heartbeat missed at 11:30. Mo Xilou and his companions rose, preparing to seek their midday meal. Wu Yuran proposed. The nearby Sichuan noodle shop serves delightful dishes. Shall we dine there? Lin Yueqing nodded in agreement, exclaiming, "That sounds wonderful. I relish spicy food." Turning towards Mo Xilou, she inquired, "What do you think, senior?" "I am indifferent," Mo Xilou replied, his gaze downcast and his mind elsewhere. Zhang Jiaqing scoffed, addressing Lin Yueqing, "You always consult Mo Xilou. Why not consider us? Are we not worthy of consideration?" Lin Yueqing shot him a glare, retorting sharply, "And what do you wish to eat?" Zhang Jiaqing scratched his head sheepishly, offering a smile. "I'm fine with anything." Lin Yueqing rolled her eyes, exasperated. "Isn't that essentially saying nothing?" "Hey, my response is the same as Mo Xilou. Why the double standard?" "What? Do you have an issue with that?" he countered. Mo Xilou remained silent, quietly observing their banter. When Lin Yueqing met his gaze, she fell silent, her cheeks flushing as she averted her eyes, reflecting on whether she had been overly forward. She hoped Mo Xilou wouldn't mistake her for a harsh individual. Wu Yuran interjected, "All right, let us hurry. I believe everyone is quite famished." Yue Jitong watched them depart, noting that 2 other customers lingered in the shop. As Mo Xilou turned back unexpectedly, their eyes met, and he flashed a smile, winking at her before disappearing through the door. Yue Jitong was taken aback, her heart inexplicably skipping a beat. Her lunch hour was from 12 to 1, yet with other patrons still present, it was inconvenient for her to leave. The 2 customers showed no signs of departing either. After a moment's thought, she opened her phone and sent Mo Xilou a message. "Could you bring me some food?" "Thanks." This was her first time proactively requesting his assistance, a cautious probe into their relationship. She felt like a timid snail, gently extending her antennae to touch his world, prepared to withdraw at the slightest indication of reluctance. Surely, he would see her message. Would he feign ignorance? Fortunately, he responded promptly, interrupting her spiraling thoughts. "What would you like to eat?" Mo Xilou was slightly taken aback that Yue Jitong would seek his help, unfamiliar with the evolution of her feelings. He was genuinely surprised. He had always perceived her as a person of high sensitivity and pride, who seldom asked others for favors. If she could accomplish something herself, she would not solicit assistance. Yue Jitong replied, "What are you having?" Mo Xilou responded, "Nodeless." Yue Jitong continued, "Could you pack a portion for me? Please make it non-spicy." "Understood," he replied. While awaiting her lunch, she received a message from Zhaozhen, "Sister Tong, that Li Qian is such a green tea. I have never encountered a guy so pretentious. It infuriates me. I can't compete with him." Even through the screen, Yue Jitong could sense Zhao Zhan's frustration, as if he were pacing in anger. His vehement condemnation piqued her curiosity. What transpired? Zhao Zhan began to recount the indignities he had endured throughout the morning. This volunteer activity was organized by the school's youth association, allowing students from various colleges to register, with a total of 20 spots available. The event was orchestrated by Lu Meng, an official from the youth association. Lu Meng had informed everyone in the group that they were to gather at the school gate at 8:30 in the morning to take the bus together. Upon his arrival at the school gate, Zhao Zhan found Li Qian and Xue Man already present. This was his first encounter with Li Qian, whom Yue Jitong had described as a scoundrel, and he was somewhat taken aback. Indeed, he appeared to be the epitome of charm, exuding politeness and humility. With no hint of his dubious character, there were already over 10 individuals gathered, with Xue Man standing closest to him, engaged in an animated conversation that seemed to revolve around Li Qian's words while she listened with delight. Zhao Zhan approached, feigning a chance encounter, and greeted her. Man. What a coincidence. You also registered for this activity." Xue Man turned her head, her eyes lighting up. "Ah, Zhao Zhan, what a coincidence." Li Qian adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, perched on his nose, a gentle smile gracing his face. Man, may I ask who this is?" "Oh, this is my high school classmate, Zhao Zhan," she replied. Li Qian offered Zhao Zhan a friendly smile, to which Zhao Zhan nodded in response, albeit with a tinge of bitterness in his heart. Was he merely a high school classmate in Xue Man's eyes? Unable to restrain himself, Zhao Zhan added, "Not just a high school classmate, man. We were also classmates in middle school and elementary school. Indeed, it's quite serendipitous to think we've been in the same school from childhood to now." Xueman Laokit. Li Qian's gaze flickered, his scrutinizing eyes turning toward Zhao Zhan. Zhao Zhan, in turn, regarded him with an increasingly sharp stare. Li Qian gleaned something from Zhao Zhan's demeanor, lowering his head to mask the fleeting displeasure in his eyes, then lifting it once more to don that same courteous facade. It seemed Zhao Zhan intended to vie for attention. Li Qian dismissed him with confidence, believing that a straightforward man like Zhao Zhan was no match for him. Zhao Zhan inexplicably perceived the disdain in Li Qian's eyes, igniting a surge of anger within him. Yue Jitong was indeed correct. Li Qian was a master of disguise, perpetually wearing a false mask. Once everyone had arrived, the organizer Lu Ming checked the attendance and began to usher everyone along. "Let's go," Shui Man said, leading the way onto the bus. Li Qian, being closest to her, followed closely behind. Zhao Zhan immediately trailed behind, positioning himself right behind Li Qian. The front half of the bus was designated for single seats, while the latter half accommodated double seats, with the last row allowing for multiple occupants. Shui Man boarded the bus early, and with many seats still available, Li Qian promptly suggested, Man, let us sit towards the back. It's more stable there." "Sure," she replied. Man, sit here. It's comfortable," he said as he claimed a middle double seat, inviting her to join him. In a rush, Zhao Zhan also found a double seat, conveniently separated from Li Qian by an aisle, and he too extended an invitation. Man, sit over here. It's warmer." Shui Man stood awkwardly in the middle of the aisle, glancing left and right, uncertain whom to decline. Li Qian, having long since discerned Shui Man's character, swiftly intervened to help her make a decision. He patted the seat beside him and urged, Man, do take a seat quickly. The people behind are waiting." Indeed, upon realizing she was obstructing those behind her, Shui Man promptly settled down next to Li Qian. A flicker of disappointment crossed Zhao Zhan's eyes. Looking up, he met Li Qian's knowing smile, which seemed to convey the message, "You have lost." In this initial confrontation, Zhao Zhan was defeated. As they disembarked, Zhao Zhan, having learned from past experiences, closely trailed Shui Man, mimicking her every move. Chapter 27. Would you like to spend time alone with me? Li Qian smiled nonchalantly. Each time Zhao Zhan and Shui Man reminisced about their childhood antics, he always managed to interject at just the right moment, deftly steering the conversation elsewhere. Zhao Zhan said, Man, do you remember the time we went to donate supplies to the welfare home during middle school? Li Qian immediately chimed in, Hey man, where did you attend middle school? Shui Man promptly replied, I was at. Zhao Zhan continued, Man, my mother called yesterday and inquired about you, mentioning that she hasn't seen you in ages and invited you to visit during the next holiday. Li Qian feigned melancholy. I haven't been home in quite some time. I truly miss it. Shui Man gently reassured him, It's all right. In just over a month, we will have winter break. Zhao Zhan added, Man, do you remember our elementary school homeroom teacher, Ms. Zhou? She broke her leg. Let's visit her during the holidays. Li Qian remarked, That is indeed unfortunate news. By the way, Man, what do you usually do during the holidays? Shui Man replied, Well, I watch dramas and hang out with friends. Zhao Zhan, feeling exasperated, glanced at the incessantly interrupting Li Qian, who returned his look with a smug expression. In this second round of their sparring, Zhao Zhan was defeated. However, Shui Man remained blissfully unaware of the palpable tension between the two. With a gentle smile, she suggested, Let us play games with the little ones. Sounds good. Li Qian and Zhao Zhan chorused in unison, casting each other a glare. As Shui Man engaged with one of the children, Li Qian joined in, soon delighting the little ones with his playful antics. Zhao Zhan attempted to emulate him, playing alongside the children, but for reasons unknown, they gravitated towards Li Qian. A 6-year-old girl proposed a game of house, insisting that Shui Man play the mother, while she pointed to Li Qian to be the father. Shui Man glanced at Li Qian, her cheeks subtly flushing. Zhao Zhan, feeling indignant, crouched down to ask the child, Why don't you want to play the father? The child took a step back. You're so fierce, but Li Qian Gij is gentle, and Man Jie is beautiful. They're the perfect pair. Zhao Zhan froze, incredulous, as he pointed at himself and retorted, Where am I fierce? This was the first time anyone had labeled him as such. He considered himself rather refined in appearance. What made Li Qian seem gentle? The child blinked, stepping back once again. Look, you are fierce right now. I want to play with Li Qian Gij. Zhao Zhan clenched his fists and turned away with a huff. This child had clearly been won over by Li Qian. He had overheard Li Qian subtly guiding the child to suggest the game and instructing her to choose him as the father. From Shui Man's perspective, Li Qian smirked, unabashedly reveling in his triumph. In this third round of their contest, Zhao Zhan was once again bested. He sat in frustration, watching them play, unable to insert himself into the fun. Seated beneath the slide, Zhao Zhan dejectedly messaged Yue Jitong to vent his frustrations. In a coffee shop, Yue Jitong perused the numerous messages Zhao Zhan had sent, falling into a contemplative silence. Indeed, a man who could deftly navigate 4 relationships in his past life, simultaneously enchanting both Xue man and 3 affluent women, is undoubtedly no ordinary individual. Li Qian, who is entangled with not just 1 but 3 wealthy women, has an exceptional knack for charm. What is most infuriating is that, even after his numerous missteps, none of these women hold him accountable. Rather, they begin to vie for his attention. They shower him with gifts and resources, even investing in his projects, ultimately elevating a man with scant acting skills and average looks to stardom. This alone underscores the depth of his cunning. Zhao Zhan, in his earnestness, finds himself outmatched by Li Qian's myriad of schemes. Yet, his straightforward nature is both his flaw and his virtue. Upon witnessing Li Qian's manipulations, Zhao Zhan grows anxious and double-taps the avatar of Yue Jitong, requesting her assistance. Yue Jitong furrows her brow, contemplating for a moment, yet struggles to devise a suitable plan. She types a few focused words on her screen. Next time, arrange an opportunity to meet man alone, without Li Qian present. This matter must be resolved swiftly. Li Qian excels at controlling the narrative. As long as he is in the picture, Zhao Zhan's concerns will remain overshadowed. Moreover, she senses that Li Qian has already claimed Xue man as his own. As Yue Jitong puts away her phone and raises her gaze, she is startled to find someone beside her. When did you return? You made no sound at all. Mo Xilou places the packed meal on the counter and retrieves his gaze from her screen, saying casually, I just arrived. Who are you messaging with such focus? He had caught a glimpse of her screen, noting a contact named Zhao Zhan. Though he didn't discern the content of the messages, it did not prevent a twinge of jealousy from surfacing. In the past, when he sent her numerous messages, she seldom responded. Yet now, she replies earnestly to another. So much so that she hadn't noticed his arrival. Eat, he says, pulling a chair to sit beside her. As Yue Jitong opens her meal, a rich aroma wafts through the air. Distinct noodles are enveloped in an enticing sauce, with succulent greens scattered throughout and thinly sliced mushrooms bursting with juiciness upon biting. Yue Jitong, do you have a part-time job next Friday evening? She nods, yes, at the print shop. How many part-time jobs do you have? 3, the print shop, a milk tea shop, and a coffee shop. Mo Xilou furrows his brow. Are you in need of money? Yue Jitong pauses, meeting his gaze without answering, and instead retorts. Do you think I shouldn't be? Now, it is Mo Xilou who is taken aback. Indeed, with her estrangement from her family and lacking financial support, it is no wonder she has been elusive. She has been tirelessly seeking ways to earn. He pulls out his phone and transfers her 10,000. Yue Jitong refuses. I cannot accept your money. She feels she lacks the standing to do so. Their relationship is undefined, and why should she accept his financial assistance? Mo Xilou snatches her phone, swiftly confirming the transaction. Hey you. Yue Jitong is caught off guard, falling victim to his ploy. Rest assured, the remuneration shall not be in vain. Considering you're also in need of a part-time engagement, why not work for me instead? Yue Jitong fell silent, gazing at him. I shall purchase your time with monetary compensation, 1,000 per day, to accompany me in leisure. Next Friday night, we shall venture out together. Yue Jitong retrieved her phone, swallowed the last morsel of her noodles, and glanced at him with a hint of trepidation. What does this companionship entail? He paused, instantly comprehending the implication in her gaze, playfully tapped her on the head, and chuckled, pondering what was on her mind. It is merely a group outing. Did you assume I intended to take you somewhere else? Oh, she lowered her head, attempting to mask her embarrassment. Indeed, her thoughts had wandered too far. With her head bowed, her hair cascading down, revealing her flushed earlobes, Mo Xilou's eyes darkened. He shifted the conversation, leaning closer to her, and whispered, or perhaps, do you wish to spend time with me alone? Chapter 28. A cup of hot, iced Americano. Yue Jitong was taken aback, her gaze meeting his teasing eyes, and she hurriedly waved her hands. No, just going out to have some fun together is quite nice. Observing her flustered demeanor, he chuckled softly. Yue Jitong inquired again, who else is joining? My roommate, your roommate. Mo Xilou replied succinctly. In truth, it was Gu Yunqi who wished to invite Su Qinghe but failed to do so, and thus sought Mo Xilou's assistance in inviting Yue Jitong along, hoping to bring Su Qinghe out as well. Yue Jitong, I have a task for you. What is it? Mo Xilou recounted Gu Yunqi's request. This. Yue Jitong hesitated for a few seconds. I'm not confident either. Just give it a try. Yue Jitong pondered for a moment. If she were to invite Su Qinghe alone, it would be better to include the others from the dormitory as well. Should they bring Zhao Zhan along? This could create an opportunity for him and Shui Man. She asked, where are we going? Anywhere is fine. Gu Yunqi means to find a place suitable for romance. Coincidentally, that was her intention as well. She had heard Su Qinghe mention that Gu Yunqi was pursuing her, but she was uncertain of her feelings. However, Yue Jitong wished to play matchmaker for Zhao Zhan and Shui Man. The matter concerning Shui Man weighed heavily on her heart. Until it was resolved, she would remain anxious, fearing that Shui Man might tread the same path of no return. Suddenly, Mo Xilou asked, are the girls in your dormitory quite daring? Huh? She looked at him in confusion. Why do you ask? Because a horror escape room has opened on Dewdrop Street. You should suggest it to them and see if they would be interested in going. A horror escape room? What is that? It's a combination of a haunted house and an escape room. Oh, Yue Jitong nodded. I'll ask them when I get back. At that moment, she didn't even consider whether she was brave enough. Having never experienced a haunted house, Yue Jitong could not fathom the level of thrill inside. Mo Xilou had other matters to attend to in the afternoon, so after giving his instructions, he departed. Yue Jitong discarded the empty meal box, cleaned the floor, and resumed her work. As the afternoon progressed, the number of customers gradually increased, leaving her little time to read. Occasionally, she took out her phone to respond to a few messages. She had yet to inform Zhao Zhan about their outing next week, as she was uncertain whether she could invite the other dormitory members. At the Sun Welfare Institute, Shui Man enjoyed her time with the children, and as she departed in the afternoon, several little ones followed her reluctantly, promising to visit them when she had the opportunity. After the volunteer activity concluded and she signed out, the 20 students boarded a bus together to return. The bus stop was right at the school gate, and as Zhao Zhan disembarked, he headed straight for the CAF across the road, knowing that Yue Jitong was currently working there. Inside the CAF, Yue Jitong wore an expression of disbelief as she looked at the group of girls who had just entered. Shi Rue and her two roommates had inadvertently walked into the CAF and, upon spotting Yue Jitong at work, were taken aback. However, Yue Jitong did not let personal grievances show. She greeted them with her usual composure, asking, what would you like to order? Shi Rue, with her long hair cascading down, embraced her arms across her chest and, in a moment of inspiration, placed an order, ideal like a hot, iced Americano. Yue Jitong raised her gaze, quietly observing her with a look of bemusement, then inquired, can you guess why it's called an iced Americano? The other party scoffed lightly. So what? Can't you make it? I cannot, she replied with unambiguous clarity. The other girl paused for a moment, then taunted. Then what are you doing here for a part-time job? Yue Jitong chose to ignore her, turning to Shi Rue. Would you like to order anything else? Shi Rue met her gaze, their rivalry palpable yet expertly concealed. Her voice, slightly sharp and delicate, commanded, let us have 3 cups of hot vanilla lattes. She then addressed her 2 roommates generously. Today, I'll treat you all. The 2 roommates showered her with compliments, exclaiming, Shi Rue, the little heiress. We won't hold back. Shi Rue, with her chin held high, basked in their adulation as she strode forward proudly. Her impression of Yue Jitong now included a note of financial hardship, for only those from less affluent backgrounds would seek part-time employment. The CAF's prices were not modest. A single vanilla latte cost 25 yuan, a significant amount for university students reliant on parental support. This contributed to the relatively sparse clientele throughout the day. Yue Jitong ceased to focus on them, placing the order and proceeding to the kitchen to commence her crafting of coffee. The act of making coffee proved to be a soothing endeavor, and she was particularly engrossed, finding no fatigue but rather a sense of accomplishment. After serving the 3 lattes, Shi Rue's roommates refrained from uttering any foolish remarks to belabor her. Upon turning around, she spotted Zhao Zhan standing at the entrance. The moment he saw her, his expression transformed into one of excitement. This situation was a secret shared solely between him and Yue Jitong, leaving no one to confide in. After a morning filled with setbacks, Zhao Zhan was beset by serious self-doubt. "Sister Tong, do you think I'm really that inept?" Observing his dejected demeanor, Yue Jitong sincerely comforted him. "How could that be, Zhao Zhan? You are truly a remarkable person. In a past life, you even moved the hearts of the people of Hua country. How could you not be good? Nowadays, if you randomly select a person from the street, none would possess your kindness." Yue Jitong viewed Zhao Zhan through a lens of admiration, deeply respecting his tenacity to bloom even in adversity. Shi Rui noticed a young man conversing with Yue Jitong for an extended period. Her ears perked up as she eavesdropped, discreetly recording the conversation on her phone. The content was fragmented, and she couldn't discern much, yet she had come to perceive Zhao Zhan as a suitor of Yue Jitong. Although she vehemently wished to deny it, she could not overlook the fact that Yue Jitong possessed a certain allure, the kind that could easily captivate a man's attention. Shi Rui saved the recording, regardless of its potential utility, as she had a natural talent for capitalizing on her surroundings and seizing every opportunity. She lifted her phone, pretending to take a selfie with her coffee cup, capturing a covert photograph of Yue Jitong alongside Zhao Zhan. In the image, Yue Jitong appeared amiable, her eyes seemingly aglow, while the young man opposite her scratched his head, smiling bashfully. Zhao Zhan felt a twinge of embarrassment from the praise he received from Yue Jitong. "Sister Tong, you need not console me. I am aware that I am not that remarkable. Do not despair. Trust me, you are undoubtedly far superior to Li Qian." After a moment of comfort, Zhao Zhan's previously deflated confidence was rekindled, and he bid farewell to Yue Jitong. Once he departed, Shi Rui approached with a serious demeanor. Standing before Yue Jitong and earnestly inquiring, "Yue Jitong, what exactly is your relationship with Mo Xilou?" The photograph of their kiss in the library pierced Shi Rui's heart like a thorn, causing discomfort each time it resurfaced in her thoughts. Chapter 29. The infectious nature of love, however, she did not believe that Yue Jitong had entered into a relationship with Mo Xilou. From her understanding of Mo Xilou, if he were to be in love, he would undoubtedly announce it publicly on social media, proudly proclaiming it to the world. It would not be in the vague and low-key manner that currently surrounded them. Mo Xilou was not the type to compromise his girlfriend's feelings. He was the epitome of candor. Shi Rui believed she comprehended Mo Xilou thoroughly, and therefore, she still held hope. Yet, she could not fathom the nature of that photograph. Today, by chance, Shi Rui encountered Yue Jitong and decided to voice her suspicions. Yue Jitong was taken aback and scrutinized the girl, who consistently regarded her with animosity. "What does this have to do with you?" Shi Rui faltered momentarily before raising her voice. "I like Mo Xilou. From the very first day of freshman year, I have liked him." Yue Jitong responded coolly. "So what? Shi Rui, must acquire what I desire. No man can refuse me," Shi Rui declared, her expression gradually becoming more frenzied. Yue Jitong found her baffling. "What is the significance of you telling me this? I merely want to inform you that I will eventually win over Mo Xilou. Do not become too complacent. Do not assume he will always favor you." Having said this, Shi Rui did not intend to await a response. She scoffed and departed with her two companions. Yue Jitong lowered her gaze, bewildered for a moment before realizing that she had just been declared war upon. She thought such behavior was typical only of middle schoolers. In truth, since high school, no one had confronted her in such a manner, demanding she keep her distance from anyone. She chuckled softly, dismissing it as childish. Upon returning to the dormitory that evening, she recalled Mo Xilou's request and extended an invitation to her dorm mates. Zheng Yinyan was the first to exclaim excitedly, "Tong, I'm in. I'm in." She was an avid enthusiast of haunted houses and escape rooms, often craving adventures steeped in a spooky atmosphere. However, it was rare for her to find like-minded companions to join her. Xuan Man hesitated. "Will it be very frightening? I'm a bit apprehensive." Zheng Yinyan encouraged her. "Don't worry, it's not scary at all. It's just NPCs acting. I've done it many times before. I'll protect you." Xuan Man was persuaded. "Well, then I'll go too." Finally, Yue Jitong turned to Su Qinghe, the key figure among them. The rest were merely supplementary. After all, it was Gu Yunqi who was footing the bill. Su Qinghe glanced at her with a knowing smile. "Is it just us? Are there others?" Yue Jitong chuckled. choosing to be forthright. Indeed, I cannot hide anything from you, Sister He. Actually, Mo Xilou and his roommate. Su Qinghe saw through her immediately. She understood Yue Jitong far too well. She would never opt for a haunted house experience. Very well. Yue Jitong had no intention of concealing anything, shaking Su Qinghe's arm playfully. So, Sister He, will you join us? Sure, Su Qinghe replied, feeling rather agreeable. With nothing else to occupy her time and considering Gu Yunqi's earnest efforts, she consented. Yue Jitong promptly messaged Mo Xilou. Mission accomplished. Mo Xilou replied, well done. He then turned to inform Gu Yunqi. Fang Mingzhi, overhearing their conversation, interjected, Old Gu, I've heard that Su Qinghe is quite the promiscuous womanizer. Mo Xilou inquired. What do you mean? He was not particularly familiar with Yue Jitong's roommates. Fang Mingzhi began to gossip. Su Qinghe has swapped boyfriends at least 8 times in a year. Just ask anyone at her college, and you'll find out. Gu Yunqi seemed unfazed. I know, she's quite fickle, but I like her. If you love someone, you must embrace all their virtues and flaws. Fang Mingzhi sighed in exasperation. All right then, add one more to the love-struck list. It used to be just Mo Xilou in our dorm, and now 2 have caught the bug. He lamented, worried that he too might succumb to their infatuation. A week passed swiftly, and soon it was Friday again. The weather grew increasingly frigid as December arrived, dropping temperatures further. Compared to the northern regions where snow had already begun to fall, the climate in City X remained relatively mild. Yue Jitong donned a thick gray blue coat, her wide-legged jeans completely concealing her slender legs, and casually tied her hair into a bun. She never wore clothes that accentuated her figure. In winter, her attire consisted of oversized sweaters paired with loose trousers. The group had arranged to meet at the entrance of Du Street. Mo Xilou, Gu Yunqi, and Fang Mingzhi arrived by car. Fang Mingzhi initially hesitated to join the 2 love-struck individuals, but was ultimately dragged out by Gu Yunqi. Even after getting into the car, he continued to complain, why do you need me around while you're trying to woo girls? Gu Yunqi responded, oh come on, old Fang. You're alone in the dorm anyway. Let us just have some fun together. Yue Jitong and her 3 roommates opted for a taxi, and she had also called Zhao Zhen, so the 5 of them waited for a cab at the school gate. Zheng Yanyan and Su Qinghe did not know Zhao Zhen, so Yue Jitong pulled the 2 aside to explain quietly. Upon learning that Zhao Zhen intended to pursue Xue Man, they exchanged curious glances. Zheng Yanyan remarked, Taiyong, you seem to have a good impression of Zhao Zhen. She had never seen Yue Jitong go out of her way to support someone so ardently. Yue Jitong could not elaborate much, merely stating that coincidentally, Zhao Zhen had been a tremendous help to her. In essence, he was a genuinely good person. The 2 accepted her explanation, trusting her judgment, and decided to assist in bringing them together. The 5 of them needed 2 taxis, so while they waited for the vehicles to arrive, Yue Jitong, Su Qinghe, and Zheng Yanyan tactfully boarded the first taxi, leaving the second for Xue Man and Zhao Zhen. Inside the car, Zhao Zhen and Xue Man sat in the back seat, which was rather compact, causing them to be seated quite close to one another. The atmosphere grew somewhat silent. Zhao Zhen attempted to shift away, fearful of encroaching on Xue Man's space, racking his brain for conversation topics, his mouth opening and closing without uttering a word. Xue Man sat quietly, her hands resting on her knees, her gaze lowered. Zhao Zhen felt a pang of frustration, suddenly recalling Li Qian. What would Li Qian do if he were here? Li Qian, that green tea boy, would undoubtedly seize such a splendid opportunity for close contact with Xue Man. Shouldn't Zhao Zhen take a page from Li Qian's book? Yet, he found himself at a loss for how to engage in conversation with a girl, unsure of where to begin. He felt quite awkward, recalling that Yue Jitong had mentioned Xue Man was fond of proactive and assertive boys. He began to make a conscious effort to relax. However, as he did so, his leg inevitably brushed against Xue Man's. He could distinctly sense the girl beside him stiffen momentarily before she subtly shifted away. Zhao Zhen clenched his fingers, slowly starting to speak, Xue Man. But before he could finish his thought, the driver suddenly slammed on the brakes. The tires screeched against the pavement, producing a jarring noise. Chapter 30 at the outset. Gu Yunqi was unexpectedly dragged away. Xue Man's body lurched forward abruptly, swaying to the side, and Zhao Zhen instinctively reached out to pull her into his embrace. The driver in the front seat rolled down the window, cursing at the scene outside, questioning the recklessness of arguing in the middle of the road. It turned out that a couple outside was engaged in a quarrel. The vehicle continued its journey. Shui Man sat up, her hand resting on his thigh, and, after straightening herself, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Zhao Zhen withdrew his hand, still incredulous that such an embrace had occurred so effortlessly. This was his first time holding a girl, and his heart raced faster than the car itself. And no, it's fine, he stammered. At long last, the group converged at the entrance of Lushui Street, and Mo Xilou led the way, guiding them into a narrow alley. The alley was sparsely populated with shops, and the few patrons were rare, creating an atmosphere of seclusion. Gu Yunqi followed closely beside Su Qinghe, chattering incessantly. That blue sign ahead must be the place. I heard the owner is a college student who started this venture on his own. Su Qinghe engaged him in casual conversation. Fang Mingzhi, trailing behind, inwardly scoffed, thinking it was akin to a queen accompanied by her entourage. He wagered that one day, Gu Yunqi would find himself in tears at the hands of Su Qinghe's antics. Upon entering the establishment, a young girl welcomed them, presenting 10 themes to choose from. 1. Abandoned hospital. The air is thick with the scent of disinfectant and the metallic tang of blood, accompanied by occasional cries of infants, with a deranged doctor wielding a scalpel chasing the players. Horror index. 5 stars, 2. Haunted mansion. In the dimly lit corridors of an ancient estate, the spirit of a wronged maid drifts, and ghostly hands emerge from the walls to grasp at the player's garments. Horror index. 5 stars, 3. Campus terror. A simulation of a school corridor at midnight, where strange noises emanate from the restrooms and vengeful spirits of students roam the classrooms, with bloodstains inexplicably appearing on the blackboard. Horror index. 5 stars, 4. Forest of mist. In the dense fog of the woods, players may encounter werewolves and mysterious tree spirits when lost, with traps lurking beneath their feet. Horror index. 3 stars, 5. Deep sea shadows. A hauntingly blue environment reminiscent of the ocean's depths, where siren songs beckon and colossal octopus tentacles may strike. Horror index. 3 stars, 6. Prison of evil spirits. In the dank, shadowy cells, ferocious spirits are imprisoned, ready to break free and pounce on the players. Horror index. 4 stars, 7. Cemetery mysteries. Among the gravestones, white-robed specters drift, and skeletal claws occasionally emerge from the ground. Horror index. 4 stars, 8. Secrets of the castle. A castle concealing the secrets of a vampire clan, with bats flitting about and vampires poised to reveal themselves. Horror index. 3 stars, 9. Subway anomalies. In the dark subway car, mysterious shadows flicker, and the train's announcements deliver eerie messages. Horror index. 4 stars, 10. The corpse of the mountain village. In a remote and backward mountain village, a woman hangs lifeless from a tree. Who could she possibly be? Terror index. 6 stars. The 8 of them deliberated for a while, unable to reach a consensus, wavering between the themes of vengeful spirits in an ancient mansion, misty forests, haunted castles, and the corpse of a woman in a mountain village. Zheng Yanyan and Gu Yunqi fervently advocated for the latter theme, drawn by its highest terror index and thrilling nature. Shui Man and Yue Jitong preferred the misty forest, believing it to be less frightening. After much discussion, it was Zheng Yanyan who ultimately persuaded the group, and they settled on the most challenging theme, the corpse of a woman in a mountain village. Just hearing the name sent chills down Yue Jitong's spine. Both she and Shui Man were the types who would shy away from even watching horror films. Once the theme was decided, the female attendant handed them a small flashlight and smiled while reminding them not to assault the NPCs, wishing them a pleasant experience. Yue Jitong thought to herself, who would even think of attacking an NPC? That would be utterly uncouth. The staff then led the group of 8 to the entrance, where Zheng Yanyan volunteered to go first. Inside, it was pitch dark, rendering visibility nearly impossible. She turned on the flashlight, only to find its beam feeble, barely illuminating anything. One by one, the 8 entered, and a damp odor mingled with the scent of decaying would fill the air. Fang Mingzhi, with his keen sense of smell, even detected a hint of blood. The space was vast. Gu Yunqi, using the faint light from the flashlight, surveyed his surroundings. He had expected a confined space, but it was 5 times larger than he had imagined, with grass covering the ground and trees nearby, authentically simulating a mountain village setting. The atmosphere was eerily oppressive, and Yue Jitong felt a twinge of fear, instinctively moving closer to Mo Xilou. The group stood still, save for Gu Yunqi, who continued to explore with the flashlight. Suddenly, 2 NPCs sprang out from the shadows, cackling ominously as they dragged Gu Yunqi away, leaving behind a chilling taunt. "Ha! Tonight, we have a little lamb to feast upon." Startled, Mo Xilou and the others quickly pursued, only to find the spot where Gu Yunqi had vanished was a solid wall. Fang Mingzhi picked up the flashlight from the ground, his voice heavy with sorrow. "Old Gu, may you fare well." Xue Man recoiled in fear, exclaiming, "Where did Gu Yunqi go? Is he in danger?" Zheng Yinyin chuckled softly. "Don't worry, it's just a game. We should see him again shortly." A voice echoed through the air. "Want to rescue your friend? Prepare 500,000 in cash." With one of the best players already captured, all eyes turned to Zheng Yinyin. "This must be a clue. Let us split up and see if we can uncover any hidden money here," Zheng Yinyin calmly suggested. Xue Man and Zhao Jin managed to scrape out 100,000 from a wall, while Fang Mingzhi discovered another 100,000 beneath a hoe. Su Qinghe found 100,000 in an old well, and Yue Jitong and Mo Xilou retrieved 100,000 from a tree hollow. Yet, they could not locate the last 100,000 despite their efforts. Finally, Zheng Yinyin's gaze fell upon a small grave marked by a wooden sign. "Do you think it could be buried there?" Yue Jitong grabbed her arm, swallowing hard. "Yinyin, you aren't suggesting we dig up the grave, are you?" Zheng Yinyin's eyes gleamed with excitement, as if she were certain something lay hidden there. Yue Jitong gazed at her, squatting on the ground with a hoe in hand, his heart filled with apprehension, fearing she might unearth something truly terrifying. "I found it. Right here," Zheng Yinyin exclaimed, swiftly retrieving the last million. Boldly, she challenged, "Who dares to steal from my grave? Come and face your doom." Suddenly, a ghostly figure clad in white fell from the tree, a noose tightly bound around her neck. Yue Jitong, standing beside the tree, was taken by surprise as he met the ghost's ghastly visage, pale face, bloodied eyes, and a long, protruding tongue, prompting an instinctive scream to escape his lips. Chapter 31. Do you wish to take advantage of me? Everyone was startled, not by the ghostly figure, but by the sudden scream of Yue Jitong, as she had never before uttered such a sound. They all turned their gaze towards the tree. Mo Xilou swiftly pulled her behind him, reassuring her, "Do not fear, it's merely an NPC." Yue Jitong clutched his garment tightly, too frightened to look. The ghost dangled from the tree, tearing the bloodied rope from her neck, her voice a chilling wail. "You took my money, then one must remain here with me." With that, she lunged towards them, extending her inky claws to seize them. Panic ensued as 7 individuals began to flee. Yue Jitong held onto Mo Xilou's clothing with a white-knuckled grip, her mind racing with thoughts of how dreadful this game had become. She no longer wished to partake. Zheng Yinyin shouted amidst her flight, "Give me the money, and I will place it in that slot." They dodged the ghost while racing towards the opening. When 5 million was deposited, a wall slowly slid open, revealing a new scene. The ghost ceased her pursuit, rehanging herself from the tree, her long tongue lolling as she tilted her head to observe them. Several of them reached the new setting, squatting on the ground to catch their breath, drenched in perspiration from their frantic run. Zheng Yinyin shrugged off her jacket, draping it over her shoulders, having led the ghost on a wild chase. Gu Yunqi awaited them seated on a dilapidated chair, waving cheerfully, "Hello, old friends." Su Qinghe, aggrieved, retorted, "We're exhausted. How can you be so at ease?" Gu Yunqi quipped back, "What a 6-star horror. It's hardly terrifying at all." Yue Jitong's eyes widened in disbelief. Was it not terrifying? She felt as though she might perish from fright, anticipating nightmares of the ghost's pallid visage that night. In the ensuing scene, Xue Man and Yue Jitong took on the role of screamers. The NPCs in this escape room were indeed excessive. When a hand emerged from the wall to grasp Yue Jitong's arm, she screamed and struck the hand fiercely. Now she understood why the attendant had warned against assaulting NPCs. Afterward, she murmured an apology, "I'm sorry." The hand shook slightly before retracting. They arrived at the final stage. In front of the 8 participants stood 4 passageways, with only one leading to salvation. Zhang Yinyan proposed they pair off into 4 groups to traverse each passage. Those who were incorrect would return to the entrance, while those who were correct would proceed directly out. The pairings were established: Xue Man with Zhao Zhan, Su Qinghe with Gu Yunqi, Yue Jitong with Mo Xilou, and Zhang Yinyan with Fang Mingzhi. With only one flashlight available, they were uncertain whom should wield it. Zhang Yinyan glanced at Gu Yunqi, who discreetly waved his hand in refusal. Why would I need a flashlight when we have this rare opportunity to be alone? She mused. She then looked towards Xue Man's group, where Zhao Zhan signaled similarly. Mo Xilou cleared his throat, prompting Zhang Yinyan to understand. Very well, the flashlight shall belong to us. She chose the first passage, and, alongside Fang Mingzhi, they were the first to vanish into the entrance. In the narrow passageway, Zhang Yinyan walked while expressing her discontent, remarking that everyone else was there for romance, while only the 2 of them were there for gaming. Both were audacious individuals, unperturbed by any sudden apparitions. Fang Mingzhi pushed aside the troublesome NPC's head and began gossiping with Zhang Yinyan. She kicked away a ghostly hand that emerged from the ground, all the while engaging in conversation with him. In contrast to the leisurely chat in the first passage, the atmospheres of the other 3 passages varied greatly. In the second passage, Xue Man and Zhao Zhan found themselves without a flashlight, enveloped in darkness, with flickering ghostly flames illuminating the walls. Xue Man felt a twinge of fear, but was too shy to voice it, trailing behind Zhao Zhan. He hesitated before extending his arm, saying, "If you're scared, you can hold on to my arm." "No, thank you," Xue Man replied, feeling bashful about holding on. Just as Zhao Zhan was about to retract his arm, he suddenly changed his mind, grasping her wrist instead. "Then I shall hold on to you." Startled, Xue Man felt the warmth radiating from his grip, even through her thick coat, causing her heart to race. She sensed a change in Zhao Zhan, as if he were different from before. Suddenly, a ghostly face dropped from above, prompting Xue Man to scream and close her eyes, instinctively throwing herself into Zhao Zhan's embrace. He cast a grateful glance at the dangling NPC, which hung upside down from the iron railing above, its expression conveying an understanding of the situation. It deliberately emitted a horrifying sound effect, making Xue Man too frightened to look up. This was more like it. The 2 in the first passage had been far too composed, with the male delivering a punch and the female kicking it away, causing it to leave in a huff. Having had enough of the drama, the NPC crawled back, deciding to explore the other 2 passages. After a moment, Xue Man released her grasp, the pitch-black environment concealing her flushed cheeks. "I'm sorry. Zhao Zhan felt this was the perfect opportunity. The ambience was ripe for confession, and failing to seize this moment would be a waste. He took hold of Xue Man's wrist, pulling her back into his embrace. "Xue Man, I like you." In the third passage, Su Qinghe looked disdainfully at Gu Yunqi, who was jumping about. "Ah, don't grab me." As the icy tendrils of the NPC approached, Gu Yunqi was covered in goosebumps, leaping towards Su Qinghe. Just as he was about to touch her, she sidestepped him. "Hey," he protested while dodging the attacks. "Why do these NPCs only target me and not you?" He was perplexed. Su Qinghe, arms crossed, strolled leisurely, replying, "Because you're easier to bully." Any NPC attempting to attack her was swiftly dispatched by a kick. "What is all this on the ground? It's so sticky and disgusting," Gu Yunqi exclaimed, finding the unidentified substances far more frightening than the ghosts themselves. An idea struck him, and he reached for Su Qinghe's hand, only to find the anticipated sensation absent. "Why are you wearing gloves?" he asked. "Su Qing's gulp," shaking off his hand, "Of course, to protect myself from people like you." "When did you don the gloves?" As the game commenced, Gu Yunqi felt as though he had been struck by numerous arrows, feigning sorrow and exclaiming dramatically, "Su Qinghe, how could you guard against me so thoroughly?" Su Qinghe lowered her gaze in silence. In truth, her defenses extended beyond merely him. She harbored a profound aversion to physical contact with others. In the final passage, Yue Jitong clung to Mo Xilou's garment. When an NPC launched an attack, she evaded it, inadvertently brushing against the back of his hand. Under the dim blue light, Yue Jitong's eyes fixated on his hand, and an inexplicable thought surfaced in her mind. It seemed they had never held hands before. A flutter of desire coursed through her heart. She discreetly touched the back of his hand. Mo Xilou remained unresponsive. She pressed her hand against his again with more force. Finally, Mo Xilou halted, lifted his eyelids to regard her, and his deep voice resonated in the confined space. Yue Jitong, are you attempting to take advantage of me? Chapter 32. With one kiss, he crumbled I did not. The teasing caused a blush to bloom on Yue Jitong's face. She exhaled softly, relieved that the darkness concealed her embarrassment. A sudden gust of wind swept through, making her shiver slightly. It felt as if it had come from ahead, carrying a few snowflakes that landed on her face, cool and refreshing. Yue Jitong brushed away the chill with her fingers, contemplating the artificial snowflakes. The escape room was exquisitely designed, remarkably lifelike. The sporadic illumination from the walls cast their shadows that swayed gently on the uneven ground, which appeared to be cobbled together with stones. Yue Jitong fixated on his large hand, defined by its prominent knuckles, that hung at his side. A small spark ignited within her, and with the wind's caress, that flicker flared, warming her heart. She extended her hand, spreading her fingers, glanced down briefly, and then cautiously nestled her hand into his palm, her heart racing with anticipation. As her icy fingertips brushed against his warm palm, Mo Xilou paused, his entire being coming to a standstill. Without meeting her gaze, he firmly clasped the small hand that had reached out to him for the first time. So cold, so soft, so sponge. Delicate fingers as fragile as gossamer. Did Yue Jitong take the initiative to hold his hand? His emotions resembled a caramel melting in coffee, a delightful blend of sweetness and bitterness. Instinctively, he tightened his grip, squeezing until he heard her catch her breath. Yue Jitong stirred her fingers, her voice soft and pleading. Mo Xilou, don't squeeze so hard, it hurts. His eyelashes fluttered momentarily, and he loosened his grip slightly, clearing his throat amidst the flickering light, his expression betraying a hint of discomfort. Yue Jitong refrained from speaking in such a manner. It may lead to misunderstandings. She gazed at his profile, puzzled. What misunderstandings? Nothing, he replied curtly, falling silent as he guided her forward. His hand radiated warmth, and before long, her chilly fingertips were enveloped in heat. This was far more effective than a hand warmer. Yue Jitong mused, if only he could keep her hands warm during the winter. Perhaps it was the dim light that obscured their expressions, but the darkness emboldened her. Suddenly, she grew bolder, gently tracing her index finger along his palm. Mo Xilou, feeling a slight tickle in his hand, initially thought she had inadvertently brushed against him. However, as the sensation lingered, he discerned that her actions were intentional. Abruptly halting, he turned to face her, his voice deep and resonant. Yue Jitong, is this amusing to you? She froze, biting her lip and lowering her gaze, fearful of having crossed a line. Given his tone, would he be angry? She was no expert in appeasing someone's ire. If Mo Xilou were upset, she had but one remedy. A kiss surely would quell his displeasure. She believed he had a fondness for such gestures. This could not merely be a figment of her imagination. It most certainly was not. He must enjoy kissing. Otherwise, he would not have suggested the absurd notion of kissing in 100 different scenarios. Yue Jitong grasped his hand, exerting a slight force, and rose onto her toes to bestow a gentle kiss upon his lips amidst the darkness. It was a feather-light touch, akin to seabirds gliding over the ocean, inadvertently stirring ripples upon the water surface. Her lips withdrew almost immediately, and she softly added, that's the 6th one. Just 16 so far, and it seems there's still a long way to 100. Mo Xilou remained silent, seemingly frozen in place. Had it not been for his grip on her hand tightening once more, Yue Jitong might have thought he had been rendered immobile. After a pause, he suddenly wrapped his arms around her waist, lifting her effortlessly, his fingers grazing her delicate lips as he chuckled softly. Yue Jitong, it seems you've learned some mischief. He caressed her face gently, inquiring, where did you learn this? Her face cradled in his warm palm gradually absorbed the heat emanating from him. His eyes sparkled, his breath was uneven, and he bore the pleasant scent of watermelon soda mingled with a hint of tobacco. He bent down, his face mere centimeters from hers. In that moment, Yue Jitong felt a stirring within her heart. her eyes reflecting emotions she could scarcely comprehend. At that instant, she yearned to kiss him, a profound desire that transcended mere pecks or gestures of comfort. It was a kiss purely born of physical longing, and so she surrendered to that impulse. Her confidence stemmed from her awareness that Mo Xilou would never refuse her, for he had never turned down her kisses. Knowing she would not be denied, and that the likelihood of success was a certainty, Yue Jitong dared to act without hesitation. There was no fear of being pushed away, no worry of embarrassment, no concern for her pride being shattered. She wrapped her arms around his neck, this time kissing him earnestly, savoring the moment, lingering without retreat. He paused, momentarily taken aback, unable to process his thoughts, yet his response was fervent and overwhelming. For the first time, he sensed an intoxicating whiff of affection emanating from Yue Jitong, a potent catalyst that unleashed the emotions he had been grappling with. With the slightest step she took towards him, he found himself helplessly ensnared, unable to maintain his composure. The instant Mo Xilou kissed her, a singular thought occupied his mind. He was utterly doomed. This kiss was unlike any before, imbued with a significance that transcended the ordinary. A singular fall, repeated with each encounter. He was once again ensnared in the quagmire of love, named Yue Jitong, where the more he struggled, the deeper he sank, and the more he endeavored, the more entangled he became. Pain, sorrow, and the possibility of being wounded anew loomed ahead. Yet, he found himself unable to push her away, incapable of resisting her allure, even if it were but a whisper of desire, even if it were a sugar-coated dagger, capable of lacerating his throat. He would swallow it whole, because she was Yue Jitong. She was the embodiment of his youthful dreams, the epitome of his adolescence. The bittersweet regret that haunted him in countless midnight reveries, the elusive completeness he had sought throughout his life. For there existed but one Yue Jitong in this world, and no one could ever replace her. Alas, it mattered not. This was a yearning born from the depths of his soul, a craving he found exceedingly difficult to control. Just as he emerged from the fourth passage, battered by Su Qinghe's blows, he was unexpectedly met with a deluge of affection. The NPC, renowned for his dedication, has yet to commence his duties, yet these two have already succumbed to an embrace. Such antics must surely diminish his professional pride. With a flicker of mischief in his eyes, the NPC resolved to stir things up. He summoned several colleagues, urging them to hasten to the fourth corridor to orchestrate a little spectacle for the pair. Yue Jitong, with her eyes closed, nestled within his arms, felt a dizzying sensation from the kiss. In her hazy thoughts, a question surfaced. How could his kissing prowess be so exceptional? Had he practiced? When? With whom? Mo Xilou, noticing her momentary distraction, playfully nipped her lip as a form of gentle reprimand. It wasn't forceful, yet it sent a shiver through her. An intriguing sensation, indeed. Suddenly, a cacophony of eerie wails erupted, startling her into opening her eyes. Out of the corner of her gaze, she beheld several emaciated hands emerging from the wall, while not far off, a ghastly visage hung upside down. Chapter 33. Good night, my darling. Her pupils widened in sudden alarm, and amidst her shock, a realization struck her. She had shared a kiss with Mo Xilou while being observed by these NPCs. How utterly mortifying! Was there truly any difference between this and kissing in public? No, this simply cannot stand. Yue Jitong instinctively reached out to push away the man who still held her close. He released her, a look of mild confusion crossing his features, his voice deep and magnetic as he inquired, What is it, darling? He was so engrossed that he had failed to notice anything amiss. Mo Xilou, there are people watching us. Let them watch, he replied nonchalantly. With that, he raised a hand to shield her eyes, preventing her from seeing anyone else, while tightening his embrace and kissing her once more. In that moment, Yue Jitong found herself enveloped in darkness, yet her ears remained attuned to the laughter of the lingering specters, who showed no signs of departing. Being the center of such attention was undeniably embarrassing. Yet, she found herself unable to push him away, merely letting out soft hums of dissatisfaction. Thankfully, his hand covered her eyes, significantly alleviating her feelings of shame and awkwardness. However, Yue Jitong resolved that she would never return to this place again. She feared that the staff might recognize her, leading to a most mortifying social demise. The lighting was dim enough. Surely they could not discern her features? She whispered silent reassurances to herself. After a spell of cackling, the NPCs, observing the two in a passionate embrace, sensed that they were utterly disregarded, as if they existed in a realm devoid of others. A dangling NPC remarked, "Wow, I'm impressed," before cursing softly and making his exit. The others followed suit, eager to avoid the scene, as they were but a pitiful pack of single souls. One NPC, while climbing away, asked another, "Does torturing couples count as a workplace injury?" The other NPC replied solemnly, "How could it not?" As the surroundings grew quieter, Yue Jitong sensed that the NPCs had finally departed, leaving her in solitude. Her rigid body began to relax. However, the next moment brought a wave of tension, for she heard footsteps and voices approaching. This time, it was not the sound of crawling nor the wailing of ghosts. These were the unmistakable sounds of human footsteps, accompanied by familiar voices. Zheng Yinyan, Fang Mingzhi, Gu Yunqi, Su Qinghe, Xue Man, and Zhao Zhen. 6 individuals were approaching. Having chosen 3 incorrect paths, their way was effectively blocked, forcing them to retrace their steps. Upon reaching the entrance, they discovered that only Yue Jitong and Mo Xilou had yet to return. Thus, they surmised that the 4th passage must indeed lead to the true exit. Believing that Mo Xilou and Yue Jitong had already emerged and were awaiting them outside. As the voices grew nearer, Yue Jitong panicked and attempted to push Mo Xilou away, but to no avail. In a moment of desperation, she pinched his arm with considerable force. He let out a pain grunt. Yue Jitong felt a sense of urgency and pinched herself again. Unlike the NPCs, who were merely strangers of no consequence and whom she would never encounter again, these individuals were to be her daily companions. The thought of them witnessing her kiss with Mo Xilou filled her with dread, as if she wished to sink into the ground and never show her face again. Sensing her panic, Mo Xilou calmly released her and stood tall, creating some distance between them just as the 6 individuals were about to turn the corner and meet them. At that moment, Yue Jitong widened her eyes, still focused on Mo Xilou, when she heard a few astonished voices nearby. "Hey Tong, why are you still here?" "Yes, Tong, why haven't you left yet?" Gu Yunqi pointed his flashlight at Mo Xilou, asking, "Old Mo, is this path incorrect? Are you heading back?" 6 pairs of eyes fixated on the 2 of them, causing Yue Jitong to lower her head, unable to withstand the scrutiny, and she instinctively moved closer behind Mo Xilou, fearing that the beam of Gu Yunqi's flashlight would reveal her flushed, burning cheeks and the wrinkled hem of her clothing. Mo Xilou cleared his throat and, with a composed demeanor, fabricated a lie. "You haven't taken a wrong turn. This is indeed the correct path. We were just about to leave, but thought you might not know, so we returned to find you." This assertion was, of course, a fabrication, as Mo Xilou himself was uncertain if this route led to an exit. Logically, it should be correct, given that the other paths were wrong, making this one the only viable option. The group readily accepted his explanation. Gu Yunqi stepped forward, slinging an arm over Mo Xilou's shoulders, saying, "Old Mo, you must have come back to find me. I'm so touched. You truly are my good brother and roommate." Having faced considerable setbacks with Su Qinghe, Gu Yunqi was now a bit unhinged, speaking in a disjointed manner. Fang Mingzhi tugged at his collar, pulling him away, saying, "All right, old Gu, focus on your own path. No need to crowd around them." Fang Mingzhi keenly noticed that Mo Xilou and Yue Jitong were standing quite far apart, enough space between them to accommodate 2 Gu Yunqis. What was going on? Were they avoiding suspicion? This seemed rather deliberate, leading him to seriously suspect that something had transpired between the 2 during their moment alone. With a sigh, he lamented the irony of their pact to remain single. It seemed he was the only one genuinely alone now. He felt quite pitiful, soon to be inundated with unsolicited displays of affection. He glanced at Zheng Yinyan, whose eyes reflected a shared sense of sympathy. Zheng Yinyan, confused by his peculiar gaze, wondered why he looked at her in such a strange manner, rubbing her arms as if to ward off non-existent goosebumps. As they walked, a sudden beam of light appeared ahead, indicating that the exit was near. Everyone eagerly quickened their pace. After emerging from the escape room, Zhang Yinyan proposed they buy some desserts. The four girls went together while the four boys waited nearby. Among them, Zhang Yinyan enjoyed the escape room experience the most, as everyone else was preoccupied with their thoughts, while she remained blissfully immersed in the game. That evening, in the girls' dormitory, room 506, Xue Man spent the entire night in a daze. While Yue Jitong discreetly observed her several times, her curiosity piqued by what had transpired in the final passage. Could it be that Zhao Zhan had confessed his feelings to her? Yet, Yue Jitong quickly dismissed this thought, wondering if it was too soon. She decided to take matters into her own hands and directly inquire about the developments from Zhao Zhan. The outcome, however, took her by surprise. Zhao Zhan had indeed expressed his feelings to Xue Man, albeit she had not given him a definitive answer, and merely stated that she needed time to contemplate. Yue Jitong was quite astonished. She had assumed Zhao Zhan would hesitate longer, but when the moment arrived, he proved to be remarkably decisive. Observing Xue Man's occasional blush and averted gaze, it seemed that this matter was nearing resolution. Just before drifting off to sleep, Yue Jitong's phone vibrated. Upon checking, she discovered a message from Mo Xilou, sent as a voice note. She retrieved her Bluetooth earphones from beneath her pillow, donned them, and pressed play. His voice, accompanied by a gentle electric hum, filled her ears, sending delightful shivers through her heart. He said, "Baby, good night." Chapter 34. Past events and tangled emotions. Yue Jitong set aside her phone, drawing the quilt over her head to conceal her flushed face, her breaths resonating clearly within the confines of the narrow bedding. After a moment of suffocating discomfort, she pulled the blanket down to her collarbone, retrieved her phone, donned her headphones, and replayed the brief 2-second voice message once more. She repeated this action multiple times, listening over a dozen times, before solemnly typing "good night" on the screen. Her heart raced, the blush on her cheeks lingering unyieldingly. This sweet appellation felt refreshingly novel, an experience she had never known before. Most of the time, Mo Xilou simply addressed her by her full name. In a previous life, she had also caught him whispering "wife" in secret. He believed she was deeply asleep, emboldened to murmur softly behind her back. In truth, she had remained fully awake, clearly hearing every word. Each time he stealthily embraced her from behind, she feigned ignorance, for she cherished the sense of security his arms provided. Yet, given the rigid nature of their relationship, such emotions were entirely unwarranted. She could not comprehend how she and Mo Xilou had arrived at this juncture. Their relationship had begun like fresh fallen snow, but before it could melt, it had been trampled into ice. Over the course of time, they had compacted the ice harder and harder, both growing accustomed to this frigid mode of interaction, with neither attempting to shatter the ice. The fear of what lay beneath, perhaps not the warmth she had envisioned, but only shards of ice that could leave them both bloodied, kept them trapped in ignorance. Thus, it seemed simpler to pretend that nothing was amiss, to continue this muddled existence. When she called out to Mo Xilou, she too used his full name, a singular address that had become habitual. Yet, she rarely spoke it, except in moments of necessity. Closing her eyes, Yue Jitong suddenly recalled the time when Baiyu had first brought her to the Yu family, calling her Tong, while addressing Yulan Xin and Yu Fengshu and his treasures. It dawned on her that even from the onset, there existed a distinction in their names. Alas, she had been too young then to comprehend or question, only feeling a pang of bitterness within, too afraid to voice her thoughts. To have a mother was already a luxury. How could she dare to desire more? She felt unworthy. Yet now, someone called her baby, a term she had thought overly sweet and cloying, but when it escaped his lips, it resonated with an unexpected charm. It was like rhythmic drumming, striking her heart with each beat, igniting a fire within her soul, sowing seeds that would blossom in her heart. Tossing and turning, Yue Jitong found herself unable to sleep, the deliberately suppressed memories of the past flashing before her eyes. A persistent question lingered in her mind. Why had Mo Xilou suddenly proposed divorce in her previous life? They had seemed to play their roles so well. Why could they not have continued in that manner? Initially, she had thought he had sought another love, devising a different plan, thus releasing her without hesitation, signing the divorce papers without a second thought. However, in the moment he embraced her amidst the raging flames, she realized she had misjudged him. So, what was the true reason? As Yue Jitong pondered, she drifted into a muddled slumber, her dreams still whispering his name, sometimes sweetly curling her lips into a smile, other times furrowing her brow in distress. The night was thick and dark, the stars few and far between. Mo Xilou remained oblivious to her sensitive, intricate emotional landscape, unaware of her inner turmoil, and utterly ignorant of the profound impact a mere appellation had on her. He never conceived that she would repeatedly listen to a casual voice message he had sent. All he knew was that he felt elated, enveloped in a bubble of pink euphoria, which incited envy in Gu Yunqi, who seemed as if he had consumed a lemon, sourly exclaiming, "Old Mo, can you tone down that nauseating scent of romance? It's torturous for us single folks." Mo Xilou lifted his eyelids to glance at him, a smile he could not suppress playing on his lips, utterly delighted. "What did you say?" Gu Yunqi smirked, leaning closer to his ear, and replied loudly, "Nothing." Fang Mingzhi chuckled. "Old Mo, old Gu says you should tone down the scent of romance. He is jealous." Gu Yunqi glared. "Hey, old Fang, that is not fair. We're both single. What do you mean I'm jealous? Aren't you?" Fang Mingzhi scoffed. "Jealous of what? Of you love-struck fools?" He then turned his attention to Mo Xilou. "So, you and Yue Jitong are back together?" Gu Yunqi also regarded him, brandishing his hand like a blade against Mo Xilou's neck, menacingly demanding, "Now spill the beans. When did this happen?" Mo Xilou leaned back against the chair, his long legs crossed casually, lazily pushing Gu Yunqi's hand aside, his eyelids half closed as he calmly denied, "We are not together." "Who said we are? Moreover, what do you mean back together? We have never been together." Indeed, they had never truly been together. They had stumbled into marriage, just as haphazardly they had stumbled into divorce. In the past, she had never granted him the opportunity for romance. Now, he afforded her none as well. At times, Mo Xilou found it perplexing, uncertain of what they were truly entangled in. They had been entwined for 2 lifetimes, yet it seemed they had yielded no resolution. Deep down, he harbored reservations. Until matters settled, he was reluctant to acknowledge their relationship. Between him and Yue Jitong, significant hazards lingered. In their previous life, he had sought divorce after inadvertently discovering her diary. Yue Jitong had always possessed a commendable writing style. Thus, her subtly complex and emotionally rich prose struck him with multiplied intensity. Her indifference had not shattered him, but her decade-long, profound, secretive anguish over another had utterly dismantled the last bastion of his heart. He read her diary in silence, then returned it unopened, never mentioning it to anyone, nor allowing Yue Jitong to know, for he had invaded her privacy. Mo Xilou would remain unaware that had he inquired further at that moment, he might have received a vastly different answer. He sought to convince himself to feign ignorance, pretending he had never seen that she had never truly let go of the person she had harbored in her heart for decades, that she had never loved him. Let us continue in this manner. As long as Yue Jitong remains by his side, it matters not who resides in the depths of her heart. Mo Xilou endeavored to persuade himself, yet the more he pondered, the more anguish he felt. Each sleepless midnight was marked by discarded cigarette butts strewn across the floor. The moment he closed his eyes, every word from her diary came alive, incessantly swirling in his mind, mocking his self-deception. He yearned to forget those words, but having read them only once, they were indelibly etched in his memory, impossible to erase. Mo Xilou could no longer disregard the torment and suffering within. On an utterly ordinary sleepless midnight, the notion of divorce lingered in his thoughts, refusing to dissipate. Chapter 35. My dear, have you missed me? The moment he resolutely made the decision to divorce, the insomnia that had plagued him for so long vanished. He fell into a deep slumber. Perhaps surrendering was the most suitable resolution. He and Yue Jitong should not be bound together in a relentless struggle. At the moment he proposed the divorce, Yue Jitong remained composed, uttering not a single word, not even inquiring about the reasons. She simply replied with a single word, "All right." That day, as they sat face to face discussing their separation, their tone was so ordinary it resembled a casual conversation about where to dine next. However, they never engaged in such trivial discussions. Their exchanges were limited to essential phrases, often enveloped in silence. They efficiently completed the divorce proceedings. Mo Xilou felt an indescribable bitterness in his heart, pondering her lack of inquiry. Perhaps she had long desired to leave. Perhaps it was something she yearned for. She might have been willing to forsake everything just to seize this opportunity to escape him. After the divorce, he vacated the home they had shared for over a decade, residing in the company daily, attempting to numb himself with work. For a long time, he harbored regret. Alone in the office, he would reminisce about those nights when he would embrace her from behind while she slept. Alas, they were divorced now. He no longer possessed the right to hold her secretly. Mo Xilou never truly emerged from this despair. He merely numbed himself with work, refusing to think of her, to ponder what she was doing, or whether she was with someone else. In a world without her, he felt like a walking corpse, as if his soul had been extracted, leaving behind only a shell that barely endured. Before the life-threatening crisis, he had rushed to embrace her without hesitation. He had never regretted that moment. He could not accept her complete disappearance. Yet his heart ached profoundly, burdened with sorrow. He pleaded with the divine. Should there be a next life, let him never encounter her again. If he did not fall in love with her, there would be no such suffering. The divine heard his plea but grasped only part of it. To his astonishment, he was granted a second chance. However, once again, events veered off course. Leaning back in his chair, Mo Xilou heard Gu Yunqi's incessant chatter, but he remained oblivious, lost in thought. Sweetness and bitterness intertwined in his heart. Was his encounter with Yue Jitong a calamity or a fate? Did he truly wish to plunge into that abyss once more? Gu Yunqi waved his fingers before Mo Xilou's eyes, shouting loudly in his ear, "Hey, old Mo, wake up!" Gu Yunqi and Fang Mingzhi exchanged puzzled glances, as Mo Xilou's expressions were a spectacle, one moment smiling, the next frowning, then enveloped in solitude. Regaining his composure, Mo Xilou met their curious gazes and inquired, "What's wrong? Old Mo, what are you thinking about?" "I was just contemplating why you two are still awake." "TCH, Gu Yunqi scoffed, "I believe you. Enough gossip. Go wash up and sleep." With a long stride, Mo Xilou returned to his bed, unwilling to satisfy the curiosity of those beneath. This was a secret shared between him and Yue Jitong, a story that no one could truly understand. Fang Mingzhi nudged Gu Yunqi and inquired about his progress with Su Qinghe. "Not much," Gu Yunqi lamented as he sank into a chair, a frown etched upon his face. "Do you think Su Qinghe dislikes me? She is exceedingly guarded, even going so far as to wear gloves. She claims she dislikes physical contact with others, especially direct skin-to-skin interaction." "Come on," she is clearly toying with you. Fang Mingzhi consoled him with a pat on the shoulder. "Su Qinghe has had numerous boyfriends. It's improbable that there was never any physical contact. Her reasoning is evidently a ruse. Or perhaps she simply does not harbor any feelings for you and is using this as an excuse to reject you. Old Gu, I think you should give up. Your chances with Su Qinghe are slim." "Ah, don't say any more. I refuse to listen," Gu Yunqi exclaimed, covering his ears and shaking his head, unwilling to confront reality. He even strained to concoct excuses for her. "No, Su Qinghe must have her reasons. Perhaps she has some psychological barrier that prevents her from engaging in physical contact. She would never deceive me. Su Qinghe is always straightforward." He had already fashioned ample justifications for her behavior. Fang Mingzhi rolled his eyes, pondering what more he could possibly say. He decided to remain silent, sighing in resignation. "Sigh. You can never awaken someone who is pretending to be asleep," he muttered before retreating to his own bed. Love-struck, hopeless, he thought. "Hey, how did everyone else manage to get to bed?" Gu Yunqi mused as he noticed he was the last one left, swiftly climbing into his own bed. Their dormitory contained 4 beds, yet only 3 were occupied. At the time of their assignment, only the 3 of them remained, making it the last dormitory with vacancies. The spacious room felt perfect for 3, with the unoccupied desk cluttered with miscellaneous items. However, this bed was soon to welcome its occupant, someone Mo Xilou least desired to see. At that moment, Mo Xilou was blissfully unaware, sleeping soundly. In mid-December, a chill enveloped the air, and leaves began to fall. In some northern regions, snowflakes descended gently, resembling salt or sugar, covering the earth in a delicate blanket of white. X City, located further south, enjoyed a relatively mild climate. The bustling end-of-term examination week had arrived, and the library was teeming with students. Yue Jitong arrived early each day to secure a study spot. Since receiving 10,000 yuan from Mo Xilou, she had resigned from 2 of her part-time jobs, retaining only her position at the coffee shop, where she worked on weekends to earn a modest living. She had not forgotten that her primary objective was her studies. Neglecting her education for part-time work would be the most foolish course of action. Although Mo Xilou claimed to be paying for her time to keep him company, he seldom encroached upon her schedule. This was partly due to his awareness of her busy life, and partly because he too had his own commitments. Yue Jitong was uncertain of his undertakings, but sensed his busyness. It seemed she had not seen him in quite some time, leading her to wonder what Mo Xilou was up to. With a sudden thought, she decided to message him, inquiring about his recent activities. In the latter half of December, a flurry of examinations filled her schedule. Yue Jitong opened the examination timetable shared in the group and meticulously arranged her study plan. Her aspiration was to secure the top position, thereby earning a scholarship of at least 8,000. She had never imagined that her academic endeavors would one day be driven by the pursuit of financial aid. In her previous life, Yue Jitong had seldom experienced financial hardship. Owing to her generous donation of bone marrow to Yulan Xin, her father-in-law had always been liberal with her allowances, providing her with 5,000 yuan each month for living expenses. This sum was enviably substantial when compared to the typical university student's budget. Later, after marrying Mo Xilou, who managed the family business, he bestowed upon her a monthly allowance of 20,000 yuan, coupled with her own employment, which yielded a minimum of 10,000 yuan monthly. She rarely found herself troubled by monetary concerns. Thus far in this life, she had yet to achieve academic success, her wings still unformed. Having severed ties with the Yue family, she was left without financial support and could rely solely on her own efforts. With her head bowed in study, loose strands of hair fell around her slender neck, accentuating its porcelain-like quality. Outside the window, the wind swayed the branches, causing a few half-green, half-yellow leaves to drift gracefully to the ground. Suddenly, a pair of hands covered her eyes from behind, the palms carrying a hint of chill, icy to the touch. Startled, Yue Jitong heard a familiar voice beside her, deep and resonant. "Darling, have you missed me?" Chapter 36. The faint aroma of cedar began to waft through the air, subtly mingled with a hint of refreshing watermelon, while the lingering notes resembled delicate freesia. Yue Jitong, with her keen sense of smell, had unknowingly honed a remarkable ability to discern individuals through their scents. Regardless of the variations, she could instantly recognize the fragrance that enveloped Mo Xilou. She reached out, gently pulling down the large hand that covered her eyes, grasping it within her own, and then nodded softly, an understated affirmation of her longing for him. Her expression was modest and nuanced. She found it difficult to articulate the words "I miss you," yet a simple felt rather unremarkable to others. Mo Xilou, however, perceived it as anything but mundane. Such a response, albeit slight, was a delightful surprise. Yet, human nature is often insatiable, always yearning for more. His hand was cool to the touch, a clear indication that he had just come in from the cold. Yue Jitong warmed it for a moment before inquiring, "How did you know I was here?" "Just a guess," he replied, pulling up a chair to sit beside her, adding, "You often sit here." He was referring to a past life. Habits are difficult to alter. Yue Jitong had previously favored this spot by the window, and, after many years, she instinctively gravitated back to it. "Shall we go skiing after the exams? Is there a ski resort here?" Yue Jitong looked up in surprise, incredulous that a place with no snowfall could house a ski resort. "Not here, but somewhere else." "Oh." She averted her gaze, her long neck slightly bent, and softly murmured, "I don't want to go." Mo Xilou narrowed his eyes, a flicker of displeasure crossing his features. "Why not?" She lifted her eyelids to meet his gaze, her eyes as clear as water, her red lips parting to utter 2 words: "No money." Traveling incurs expenses, airfare, accommodation, meals, all of which accumulate into a substantial financial burden. Relying on others for money felt uncomfortable. Mo Xilou was taken aback, his mind racing with countless speculations, yet he had never considered this possibility. Didn't I give you 10,000 last time? Yue Jitong, how dire is your financial situation? Yue Jitong fell silent, offering a quiet defense. I need to pay tuition, purchase professional equipment, replace my computer, buy courses, and cover living expenses. The school doesn't allow students to stay during winter break, so I have to rent a place. Another expense, indeed. Money must be spent wisely. After a moment of contemplation, Mo Xilou said, then I'll treat you. You one teen need to spend a dime. She hesitated for a few seconds, recalling her recent discovery of a part-time job at a tech company primarily focused on developing gaming apps, which piqued her interest. In her previous life, she had been a game development engineer. I have a part-time job. Mo Xilou interrupted her, taking a deep breath, lowering his voice, and slightly gritting his teeth. I'm begging you to go out and have fun. Is that all right? Yue Jitong blinked, biting her lip, feeling a bit bashful, and slowly replied, that seems a bit much. With a gentle motion, Mo Xilou wrapped his arm around her shoulder, his brows arching slightly, a casual smile gracing his lips as he leaned in to whisper in her ear. Then it settled. Don't sneak away during the break. Her shoulders were slender, and he could feel the faintly protruding bones beneath his palm. His gaze traveled over her delicate collarbone, and he reached up to tousle her hair gently, whispering, do well in your studies, my dear. The last two words were spoken softly, with an elongated tone that unmistakably conveyed affection. He called her my dear, a term sweeter than any other. She tightened her grip on the pen, her fingers trembling slightly, and her eyelashes fluttered anxiously, her heart racing anew. In a flurry of confusion, Yue Jitong strove to maintain an exterior calm, lowering her gaze to conceal her quivering eyes, responding with a nonchalant to indicate her understanding. Mo Xilou's eyes remained fixed on the tips of her ears, which were gradually turning crimson, and her softly blushing profile suddenly eliciting a light-hearted chuckle. His lips curved into a smile, his eyes brimming with mirth. It appeared she was quite adept at feigning composure, while she seemed calm and collected. Her heart was brimming with shyness. In that fleeting moment, Mo Xilou felt an overwhelming desire to forget everything and simply drift through life in a haze. His phone vibrated twice in his pocket. After glancing at it, the smile in his eyes dimmed slightly. I'm leaving, he announced, rising from his seat. He paused for a moment, then leaned down, deliberately calling out once more in her ear, my dear, goodbye. Yue Jitong dared not raise her gaze, feeling a ticklish warmth in her ears. Even after his scent dissipated from the surroundings, her spirits remained buoyant, as if that single term of endearment had genuinely delighted her. It seemed that when one is ensnared in the throes of love, they become quite peculiar. Previously, she had struggled to comprehend why couples employed such an array of affectionate nicknames, wondering how they managed to utter them. Now, she found herself relishing this intimate sentiment. She patted her flushed cheeks, secretly lifting the corners of her lips. As Mo Xilou exited the library, his demeanor swiftly turned icy, his focus narrowing on the messages on his phone, his eyes narrowing with a dangerous glint. The atmosphere around him shifted abruptly, harnessing the foresight granted by his rebirth. He had preemptively secured a plot of land intended for the development of a coastal leisure resort for $5 million, just before it was set to be purchased by another party. Zafan Group had long been eyeing this parcel, negotiating for some time and driving the price down to $3 million. It seemed a deal was imminent. The seller, a young man named Wang Qi, was on the verge of relocating to the United States and was in desperate need of funds, fully aware that the buyer intended to take advantage of him, yet feeling helpless. The land in Wang Qi's possession was essentially worthless, distant from the city center, unsuitable for farming or commercial construction, and lacking any potential for real estate development. Just as he was contemplating acquiescing to the exceedingly unreasonable price, Mo Xilou swooped in, directly acquiring the land for $5 million. After receiving the money, Wang Qi promptly flew to the United States, leaving Zafan Group unable to locate him. After much inquiry, they finally discovered the new owner's identity, a student from X university. However, they did not regard him as an ordinary student, for no typical student could procure $5 million. In truth, since his rebirth, Mo Xilou had been diligently investing and acquiring his own assets. The escape room they had visited together previously was owned by him, though Gu Yunxi and the others remained oblivious to this fact. Many years later, on a certain day, Gu Yunxi came to realize the truth and berated him for being cunning and shrewd. Mo Xilou retorted, "Why should the fertile waters flow to others' fields?" This time, he acquired the piece of land for 5 million, not with any grand ambition in mind. The site was located far from the city outskirts, and, apart from establishing a tourism and vacation industry, like in his previous life, offered no promising prospects. Constructing a tourist resort would entail substantial expenditures, with considerable initial investments required for development, ongoing maintenance costs, and the necessity of hiring staff, leading to fixed monthly payroll obligations. He was unable to procure such a vast sum of funds all at once. Thus, his acquisition of the land was merely a means to act as a middleman and profit from the price difference. Wang Qi was anxious to emigrate and secure funds, but he remained unruffled, possessing ample time to engage in slow negotiations with the Zifan Group. Chapter 37. Provoking Lin Xizhe, he was certain that Zifan Group would never relinquish this piece of land. If they did indeed abandon it, it would matter little. Once he amassed sufficient funds, he would develop it into a resort himself. In his previous life, the resort built here had flourished, recouping its investment within a mere year. The pristine sea view, flocks of seagulls descending in the summer, and lush, verdant trees created an idyllic setting. Gathering a few friends, renting a kayak, and enjoying the sea breeze was a delightful experience. There were also thrilling water sports such as surfing and windsurfing, offering the chance to challenge oneself and revel in excitement. Strolling along the beach, admiring the sunset, provided a serene and romantic atmosphere. The water park and children's playground brimmed with joy and wonder. In the Zifan Group's office, President Lin Xizhe was incensed after hearing his subordinates report. How could they be thwarted? Fool! Go and negotiate with that person. We must secure this land. The development plan and manpower are all prepared. Without the land, what can we accomplish? However, his assistant spoke tremulously. The other party is asking for 15 million. Originally, they could have acquired it for 3 million, but now the price had quintupled. He had not anticipated such a brazen demand. Oh, really? They dare to ask for that much? Lin Xizhe was both furious and amused. Prepare to meet them. I shall personally confront this individual. I want to see what audacious young upstart dares to oppose the Lin family. 15 million. What a voracious appetite. In a private room at lush waterside pavilion, Mo Xilou reclined against the back of his chair, glancing at his wristwatch before lowering his arm again, closing his eyes and patiently awaiting the arrival of his guest, his fingers tapping rhythmically. The door to the room swung open, and he lazily lifted his eyelids. Lin Xizhe entered with his assistant, and before taking a seat, Mo Xilou's cool voice rang out, "Mr. Lin, you are 10 minutes late." Lin Xizhe was momentarily taken aback as he sat down across from Mo Xilou, his brow furrowing slightly, and a hint of displeasure creasing his lips. Adjusting his glasses, he scrutinized the young man before him. To his surprise, the reports indicated that Mo Xilou was merely a sophomore in the finance department at X University, hailing from the capital, with family interests spanning the automotive, real estate, and smartphone chip industries. He had expected to encounter a somewhat arrogant, rich, second-generation heir, an impulsive young man. He had even deliberately arrived 10 minutes late, intending to put this inexperienced youth in his place. Yet, Mo Xilou's composure exceeded his expectations. A faint smile graced his lips, while his eyes remained chillingly indifferent. He lounged casually, devoid of anger, as if merely offering a trivial reminder, his tone not sharp but reminiscent of a casual conversation with an old friend. Nevertheless, the aura he exuded was impossible to overlook, as though he had been navigating the business world for years, having engaged in countless negotiations. At 30, Lin Xizhe was a decade older than his counterpart. Upon arrival, he had regarded Mo Xilou as a mischievous child, but in this moment, he found himself reassessing the situation. Mo Xilou smiled, his tone lightly laced with provocation. "I had thought that someone of your stature, Mr. Lin, would be a punctual individual, but it seems I was mistaken." Lin Xizhe did not directly address the issue of his tardiness, wishing not to squander time. He intended to be forthright and straight to the point, inquiring about the lowest price he would consider. Mo Xilou lowered his gaze, concealing the calculating glint in his eyes, and leisurely poured a cup of tea for him. "Do not rush. Let's first enjoy a cup of tea and converse at a measured pace." He poured himself a cup as well and began sipping slowly. Lin Xizhi furrowed his brow once more, urging, "Enough of the pleasantries. Speak plainly. I am pressed for time." Mo Xilou lifted his gaze, observing him with a faint, nonchalant expression. At 30, Lin Xizhi lacked the composure he would possess a decade hence. His restlessness remained unbridled. "Ah, Mr. Lin, I see you are in a hurry. Yet you arrived 10 minutes late. I had presumed you were not in a rush." Lin Xizhi felt a pang of irritation. 10 minutes, 10 minutes. Must we dwell on it? He stated his offer directly. 8 million. Will you sell? Lin Xizhi was aware that Mo Xilou had acquired it for 5 million. Merely flipping it would yield a profit of 3 million, an exceptionally lucrative deal. Mo Xilou chuckled softly. 16 million. Lin Xizhi narrowed his eyes, a flicker of displeasure passing through his elongated gaze. His assistant, unable to contain his indignation, interjected, "Wasn't the previous figure 15 million? He had only witnessed prices being negotiated downwards. Never had he seen them increase during a discussion." Mo Xilou took a sip of tea and gestured towards his exquisite wristwatch. "Because you were 10 minutes late. That's 100,000 per minute." The assistant sputtered in exasperation. "Do you know the consequences of opposing our Zifan group?" Lin Xizhi raised a hand to interrupt him. "Old Liu, we're leaving." He stood, his displeasure evident. "If you lack the sincerity to sell, then let it be. Keep the land for yourself." Mo Xilou's expression remained unchanged as he stood to see them off. "Mr. Lin, take care. Should you reconsider, do not hesitate to reach out." Lin Xizhi departed, waiting outside the private room for a minute before leaving with a completely darkened expression. Mo Xilou stared at the clear tea in his cup, unhurried, confident that Lin would return. In their previous life, they had clashed for nearly a decade. He understood Lin better than even Lin's own mother. This man was obsessive-compulsive and would not easily abandon his plans. As anticipated, within 3 days, Lin Xizhi sought him out again. The meeting was once more at the lush waters of Lushui Garden. This time, Lin arrived punctually, yet Mo Xilou was 10 minutes late. Lin Xizhi returned the sentiment from their last encounter. "You are 10 minutes late." Mo Xilou, unconcerned, took a seat. "Ah, Mr. Lin, you arrived so early. I had assumed you would be late again, hence my delayed departure. I did not mind your tardiness last time. You should not be bothered this time, either." Lin Xizhi's expression darkened, visibly vexed. 10 million. That is my bottom line. It cannot be higher. Should Mo Xilou remain obstinate, he would have no choice but to painfully relinquish the land and seek alternatives. "Deal." Mo Xilou produced the contract. "We can sign it now." Lin Xizhi was taken aback, looking at the person across from him who had readily agreed, yet he felt no joy. An unsettling sense of being manipulated lingered in his heart. It seems that the other party is acutely aware of his boundaries, yet he dances upon them with impunity. This sensation has not graced me in quite some time. "President Lin," Mo Xilou called out, subtly urging him to examine the contract. Ultimately, Lin Xizhi acquired the plot of land for a sum of 10 million. The negotiations transpired swiftly, yet he felt no satisfaction. A nagging sense of being swindled lingered in his mind. "President Lin, let us connect on WeChat. One can never predict future opportunities for collaboration," Mo Xilou said with a smile as he extended his phone. Lin Xizhi initially hesitated to accept, but for reasons unbeknownst to him, he begrudgingly added him while wearing a stern expression. "Zifan Group office." Upon returning, Lin Xizhi forcefully slammed the contract onto the mahogany desk, his frustration intensifying with each passing thought. It had been ages since he had suffered such a significant loss. "Go, investigate Mo Xilou. Leave no stone unturned," he ordered. He was known for his resolute nature, and this indignation would not be tolerated. The assistant promptly presented the gathered information, and Lin Xizhi meticulously scrutinized each detail. This dossier was comprehensive, chronicling Mo Xilou's life from kindergarten through university, every incident laid bare. In the end, Lin Xizhi circled a name. Everyone possesses a weakness, and Mo Xilou's was glaringly evident. Unrequited love, perhaps? How intriguing. Lin Xija narrowed his eyes, a glimmer of light passing through them. Investigate this person named Yue Jitong. Chapter 38. A heart unburdened Mo Xilou felt a sense of elation after tricking Lin Xija out of 5 million. Lin Xija, known for his vengeful nature, must be seething with rage after suffering such a significant loss. In truth, he had no need to provoke a formidable rival over a mere 5 million, ultimately severing any possibility of cordiality with Lin Xija. However, Mo Xilou's motivations were not without foundation. In his previous life, upon taking the reins of the company, he was still somewhat naive, and it was precisely during this vulnerable time that Lin Xija ensnared him, leading to the loss of 5 million. Mo Xilou harbored a vengeful spirit, much like Lin Xija, and he meticulously kept account of this grievance, spending the next decade devising ways to reclaim his loss. Regrettably, Lin Xija's vigilance proved too formidable. Their rivalry spanned many years, with Lin Xija once deriding him as a mad dog, relentlessly pursuing him for a decade without respite. In his rebirth, the opportunity to ensnare Lin Xija once more lay tantalizingly before him, and Mo Xilou found it impossible to ignore. At this juncture, Lin Xija had yet to become the shrewd strategist he would later evolve into, making this the opportune moment to strike. Thus, Mo Xilou seized the chance, undeterred by the potential for enmity or retaliation, for they were destined to be adversaries. With 5 million in his grasp, he could embark on his next venture, investing in new industries. Conversely, Yue Jitong, also reborn, lacked such remarkable capabilities. Previously an ordinary programmer, she now found herself as a typical university student. Apart from the wealth of experience accumulated over the years, she had not undergone any significant transformation. She remained fundamentally unchanged. Without wealth, connections, or foreknowledge of lottery numbers, she resolved to work diligently. It became evident that those of exceptional talent did not require rebirth. Regardless of circumstances, they maintained undeniable authority in the world. In contrast, ordinary individuals, upon rebirth, did not experience a qualitative leap in their lives. Yue Jitong chose to tread steadily, step by step, for she was not inclined towards tumultuous endeavors and did not believe that possessing foresight would confer any extraordinary advantage. She consistently regarded herself as a beautiful yet ordinary person. In an era where appearance reigned supreme, Yue Jitong never contemplated leveraging her beauty for ulterior motives. Whether in her past life or the present, she did not equate physical attractiveness with entitlement to anything. With minimal material desires and no particular demands regarding food, clothing, or possessions, she felt no profound yearning for wealth. Maintaining a basic standard of living sufficed. She was simply an ordinary individual, likely to pursue her previous career as a game developer, but with her extensive experience, she would navigate her work with greater ease and proficiency. Yue Jitong had become accustomed to a life of simplicity and restraint. Yet, it is often those with modest material aspirations who possess profound emotional needs. The final examinations stretched out over an arduous 2 weeks. By the time the last exam concluded, the tail end of December had passed, ushering in the new year. On January 1st, the campus was filled with students dragging their suitcases as they embarked on their journey home. Yue Jitong and Zheng Yinyan have concluded all their examinations, while Su Qinghe and Xue Man will take theirs a day later. The 4 of them resolve to enjoy themselves after their tests, indulging in a meal together before returning to their respective homes. In the girls' dormitory that evening, Zheng Yinyan, unusually, was not engrossed in her games, instead eagerly packing her suitcase. "Where shall we go tomorrow?" she inquired. Su Qinghe, needing no preparations as she lived locally, leisurely observed the flurry of activity around her and suggested, "We could go shopping, dine out, hit up a KTV, or perhaps visit a bar." Zheng Yinyan nodded enthusiastically. "That sounds great. Where should we shop?" "How about Jiangshui Street? There are plenty of snacks there." "I'm open to anything," Su Qinghe replied casually, turning to the remaining 2. "What about you, Tong Tong and Man Man?" Yue Jitong was not picky. She would follow wherever they decided to go. "I'm fine with anything," she said nonchalantly. Xue Man, however, remained silent, lost in thought, her gaze vacant. Yue Jitong nudged her. Man, what about you? Huh? What? Shui snapped back to reality, looking up at her with a hint of confusion. Zheng Yinyan paused her packing and turned to her. Man, what's wrong? You seem a bit out of it. Su Qinghe added, is it the pressure from exams that's weighing you down? Shui lowered her head, her eyes flickering for a moment. No, it's not about studying. Oh. Zheng Yinyan elongated her tone, astutely guessing, is it about relationships then? Shui blushed and nodded. The others ceased their packing and encircled Shui, urging her to share her troubles. She confessed her predicament. Being pursued by two boys simultaneously, she was unsure whom to choose. After Zhao Zhan confessed to her in the escape room, he had given her time to think. Merely 2 days later, Li Qian also declared his affections. This was Shui first experience with such a dilemma, and she had told both that she needed time to consider. Recently, both Li Qian and Zhao Zhan had been persistently seeking her out, showering her with attention, leaving Shui feeling torn. Zheng Yinyan, somewhat perplexed, asked, so, who do you prefer? Just pick the one you like. She could not comprehend why this was so complicated. Shui furrowed her brow, feeling a bit guilty, and hesitantly spoke, what if I said I liked both? Would you think I'm terrible? Zheng Yinyan was taken aback, but you can only choose one. Su Qinghe chuckled lightly. Who says you can only choose one? Why not ask both if they could coexist peacefully? If they agree, you could have them both. Zheng Yinyan and Shui exchanged looks, and Yue Jitong appeared equally speechless. Noticing the three of them staring at her in disbelief, Su Qinghe composed herself and added, it may sound a bit unconventional, but as long as everyone is agreeable and it's mutual, what's the harm? Zheng Yinyan remarked, Sister He, your statement is rather bold, albeit somewhat unrealistic. Yue Jitong harbored considerable reservations. Had one of the individuals not been Li Qian, but rather another young man, she would still oppose the notion of 3 people being together. After all, romantic relationships are fundamentally a matter between 2 individuals. How could 3 possibly coexist? For someone like her, who possesses an exceptionally high emotional need, fulfillment can only arise from an unwavering and devoted love from a partner. Moreover, considering that one of the individuals involved is Li Qian, a notorious philanderer, it becomes even less acceptable for Shui to choose him. Man, she urged, you should opt for Zhao Zhan instead. At least you share a deep-rooted familiarity, having grown up together and understanding each other's families. Yue Jitong persistently advocated against Li Qian, questioning how well Shui truly knew him. How long have you been acquainted? What do you really know about his family? People are capable of masquerading. What if the kindness he has shown you over these few short months is merely an act? Chapter 39. She looks familiar unbeknownst to them. Yue Jitong was aware that Li Qian's demeanor was nothing but a fade. He meticulously analyzed the personality traits and preferences of his targets, crafting strategies tailored to different temperaments. He would deliberately disguise himself to align with others, and once they took the bait, that would be his moment to reveal his true self. Zheng Yinyan reflected on these 2 individuals, objectively assessing that Zhao Zhan was quite decent, for reasons unknown. She found herself disliking Li Qian at first sight. Of course, man, emotions are a personal affair. Regardless of others' opinions, the ultimate judgment lies with you alone. Suking vima? Well, if you feel conflicted, just choose one at random. If you find them unsatisfactory, you can always switch. Ultimately, one can impose challenges upon others, but never upon oneself. Yue Jitong further fueled her contemplation, asserting that a childhood friend is indeed your best choice. Zhao Zhan genuinely harbors feelings for you, while Li Qian may be pretentious. Zhao Zhan's affection is undoubtedly sincere. Su Qinghe glanced at Yue Jitong, bemused, and playfully inquired, Tong, did Zhao Zhan do something for you? I can't shake the feeling that you've been advocating for him from the very beginning. Yue Jitong hesitated, responding with a mix of truth and jest. I once dreamed of man. In the dream, she chose to be with Li Qian, yet he betrayed her, leaving her in tears, flooding the dormitory with her sorrow. We were all drowned by her tears. Initially, the group listened intently to her dream, but as the story progressed, it became increasingly absurd. Suking Kyukka. Is that for real? Shui, taking it seriously, responded gravely, I'm so sorry that my tears drowned you all. Yue Jitong maintained a straight face, humorously insisting, thus, "You cannot choose Li Qian. He will bring you heartache. This is precisely why I strongly recommend Zhao Zhan." Zhang Yinyan laughed. "To avoid the fate of being drowned by your tears, let us opt for Zhao Zhan." Su Qinghe recognized her words as mere jest, but, understanding her stance, chimed in. "Clearly, Li Qian is not a good person. Man should promptly cast him aside." The friends engaged in lively banter, steering Xuanman's thoughts toward Zhao Zhan. Initially, she had felt a slight inclination towards Li Qian, sensing that he seemed to understand her better. However, she feared hurting Zhao Zhan, leading to her indecision. Persuaded by her roommates, Xuanman altered her stance once more. She was indeed someone lacking firm opinions, perpetually wavering and finding it challenging to make choices. With external influences at play, Xuanman resolved, "All right, I will clarify things with Li Qian. I have decided to accept Zhao Zhan as pursuit." A barely perceptible sigh of relief escaped Yue Jitong. Having made up her mind, Xuanman felt significantly lighter. Torn between two affections, she harbored guilt, believing she was somewhat callous, unable to genuinely relish the kindness of both suitors. That evening, lying in bed, Xuanman sent a message to Zhao Zhan, informing him of her agreement to his pursuit. Once again, a message was sent to Li Qian, carefully crafted with thoughtful wording to politely decline his advances while expressing gratitude for his affections. Zhao Zhan, upon receiving the message, sprang up from his bed in excitement. Performing 50 push-ups on the floor, his roommate scolded him for being so erratic in the middle of the night. Li Qian, taken aback by the message, felt his expression darken. He could not allow his prey to escape. It seemed he would have to initiate Plan B. "Xuanman, you have forced my hand." In the inky darkness of the night, Li Qian resembled a cold, lurking serpent, intently gazing at Xuanman's profile picture. The sun shone gently as Yue Jitong and her 3 roommates strolled along Jiangshui Street, indulging in various snacks from one end to the other. The 4 ventured into a claw machine arcade, where each attempt cost a single coin. Su Qinghe, with a grand gesture, ordered 500 yuan worth of coins, totaling 800 attempts. After over an hour of play, the 4 had collected an entire cart full of small dolls, which they then stored away before heading to the mall to shop for clothing. Encouraged by Su Qinghe, Yue Jitong selected a white knitted dress, a style she had never tried before. The dress was form-fitting, accentuating her curves and exuding a striking sensuality. Zhang Yinyan's eyes widened in astonishment as she exclaimed, "Tong, I've never realized just how stunning your figure is. This dress suits you perfectly. You must keep it." Feeling a bit self-conscious, Yue Jitong tugged at the neckline, her expression uneasy. "Isn't this collar a bit too large? It exposes my shoulders entirely." "Ah, that's the style. Don't pull it up." "The off-shoulder look is far more appealing," Zhang Yinyan praised enthusiastically. "Really?" Su Qinghe and Xuanman nodded in agreement. Su Qinghe added, "Tong, your usual attire is far too conservative. This style truly compliments you. You needn't worry about others' gazes. Fashion freedom allows you to wear whatever you desire." Moved by their words, Yue Jitong gazed into the mirror, and for reasons unbeknownst to her, she impulsively decided to purchase the dress. After buying the dress, Zhang Yinyan suggested pairing it with a necklace, as her neckline appeared rather bare. Thus, Yue Jitong acquired a necklace featuring a blue star pendant. Xuanman insisted she needed a matching pair of shoes, noting that all Yue Jitong owned were sneakers, lacking any dress shoes. Consequently, she was persuaded to visit a shoe store, where she purchased a pair of brown-heeled shoes. Su Qinghe remarked that a long coat would pair beautifully with the dress, prompting Yue Jitong to inexplicably buy a light yellow woolen coat. Xuanman selected a suitable thigh-high stocking, while Zhang Yinyan chose a white knitted scarf for her. Returning to her senses, Yue Jitong blinked in disbelief, burdened with numerous bags, realizing she had purchased so many items for just one dress. She resolved that she would not easily try on clothes again. It was far too costly. She felt as though she had acquired a plethora of unnecessary items. Although she had many clothes to wear, they were all casual styles. This particularly feminine attire was something she had never donned before. Fortunately, Su Qinghe drove, and they placed all their belongings in her car. As dusk fell, Su Qinghe inquired if the others wished to experience a bar. Yue Jitong, Xuaman, and Zheng Yinyan had never visited a bar before, and their curiosity piqued. Thus, Su Qinghe escorted her 3 roommates to her favorite establishment, named Gentle Breeze Bar. The lighting was soft, and the ambience romantic, devoid of the clamor and chaos they had imagined. In the center of the stage, a singer cradling a guitar serenaded the audience with soothing folk melodies. Zheng Yinyan excitedly surveyed her surroundings, exclaiming, "Sister I thought you would take us to one of those. Those places? What kind of places?" Su Qinghe inquired. "You know, where groups of men and women dance and sway. That's a disco. If you wish to go, I can take you there," Su Qinghe replied. Zheng Yinyan shook her head. "Never mind, this is quite splendid." Su Qinghe ordered several low-alcohol, delightful cocktails for them. After a while, Yue Jitong felt the urge to visit the restroom. Upon exiting, she unexpectedly collided with a drunken man. The man obstructed her path, saying, "Hey, where did this beauty come from? Join me for a drink." Yue Jitong frowned, dismayed that she would encounter such individuals in a refined bar. This was precisely why she had always been reluctant to frequent such places. However, amidst the crowd, she felt no fear and intended to sidestep him when he stubbornly attempted to grab her. Just as she pondered her next move, a hand seized the man by the collar, pulling him aside. "Miss, are you all right?" Yue Jitong glanced up to find a man clad in a tailored suit. His silver-framed glasses perched on his nose, with sharp, piercing brown eyes and a strong jawline that exuded an air of mature masculinity. "Thank you," she murmured, averting her gaze. "It was but a small gesture," Lin Xizhi replied, not elaborating further, before turning to leave. In that fleeting moment, his eyes sparkled, and the corner of his lips curled into a subtle smile. "So, this is Yue Jitong, more striking in reality than in photographs. Indeed, possessing a face that lingers in one's memory. Yet, she seems somewhat familiar." Chapter 40. Losing to call him husband as Lin Xizhi walked, he pondered, yet could not recall where he had encountered her before, ultimately dismissing the thought. Perhaps all beautiful women bore a certain resemblance. Nonetheless, he could not deny that Yue Jitong possessed a distinctive aura, one that made a lasting impression after just a single encounter. Thus, it was likely that he had never met her before. Otherwise, she would have lingered in his memory. The trap was gradually being set, and Lin Xizhi was in no hurry. He relished watching his prey fall deeper into the snare, struggling in vain. Tonight was indeed a splendid beginning. Yue Jitong frowned, hastily returning, determined to avoid further complications and resolved not to act alone again. The group played until 9 in the evening before preparing to head back. Exhausted from a day of activities, the 4 of them ascended to the 5th floor, tossing their bags onto the floor and collapsing into chairs, gasping for breath. After 2 months of running, Yue Jitong's stamina had significantly improved. In the past, she would have lacked the strength to carry these items upstairs. The next day, after bidding farewell to Xue Man, Zheng Yinyan, and Su Qinghe, Yue Jitong opened her computer and contacted an online gaming company, intending to sell a few of her mini-games. As a game developer, she had previously created several popular titles and randomly selected 2 to replicate perfectly. After sending them off, she began searching for rental information. The dormitory could be occupied until January 10th, and with classes resuming at the end of February, where would she stay for that month? Had Mo Xilou not mentioned going out to play? Why had there been no news? As she perused short-term rental listings, her brows furrowed in frustration at not finding anything suitable. After waiting 2 days, Mo Xilou, having dealt with his newly acquired properties, messaged Yue Jitong, "Pack your things. We're leaving." She gathered her essentials, clothes, toiletries, and the like, into her suitcase and dragged it downstairs. Mo Xilou awaited her beneath a tree, its leaves having completely fallen, leaving only bare brown branches that conveyed the starkness of winter. Clad in a black cashmere coat, his sharp silhouette accentuated his tall, slender frame. Beneath it, a white turtleneck sweater clung softly to his neck. Stray wisps of hair fell across his forehead, exuding a sense of aloofness. Leaning against the car, he appeared lost in thought until he heard her footsteps, at which point he straightened and approached Yue Jitong, taking the pink suitcase and placing it in the trunk. "Let us go to the airport." In the first-class cabin of the airplane, Yue Jitong sat beside him and, somewhat belatedly, asked in a hushed tone, "Where are we going?" And Mo Xilou turned to look at her, chuckling lightly as he pinched her cheek, a mischievous smile gracing his lips. "You wait until we're already on the plane to ask this? Aren't you afraid I might sell you off?" Yue Jitong pouted, mumbling indistinctly, "You wouldn't dare." What did you say?" He did not catch her words, loosening his grip on her face and inquiring again. Rubbing her reddened cheek, she leaned closer, a glint of cunning in her eyes as she whispered, "I said you wouldn't want to sell me." Mo Xilou enveloped her shoulders with his arm, drawing her into his embrace, and gently traced her nose with his fingertips, his eyes glimmering with a teasing mirth. Such confidence he exuded. She nestled against him, gazing up at his jawline, blinking innocently, and inquired, "So where are we headed?" Mo Xilou shifted his gaze to the airplane window, observing the layers of clouds, and replied, "To see the snow." Yue Jitong appeared somewhat bewildered. She had not heard of any place experiencing snowfall. "Where's there snow?" "Northeast." "Is it snowing there?" "It will be shortly." "Are you a weather forecaster?" "I assure you, it will snow." "And what if it doesn't?" Yue Jitong, shall we make a wager?" "A wager on what?" Yue Jitong glanced at the clear sky and retrieved her phone to check the weather forecast for Harbin. The report indicated a week of sunny weather. She was skeptical that it would snow. Mo Xilou lowered his gaze, a vibrant light flickering in his eyes, and suddenly smirked, leaning closer to her ear, whispering softly, "If you lose, you must call me husband." The person in his arms momentarily stiffened. Yue Jitong's gaze flickered, her chest rising and falling with quickened breaths. Biting her lip as she asked, "And what if I win?" "If you win, I shall call you wife." He deliberately paused before uttering the last two words, as if he had whispered them directly into her ear. "That's unfair. It seems you hold all the advantages." Yue Jitong complained verbally, yet her heart raced uncontrollably. The long-forgotten title causing a stir within her. "What is it that you desire?" Mo Xilou inquired, his focus fixated on the small beauty mark beneath her eye. His voice gentle. "I wish to." Yue Jitong blinked twice, her left hand resting atop her right, fingers entwined nervously. Mo Xilou discerned her hesitation, but could not fathom the nature of her dilemma. After a moment's pause, she timidly voiced her request. "I wish to be official." "Huh?" He was taken aback, momentarily unsure of her meaning. "Specifically, when can I transition from being your secret lover to your genuine partner?" Yue Jitong gazed at him cautiously, uncertain if her request was too audacious. Mo Xilou regarded her intently for several seconds, the dark whirlpool of his eyes swirling with intrigue, a teasing smile gracing his features. He elongated his tone playfully. "Oh, Yue Jitong, so you wish to be my legitimate girlfriend?" "Yes." She nodded vigorously, her expression earnest. "Very well. If you win, I shall grant you that status." Her large eyes sparkled with newfound joy, her spirit lifting, albeit subtly. He could keenly sense her emotions. Mo Xilou's heart skipped a beat, inexplicably stirred by her elation. "Are you this happy because of me?" The plane touched down at a 5-star hotel. Mo Xilou booked a business suite, approximately 60 square meters in size, featuring 2 rooms and a plethora of amenities. By the window, there was a tatami mat, and below, the bustling city was replaced by an expanse of ice and snow. He had chosen a hotel conveniently located next to tourist attractions, only a 5-minute walk away. 2 adjacent rooms were occupied, one chosen by him and the other by Yue Jitong. After arranging her luggage, Yue Jitong took out a set of disposable bed linens and covers specifically meant for travel, setting them up meticulously. After a moment's contemplation, she retrieved another set and proceeded to the neighboring room to prepare a bed for Mo Xilou as well. Leaning against the doorframe, he observed her with his dark, penetrating gaze as she busied herself. All done. Upon turning around, Yue Jitong was suddenly met with his profound eyes, causing her to fluster and glance about nervously, attempting to maintain a semblance of cleanliness. Sharing the same space, her mind began to wander unexpectedly, creating an unusual atmosphere. Lowering her head, she intended to pass by him. He obstructed the doorway, leaving only a narrow gap for her to squeeze through. With an elegant gesture, Yue Jitong extended her delicate fingers to gently push against his arm, politely requesting, "Please allow me to pass." And Mo Xilou grasped her hand, taking a step forward and cornering her against the doorframe, her back pressing painfully against it. His presence loomed over her, enveloped by a strong scent of mint, mingling with the room's inherent fragrance of jasmine, rendering her somewhat dazed. In truth, there was no need to prepare both rooms. A single room sufficed, for such a spacious bed could comfortably accommodate two. Could it not? Chapter 41. Should we experience this? She blinked, a flush of crimson creeping up from her neck, beautifully tinting her cheeks and rendering her utterly enchanting. Mo Xilou tightened his grip on her wrist, his throat bobbing nervously. One room might be too small. Perhaps two would suffice, she stammered, withdrawing her wrist from his grasp, her heart racing with anxiety. Nearly leaping from her throat, a flurry of thoughts raced through her mind. Could he possibly? Would he dare to? It felt rather sudden. Could she refuse? Would he be angry? Would it hurt? Was it truly going to happen? Mo Xilou suddenly created distance, leaning back against the doorframe with a chuckle, a playful glint dancing in his eyes, teasing her. What are you afraid of? He observed her tension, her bewilderment, and her subtle shivers, all registered in his gaze. In this lifetime, he would not force her. He would wait for her to willingly embrace him. Realizing the jest in his eyes, Yue Jitong exhaled in relief. It was merely a joke. She had thought it was going to be serious, almost ready to relent. Mo Xilou lowered his gaze, concealing the melancholy lurking beneath. It seemed she truly found that matter quite daunting. Perhaps the shadows of their previous lives still lingered. Had he left her with a negative impression back then? That night, he was partially aware, understanding what he was doing, yet unable to restrain himself, succumbing to his base desires. He was uncertain how much Yue Jitong remembered of that night, but her consciousness must have been hazy. In truth, she held no recollection. All she knew was waking up in excruciating pain, entirely oblivious to the details of their encounter, her mind blank. This was precisely why she felt so overwhelmed. Anyone waking up to such a reality would struggle to accept it calmly. Reflecting on the events of their past lives, Mo Xilou's eyes dimmed. Yue Jitong, unaware of his thoughts, felt a wave of disquiet. I will take my leave, she stammered, hastily exiting his room and returning to her own, her footsteps frantic. The following morning, Yue Jitong emerged from her room to find Mo Xilou already dressed, seated by the window. As she approached, she noticed him gazing intently outside, and when she turned to look, he excitedly announced, Yue Jitong, it's snowing. Her eyes widened in surprise as she turned toward the window, witnessing delicate snowflakes drifting gracefully through the air, settling on the windowsill only to melt almost instantly. Could it truly be snowing? Yue Jitong found it hard to believe. She opened the window, extending her hand outward, catching a few flakes until her palm was filled before drawing it back. A few flakes remained intact, and she raised her hand to inspect them closely, marveling at the intricate structure of each flake. The cold wind rushed in through the window, infusing the room with a chill. She closed the window again, her fingertips still tinged with the icy remnants of snowflakes. As she caught sight of the man quietly observing the snow, Yue Jitong was suddenly seized by a mischievous impulse. She slipped her icy fingers into the collar of his coat, pressing them against the nape of his neck. Is it cold? Mo Xilou recoiled slightly, startled by the chill, and swiftly turned his head, narrowing his eyes as he regarded her with a glimmer of danger. Startled by the predatory gleam in his gaze, Yue Jitong withdrew her hand, intending to take a step back and maintain her distance. However, before she could retreat, a pair of strong hands encircled her waist, pulling her abruptly into his embrace. She found herself seated in his lap, instinctively wrapping her arms around his neck for support to prevent herself from slipping away. Yue Jitong, you have lost. What should you call me now? His reminder struck her. She suddenly recalled the wager made on the plane. To her dismay, she had lost so swiftly. It was only the second day. How had snow arrived so soon? No, the weather forecast from yesterday had not predicted this. Cursed forecasts, utterly unreliable. Yue Jitong, are you daydreaming? Mo Xilou pinched her waist lightly, an action that elicited a ticklish sensation, prompting her to itch but feel too shy to do so. Coming back to her senses, she acknowledged her defeat, understanding that she should accept the consequences of her bet. Yet as she opened her mouth, the words remained trapped within, refusing to escape. Mo Xilou observed her lips part and close, and after 5 minutes of tense silence, she still could not utter a sound. Yue Jitong, have you suddenly gone mute? She swallowed hard, lowering her gaze to avoid his scrutiny, attempting to negotiate, though she hesitated to specify when she should call him, wondering if she might be allowed a moment to prepare. Mo Xilou raised his hand to lift her chin, a wicked smile glimmering in his eyes as he focused on her glistening orbs. His voice slightly husky. What is there to prepare for? It's not as if I'm asking you to sleep with me. Well, Yue Jitong's eyes darted around. Unwilling to meet his gaze, she mumbled her explanation. It's just that I've never called anyone that. And I can't bring myself to say it. The simple 2 words swirled endlessly in her mouth, yet remained unspoken. Merely contemplating it made her cheeks flush with embarrassment. Mo Xilou was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of inscrutable emotion passing through his eyes before he released her. Fine, I shall grant you a moment for psychological preparation. He then gently brushed her nose with his fingers, adding, just remember not to keep me waiting too long. Mo Xilou felt as though he had bestowed upon her a lifetime. No, 2 lifetimes of patience and tolerance. Let's go outside to enjoy the snow, she suggested, nodding as she rose from his lap, gazing expectantly out the window. It's the first snowfall of the year. Let us go. The world of ice and snow unfolded before them. Towering ice sculptures stood majestically, each uniquely shaped and exquisitely crafted, resembling grand palaces in their imposing splendor, or like a sinuous dragon, poised to strike, or delicate pavilions, steeped in antiquity. The sunlight illuminated the ice structures, casting a kaleidoscope of colors as light refracted and reflected through the icy layers, intertwining in a dreamlike fashion. Mo Xilou, it's so cold, Yue Jitong exclaimed, stamping her feet, feeling her legs grow numb, her breath forming white clouds in the frigid air. Each exhale seemed to crystallize in the atmosphere. The temperature disparity between here and the summer market is quite significant. Her clothing is insufficiently warm. The new garments she purchased at the mall remain unworn. And in this weather, she fears she might succumb to the cold. Had she known, she would have opted for a down jacket, a pair of thermal trousers, and some insulated boots. She shivers, while Mo Xilou appears unfazed. Remarkably, he is dressed even more lightly than she is. Confounded, Yue Jitong glances at him and asks, "Aren't you cold?" He lifts his eyelids, casting a brief, meaningful look her way, and replies, "I possess a robust inner warmth." After a brief pause, he extends his arms, inviting her into an embrace, and says, "Yue Jitong, would you care to experience it?" Chapter 42. A single blow strikes my heart. He faced her with open arms, his obsidian eyes shimmering with flecks of light, reminiscent of the prismatic reflections of sunlight dancing upon ice, all captured within his gaze. Yue Jitong looked at him, her eyes brimming with tears that crystallized into a layer of ice. Suddenly, that layer shattered, revealing a glimmering radiance. She lingered for but 2 seconds before launching herself into his embrace, her delicate arms wrapping tightly around his waist, burying her head against his chest. With her ear pressed against his heart, her cheek brushed against his pristine sweater. Even through the thick fabric, she could feel the warmth emanating from his embrace. He tightened his hold, enveloping her in his black cashmere coat, shielding her from the biting wind and snow. Neither spoke. Yue Jitong remained quietly nestled against his chest, listening to the powerful rhythm of his heartbeat reverberating within him. 1 beat, 2 beats, 3 beats, like the cadence of a drum, methodically striking her eardrums. Time seemed to stand still for a moment, the world around them silent, as if only his heartbeat resonated in her ears. Her previously hollow chest felt as though it had been suddenly filled, the missing piece of her heart gradually growing flesh and blood. An inexplicable, gentle sorrow enveloped her spirit. A tear slipped down her cheek, merging into the fabric of his white garment. "You're crying?" Mo Xilou lowered his gaze, noticing the redness of her nose and the glistening in her eyes. Yue Jitong touched her face, wiping away the tear that had gathered at the corner of her eye, and hurriedly said, "I'm sorry, I don't know why." She lifted her head, her words abruptly halting as she observed him with surprise. "Then why are you crying?" Mo Xilou was taken aback, suddenly aware of a cool sensation on his face. He raised his hand to wipe it away, discovering a single glistening droplet on his fingertip, his eyes flashing with astonishment. Was this my tear? Had he wept? But why? Had he been infected by Yue Jitong's emotions? How peculiar he was unaware that he had shed tears, experiencing the sensation for the first time. A heaviness settled within him, somewhat uncomfortable, yet he could not identify the source of his distress, nor could he find an outlet for it. Yue Jitong reached up to brush away her own tears, then stood on tiptoe to wipe the tears from his face, her expression earnest as she inquired, Mo Xilou, on such a cold day, why must we embrace and weep in the snow? Wouldn't others think us foolish? She had sensed the curious and probing gazes of passing tourists several times, some eyes regarding them as if they were a spectacle. Mo Xilou was amused by her serious demeanor, unsure of what had struck his funny bone. He chuckled softly, feeling the weight in his heart urgently seeking release. Suddenly, he grasped her hand, raising an eyebrow. Yue Jitong, let me take you on an exhilarating adventure. Huh? Before she could react, he had already pulled her several meters away in a swift dash. Hey, Mo Xilou, slow down. The ground is slippery. He dragged her across the snowy expanse at an exhilarating speed, seemingly caught in a whimsical frenzy. The moment she shouted, his pace quickened even more. The biting cold wind seeped through the collar of her coat, chilling her to the bone, yet her heart raced fervently, gradually warming her body. In but a fleeting moment, snowflakes transformed from a mere sprinkle into a flurry, cascading gracefully from the heavens, rendering the world a pristine white. Yue Jitong had no leisure to admire the beauty. With her head bowed, she shielded her face with one hand, attempting to obscure herself from prying eyes. They must surely be perceived as eccentric, given that the rate of stairs was nearly 90%. Who, on a snowy day, would run wildly through the snow? Mo Xilou. Just as she began to speak, she inadvertently stepped onto a patch of ice, slipping and tumbling downwards. In that instant, Mo Xilou reacted swiftly, positioning himself beneath her to cushion her fall. Fortunately, the thick blanket of snow softened their descent, and their layered clothing mitigated the impact, resulting in merely a few crunching sounds as they landed, creating a dent in the snow. Yue Jitong released him, pressing her hands on his abdomen as she struggled to rise. Her trousers were now dusted with snow. She bent down to brush herself off and softly inquired, "Are we not running anymore?" In response, she was met only with a series of indifferent chuckles. Standing upright, she noticed he remained sprawled in the snow, showing no inclination to rise. Growing anxious, she squatted beside him, asking, "What's wrong? Did you hurt yourself?" "No, I'm fine," he replied, shaking his head. "Then why not get up? The ground is cold. You might catch a chill." He blinked, allowing the swirling snowflakes to dance in his eyes, his gaze sparkling with mischief. "I lack the strength to rise without a kiss from you. Stop fooling around. Get up." She attempted to pull him up, but he held her hand firmly, playfully refusing to budge. With a guilty glance around, Yue Jitong noticed they had distanced themselves from the crowd. Surely, no one would witness this. Kneeling beside him, she lowered her head and gently brushed her lips against his. In the next heartbeat, his arms encircled her waist, and the world spun as she found herself pressed into the snow, him hovering above. A cold kiss descended upon her, lingering for mere seconds before retreating. He swiftly rose and extended his hand to help her up. Just as Yue Jitong had cleared the snow from her attire, it was quickly dusted anew. She shook off the snowflakes, casting him a resentful glance. Mo Xilou chuckled, neglecting to remove his own snow-covered clothing, instead raising a hand to sweep the sparkling snow from her hair. "Yue Jitong, shall we engage in a snowball fight?" "Absolutely not," she replied without a moment's hesitation. "Why not? I could never contend with you. I would only find myself on the receiving end." "Not necessarily. It's all in good fun. I insist we play." As he spoke, he crouched down, scooping up a handful of snow, shaping it into a ball, and preparing to launch. With that, he aimed for the collar of her coat and threw the snowball. "Hey, that's an ambush," she exclaimed, unable to dodge in time as the snowball struck her waist, scattering a shower of glistening flakes. "How is that an ambush? I clearly warned you. If you can't dodge, it's your own fault." After being hit 3 times, Yue Jitong realized he was serious. While evading his attacks, she began to form her own snowballs, readying for a counterstrike. "Ah, Yue Jitong, I'll give you 3 shots," he declared, ceasing his assault to evade her. 3 snowballs were launched, yet all fell short, failing to hit their mark. "I shall not continue. Your prowess is too formidable, and I find myself unable to prevail against you. Do not be disheartened. Next time, you shall undoubtedly hit your mark." Yue Jitong pressed her lips together, crafting one final snowball, and hurled it towards him. This time, he remained steadfast, facing the trajectory of the incoming snowball. Upon impact, the snowball struck him at the heart, bursting into a flurry of white that cascaded softly to the ground. With a hint of pride, he exclaimed, "See, did I not hit my target? You allowed me to do so on purpose." Yue Jitong stepped closer, brushing the snowflakes from his chest. He grasped her hand, his gaze fervently locked onto hers, and softly declared, "Yet with your single strike, you have captured my heart. That was a deliberate collision on your part." "Indeed it was." She lifted her gaze, her heart racing. In his eyes, a joyful light danced. The winter breeze carried the warmth of affection. Chapter 43. Everything you designed, I have experienced with a fleeting thought. She stood on her tiptoes and placed a soft kiss on his lips. Lowering her gaze, her tone was gentle. "Mo Xilou, have you had enough fun? It's time for us to return. Let us go." He took her hand, tucking it into his coat pocket, and strode back, oblivious to the onlookers' gazes. After a day of frolicking in the snow, their clothes were thoroughly soaked. As Yue Jitong entered the house, she immediately shed her cold, wet outerwear. "Mo Xilou, quickly change your clothes. Be careful not to catch a cold." "All right." He nonchalantly tossed his black cashmere coat at the entrance. "I'll run a bath." Yue Jitong assumed he intended a shower and went to change into dry clothes. Upon her return, she noticed him still dressed in the same attire. "Aren't you going to shower? It's ready for you. You should go first." He paused, then added, "You're more susceptible to colds. Warm yourself up quickly to avoid getting chilled." She was like a delicate flower, needing to be held with utmost care. "Then I'll go first." Yue Jitong, feeling no need for formality, gathered her things and entered the bathroom. The bathtub was lined with a disposable mat, adorned with a layer of petals, roses, jasmine, tulips, and mint. The fragrant aroma of blossoms enveloped the entire space. She shed her clothing, and the warm water embraced her, gradually dispelling the cold that had settled in her pores. The chill from the snow melted away into the heated water. After soaking for 15 minutes, she felt pleasantly warm. Wrapping her hair in a towel, she dried the floor, then called for Mo Xilou to join her for a shower. The sound of running water echoed in the bathroom as Yue Jitong dried her hair. Seated cross-legged on the sofa in her nightgown, droplets from the ends of her hair gliding down her slender neck into her collar. Opening her suitcase, she retrieved her computer, graphics tablet, and stylus, preparing to design game characters. With several windows of modeling software and code editors open, her stylus hovered 3 centimeters above the screen before pausing. She pulled out her phone and scrolled through a meticulously organized album of reference images. Those studying computer science often exhibit a compulsive need for organization, categorizing folders by dimensions, anime, styles, clothing, draping references. As the pen tip touched the surface, her delicate fingers danced gracefully, smoothly outlining the character's silhouette. Although she was a self-taught artist, she had developed her skills after work in her previous life. Initially, she couldn't draw, but the disparity between the game character designs from her art team and her visions compelled her to teach herself. She picked up the brush solely to bring her imagined characters to life. Yue Jitong focused intently, breathing life into a Tang beauty emerging from the depths of code. A plump face adorned with a gold-foiled flower mark between her brows, concealing a tiny mole beneath. Her hair was styled in a spiral bun, with wisps of mint green strands woven in, reminiscent of fresh spring willow buds intertwined with dark tresses. The tassels of her golden hairpin swayed with the slightest movement, adjusted through the parameters of the physics engine. Beneath the crimson satin lay intricate patterns, and the sheer fabric proved to be the most challenging. She first layered 3 coats of translucent smoky purple, then used a light gold brush to outline the halo of lanterns from the Chang'an night market. Time slipped away, and her waist ached. Stretching lazily, She caught sight of someone standing nearby. When did you come out? I've been here for quite a while. You were too engrossed. Mo Xilou stood beside her, arms crossed, gazing at the still unrefined character on her screen. His lips parted slightly, uttering two words. Shengshi? Yue Jitong looked up, astonished. How did you know I was drawing a character from Shengshi? Shengshi is a historical management mobile game set against the backdrop of the Tang Dynasty, set to be launched in 7 years. She was the designer and developer of the game, having illustrated nearly half of its characters herself, while the other half were created by the art team, which she was never fully satisfied with, believing they could be improved. Furthermore, this mobile game was designed exclusively for women. Did Mo Xilou, in his previous life, have an interest in such games? Faced with her curious gaze, Mo Xilou fell silent for 10 seconds before casually stating, I have played every game you've designed. Yue Jitong was even more surprised. You've played Shengshi? She thought such a historical management and romance game would only appeal to girls. He reached out and gently tapped her forehead, a glint of light flashing in his eyes. Is this the crux of it? The focus is on the first 6 words. She pondered those 6 words from earlier and suddenly understood, responding slowly. These are all games for young girls. Quite interesting, he remarked, his assessment of the game distilled into those 5 words. The game was exquisitely crafted, but indeed not to his taste. He preferred exhilarating competitive games. He recalled the day Shengshi launched, playing on his phone in the office. The screen filled with romantic peach blossoms, causing his assistant, who caught a glimpse of the screen, to gawk in astonishment. Mr. Mo, you enjoy such games? He cast a dispassionate glance at the assistant, replying, I don't enjoy them. This is a game my wife created. The assistant promptly fell silent in understanding. Yue Jitong saved her artwork and carefully stowed away her equipment, as these were her livelihood. Are you planning to launch the game ahead of schedule? Yes. But you can't manage such a large game alone. You need a team. I plan to develop part of it and then collaborate with a game company. The conversation took a serious turn. Yue Jitong suddenly realized they had never discussed their work with each other. She had only a vague understanding of his daily tasks, often unaware of what he specifically did. Naturally, she assumed he was equally uninformed about her. Yet, to her surprise, he had played every game she had designed. Mo Xilou once again shattered her perceptions. A complex mix of emotions surged within her. Some happiness, a hint of bitterness, and a tinge of shame. After a brief conversation, the two individuals, their bellies rumbling, began to deliberate on where to dine. Ultimately, they opted for a nearby shopping mall, conveniently located and easily accessible, where they could enjoy a meal and indulge in some shopping for clothes afterward. Although Mo Xilou insisted it was not cold, he knew that after a few more days, even the most resilient body would succumb to the chill. He dutifully donned a down jacket. Yue Jitong also procured 2 warm garments and a pair of thermal pants. Her legs were slender, and the thicker thermal pants did not appear bulky on her. In this wintry weather, it was prudent to ensure warmth. The weather forecast indicated that snowfall would persist over the next few days, with no indication of when it might cease. Mo Xilou planned to enjoy a couple more days before embarking on his journey. As night fell and the city lights began to twinkle, the two returned to their hotel, retreating to their respective rooms to attend to their own affairs. Around 11 o'clock, a sudden thud echoed through the silence as all the lights abruptly extinguished. Yue Jitong, illuminated by the glow of her computer, stepped outside to investigate the cause. Coincidentally, Mo Xilou emerged from his bedroom, as it seemed a power outage had occurred. Chapter 44. Why did the power suddenly go out? Yue Jitong furrowed her brows and quickly turned back to save all the artwork on her computer, then unplugged the charging cable. After a long night of hard work, the thought of losing it all was unbearable. Since the power was out, she decided to abandon her efforts. Mo Xilou picked up the hotel's phone to call the front desk, but after several long beeps, it indicated that the line was busy. The front desk was inundated with calls from guests clamoring for information regarding the power outage. After 5 minutes, he finally got through. Sir, I apologize. Due to the heavy wind and snow tonight, there's been a malfunction at the nearby power station, resulting in several lines being severed. Our staff is currently working to restore power. When will the power be restored? Unfortunately, we do not have that information. Our staff is working urgently to fix the issue All right, understood. And Mo Xilou hung up the phone and glanced at the open door of Yue Jitong's room. He approached to inform her that the power would likely not return tonight, urging her to go to bed. She was already lying in bed, snug under the covers. All right, sleep well. Please close the door for me. Thank you. Okay. He closed the door and returned to his own room. After lying there for a few minutes, Yue Jitong felt a bit thirsty. Perhaps the dinner had been too salty, as she found herself longing for water throughout the night. There was none in her room, but the living room had an automatic water dispenser installed on one wall, providing purified water that could be consumed directly. Reluctantly, she threw back the covers and ventured out to get some water. The lack of light made it quite inconvenient, but she groped her way to the door. Opening it cautiously, the living room was shrouded in darkness, yet she could discern a bit of her surroundings thanks to the faint moonlight streaming in from the window. She found a cup and filled it, drinking it down. After a moment's contemplation, she decided to fill another cup to set on her bedside table, sparing herself another trip later. With a 300-milliliter glass in hand, she filled it to the brim without paying close attention, then carefully made her way back to her room. The room, with its curtains drawn, was significantly darker than the living room. The dimness made it difficult to see, and as she walked across the carpet, she inadvertently tripped on it, sending her sprawling forward. She instinctively cried out, and the cup slipped from her grasp, flying who knows where. In the next moment, she found herself sitting on the plush carpet, frowning as she gingerly touched her sore knee, cursing her misfortune inwardly. And Mo Xilou, still awake in his bed, was jolted by her sudden exclamation. He quickly got up and approached Yue Jitong's door, knocking softly. Yue Jitong, are you all right? Through the door, her voice emerged. I accidentally fell. May I come in? He turned the doorknob and entered, helping her to her feet. Where did you fall? My knee, it hurts a bit, but it's not too serious. Come, sit down for now. And Mo Xilou guided her to sit at the edge of the bed. Where's your phone? Turn on the flashlight. I don't know where I put it. She searched around but couldn't find it. She had forgotten where she placed her phone, which was why she had ventured out in the dark. Having spent an entire evening away from my phone, I found myself utterly oblivious to its whereabouts. Instead of grasping my device, my fingers brushed against a damp surface. Why was there so much moisture? It appeared my bed was wet. I tentatively explored the sheets, only to discover a round object nestled in the center of the bed. Unable to discern its nature at first, I lifted it to my eyes and realized it was a cup. How'd a cup end up on your bed? I inquired. Oh, I just filled it with water and then tripped. Perhaps it flew onto the bed, she replied, laughter escaping her lips. How clumsy of you to send a cup soaring to the bed. I chuckled several times. Stop laughing, she retorted, feeling around the bed with a frown. Why is everything wet? How am I supposed to sleep? Regret washed over her as she lamented her decision to take the glass of water. I subdued my laughter, blinking in the darkness as my throat quietly constricted. It's all wet here. It seems sleeping is out of the question. After a brief pause, I suggested, why not sleep in my room instead? She paused, slightly taken aback. What about you? The bed can accommodate two, I replied, lowering my gaze and leaning closer. Whispering enticingly in her ear, would you like to? My breath brushed against her cheek, warm and inviting. In the obscurity, her features remained hidden, yet I could detect a faint floral scent enveloping her. Her long, curled eyelashes trembled slightly as she clenched and released her hands beside her. After a 3-second silence, she bit her lip and softly murmured in assent. I heard her response and smiled, taking her hand. Then let us go. I supported her as we made our way over. Upon reaching the door, she suddenly recalled something. Oh, should I grab my blanket? I hesitated momentarily, then responded, I'll get it. Approaching the bed, I pretended to search before informing her, your blanket is wet too. Perhaps it's best to leave it behind. What? Then what will I cover myself with? Use mine. And what about you? I will use it as well. Well, all right then. With a satisfied grin, I clapped my hands. Her blanket lay quietly on the opposite edge of the bed, untouched by moisture. As I closed the door, the small space filled with our audible breaths. Which side will you sleep on? She asked, standing by the bed. I usually sleep in the middle. Choose whichever side you prefer. Oh, left for males and right for females, then I'll take the right. She traced her fingers along the edge of the bed, lifted the covers, and settled in. The bedding carried a subtle floral fragrance, suggesting that I had just bathed. A hint of masculine musk wafted toward her, invading her senses. Turning to her side, she placed a hand over her heart, feeling it race as warmth spread across her cheeks. She tightly shut her eyes, wishing for slumber to embrace her swiftly. The other half of the bed soon dipped as I pulled back the covers and lay down beside her. She turned her back to him, yet the distance between them felt surprisingly intimate. The large bed seemed to shrink at the thought of two bodies sharing it. He lay flat, his hands clasped behind his head, staring at the shadowy ceiling. After a few minutes in this position, he rolled onto his side to face Yue Jitong, but she offered him only her silhouette. In the darkness, he could discern her slender outline, her delicate shoulders. Mo Xilou harbored a reluctance to gaze at her back, for it was that very view he had silently observed countless times during restless nights. He had always watched her quietly from behind, but now, wishing to avert his gaze, he turned over once more, facing the opposite direction. He resolved to lie back to back with her. After a few minutes, he found himself unable to find comfort in any position. Chapter 45. A night of emotional explosion. He had been comfortably lying alone just moments ago. Yet now he found himself restless, unable to discover a suitable position for sleep. Thus, Mo Xilou turned over once more, gazing at her silhouette. The myriad of emotions that had tormented him during countless midnight hours suddenly intensified. A heavy sensation weighed upon his chest, constricting and uncomfortable. Enough of this. He decided to turn away, facing the wall. Yue Jitong, having listened to him tossing and turning incessantly for 20 minutes, could no longer restrain herself. Mo Xilou, are you unable to sleep? Mo Xilou paused, flipping over to face her back, his voice muffled. Yes, I cannot sleep. He had expected her to inquire about the reason for his insomnia, or perhaps engage him in conversation. Instead, Yue Jitong replied, could you be quiet for a while? I need to sleep. Mo Xilou's expression froze, a surge of indignation stirring within him from a past life, his tone laced with a hint of resentment. Are you able to sleep? If you hadn't been turning, I would have been asleep long ago. Caught off guard, Mo Xilou found himself flustered. Yue Jitong, do you not realize there is a man lying beside you? Yue Jitong found his remark peculiar. Of course, she was aware. Why did he sound somewhat irked? Well, she pondered for a moment before adding, if you truly cannot sleep, then continue turning. She assumed he was upset because she had just complained about his restlessness disturbing her. For reasons unbeknownst to him, a sudden blaze ignited within Mo Xilou. Yue Jitong, do you trust me so easily? Yue Jitong hesitated for 2 seconds. This isn't your first time lying next to me. Mo Xilou was taken aback. What do you mean, not the first time? When have I ever lain beside you? She fell silent for a minute, lost in thought. Just as he feared an answer would not come, she leisurely replied, in our past life, did you not often sneak into my bed in the middle of the night? Mo Xilou was astonished, his voice rising slightly. You knew? I know, she responded, her tone calm and unhurried. It felt as though his heart was jolted by something, and Mo Xilou found his thoughts swirling in chaos. She knew, she was aware of everything. Yue Jitong could not fathom the magnitude of his reaction. After a lengthy silence, Mo Xilou managed to compose himself and spoke again. Yue Jitong, could you not turn around and talk to me? Must you leave me with only your back? Oh. She obediently turned to face him. In truth, it was not a significant matter. She merely felt a tinge of bashfulness at the prospect of conversing face to face while lying in bed. Even their breaths seemed to mingle in the intimate space. As she turned, however, the person opposite remained silent. This silence lingered for what felt like an eternity, though it was merely 2 minutes. Yet, in the depth of that dark night, those 2 minutes stretched out, feeling interminably long. They listened to the sound of each other's breathing, temporarily refraining from breaking the tranquility. Ultimately, it was Mo Xilou who first shattered the stillness. Uncertain of his thoughts moments ago, he spoke again, his tone noticeably calmer, his voice slightly hoarse. Yue Jitong, why do you pretend to be unaware? You covertly engaged in this act because you did not wish for me to know. Hence I feigned sleep. He pressed his lips together, feeling a dryness in his throat. Why did you not admonish me at that moment? Why did you not push me away? Why should I push you away? Are you not my husband? Yue Jitong replied, a hint of confusion in her voice. Mo Xilou was taken aback, gripping her shoulders tightly. What did you say? I said, are you not my husband? Her voice grew increasingly softer. Suddenly realizing she had inadvertently uttered those two words, her face flushing intensely. So, Mo Xilou gazed at her, his eyes fixed on hers in the darkness. Were you just calling me husband? I was merely stating a fact. Moreover, I find comfort in your embrace while I sleep, which is why I pretended not to know. Having suffered from poor sleep since childhood, often waking suddenly in the orphanage and feeling restless when later adopted, she had always been a light sleeper plagued by insomnia and nightmares. However, she discovered an unprecedented sense of security when he held her from behind, akin to a baby curled in a mother's womb. Consequently, she slept soundly without dreams, choosing not to confront him about his presence. Yue Jitong. He opened his mouth, then closed it again, uncertain of what to ask. After a struggle within himself, he finally sighed, I wish to sleep. Oh, then please do so. I desire a good night quiche. That's not possible. She refused, sensing his growing irritation. Why not? Afraid you might desire more than just a kiss. What if a kiss leads to further desires? Suddenly, Mo Xilou tightened his grip on her shoulders, shortening the distance between them. His breath brushing against her ear as he spoke in a low tone. What if I truly desired more? Her head bowed, nearly resting against his chest. Her eyelashes trembled uncontrollably. You. After a moment of hesitation, Yue Jitong clutched the corner of her nightgown nervously, asking, will it hurt? In her previous life, that night, her words were fragmented, yet he understood the inquiry she wished to make. Yue Jitong, do you have no recollection of that night? None. It will. He merely uttered a single word, responding to her earlier question. Huh? She looked up bewildered. I felt pain. He added two more words. Her confusion deepened. Seeing her innocent expression of utter ignorance, Mo Xilou felt an inexplicable surge of anger. Some words had been pent up within him for far too long, and at that moment, he could no longer contain them. Yue Jitong, do you realize that night? Your nails left over 20 marks on my back. I was in such pain that I could not lie flat for 3 days, only able to sleep on my side. Yue Jitong's eyes widened in shock. Yue Jitong, you have left 3 distinct bite marks on my shoulder, 2 on the left, 1 on the right, faint scars lingering long after. Her face flushed, and images began to surface in her mind, evoking a sense of embarrassment. You also left several bruises on my arm, which took an entire week to fade. She buried her face in her hands, murmuring, please stop. Yet, he had not finished. Even more humiliating memories awaited. Once was insufficient. You frowned in discontent at the swiftness, insisting on a second, third, fourth, and 5th time. Please, no more. She dare not listen any longer. You may have inflicted pain upon my body, but what infuriated me more was that upon waking the next day, you donned your trousers and feigned ignorance, casting me a resentful gaze, weeping incessantly, as if all the blame rested solely on my shoulders, as if I were the most villainous person in existence, deserving of eternal damnation. The more I spoke, the angrier I became. Mo Xilou struggled to suppress his emotions. Yet his tone betrayed his ire. Yue Jitong, you have not only harmed my body, but have also tormented my spirit. Yue Jitong lifted her head, staring blankly at him, her heart shaken by his words. However, upon hearing his reproach, she felt a surge of anger, retorting loudly, then why did you not refuse me? Why did you choose to sleep with me? Mo Xilou, you could have pushed me away or taken me to the hospital. Mo Xilou's voice rose, tinged with agitation. Are you still blaming me? Are you still holding a grudge over this matter? Yue Jitong, in your vulnerable state before me, entwined yourself around me, clinging tightly to my neck, gazing at me with your pitiable eyes, pleading for my assistance. How could I refuse? The more he spoke, the more infuriated he became. Grasping her chin with fervor, his chest heaving, heart racing, gritting his teeth, damn it, I'm so enamored with you that it drives me to despair. How could I possibly refuse? Have you forgotten that in the end, it all becomes my fault? Chapter 46. A gentle touch. Yue Jitong stood in a daze, quietly listening to his impassioned accusations, her heart oscillating like a roller coaster, shocked, sorrowful, bittersweet, ashamed, indignant, and helpless. a myriad of complex emotions intertwined, entangled like a tangled ball of yarn, tightly blocking her throat. At this moment, words felt utterly inadequate. The tumultuous feelings within her sought expression. Mo Xilou, I am sorry. After a long pause, all that remained was that single apology. Gradually, he calmed, closing his eyes briefly, his voice tinged with a hint of choking emotion. Yue Jitong, I have always been able to embrace you only from behind. After a 2-second pause, he spoke again with difficulty. Yue Jitong, do you realize that your turning away is something I have waited 2 lifetimes for? I am sorry. You need not apologize. It is my fault. All my fault. Falling in love with you is my greatest mistake. Each word he uttered was like boiling water, dripping with the sorrow that had crystallized within him, searing her heart drop by drop. He turned away from her, choosing to digest all his emotions in solitude. Yue Jitong lowered her gaze, then lifted it again to observe the clear outline of his back, slowly sketching it in her mind. For a fleeting moment, she sensed the depth of his sadness. The profound loneliness that radiated from him was so intense that it made her nose tingle. She reached out a finger, gently poking his broad, sturdy back, softly asking, "Could you turn around?" "No. Please turn around." "No. Just turn around, will you?" "No." Yue Jitong bit her lip, falling silent, persistently poking him. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. Her fingers began to feel numb. Finally, the figure facing away from her spoke. Yue Jitong. Her eyes brightened. He continued, "Could you change your position? Poking one spot is rather painful." She paused, defiantly refusing to change her position, instead increasing the frequency of her pokes, targeting his shoulder. Unable to withstand it any longer, Mo Xilou turned around, irritated. "Yue Jitong, what do you want me to do now that I've turned around?" As he turned, a soft body pressed against him, delicate arms wrapping tightly around his waist. She buried her head against his chest, her entire being leaning close to him. "Yue Jitong, what are you doing?" Mo Xilou felt his body stiffen, his breathing becoming slightly more rapid. She said nothing, merely holding him tightly. After a few minutes, he sensed the thin fabric of his sleepwear becoming damp against his chest. Minutes passed, and the dampness spread further. "Yue Jitong, why are you crying?" "Shouldn't it be me who is crying?" His brow furrowed, his gaze calming somewhat, his tone indifferent. "Sniff, sniff." She transitioned from silent tears to soft sobs. His sleepwear was now significantly stained. "What are you crying for?" It felt as though his heart had suddenly been gripped tightly by a hand, causing a pang of pain. "Sniff. I'm sorry. I'm sorry." He inhaled deeply. "What I desire is not your apology." "Apologies." He withdrew slightly, resting his hand on her shoulder, gazing into her eyes, frowning. His tone harsh. "Yue Jitong, do not utter apologies. I do not require your contrition. Do you understand?" He truly did not wish to hear her say sorry, as it only deepened the ache within him. "Oh, you are so fierce," she murmured, wiping her tears before collapsing into his embrace, her sobs escalating into wails. Her tears soaked the fabric of his shirt completely. Mo Xilou began to feel helpless. "Do not cry." She remained silent, merely shedding tears. "Yue Jitong, please cease your weeping." Her cries transformed into soft sobs, then into silent tears. "Yue Jitong, I apologize. I do not wish to cry, yet I cannot control my tears. They simply flow down. What should I do?" He sighed, ultimately bowing his head, yielding, and enveloping her frail shoulders in a tight embrace. Leaning closer to her ear, he whispered soothingly, "I am sorry for speaking so harshly. I should not have lost my temper. It is my fault, my weakness, my desire for you. You have every right to be upset, and you are not at fault. Please do not cry." She shook her head, tears streaming down her face as she choked out. "It is not your fault. It is my fault. I am sorry. Forget it. Who is right or wrong no longer matters. What is past is past. Let's not speak of it again, shall we?" His heart ached for her, a deep pain as he gently wiped the tears from her face. Yue Jitong felt a profound sorrow within her, unable to express why, simply yearning to cry, overwhelmed with sadness. "Do not cry, my dear." His tone grew ever more tender as he held her, softly comforting her. Silence enveloped the room. Outside, snowflakes fell silently, encasing the earth in a frozen embrace. Yet within the walls, warmth prevailed as two hearts gradually ignited. She calmed, her tumultuous emotions settling into tranquility. Finally, she ceased her tears. Mo Xilou breathed a sigh of relief. Yue Jitong, could you perhaps release me? You have soaked my shirt with your tears. Her face flushed with embarrassment as she reluctantly loosened her grip. Would you like to change into something else? There's only this one. There are no others. Then what shall I do? I shall simply remove it. He said this while shedding his shirt, tossing it onto the bedside table, and then rejoining her beneath the covers. Bored-chested, facing her. Why have you ceased to embrace me? Yue Jitong blinked, her eyes teary and shy, hesitating to reach out. You are undressed, and yet you wish for me to hold you. He chuckled softly, pulling her into his arms, pressing her head against his chest, holding her tightly. Her face nestled against his skin. She slowly wrapped her arms around his waist. His searing warmth nearly overwhelmed her, turning her face a deep shade of red. With her hands resting on his waist, she dared not move. He stroked her hair, pushing it aside, her hair brushing against his chest, tickling him. Yue Jitong, let's sleep. If we do not, dawn will break. She responded softly, her voice barely above a whisper. After a minute, he spoke again. Yue Jitong, when you cry, it is truly difficult to console you. With her eyes closed, she gently touched his waist, saying, then do not provoke my tears. He chuckled softly. I shall no longer tease you. Just keep your hands still and refrain from wandering. In the dead of night, he truly seemed to lose his senses, inciting her tears. I didn't touch you. It was merely an accidental brush, she murmured. It was just when I withdrew my hand that I inadvertently grazed your waist. Oh well, a little touch is inconsequential. Feel free to touch wherever you wish. He swiftly altered his stance. I do not wish to touch anywhere. She obediently wrapped her arms around his waist, positioning her hands properly and remaining still. Why not touch my abdomen and see how well I have sculpted my muscles? I shall not. Just a little touch. I refuse. He seized her hand, compelling it to rest upon his stomach, inhaling deeply to accentuate the contours. The sensation traveling through her hand caused her cheeks to flush. Mo Xilou, are you not going to sleep? If you console me, I shall drift off. Chapter 47. Tempting me early in the morning? She lifted her head, her eyes glistening with moisture, pressed a gentle kiss on the corner of his lips, and murmured softly, Good night, darling. Having said that, she immediately buried her head in his embrace. Mo Xilou was momentarily taken aback, but then a smile graced his lips, leaving his heart utterly softened. He placed a tender kiss on her forehead, his tone exceedingly gentle. Good night, my wife. After a lifetime apart, everything seemed to fall back into place, as if they had just stepped onto the right path. The ice of a cold winter will eventually melt, and even the frigid waters will have their moments of boiling. A night devoid of dreams passed, and she awoke at noon. Yue Jitong rubbed her tired eyes, and as she raised her arm, her hand brushed against something. Her previously squinted eyes widened in an instant as she beheld a face mere inches away. The memories of the previous night flooded back, his every word of accusation still ringing in her ears, particularly vivid. She gazed quietly at his sleeping visage, reaching out to sweep aside the stray locks of hair from his forehead, revealing his deep-set brows and eyes. Her fingers glided gently along his brow bone, followed the bridge of his prominent nose, brushed over his lips, and traced his jawline again and again. Suddenly, her hand was captured. He opened his eyes abruptly, bright and clear, devoid of the fog of sleep. You were awake all along? She blinked, her voice soft and melodious, her eyes tinged with a hint of redness. Remnants of last night's tears shimmering in her innocent gaze. A small mole on her lower eyelid danced before him, embodying both purity and allure. Mo Xilou swallowed hard, his voice husky as he spoke. Yue Jitong, are you tempting me this early in the morning? And no, she stammered, hastily lowering her gaze to conceal the radiance in her eyes, attempting to withdraw her hand from his grasp, but finding it immovable. Look at me, he commanded gently. Obediently, she lifted her eyelids, gazing back at him, her clear eyes reflecting his image. Mo Xilou's chest heaved a few times, his heart racing. He cherished this look in her eyes, as if she saw only him. Mo Xilou felt a touch of greediness. Previously, he had desired her affection, but now he yearned for her exclusive adoration. He wished for her heart and eyes to belong solely to him, with no room for anyone else. His gaze deepened, his dark eyes swirling like a vortex, seemingly ready to draw her in. Tentatively, she inquired, Mo Xilou, shall we get up? I'm hungry. He tousled her hair. A gentle smile blooming on his lips, let us eat. The power lines, burdened by last night's snowstorm, had been repaired, and electricity was restored in the morning. The snow had fallen throughout the night, still swirling like fragments of cotton candy, descending gracefully from the sky. They chose not to venture outside, opting instead for the hotel restaurant to dine. The establishment was sparsely populated, and they found a table with a view of the snow-laden landscape. Nestled in the western wing of the hotel, the restaurant boasted a grand curved floor-to-ceiling window, offering a view of the pine forest blanketed in snow. A server presented a bowl of matsutake chicken soup, lifting the lid to release the unique earthy aroma of the mushrooms mingling with the rich essence of chicken. They also ordered pan-seared truffle steak, steamed chicken, and butterfly pastry. The butterfly pastry, elegantly arranged in a crystal dish, resembled blooming snow mountain lotuses. Yue Jitong ordered another cup of ginger milk, and, as her porcelain spoon gently touched the surface, the milk skin quivered and cracked open. She scooped a spoonful and brought it to her lips. The sharp spiciness of ginger enveloping the sweet creaminess of the milk surged within her. After consuming the entire cup, a warm sensation spread throughout her body, and a thin sheen of sweat appeared at the tip of her nose. He inquired, Do you wish to go out and play in the snow? She fervently shook her head. The snow was too heavy, and the outside world was deserted. Then what shall we do this afternoon? Stay indoors. After a brief pause, she added, Are you in a hurry? Not particularly, but idleness begets idleness. It would be preferable to finish the drawing sooner rather than later. Thus, after they finished their meal, the two returned to the room. Just as Yue Jitong was about to head to her own room, Mo Xilou grasped her hand. His eyelids drooped slightly, and his tone was languid. Take your laptop and come to my room to draw. It's been a whole evening. The bed should be dry by now. She glanced at him. He leaned closer, softly coaxing, Be good, listen to me. Oh. She withdrew her hand and hurriedly went to fetch her belongings, cradling her equipment as she returned to his room. Mo Xilou neatly arranged the blankets and found her a soft pillow, choosing a spot near the power outlet. Sit here, he patted the bed. All right. She obediently nestled into the space he had prepared, opened her laptop, and began refining the character design she and T completed the previous day. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, she placed the computer on her lap, her expression earnest and focused. After adjusting the colors for 5 minutes, she suddenly sensed something amiss. Turning her head, she met a pair of intense eyes. Mo Xilou, don't you have anything to do? Mo Xilou lazily reclined, his hands cradling his head. Today, I wish to do nothing but watch you. Find something to occupy yourself. If you keep staring at me, I'll lose my focus. He shook his head in refusal. You carry on with your drawing. I promise not to make a sound or disturb you. Oh. She redirected her gaze, refocusing on her artwork. Her hair was casually tied in a low ponytail, the hair tie a bit loose, with strands cascading down to obscure her ears. After a while, Mo Xilou observed her and reached out, grasping a lock of her hair in his hand, playing with it strand by strand. Then he accidentally tugged one out. She inhaled sharply, turning to him with a puzzled expression. Mo Xilou, what are you doing? He sheepishly released her hair, discreetly discarding the one he had inadvertently pulled out. I heard that girls are quite particular about their hair. I wasn't doing anything. Your hair was loose. Shall I help you tie it up? Huh, is it loose? She paused, then questioned, Wait, can you even tie hair? Of course I can, he replied, pulling down her hair tie. Don't move. I'll help you. Her hair was long, cascading almost to her waist, thick and dark. Mo Xilou carefully gathered her hair, securing it with a hair tie. Then, with a natural motion, he wrapped his arms around her waist, drawing her into his embrace. Thus, her back transitioned from the pillow to his chest. She set down her laptop and looked at him, her eyes filled with questions. He said, Continue your drawing. Do not mind me. Think of me as a mere cushion. She, half in doubt, withdrew her gaze but truly leaned against him to resume her work. After a moment of silence, his hand, resting upon her waist, began to move, caressing her gently, eliciting a ticklish sensation. Yue Jitong looked up at him, her eyes wide with astonishment, recalling the earlier declaration of non-interference. Mo Xilou lowered his eyelids, burying his face in the crook of her neck, exhaling softly, "I am not disturbing you. You may continue to draw." His lips brushed against her earlobe, his warm breath cascading against her cheek, enveloping her in the fragrant embrace of cedar. Yue Jitong blinked, inhaling deeply, clicked save, and decisively closed her laptop, setting it aside. Noticing her stillness, Mo Xilou lifted his head from her shoulder, inquiring, "What's the matter?" "No more drawing," she replied, turning to face him, her clear gaze ignited with a hint of fervor. Chapter 48. A quiet embrace. Yue Jitong, arms crossed, regarded him with a serene yet captivating smile illuminating her delicate features. "Mo Xilou, do you wish to play with me?" Her eyes, strikingly beautiful, sparkled with allure when she smiled, a rare occurrence that rendered him momentarily spellbound. "Mo Xilou." She turned towards him, playfully waving her hand before his eyes. He grasped her hand, drawing her into his embrace, gently tousling her hair. "Why have you stopped painting?" It was a question he knew the answer to. She wrapped her arms around his waist, resting her head against his chest, listening to the rhythmic beating of his heart. Steady and reassuring. They did nothing but hold each other, engaged in casual conversation. Outside, the snowfall diminished, the once blinding white expanse gradually becoming clearer. His broad chest enveloped her, imparting a profound sense of security. Yue Jitong closed her eyes, relishing this moment of tranquility. In each other's arms, they shed their sharp edges, seeking warmth and solace. She cherished this feeling, akin to a pair of sweethearts. This was a scene Yue Jitong had once envisioned, a moment she had longed for, a tender, loving connection enveloped in a harmonious atmosphere. Yet, in the past, neither had attempted to break the impasse. It seemed neither knew how to dismantle the awkwardness that lingered between them. The word once felt particularly irksome, as their shared history was far from idyllic. The issues at hand could not be resolved with mere words. The chasm between their hearts spanned great distances, making it the most arduous to bridge. Suddenly, the ringing of a phone shattered the serene ambience. "Yue Jitong, it appears to be your phone." The ringtone, a classic and timeless English song, was one Mo Xilou recognized, though its title eluded him. "Could you please pass it to me?" she said, opening her eyes yet remaining nestled against him, unwilling to relinquish her grip. Her attachment to his embrace was palpable. With a slight frown, she expressed her discontent towards the interruption. The phone lay conveniently within her reach, yet she insisted on him retrieving it. Without questioning her motives, Mo Xilou extended his arm, still holding her close, and retrieved the phone from her side. Glancing at the caller ID, he noted an unfamiliar number before handing it back to her. "Not familiar. Could you answer it?" she murmured, still comfortably leaning against him. Mo Xilou hesitated, taken aback by her request. Nevertheless, he pressed the answer button, his voice low and resonant. "Hello." After a few moments of silence, the caller tentatively inquired, "Tong Tong?" Mo Xilou glanced at her. Yue Jitong's gaze was averted, her lips sealed, though she had already recognized the voice. "May I ask who this is?" he prompted. "Excuse me, is this Yue Jitong's number?" the caller asked. "Yes, what can I do for you?" Mo Xilou replied. The caller hesitated before asking, "Who are you?" "I am her boyfriend. Could you possibly ask her to take the call?" Mo Xilou glanced once more at Yue Jitong, who waved her hand dismissively, and he immediately understood. She was currently unavailable, so he suggested, "Please share whatever you wish to discuss with me. I will call her again when she is free," the other party replied, and then hung up. Mo Xilou lowered his phone, gazing at her with curiosity. Yue Jitong appeared somewhat weary and began to explain, "It was a call from Uncle Yue. He likely wishes for me to return home." Yufeng had always been kind to her. Anything that Yulan Jin possessed, he would ensure she received a counterpart. Perhaps because she recognized that Yufeng held no familial ties to her, she had no expectations of him. Any modicum of kindness he extended was sufficient to satisfy her. However, Baiyu was her mother, and her expectations of Baiyu soared far above those for anyone else. Yet, all she sought was equitable treatment from her mother, which Baiyu failed to provide. The truth behind a person's gaze cannot be concealed. In her eyes, there was simply no place for Yue Jitong. After all, she was her daughter too. At times, she even felt that Bai was less considerate than Uncle Yu. Whenever she encountered conflicts or disputes with Yulanjin, Bai invariably sided with her, never inquiring nor granting her the opportunity to defend herself. In contrast, Yufeng would listen to the entirety of the situation and would compel Yulanjin to apologize. After the last incident, where she slapped Yulanjin multiple times, Bai, along with Yu Fengshuan and Yue Jitong, had called to reprimand her, condemning her actions. Only Uncle Yu had not questioned her. After a brief moment, her phone chimed, and Mo Xilou assisted her in opening a text message. It was from Yufeng. Tong Tong, I am unaware of what transpired between you and Lanjin, but it has been some time. You must have calmed down by now. We are family, and any grievances can be resolved through conversation. Please do not hold a grudge. Remember to return home during the holidays. Your mother is waiting for you. Yue Jitong paused, lowering her gaze with a hint of despondency. Outsiders may be oblivious. Yet Mo Xilou was privy to the true reason behind her estrangement from the Yu family. So, do you intend to return? He inquired. She shook her head. I shall not return, for it is not my home, and no one genuinely welcomes me there. Do you harbor hatred towards them? I despise Yulanjin. The others I merely dislike, though I bear no animosity towards Uncle Yu. Do you regret returning to the Yu family? Yue Jitong shook her head once more. I do not regret it. At least in the Yu household, I am assured of a meal. They may treat me indifferently, yet they provide me with sustenance, a roof over my head, and a room of my own. It is certainly preferable to remaining in an orphanage. Mo Xilou was taken aback, astonished. Did you not have enough to eat before? Before the age 11, in the orphanage I had to fight for my meals, but I could never outcompete them, so I often went hungry. Before returning to the Yu family with Bai, I had never enjoyed a full meal. This was the first time Mo Xilou had heard her recount her childhood experiences, and his heart ached inexplicably as he embraced her tightly. Yue Jitong nestled quietly against him, perhaps finding his embrace too warm. In that moment, she yearned to share her thoughts. I find myself quite curious about the identity of my father. Upon my return to the Yu family, I inadvertently overheard a conversation among the household servants. They spoke of how Uncle Yu was initially unaware that Bai had borne a daughter. For a decade of marriage, she had concealed this fact entirely. It was only when Yulan was in dire need of rescue that Bai, in a bid to save her, took the perilous step of confessing to Yufeng. At that moment, Yufeng was so eager to save the child that he overlooked the deceit. Eventually, when Yulan recovered, Yufeng accepted the sudden presence of his daughter and, out of gratitude, resolved to raise me. I once endeavored to uncover information about my biological father. Yet whenever I broached the subject, Bai's expression would darken, and she would reprimand me, asserting that my father had already passed away. Nevertheless, I cannot shake the feeling that her words are untrue. Surely my biological father is still alive. Yue Jitong has always sensed that Bai harbors secrets from her. Initially, she believed Bai despised that man, which is why she refrained from mentioning him. However, in retrospect, she feels as though Bai is, in fact, fearful of something. Chapter 49. Hello, clingy one. Mo Xilou listened quietly, occasionally patting her back to provide comfort. Yue Jitong, unaware of the passage of time, spoke for quite a while, long enough that he began to feel the urge to visit the restroom. Yet she clung to him, resembling a forlorn little rabbit. Her eyes reddened, and her eyelashes trembling with unease as she nestled into his embrace. He gently pinched her ear, negotiating, darling. Could you please let go of me for a moment? No. She shook her head defiantly, refusing to release her hold. Nature calls. Mo Xilou stroked her head, soothingly stating, I'll be back in a jiffy. No, I don't want to let go of you. Yue Jitong blinked, a glimmer of mischief flashing in her large eyes as she leaned closer and threatened. You insisted on playing with me instead of letting me draw. This afternoon, you must hold me, and I will not release you. Mo Xilou gritted his teeth. Isn't a trip to the restroom permissible? No, I want to be with you. She playfully rubbed her head against him. In truth, she merely wished to indulge in a bit of mischief. After all, she had nothing else to occupy her time. She wanted to see his helpless expression. Very well. He indeed smiled with resignation. After a while, unable to hold it any longer, Mo Xilou pleaded with a pained expression. Darling, please let me go for just a minute. Is that all right? No. Mo Xilou, I don't want to be apart from you for even a second. She tightened her grip further, making it difficult for him to breathe. He bit his lip, resolving, if that is the case, I shall just carry you with me. She gasped as he effortlessly lifted her, instinctively wrapping her arms around his neck. Since she wished to be willful, he decided to indulge her whims, truly carrying her to the restroom door. No, Yue Jitong, are you really going inside with me? Put me down. I'll wait for you at the door. She had no such peculiar inclination. The sounds of running water soon echoed from within the restroom, and Mo Xilou emerged shortly thereafter. The moment he opened the door, she immediately leaped into his arms, clinging tightly to his waist, offering him no chance to catch his breath. Mo Xilou, I missed you so much, she said in a soft voice, deliberately exaggerating her words. This display caused a faint blush to rise on his cheeks. He lowered his gaze to her dark hair, raising an eyebrow with an inscrutable expression. In just a minute, you missed me? A minute apart feels like an eternity. Yue Jitong, I want to get a drink of water. Then go ahead. But how can I go if you're holding me? This won't work. I don't care. You'll have to figure it out. We agreed that I would hold you. With no other choice, Mo Xilou moved his feet slowly forward, and she moved with him, though she exerted no effort, hanging entirely on him. Wherever he went, she followed, tightly embracing his waist. It took nearly 20 minutes to drink a glass of water. He first had to shuffle from the restroom door to the table to grab a cup, then from the table to the water dispenser across the room. Mo Xilou had never realized that drinking a glass of water could require such exertion. Is this what Gyunchi often refers to as a sweet burden? After finishing one cup, one desires another, yet perhaps it is wiser to refrain. Should one indulge excessively, the need to visit the restroom would arise, which is rather inconvenient. He does not forget to inquire of the person nestled in his embrace. Yue Jitong, would you like some water? Yes, please. She lifts her gaze, her eyes sparkling as she watches his hand, awaiting his offering. He reluctantly fetches another cup of water, carefully bringing it to her lips. She tilts her head back and takes a sip, still clinging to him with unwavering determination. Mo Xilou initially thought her claim of wanting to be held for an entire afternoon was a jest, yet he discovers it to be true. From 3 in the afternoon until 6 in the evening, for a solid 3 hours, save for her brief excursion to the restroom, she has not relinquished her grip. For the first time, Mo Xilou witnesses Yue Jitong's tenacity. He is uncertain whether her arm grows weary, but his own waist is beginning to feel the strain from sustaining her weight throughout the afternoon. When he finally manages to shuffle back to the room, she suggests, let us go to the window to admire the snow. Very well. Thus, he drags the person who is still entwined around his waist toward the window with great effort. After a moment, she states, Mo Xilou, I wish to sit on the sofa for a while. Is that all right? Mo Xilou, I would like some water. Mo Xilou, I need to wash my hands. Mo Xilou, I want to eat some ice cream. Mo Xilou, Yue Jitong, you are rather clingy. Well, do you like it? She looks up at him, her gaze clear yet tinged with a hint of vibrancy, her delicate face pale and cherubic, her cheeks slightly puffed, exuding an air of adorability. I do. He swallows hard, unable to resist poking her cheek with his finger, then lowering his eyelids. He pleads in a pitiful tone, if you could momentarily loosen your hold, allowing me a bit of freedom to move, I would like it even more. Holding you like this for an entire afternoon is quite exhausting. What is it like to be embraced by a girlfriend for an entire afternoon? It is an experience Mo Xilou has never encountered in this life or the last, and it feels rather novel. He has never witnessed such a clingy side of Yue Jitong before. How delightful! Even while expressing his grievances, the corners of his mouth lift, concealing a heart brimming with joy. Finally, Yue Jitong, in a moment of benevolence, releases him, for she too feels a twinge of fatigue from maintaining the same position, her arms beginning to tingle. They both take a moment to stretch their wrists and ankles. Mo Xilou yawns and twists his waist from side to side. Yue Jitong, why do you seem rather peculiar today? What do you mean by peculiar? It's rather strange that you have been holding on to me this entire time. Yue Jitong suddenly adopts a serious demeanor, looking at him with calm eyes that shimmer slightly. Did you not say you always gaze at my silhouette? Then from now on, I shall embrace you from the front, allowing you to hold me for a lifetime, if you wish. meeting her clear and earnest gaze. Mo Xilou feels a stirring in his heart, touched by her words, and he finds himself on the verge of tears. Yue Jitong, Mo Xilou. Your embrace is truly warm, and I cherish it immensely. He is momentarily taken aback. This is the first time Yue Jitong has openly expressed her emotions, declaring her fondness for his embrace. Rounding it off, it seems she has developed an affection for him. Could this be considered confession? Mo Xilou. I find myself quite hungry. She playfully beckoned him with her finger. Come, let us dine. Yue Jitong mused that today was indeed a rather dull day. Aside from eating, it appeared there was little else to engage in. Yet, it was also a day filled with intrigue. Being with him made even the most mundane moments seem captivating. Previously, she could not fathom why those young couples would spend an entire day doing nothing but clinging to one another. Now, however, she felt a newfound understanding. The sensation was simply exquisite. She was unaware of what special switch had been flipped within her, yet she found his embrace utterly irresistible. After spending the afternoon in his arms, how could she still crave his touch? She remarked, Mo Xilou, it seems I have become somewhat addicted to your kindness. Chapter 50. Returned to the capital, Mo Xilou was momentarily taken aback. His first instinct was to reach out and touch her forehead. Today, her words of affection were irresistibly sweet. She swatted his hand away and met his gaze. Although he remained silent, she seemed to intuitively grasp his thoughts. What's wrong? I'm not feverish, she teased, then threw herself into his embrace, tilting her head with a smile as she asked, Mo Xilou, would you like me to hold you while we sleep tonight? His heart raced uncontrollably, a rosy hue creeping from his ears to his neck. How astonishing. He never anticipated a day would come when he would be so playfully teased by Yue Jitong. Of course, that would be delightful, he replied, eager for her affection. Just kidding. She winked, releasing him and darting back to her room. Gut nicht, Mo Xilou. As he felt the sudden emptiness in his arms, Mo Xilou experienced a twinge of disappointment, gazing at her room with a slight smile gracing his lips. What a little trickster she was. Good night, Yue Jitong. Due to the heavy snowfall, the two lingered in the northeast for 5 days. Only after the snow ceased and began to melt did they embark on their journey back to the capital. Stepping onto the city's soil after several months stirred an inexplicable sentiment within Yue Jitong. The last time she departed from this place, she had just delivered a series of slaps to Yulan Xin, her emotions dominated by anger and disappointment. At that moment, she believed she would never return. The capital was slightly warmer than the northeast, with the sun recently gracing the skies, bringing a rise in temperature. The end of the month was near, heralding the approach of the spring festival. Although Yue Jitong had no desire to return, she accompanied Mo Xilou as he needed to visit home. However, she had no intention of returning to the Yue family. Their previous quarrel had severed their ties, and there was no need to revisit. Even if Yu Feng summoned her back, she would not comply, nor would she return even if Bai Yu personally came to fetch her. Yet she was certain that Bai Yu would never come for her. If she did, it would only be to vent her frustrations on behalf of another. Throughout her life, Bai Yu had never chosen her. Yue Jitong shook her head, attempting to cast aside such thoughts, but she found it impossible to suppress them. The disappointment was real, and the sorrow was genuine. Yet she was still her mother, and that was an undeniable truth. How could anyone truly be devoid of a longing for maternal love? She simply could not attain it, and could only persuade herself to let go. She feigned indifference to mask her feelings, repeatedly convincing herself that she truly did not care. This allowed her to feel a modicum of relief. She was exceptionally skilled at brainwashing herself. Yue Jitong suggested staying at a hotel, but Mo Xilou insisted otherwise. She followed him through the towering skyscrapers until they arrived at the hidden gem of the bustling Hua district. In summer, the district blossomed with a riot of colors, a myriad of flowers blooming in vivid hues. In winter, however, the scenery appeared somewhat desolate. Mo Xilou informed her that he owned a spacious flat in Zone 3, a birthday gift he received when he turned 18. They meandered until they stood before the door, where Mo Xilou input his fingerprint to unlock it. Yue Jitong, give me your hand. She extended her hand toward him. Mo Xilou recorded her fingerprints, ensuring that upon her return to the capital, she could reside here. He sensed the solitude that enveloped her whenever she returned, a profound lack of belonging. The residence, situated on the 15th floor, spans approximately 150 square meters, with a single unit per elevator. Since acquiring it, he had never occupied the space. The rooms were furnished with all necessities, equipped with every amenity, allowing Yue Jitong to move in effortlessly. There were 3 bedrooms available, and Mo Xilou guided her to the master suite, the one with the best sunlight, which was currently bathing in the intense rays of noon. "Darling, are you satisfied living here?" he inquired. Yue Jitong nodded. "If you require anything or find any aspect unsatisfactory, do not hesitate to inform me." "This is already splendid," she replied, content with having a place to dwell. The sun's warm glow spilled onto the bed, and from the window, one could gaze upon the distant frozen lake. In summer, the water would ripple, adorned with blooming lotus flowers and schools of golden koi swimming gracefully. In winter, if snow fell, one could find people brewing tea and enjoying fireside conversations in the pavilion at the lake center. After ensuring Yue Jitong was settled, Mo Xilou temporarily departed. She understood his obligations. The Mo family was extensive, and with the approach of the new year, Mo Xilou needed to return home for social engagements. In her previous life, the second year after their marriage, Mo Xilou began taking her back to the ancestral home. Despite their strained relationship at that time, she adhered to the customary formalities that accompanied their union. Mo Xilou's parents treated her fairly well, and she did not harbor her animosity towards him in their presence. He had a younger brother and sister. In her previous life, she had a good rapport with his sister, Mo Xilou, who was quite fond of her, while Mo Xilou, his brother, was less appreciative. The reasons for Mo Xilou's disdain were not lost on her. Reflecting on these individuals, she furrowed her brow slightly, her gaze turning complex. Yue Jitong sincerely believed that the Mo family exhibited a terrifying obstinacy when it came to matters of the heart. Once they had made a determination, it remained unyielding. While others might reconsider after a setback, the Mo family would persist even in the face of self-destruction. The phrase bloodied and battered hardly encapsulated their resolve. For them, even the prospect of fatality would not deter them. Mo Xilou had a childhood sweetheart named Qi Tang, who also had a childhood companion, Su Wei. To be precise, the 3 of them shared a childhood bond. Mo Xilou held affections for Qi Tang, who later became embroiled in a tragic incident resulting in a fatality. Mo Xilou took the fall for her, ultimately serving a 5-year sentence due to the family's machinations. During Mo Xilou's second year in prison, Qi Tang married Su Wei. In the 3rd year of Mo Xilou's incarceration, Qi Tang and Su Wei welcomed a daughter. In the 1st year following Mo Xilou's release, Su Wei suffered an accident and passed away, leaving Qi Tang to raise their 3-year-old daughter alone. The year Mo Xilou established his company, Qi Tang remarried, this time to him, bringing along her 6-year-old daughter. As for Mo Xilou, at 18, she became infatuated with a lesser-known male celebrity, investing considerable resources and effort over 3 years to elevate him to the status of a second-tier star. However, after just 2 years, the celebrity's head was turned by fame, leading to a slew of scandals as numerous individuals emerged to expose his inappropriate relationships with fans. Mo Xilou repeatedly implored her brother to suppress the scandal. Despite being fully aware of the other party's questionable character, she clandestinely entered into a marriage with him. After their secret union, Mo Xilou seldom graced the public with her presence. Whenever she did, her countenance bore an air of profound melancholy. It was only later that they uncovered the tragic truth. Mo Xilou had been a victim of domestic violence. When Mo Xilou brandished a knife, intent on retribution, she surprisingly knelt before him, pleading for him to refrain from acting. She insisted that he had not intended to harm her. He merely could not control his impulses. After each incident of violence, he would be engulfed by guilt and sorrow, often inflicting pain upon himself. Mo Xilou, rendered speechless by his sister's plight, ultimately set aside the weapon and discreetly arranged for her abuser to receive a thorough beating. Chapter 51. I miss you under the threat and intimidation of Mo Xilou. The opposing party has considerably tempered their demeanor. Reflecting on Mo Xilou and Mo Xilou, Yue Jitong believes that Mo Xilou may soon find himself with a headache. Perhaps, if someone intervenes in this lifetime, the fates of the two individuals may alter. Yet, it is equally possible that they will remain unchanged. Mo Nanshuang is still young at 16, having yet to encounter that man. As long as their meeting can be prevented, there is hope. Yue Jitong is confident that Mo Xilou possesses the means to achieve this. Silently orchestrating someone's disappearance from the entertainment industry is not an insurmountable task. Mo Biting, on the other hand, presents a more complex challenge. Now 18, he has likely already developed feelings for Qitang. To sway his affections would likely prove quite difficult. The bond of childhood friends, forged over a decade, cannot be easily altered by mere words from another. Such matters are best left for Mo Xilou to contemplate. The Mo family is numerous. Mo Xilou's father is the third eldest, with an elder sister, 2 older brothers, and a younger sister. His mother ranks 5th among her siblings, with 4 older brothers preceding her. The cousins and siblings of Mo Xilou, of the same generation, number over 20. The gathering of distant relatives during the new year is a chaotic social affair. For Yue Jitong, who grapples with social anxiety, it feels as though the sky has fallen. Upon her first visit to their home, faced with such a multitude, she felt an overwhelming urge to turn and flee. Fortunately, she restrained herself. Regardless of the dynamics between the two, one must not display ignorance in front of their elders. However, lacking social skills, she found herself unable to force interaction. Thus, she maintained a stoic demeanor, seated quietly beside Mo Xilou's mother, serving as a silent ornament. Responding to inquiries with curt phrases, she refrained from initiating conversation, instead opting to lower her gaze and listen intently. A distant relative, oblivious to her discomfort, repeatedly engaged her in conversation, posing an array of questions that left her with a throbbing headache. "How did you meet our Xiaoxi?" they inquired. "Classmates," she replied. "How did you end up together?" "We lived together." "Who pursued whom first?" "He did." "When will you have children?" "When the time comes." The inquisitor fell silent, their expression awkward. Yue Jitong surmised that she would soon face reprimand. Indeed, it wasn't long before whispers of her pretentiousness and disregard for her elders began circulating. The following New Year, she remained once more the quiet, beautiful vase beside Mo's mother. This time, with a clearer understanding of her temperament, no one approached her with conversation. Instead, some openly critiqued her in front of her, subtly mocking her humble origins. Mo's mother, displeased, defended her. Regardless of what others said, she feigned ignorance, allowing their words to drift in one ear and out the other. Finding the exchanges uninteresting, those individuals eventually ceased their comments. As the years passed, with each subsequent new year, the distant relatives grew accustomed to her disposition, no longer criticizing or discussing her. Perhaps they had simply discovered new topics to occupy their conversations. Every year, she sits beside Mo Mu, serving as a watermark of sorts, finding a certain comfort in her role. Reflecting on the present, this year, Yue Jitong has decided to embrace solitude during the new year. Being alone here is quite agreeable. She reassures herself that it is all right. If one overlooks the faint tinge of melancholy, the room is warm, and after a brief nap, she awakens to find the day has turned to dusk. The refrigerator is bare, and she contemplates whether to venture out for supplies, yet the thought of going out alone dampens her spirit. Suddenly, thoughts of him invade her mind. She retrieves her phone and messages Mo Xilou. "I miss you." His reply comes swiftly. "What is wrong, baby?" Yue Jitong responds. "I have no one to share a meal with." Mo Xilou replies, "I'll come over later to keep you company." Yue Jitong counters, "No need, you're busy. I'll just order takeout." Mo Xilou insists, "Please eat something first." After dining, Yue Jitong opens her computer, having recently completed the creation of a character in a grand game. She resolves to utilize these days to develop a second character. Idleness breeds unwelcome thoughts. Once she immerses herself in work, time slips away swiftly. Meanwhile, Mo Xilou is indeed suffering from a severe headache. He returns home, and with the holidays in full swing, both Mo Biting and Mo Nanshuang are present. Not only them, but a gaggle of boys and girls, aged 17 and 18, are gathered, friends of Mo Biting and Mo Nanshuang. A cacophony of laughter and chatter surrounds them as they engage in some game. Upon his arrival, Mo Nanshuang leaps from the sofa, joyfully rushing to embrace him. Her excitement palpable. "Big brother, you're back. Why did you take so long? Fang Mingzhi said you were on holiday ages ago. He claimed you were captured by a fairy. Is it true? If you hadn't returned soon, I was going to come rescue you. So which fairy had you?" Such nonsensical tales. Fang Mingzhi loves to spin wild stories. Don't listen to him. Mo Xilou evades the topic. Mo Nanshuang, with her curious big eyes, persists. "Oh, come on, big brother, just tell us who it was. Go play your game." Mo Xilou replies dismissively. "What a miser." Mo Nanshuang mutters under her breath. Mo Biting also rises to greet him, inviting him to join in. "Big brother, would you like to play with us?" A circle of boys and girls gathers around the coffee table, and Mo Xilou casts a casual glance, recognizing most as familiar faces, regular companions of Mo Biting. Qi Tang and Su Wei are among them. The words of refusal are on the tip of his tongue when, for reasons unknown, he suddenly changes his mind. "All right, what are you playing?" Mo Nanshuang beams, pulling him along while explaining, "Big brother, we're pulling towers. Whoever knocks down a tower has to answer a question." A trivial and juvenile game, yet the group plays with great enthusiasm. "Big brother, sit here," Mo Nanshuang urges, guiding him to a seat beside her. The others instinctively shift aside to create space for him. On one side sits Mo Nanshuang, while on the other is Qi Duo, Qi Tang's cousin. Kaido and Yue Jitong are of the same age, with just a few months difference in their birth months. Stealing a glance at him, her face gradually flushed, her gaze flickering, revealing a hint of nervousness. She harbored a secret infatuation for Mo Nanshuang's brother. However, apart from her cousin, she had confided in no one else. She had overheard the conversation between Mo Nanshuang and Mo Xilou, and a twinge of disappointment lingered in her heart. Could it be that Mo Xilou already had a girlfriend? It seemed improbable. Unbeknownst to him, Mo Xilou was oblivious to the inner turmoil of the person seated beside him. His attention was primarily focused on Yue Jitong. Yue Jitong felt an undeniable sensation that Mo Xilou was observing her with a vague discontent in his eyes, with a slight furrow of her brow. She pondered whether she had inadvertently offended him. Chapter 52. A direct approach. The rules of the game are exceedingly simple. Players take turns extracting a block from a tower made of wooden pieces in a sequential manner. Should the tower collapse after one's turn, that individual must answer questions posed by the first, third, and fifth person to their left. Mo Biting, having spun the pointer, found it resting on Qi Tang. With a playful grin, he remarked, "Ah Tang, you're up first this round." Mo Xilou scrutinized his younger brother's gaze, reaching the conclusion that the light in Mo Biting's eyes when he looked at Qi Tang was unmistakable. Surely even a fool could discern his affections for her. Did Qi Tang not notice? Observing her closely, he noted that she seemed entirely oblivious to Mo Biting, her attention elsewhere. Qi Tang, in her lively spirit, was unfazed by the first draw, believing it unlikely for her choice to topple the tower. She casually selected a block. With 10 participants in the game, the first round concluded without incident. The tower remained standing. Thus, they proceeded to the second round. When it was Qi Tang's turn again, fate took a turn for the unfortunate, as her draw resulted in the tower's collapse. "Oh dear, it's down, Tang. You've lost," the others chimed in. All right, ask away," Qi Tang replied with an air of nonchalance, unperturbed by the questions that might come. The assembled crowd, astute in their inquiries, knew well the boundaries of propriety, so she felt little apprehension about overly challenging questions. Yet, she overlooked one individual. The first person to her left posed the question, "Is there someone you like here?" "Yes," she answered with remarkable clarity. Mo Xilou noticed a flicker of excitement in his brother's eyes at her affirmative response. Surely, this foolish boy did not believe Qi Tang was referring to him? How naive. The third individual then asked, "Is he on the left side or the right side?" "The left," she replied. Coincidentally, both Su Wei and Mo Biting occupied the left side. Upon hearing this, Mo Xilou observed that his brother's eyes brightened even further, nearly rivaling the brilliance of the chandelier above. He could wager that if Qi Tang were to declare that her affections lay with him, Mo Biting would sprout a tail and wag it in delight. Yet it was evident that the person Qi Tang liked was Su Wei. How foolish. As fate would have it, Mo Xilou found himself as the fifth individual tasked with questioning Qi Tang. With a slight arch of his brow and a glint of cold light in his dark eyes, he resolved to shatter his brother's fantasies without leaving a shred of hope. He asked Qi Tang directly, "If Mo Xilou were to confess his feelings for you, would you accept?" The question hung in the air, and the table fell into a collective silence, a shared understanding that this inquiry was far too blunt. Typically, the questions posed were vague. None anticipated such specificity from Mo Xilou. Mo Xilou was momentarily taken aback, his expression a mix of bewilderment and anxious anticipation as he turned his flushed face toward Qi Tang, both curious about his brother's question and eager for her response. The entire table awaited her answer, eyes fixated on her. Qi Tang, momentarily taken aback, did not hesitate for long before delivering her response with the same straightforwardness. "I'm still young and not interested in discussing relationships." Upon hearing her words, Mo Xilou felt a wave of disappointment wash over him, yet simultaneously a sense of relief. He chuckled and said, "You're right, Tang. Brother, it's too early for such inquiries. We should prioritize our studies for now." However, Mo Xilou was not inclined to let the topic slide and pressed on, "What if, 5 years from now, he confesses his feelings to you? Would you accept?" Qi Tang glanced at Mo Xilou and then at Mo Xilou, sensing an unusual hostility emanating from the latter, which struck her as perplexing. Montauk biting, with a hint of awkwardness, interjected, "Brother, that's already your second question. Isn't that enough? I really don't understand what has gotten into you." Mo Xilou furrowed his brow, his demeanor growing cold, his gaze sharp as he tore through the final veil of pretense. "Qi Tang, let me be direct. Mo Xilou has feelings for you. Do you reciprocate? Please tell him now, so he can move on." "Brother, what are you saying?" Montauk biting exclaimed, alarmed. How could his brother possibly know his thoughts and voice them openly? Was it appropriate to speak of such matters in front of so many people? Did he not care about his own dignity? Qi Tang, a remarkably astute individual, locked eyes with Mo Xilou and discerned from his stern expression that she needed to provide a definitive answer today. Otherwise, Mo Xilou would not let the matter rest. Lowering her gaze, her mind raced, and within moments, she reached a conclusion. "I do not have feelings for Mo Xilou," she replied with unyielding certainty. Without looking at Mo Xilou, she focused on the card she had drawn from the table, feeling a touch of misfortune today. She resolved to investigate why Mo Xilou had such an opinion of her. Upon hearing her response, Mo Xilou froze, as though a dagger had been plunged into his heart, a sharp pain coursing through him. All eyes were on him, and he felt compelled to leave, turning abruptly to exit. Mo Xilou also rose, exuding an air of authority as he scanned the room, casting a fleeting glance at Qi Tang before casually stating, "You all may continue your game." The group exchanged glances, uncertain if the game could proceed under these circumstances. "Perhaps we should call it a day," Qi Duo suggested, breaking the tension. Several others agreed. "Yes, Nan Shuang. Let us conclude for today. We'll see you all next time." Mo Nan Shuang, slightly furrowing her brow, accompanied the departing guests. She found her brother's behavior today rather perplexing, sensing an oddity in his demeanor. Upon returning to her room, she discovered her two brothers embroiled in a heated argument. Mo Xillou's neck was flushed red with anger, the result of Mo Xilou's provocation. He sat on the sofa, breathing heavily. "Brother, why must you press Qi Tang with such questions?" Mo Xilou settled across from him, reclining lazily and responding nonchalantly. "Naturally, it is to help you confront reality sooner, so you don't deceive yourself." He understood his family all too well. If there was even the slightest ambiguity in the words or actions of others, they would go to great lengths to justify their fantasies. He aimed to have Qi Tang declare her feelings clearly in front of everyone, ensuring Mo Xilou heard her unequivocal response, leaving no room for delusions. Montauk biting was fuming, feeling quite indignant. "Brother, if you continue like this, how awkward will it be when we meet in the future?" "Then let us not meet," Mo Xilou replied with a somber expression. What is so special about Qi Tang? In a previous life, Mo Xilou had been sentenced to life imprisonment. In a desperate bid to save him, the Mo family had gone to great lengths, pleading with the victim's family to sign a letter of understanding and offering them numerous benefits, which ultimately reduced the sentence to 5 years. Otherwise, Mo Xilou would have languished in prison for a lifetime, sacrificing his entire youth and future within those walls. Recalling these events, Mo Xilou felt a surge of anger, and his tone was less than amicable. At that moment, Mo Nanshuang entered the room and shut the door, leaving only the 3 siblings inside. "Brother, what troubles you today? Do you harbor any grievances against Sister Qitang?" Chapter 53. Would you like to see the fireworks? Mo Xilou disregarded her, letting out a cold snort as he turned to Mo Xilou, stating, "Qitang never liked you. It is better to face the bitter truth than to prolong the pain. Do not deceive yourself any longer. Among the 3 of us, you alone remain oblivious. A jester kept in the dark, while the other 2 share an unspoken bond. The trio is too crowded, and you are the superfluous one." Mo Xilou's words were blunt yet piercing. Mo Xilou felt as though countless daggers had been thrust into his heart, utterly shattering his defenses. His eyes reddened, and his voice trembled as he suddenly shouted at him, "I know Qitong like Su Wei, so what? As long as she does not voice it, I can pretend to be unaware forever, and that gives me hope. Brother, why must you strip me of my last glimmer of hope?" Mo Xilou was momentarily taken aback, his irritation transforming into astonishment. He had always assumed Mo Xilou was the one kept in the dark, only to discover he was fully aware but had chosen to deceive himself. Mo Xilou, what purpose does this serve? Qitong does not like you now, nor will she in the future. Can you not possess a modicum of dignity, rather than being so obsequious? There are countless women in this world. Why must you fixate on one who belongs to another? Mo Xilou widened his eyes, incredulous as he gazed at him. "Brother, your words are truly harsh today, and you dare to speak to me thus? What about you? Are you not aware that others do not reciprocate your feelings, yet you still pursue them? What is so special about Yue Jitong that you have chased her for so long?" Under ordinary circumstances, Mo Xilou would never have dared to speak so boldly to Mo Xilou, for he felt the weight of their bloodline's hierarchy and feared retribution. However, anger propelled him to speak without restraint today. After all, it was his brother who had initiated the bullying. Mo Xilou was momentarily rendered speechless, opening his mouth to retort, but humorously finding that Mo Xilou's observation was not without merit. Indeed, he too had clung to Yue Jitong, fully aware of her disinterest. He realized that he and Mo Xilou were not so different after all. The more he pondered, the more uncomfortable he felt. No, there was indeed a difference. For Yue Jitong was unlike Qitong. Mo Xilou maintained a stern expression and asserted, "We are not the same. This is an entirely different matter. Montak Baiting Chenget. In what way are we different? Why can you pursue your happiness while I cannot?" Mo Xilou found himself at a loss for words. If blame were to be assigned, it would lie with him for failing to set a commendable example for his younger siblings. After a brief silence, he decided to approach the matter from another angle. To truly love someone is to wish for their happiness. You should allow Qitong to be with the one she loves and not interfere or disrupt their bond. Step aside and let them be. I understand that. I never intended to disrupt them. If Qitong truly loves Su Wei, I can bless their union and pretend to be unaware, continuing to silently cherish her from the shadows. Mo Xilou replied earnestly, then lamented, "But brother, you have destroyed everything. I can no longer pretend to be oblivious." Mo Xilou was incensed beyond measure. In a fleeting moment, he suddenly grasped the sentiments that Fang Mingzhi must have harbored when he urged him and Gu Yunqi to consider their choices within the confines of the dormitory. It dawned on him the weight of Fang Mingzhi's words when he derided them as being consumed by romantic thoughts. It was as if the boomerang of fate had taken a detour, ultimately striking him instead. Mo Xilou, could you not exhibit a modicum of resolve? Regardless, I am fond of Qitang. Montak Baiting. I shall not listen. I refuse to heed. Montak Baiting. I shall not listen. I shall not listen. Mo Nanshuang, listening to the quarrel, attempted to interject, "Elder brother, second brother, perhaps you should both take a moment to compose yourselves. Elder brother, Qitang is genuinely quite amiable. Could it be that you harbor some misconceptions?" However, her interjection only served to further inflame Mo Xilou's fury, while inadvertently drawing half of the ire towards herself. What nonsense, Mo Nanshuang. Do you suppose everyone is as naive and sweet as you? Do you believe every word spoken is to be taken at face value? They may feign friendship, but merely seek to exploit you. You, in your gullibility, take every utterance to heart. If you find yourself with idle time, perhaps you should indulge in more reading rather than chasing after those frivolous celebrities. For your mind appears utterly vacant. Tomorrow, you might find yourself deceived and still be compelled to pay them. Mo Nanshuang was momentarily stunned by the barrage of words, her lips jutting out defiantly and her eyes widening in indignation as she retorted, "Wait, elder brother, have you lost your senses? What have I done to deserve this? You return home only to berate me like this." Oomph. With a huff, she turned on her heel, intending to seek solace from their mother. Mo Xilou had not intended to scold her today, yet he found it impossible to restrain himself. These sentiments had long been bottled up within him. He recognized her plight. As her elder brother, it was his duty to protect her rather than to perpetually admonish her, thereby exacerbating her predicament. Furthermore, the events had already unfolded, and chastising her would serve no purpose. After harboring this frustration for so long, he had finally vented all that he wished to express. A sense of relief washed over him. It felt liberating. Mo biting, however, was not placated. He too let out a huff and departed, seeking to complain to their mother. Consequently, 5 minutes later, Mo Xilou received a message from their mother, instructing him to come downstairs. Upon his descent, he found Mo biting and Mo Nanshuang flanking their mother, whispering conspiratorially, clearly plotting against him. Their mother, Lu Jiayue, beckoned him, "Xiaoxi, come here." As he approached, he could discern the grievances of his younger siblings. Mo biting asserted, "Mother, I believe my brother has been adversely affected by his pursuits of Yue Jitong. His inability to win her affection has twisted his mindset, leading him to torment us." Mo Nanshuang fervently nodded in agreement. "Indeed, if he dares not confront Yue Jitong, he only knows to bully us." Lu Jiayue turned her gaze upon him. "Xiaoxi, is that so?" Of course not. But Mo Xilou sensed that any explanation would be futile. So he opted to divert the conversation. "Mother, I believe Nanshuang is growing up. Perhaps you could consider finding her a commendable partner, ideally someone a few years her senior, possessing a touch of maturity." Mo Nanshuang, with an expression of disbelief, exclaimed, "Brother, I am merely 16. Are you so eager to marry me off? Is our Mo family truly in such dire need of my absence?" Mo Xilou gently lifted his eyelids and cast her a sidelong glance, saying, "With your mindset and temperament, wouldn't it be prudent to find someone to guide and educate you?" This was the most sensible solution he could devise after careful consideration. Nanshuang was easily deceived, naive to the treacheries of society, and lacked discernment in people. The ideal course of action would be to entrust her to a trustworthy individual who could mentor her, should she become engaged. It might also temper her infatuation with that obscure little celebrity. It was a twofold strategy. However, the prerequisite was that the chosen guardian must be reliable. He decided to leave this matter to his mother. As for Mo Beiting, that could wait. If he remained obstinately intent on crashing into the wall that was Qi Tang, there was nothing he could do to prevent it. Let him try just as he had, determined to collide with the formidable Yue Jitong. Unbeknownst to Yue Jitong, the Mo siblings were embroiled in a tumultuous quarrel that involved her as well. She was quite satisfied, admiring the second character design she had completed, surpassing her previous efforts. After reaching out to several gaming technology companies online, she received a response today from Zayfan Technology Company, Limited, which expressed considerable interest in her design proposal and wished to discuss it further. Coincidentally, Zayfan Technology was located in Xia City. Unfortunately, she found herself in Jing City at present. Thus, she resolved to wait until her return to address the matter. Before she knew it, New Year's Eve had arrived. Mo Xilou finally managed to visit her, having not seen him for several days. She felt a tinge of melancholy and grasped his clothing, asking, "Will you be home for the New Year?" Mo Xilou was taken aback and gently ruffled her hair, inquiring, "Do you want me to stay with you?" Yue Jitong, tightly holding onto his sleeve, replied, "It's all right. You can go home for the new year. I can manage on my own. She looked up at him, her eyes clear and hopeful. Mo Xilou smiled and feigned incomprehension, since you were so understanding. I shall return home for the new year. Oh, she released her grip. Then, he truly departed. Disappointment and loneliness flickered in Yue Jitong's eyes as she gazed at his retreating figure. She opened her computer, deciding to immerse herself in work, believing that it might lighten her mood. Around 6 in the evening, she received a message from him, asking, Yue Jitong, would you like to see the fireworks? Chapter 54. Congratulations on your confirmation. Yue Jitong gazed at her phone screen, momentarily entranced, before abruptly rising to peer out the window. The night was deep and tranquil, the ground below aglow with a myriad of lights. A profound stillness enveloped her. Her once bright eyes gradually dimmed. What was she contemplating? Fireworks were prohibited here. What could Mo Xilou possibly want from her? On New Year's Eve, he ought to be at home. She unlocked her phone, her fingers hovering hesitantly above the screen, contemplating before typing a simple thought. Yet, she refrained from sending it, deleting the message instead. After a moment's reflection, she finally composed a few words, I wish to watch with you. But once more she deleted it. She pondered whether it was convenient for him. Following the customs of the Mo family, everyone should be gathered at the ancestral home tonight. Could he possibly leave? Would it be inconvenient? At such a moment, he ought to be at home, surrounded by family. With a sigh, Yue Jitong sank onto the couch, tossing her phone aside, enveloping herself in the softness of the sofa. Her eyelids drooping, arms wrapped around her legs. She remained unresponsive. The room felt vast and empty, echoing with solitude. A desolate chill pervaded the atmosphere. It's all right, Yue Jitong. You can grow accustomed to this. She buried her head between her knees, softly murmuring to herself. In the stillness of the space, only the sound of her own breath could be heard. Since marrying Mo Xilou, she should have been at the Mo residence during this time of year, surrounded by a multitude of relatives, albeit strangers to her. Although she seldom spoke, she could still feel the vibrant atmosphere. It had been an eternity since she had spent New Year's Eve alone. Surprisingly, she found herself yearning for the clamor and gossip of the aunts and uncles. Habit is indeed a formidable force, yet being alone seemed even more daunting. Her phone chimed again, prompting her to lift her head and check. It was still Mo Xilou. The other party has tapped you. She pondered for a moment before double-tapping his profile in return. 2 minutes later, he sent 6 ellipses. She was perplexed. Why the ellipses? Before she could inquire, his voice call came through, deep and resonant, as if it were a wave unfurling from the night. Yue Jitong, get dressed and come downstairs. The instruction was succinct and clear. Obediently, Yue Jitong dressed and descended within 5 minutes, spotting his car parked below. She opened the door and slipped inside, her eyes brightening with a hint of anticipation. What brings you here? She inquired. He turned slightly, lowering his head to fasten her seatbelt, and said leisurely, I'm taking you to see the fireworks. How did you know I wanted to go? I noticed the dialogue box above displaying typing for quite some time. Yet you didn't send anything, he replied, having guessed she was in a state of indecision. Yue Jitong cast her gaze downward, concealing the glimmer in her eyes, a gentle smile gracing her lips, a blend of joy and confusion. But aren't fireworks prohibited here? Not here, but elsewhere they are permitted, Mo Xilou replied, pressing the accelerator. The sleek black Bentley surged forward, merging seamlessly with the night. After approximately 3 hours of travel, he finally brought the car to a stop. Yue Jitong, it is time to disembark. We have arrived. Where are we? She gazed around in confusion. Z City. Huh? What are we doing here? To watch the fireworks. Are they allowed here? In theory, they are not. Mo Xilou paused momentarily and added, however, the regulations here might be more lenient. Just wait and see. Someone will start setting them off shortly. Both were famished, their stomachs growling in the quiet of the night. Yue Jitong assumed that no restaurants would be open at this hour. Yet as they strolled along, they stumbled upon a noodle shop, its lights still aglow, with red lanterns hanging at the entrance for good fortune. The proprietor, a native of Chuan City, had left his home in search of work and remained unmarried, unencumbered by familial ties. One person eating to their fill means no worries for the entire family. The fair home, was too costly for him. So he saved diligently to marry. The owner remarked that nowadays, no girl would marry without a house. And Mo Xilou exchanged a few words with the owner, ordered 2 bowls of noodles, one for each of them. After their meal, they lingered inside for a while, and as the clock struck 11:30, the distant sounds of fireworks began to echo through the air. He bid farewell to the owner and led her outside. As the night deepened, the first cluster of gold and red fireworks suddenly illuminated the darkness. Fiery meteors, trailing comet-like tails, soared into the heavens, bursting with a thunderous roar at the brink of touching the stars, showering countless shards of glass-like brilliance from the firmament. Fireworks erupted from all directions, their origins elusive. Gradually, the colorful displays in the sky formed a character of joy. Soon after, more fireworks spelled out characters of fortune and auspiciousness. Mo Xilou drove them into the open fields, taking her hand as they stood quietly beneath the night sky. He asked, "Yue Jitong, which character do you prefer? I find that auspicious firework quite beautiful. Do you know which character is my favorite?" Mo Xilou gazed at the night sky, the vibrant fireworks reflecting in his eyes, adding a touch of brightness to his gaze. "Which one?" She admired the rare sight of the fireworks, engaging him in casual conversation. Mo Xilou turned to look at her, his voice cool and refreshing like mint candy, caressed by the night breeze as it brushed past her ears. "From childhood to now, my favorite characters are Yue Jitong and Tong. These are the 3 most melodious characters I have ever heard, and they happen to be my most cherished name." She turned to him, her gaze colliding with his endless, dark eyes, as if the falling fireworks simultaneously ignited sparks within her heart, setting her entire being ablaze. The clock struck midnight. He cradled her face, the flickering lights reflected in his eyes. "Yue Jitong, do not blink. The forthcoming fireworks are all intentionally set off for you." With a whoosh, a cascade of luminous points shot towards the night sky, and the horizon erupted in a series of golden arrows, whistling through the air as they ascended into the clouds. Above, 7 colored clouds suddenly blossomed, with crimson cores resembling a dancing phoenix spreading its wings, while orange and golden hues intertwined into scales of brilliance. And the shades of blue, green, and purple flowed like a celestial river across the cloud patterns. The shimmering light trails resembled ethereal beings gracefully sweeping by, leaving behind a gradient-hued trace akin to peacock feathers, transforming the inky sky into a dome of enamel-like artistry. "Yue Jitong, look here." At the pinnacle of the fireworks display, Mo Xilou took out his phone, draping an arm around her shoulders, capturing a selfie of the two. Yue Jitong clutched the hem of his garment. A sudden impulse surged within her, and she tiptoed to plant a gentle kiss on the corner of his lips. As the fireworks faded, tranquility returned to the night sky. She was enveloped in the brilliance and awe of the spectacle, the crackling remnants still resonating with her unyielding heartbeat. Mo Xilou lowered his gaze to edit a post on social media. He shared the freshly taken photo, captioning it, "The fireworks are beautiful, but my girlfriend is even more so." Yue Jitong. He called her name, then raised his phone to show her the post, his eyes twinkling with mirth, his voice tenderly enveloping her ears. "Congratulations, you've been officially recognized." Chapter 55. "I truly adore you." Yue Jitong stared at him, her eyes shimmering with light. Suddenly, she leaped into his embrace, her voice soft and sweet as it emerged from his hold. "I'm so cold. Hug me, boyfriend." He enveloped her, gently stroking her hair. "You should share the same moments on social media as I do." "How do I do that?" She lifted her wind-kissed face towards him, her eyes sparkling. 2 minutes later, Mo Xilou was astonished that in this day and age, there still existed individuals who did not know how to post on social media. He took her phone, opened her feed, and found it utterly barren. For her, it seemed as though it were merely a decorative element. "Yue Jitong, have you just learned to use a smartphone?" She felt a twinge of embarrassment. "I never post anything. I just occasionally look at what others share." She added hastily, "Mainly because I have nothing worth sharing." She was perplexed as to why everyone felt the need to display their lives to others, yet she truly had nothing to showcase. Day after day, it was a monotonous repetition. As Mo Xilou critiqued her situation while deftly operating her phone, he uploaded a photo, thoughtfully adding a caption, "The fireworks are stunning." and my boyfriend is handsome. Yue Jitong fixed her gaze on the edited caption, watching as his slender fingers clicked send in that moment, feeling an inexplicable sense of embarrassment. She hesitated. Must we officially announce this picture? What's wrong? Is the photo unflattering? She shook her head, her gaze cast downward. It's beautiful, but what? I'm kissing you. Do we need everyone to see it? Yue Jitong's voice grew progressively softer. She was fine with it. Yet he had far too many acquaintances on his social media. Nearly everyone in his circle would see it. So what if I kissed you? Why fear others seeing it? She struggled to articulate her feelings, simply finding it exceedingly shameful. Observing her bashful demeanor, Mo Xilou chuckled, embracing her. Your social media is your own. You need not concern yourself with others' opinions. If someone does not wish to see it, they can choose to block you. It is your freedom to post what you desire, without feeling embarrassed. Is that so? She paused, beginning to see the rationale in his words. Yue Jitong, do not overly concern yourself with others' feelings. Remember, you must prioritize yourself. I do not wish for you to care more for others than for yourself. Mo Xilou's words resonated with her, akin to a jar of honey being overturned within her heart, seeping into her soul with strands of sweetness. She lifted her gaze, suddenly recalling something, and inquired, I remember I lost. What? He was puzzled. On the plane last time, we bet on whether it would snow. You said if I won, you would make me official. But I lost. She looked at him earnestly, implying that having lost, how could there be any official status? Mo Xilou regarded her intently, his expression solemn and his gaze profound, reminiscent of the brightest star in the night sky. Yue Jitong, in my eyes, you will always be a winner. She blinked, her heart racing. The flower that had just begun to bloom within her heart started to sprout, and the flickering flame was nearly consuming the very essence of her being. Is this what it feels like to be unconditionally cherished? Mo Xilou, I truly like you. After enjoying the fireworks, the two drove back to the capital, arriving home at 4 in the morning. Yue Jitong, so weary that her eyelids felt heavy, collapsed in a bed. The warm sun climbed through the window, casting a brilliant beam of light upon her face. Gradually, she opened her strikingly beautiful eyes. Upon glancing at her phone, she noted the time. It was already 11 in the morning. Feeling a bit parched, she noticed an empty cup on the bedside table, devoid of water. Slipping on her slippers, she prepared to head to the living room for a drink. Mo Xilou was seated on the sofa, lifting his gaze to meet hers. Yue Jitong, still groggy, froze momentarily. You're still here? She inquired. Why wouldn't I be? He replied. Aren't you worried your mother will scold you for not returning? Leaning back on the sofa, clad in a vibrant red sweater that accentuated his vivacious demeanor, he chuckled lightly. You haven't married me yet, and you're already calling her mom? She bit her lip, tugging at the hem of her nightgown, and murmured, I'm sorry, I'm just used to it. No worries. I've said I'm off to pursue my wife. He remarked, she'd rather I not come back at all. Lu Jiayue's exact words were, if you can't catch your wife, don't return to be a laughingstock. Mo Xilou patted the spot beside him, gesturing for her to come over and sit. She adjusted her nightgown, which had slipped off her shoulder, and obediently walked over to sit beside him, gazing at him with innocence. Happy New Year. Here is your New Year gift. Open it and see if you like it. Mo Xilou produced a small, crimson gold box from behind him and presented it to her. What is this? She asked, pressing the switch on the box, which popped open. Inside lay a golden ring with a square ruby at its center, surrounded by intricate patterns. Mo Xilou took her hand, placing it gently in his palm, and slipped the ring onto her index finger. The fit was perfect, as if it had been custom-made for her. Yue Jitong lifted her hand, delicately rotating her slender wrist to admire the ring's details, her fingertips gliding over the smooth surface of the gemstone and the exquisite engravings. She softly declared, I really like it. The ruby sparkled brilliantly in the sunlight, casting a vibrant glow that made her fingers appear even more delicate. Mo Xilou, Happy New Year. May you always be joyful. Yue Jitong's birthday fell on the 8th day of the first lunar month. This date marked when the mother from the orphanage found her, as well as the day she was abandoned. Later, she had asked Bai Yu when her birthday was. Yue Jitong recalled how Bai Yu had pondered for a long time, finally revealing that her birthday was indeed the 8th day of the first lunar month. In that moment, Yue Jitong could only think that her mother had abandoned her on the very day she was born. Yue Jitong seldom celebrated her birthday. In the orphanage, the matron had celebrated her 10th birthday. After returning home, Yu never acknowledged her birthday again. On the 8th day of the first lunar month, Mo Xilou sneaked out from his home to find her. The term sneak was apt, as Mo Nanxiang had remarked that he was hiding a beauty in a golden house, insisting on accompanying him to meet his future sister-in-law. Wherever he went, she insisted on following. Mo Xilou's circle of friends was well aware of his whereabouts. Lu Jiyue was particularly delighted, urging him to bring his future daughter-in-law home soon, and even requesting that he share Yue Jitong's WeChat contact. Mo biting seethed with indignation. How could his brother have won her affection? Why was his own romantic journey so fraught with obstacles? This only solidified his resolve to pursue Qi Tang relentlessly. Just observe. In the end, persistence yields all that one desires. Mo Xilou remained oblivious to his brother's thoughts, choosing to disregard him. Some paths must be traversed alone. If he remains unable to let go of Qi Tang, then let him chase after her. However, he would never again take the blame for someone else's misdeeds. Mo Xilou was resolute in denying them that opportunity. Yue Jitong was planning to celebrate her birthday, yet when Mo Xilou inquired about her birthday wish, she pondered for a moment before articulating a sincere request. Would you consider being my guardian for a day? Huh? I mean, could you treat me like a child today and take me out to play? Chapter 56. The carousel. Yue Jitong expressed her desire to experience a day as a child, and Mo Xilou acquiesced. He requested an hour to prepare. Thus began his arduous contemplation on how to celebrate a child's birthday, leading him to post a query beneath a video from an online influencer renowned for showcasing children. Where should I take her for her birthday celebration? Almost immediately, a mother responded, "How old is your child?" After a moment's thought, he replied, 20. The mother retorted, "I think you might be on the wrong path." My friend, early in the morning, he found himself inexplicably inundated with unsolicited advice. Mo Xilou perused the influencer's other videos, discovering one dedicated to a child's 5th birthday. The influencer had taken the child to several locations throughout the day: an amusement park, a toy store, a bakery, a craft workshop, a snack shop, and concluded with a towering plush bear as a birthday gift. Having never taken a child out before, Mo Xilou resolved to replicate this itinerary. He researched nearby amusement parks, intending to first take Yue Jitong to play in the morning, followed by lunch, an afternoon of mall browsing, toy shopping, crafting, and clothing purchases, culminating in the evening with the presentation of gifts. Mo Xilou's efficiency was remarkable, and he swiftly arranged a full day's itinerary. On the 8th day of the lunar month, the amusement park was bustling, teeming with children who ran and jumped with unabashed excitement. Yue Jitong, would you like to try the roller coaster? He grasped her hand, gazing up at the serpentine track that clung to the mountains, the air filled with waves of ecstatic screams. Yue Jitong vehemently shook her head, too fearful to partake. What about the swing ride? Just then, a group of customers disembarked, their faces pale and visibly shaken. Yue Jitong continued to shake her head, adamantly refusing. Then, how about bungee jumping? A look of terror crossed her face. The glass walkway? She was frightened. Mo Xilou, feeling slightly exasperated, inquired, "What would you like to do then?" Yue Jitong surveyed her surroundings before pointing at the carousel. That one. Very well. He purchased a ticket, only for Yue Jitong to gently poke his arm, whispering, "Shouldn't that be 2 tickets? You bought one too few. You can ride a 1T. Yet, the carousel appeared rather diminutive, clearly designed for children. Would it be appropriate for someone of his stature to sit upon it? Yue Jitong tugged at his shirt, her large eyes pleading, "Please play with me." After a moment's hesitation, he succumbed to her gaze. All right then. He promptly acquired an additional ticket. Yue Jitong's face lit up with joy as she took his hand, skipping forward. She chose a pink pony to ride, while Mo Xilou opted for the white pony behind hers. The carousel was populated solely by children, making them the only adults among the throng. Mo Xilou stood out even more, as no other men were partaking in this amusement. A nearby child asked, "Big brother, you won't break the horse, will you?" At such a tender age, this child seemed overly concerned. Mo Xilou internally chuckled, "No, I won't." The machine whirred to life, commencing its gentle rotation. In the eyes of Yue Jitong, the world became hazy, as if enveloped in a mosaic, rendering the surrounding scenery indistinct. At this moment, she felt as if she could truly embrace her childhood once more. When she was 9, the director had taken the children to an amusement park, where they could ride the carousel for free. The throng of children was overwhelming, and as she stood in line, eagerly watching, the machine malfunctioned before her turn came, leaving her unable to ride. She could still vividly recall the overwhelming sense of disappointment that washed over her. She stifled her sadness, vowing that when she grew up and earned her own money, she would return to experience it. Years passed. She became wealthy, yet she was no longer a child. She visited the amusement park, delighting in watching the children play, but she had never once indulged in the rides herself. The desire to partake in the joys of youth remained unfulfilled. As the carousel began to slow, the world gradually came into focus for her. The 9-year-old Yue Jitong mounted the horse, only to be cast aside by the relentless passage of time as her 20-year-old self dismounted. Mo Xilou followed her down, sensing an inexplicable sadness in her demeanor. He took her hand and suggested they ride the roller coaster, pulling her along without giving her a chance to refuse. No. Yue Jitong extracted herself from her despondent thoughts. I can't do it. She was genuinely afraid, terrified of being flung from the ride at any moment. It's all right. I'm here with you. I'll hold on tight, so you need not fear. In the midst of their conversation, he had already purchased 2 tickets. Mo Xilou turned to her, his expression earnest. Yue Jitong, be a little bolder. Try something you fear. See if it's truly as terrifying as you imagine. After a moment's hesitation, she nodded, persuaded. Mo Xilou chose a 2-seater. Yue Jitong, hold on to me tightly. Don't be afraid. I want to let go. Okay, she replied, clutching his arm with her fingers interlaced. Turning her face to meet his reassuring gaze, her fear began to dissipate. The machine hummed to life, and the roller coaster lurched forward at a leisurely pace, the mountain breeze rushing against her face. As they rounded a bend, the ride suddenly accelerated. Her heart raced in tandem, surging with intensity. The sound of screams filled her ears. Yue Jitong held tightly to his hand, trembling, uncertain whether it was from the cold or her fear. Amidst the howling wind and cacophony of screams, his voice pierced through the chaos, carried by the gusts to her ears. Don't be afraid. I'm here. Those 4 light words were swept away by the wind the moment they left his lips. Yet her heart found a semblance of peace. As fear receded, she began to appreciate the rugged beauty of the mountains, the biting chill of the wind, and the exhilarating rush of the swift, undulating track. Disembarking from the roller coaster, Yue Jitong released his hand, acutely aware of the sweat pooling in her palms and her trembling legs. Mo Xilou, let us sit over there for a while. He helped her settle onto a long wooden bench. Yue Jitong, how do you feel now? Are you still afraid? She gasped for breath, patting her chest. All right. Then let us try the other attractions as well. Huh. Yue Jitong was forcibly led by Mo Xilou to experience every thrilling and mundane attraction in the amusement park, even partaking in bungee jumping. She retreated in trepidation, utterly unwilling to leap into the void, until he embraced her tightly and they both plunged downwards. With her eyes tightly shut, she buried her head deep within his chest, not daring to open her eyes until they had safely landed. Finally, she dared to blink, feeling the solid ground beneath her feet. Slowly, she opened her eyes and shot him a glare. She had expressed her reluctance to partake, yet he insisted on dragging her into the adventure, leaving her utterly terrified. Mo Xilou chuckled lightly, reassuring her, with me around, what is there to fear? If we must perish, I shall face it alongside you. His words hung in the air, leaving both of them momentarily stunned. After a brief silence, he smiled, took her hand, and said, you must be weary. Let us go and dine. Chapter 57. I hope you rebel Mo Xilou took her to dine at Hadaleo and had a custom-made 2-layer strawberry mousse cake prepared. The plump, crimson strawberries were adorned with droplets of water, indicating their recent harvest and freshness. As the staff wheeled out the cake, they serenaded the pair with a birthday song, drawing the curious gazes of nearby diners. Yue Jitong silently lowered her head, shrinking into herself, feeling quite mortified who truly enjoys celebrating their birthday in such a manner. Mo Xilou placed the candles atop the cake and encouraged her to make a wish. She lifted her gaze, clasped her hands together, and closed her eyes. After 10 seconds, she blew out the candles in one breath. He inquired about her wish, to which she blinked and replied that it was a secret. Her wish was for him to always be happy. The cake was too grand for the two of them to finish, so Mo Xilou cut it into smaller pieces and shared them with the nearby patrons. For the first time, Yue Jitong received a multitude of birthday blessings from strangers, filling her heart with a sweetness that surpassed even the strawberry jam layered within the cake. Upon exiting the restaurant, they stumbled upon a boutique on the next floor, filled with delightful trinkets that would surely captivate any girl. Mo Xilou grabbed a small basket at the entrance and followed her, observing what piqued her interest. Yue Jitong wandered about aimlessly, unsure of what to purchase. As she glanced around, she passed by a row of squishy toys and suddenly halted, curiously reaching out to squeeze one. This simple act unleashed a torrent of delight. As she squeezed each uniquely shaped squishy toy in turn, reminiscent of a child who has discovered a beloved plaything. The shelf boasted an array of squishies in various forms: strawberries, eggs, bread, and small animals. With each toy she squeezed, Mo Xilou added another to her basket. When she finally turned around after her exploration, she was astonished to find that Mo Xilou's basket was nearly brimming. With wide eyes, she gazed at him in disbelief. "How did you fit them all in there?" "Seeing you enjoy yourself, I thought it best to acquire them all," he replied. "But that's unnecessary," she protested. "I only have 2 hands. I can't possibly play with so many." As she spoke, she reached to retrieve the adorable squishies from the basket to return them to their rightful place on the shelf. "Purchasing them is one thing. Returning them is another," he countered, lifting the basket to a different side, preventing her from retrieving them. "What else do you fancy? We shall procure it all." She lowered her head, whispering, "There is no need to buy so many. I'm not a child, after all. Who says children are the only ones who can play?" Mo Xilou gently ruffled her hair, his tone exceedingly tender. "Even grown-ups can indulge in play. The little children passing by would surely envy them." A young boy scampered over to his mother, tugging at her hand. "Mommy, Mommy, look at that big brother who bought so many. Can you buy them all for me too?" The woman looked down at her child and extended a hand, asking, "And what do you desire?" Under the perilous gaze of his mother, the child rapidly shook his head, displaying a strong survival instinct. As Yue Jitong strolled through the plush toy section, she lingered a moment longer on a small rabbit plushie. The delicate pink rabbit, with its long ears drooping down, revealed 2 pristine white teeth, adorned in a fluffy princess dress. It was utterly adorable. She longed to possess one, and Mo Xilou instantly grasped the yearning in her gaze, promptly retrieving the rabbit and placing it into her arms. As Yue Jitong caressed the plush creature, her spirits soared, and a gentle smile graced her lips. When she was happy, she preferred to smile with her lips pressed together. And Mo Xilou observed her, pondering that he had never witnessed her laughter in full bloom, and likely would not have the opportunity to do so. She was as serene as water. Even her laughter was subdued, with her teeth seldom revealed. In time, he did see her smile broadly and heard her cry out in distress. Yet at that moment, his emotions were tumultuous. After browsing the accessory shop, Yue Jitong expressed her fatigue, prompting Mo Xilou to swiftly alter their itinerary. He pulled out his phone and purchased 2 movie tickets. "Come, let's watch a film. It will provide a perfect respite." "What movie?" "An animated feature." "Is it good?" "I assume it is, though I have not seen it myself. It is quite popular." At our age, are we still watching animated films? Age is no barrier to enjoying animation. One can appreciate it at any stage of life. The tickets he hastily acquired were, for the front row, the only seats remaining. Fortunately, it was a 3D film, rendering the seating arrangement less consequential to the overall experience. It was Yue Jitong's inaugural visit to a cinema, and she found it quite novel. The animation diverged from her expectations. She had anticipated a film solely for children. Yet the theater was filled with individuals of all ages. The laughter of a child in the back row was particularly infectious, a delightful sound that echoed throughout the film. The humor of the movie was amusing to the tune of 90, while the child's laughter resonated at an impressive 900. Upon exiting the cinema, Mo Xilou remarked, "This animated film was perfectly suited for you." Confused, Yue Jitong inquired, "What do you mean?" He replied, "You ought to embrace this rebellious spirit. I hope you can shed your compliance and be a little rebellious." Yue Jitong lowered her gaze, uncertain if she had comprehended the film. Her mind lingered only on the phrase, "Little Master is a demon. So what?" What would her rebellion entail? She had no idea. She had never dared to rebel. Ultimately, Mo Xilou escorted her home, accompanied by a plethora of toys, and revealed one final birthday gift. "Yue Jitong, your birthday present is hidden within this house. Search for it." "What is it?" "You will know once you find it." Intrigued, she began to search diligently. The hiding spot was quite conspicuous, nestled beneath her pillow, and she located it within mere minutes. A box slightly larger than a ring box. With great care, Yue Jitong opened it while Mo Xilou stood quietly beside her, watching intently. Inside lay a jade rui crafted from pure gold, intricately engraved. It felt substantial in her palm, its weight a mystery in grams. A small tag beneath the box displayed the price, 520,000. He had once perused her diary and knew of her fondness for golden treasures. There was no particular reason for this gift, nor was it due to its value. Her diary contained the following words: "I am fond of jewelry made of gold, for it is pure. Gold, untainted by impurities, shines with a brilliance that is both pure and resplendent." Yue Jitong lifted her gaze to him. Mo Xilou, anticipating her reluctance, was taken aback when she uttered a statement he found utterly unexpected. "On my 28th birthday, you seemingly gifted me a gold jade rui, which bears quite a resemblance to this." He regarded her with surprise flickering in his eyes. "Did you actually open the gift I bestowed upon you?" Yue Jitong looked at him quizzically. "When you give me a gift, is it not customary to open it and take a look?" He lowered his eyelids, at a loss for words, as he had always believed that she casually set the box aside without ever unwrapping it, showing no interest in his offerings. "Then how come I have never seen you open one? Who would open a gift in front of others?" She chuckled softly, carefully placing the jade rui aside and covering the box. Mo Xilou stood there momentarily stunned. So, she had always unwrapped them in secret. Chapter 58. A new member? Mo Xilou suddenly grasped her shoulder, bending down to meet her gaze, his eyes piercing into her watery orbs. "Yue Jitong, are you still indebted to me in some way?" "Huh?" She blinked in confusion, lost in thought. 100 kisses, do you remember?" His reminder sparked her memory, her cheeks flushing a delicate crimson. Lowering her gaze for a moment, she pondered before looking up at him with a tone of negotiation. "May I bend the rules a little?" He remained silent, arching an eyebrow and offering a low, affirmative hum, his intonation rising at the end. Yue Jitong tiptoed and wrapped her arms around his neck, her bright eyes fixed on him, shimmering with fervor. "Is it permissible for me to kiss you 100 times right now?" Without waiting for his reply, her lips gently brushed against his, once, twice, thrice, like a dragonfly skimming the surface of water, each fleeting touch igniting an insatiable yearning within him. His dark eyes gradually became hazy, infused with a hint of tender affection. At an unknown moment, he suddenly held her head in place, preventing her retreat, deepening the kiss. She murmured, dazed. "Mo Xilou, does this mean I've repaid my debt?" "Shoo, don't speak," he whispered, pulling her closer, the heat of his embrace enveloping her. Outside the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, the stars shone brightly, their silhouettes entwined against the glass. The winter break had swiftly slipped away, and by the end of February, the school term was upon them once more. Before Mo Xilou even arrived at the dormitory, he was bombarded with a flurry of messages from the group chat. In the dormitory group, Gu Yunqi sent a voice message, his tone brimming with excitement. "Our trio life is coming to an end. A new member will be moving in this semester. Lao Fong, Lao Mo, hurry and tidy up your things." Fong Mingzhi bombarded him with 3 questions. What new member? Where do they come from? What are they here for? Gu Yunqi replied, "It seems to be an exchange student from an engineering major. Quite a coincidence. They're from Jing City. So perhaps you and Lao Mo know them." Fong Mingzhi inquired, "What is their name?" Gu Yunqi responded, "Oh dear, I actually forgot to ask. I just arrived, and they went out to buy something. You'll know when you get here. Anyway, they're quite the handsome fellow. Gu Yunqi added, where S Lao Mo. Yisnt he's speaking. Fang Mingzhi quipped, maybe he is busy with romance. Gu Yunqi teased, TSK, TSK, TSK. How infuriating. I didn't expect him to start dating before me. Ah, when will I find someone too? Fang Mingzhi retorted, you're so annoying. Are you sure Su Qinghe will like a man as noisy as you? I doubt it. Gu Yunqi shot back. Shut up, shut up, shut up. You're driving me crazy. Fang Mingzhi sent a meme of a zipped mouth. Gu Yunqi asked, should we add the new member to our dormitory group? Fang Mingzhi replied, ask Lao Mo, or we could decide once we get there. Gu Yunqi frantically tagged, Lao Mo. No one responded. Gu Yunqi wondered aloud. Is Lao Mo off in the mountains dating? Is his phone out of signal? Meanwhile, Mo Xilou was listening to their voice messages, indifferent to whether their dormitory housed 3 or 4 residents. However, in their previous life, the dormitory remained occupied by only 3 individuals until graduation, with no 4th person moving in. So, where did the change occur? The butterfly effect? Mo Xilou furrowed his brow, unable to comprehend, and decided to dismiss the thought. After all, an additional person was inconsequential. At that moment, he did not allow this matter to weigh on his mind. He typed a response in the group chat. I saw it. I will return tomorrow. You can add him to the group. When Yue Jitong returned, she carried only a single suitcase, but upon returning to school, she was laden with various bags. She placed the small rabbit that Mo Xilou had bought for her on her bed, ensuring she would see it every day. After a brief holiday apart, the 4 members of Room 506 were excited to reunite on their first day back, eagerly sharing tales of their winter break experiences. The primary focus of their discussions revolved around romantic endeavors. Zheng Yinyan, Xue Man, and Su Qinghe surrounded Yue Jitong, eager for her to recount what had transpired during the holiday and how her relationship had blossomed. She felt a bit shy, stammering through a few words on the topic. Xue Man and Zhao Zhen had also solidified their relationship, even meeting each other's parents at a rapid pace. Their families were already acquainted and supportive of the union. Zheng Yinyan mentioned that a junior named Yang Zhou, whom she had gamed with for a semester, was interested in her, but she preferred to keep things platonic and focus solely on gaming. Su Qinghe spoke of a new boyfriend, asserting that she could never accept Gu Yunqi. Yet, Gu Yunqi remained persistent, claiming he could wait for her to break up, knowing she frequently changed partners. Yue Jitong took out the little trinkets that Mo Xilou had given her and arranged them on the table, her lips curling into a smile, her spirits lifted. Zheng Yinyan placed her hand on Yue Jitong's shoulder, teasing, it seems like the pink bubbles surrounding you are floating upwards. Xue Man produced some local delicacies from her bag, courtesy of Zhao Zhen, inviting them to partake. Zheng Yinyan remarked, one by one, everyone is in a relationship. Am I the only single one left in our dorm? Yue Jitong patted her shoulder, suggesting, then you should find someone too. Zheng Yinyan shook her head. No thanks, relationships are such a hassle. Once you're in one, gaming loses its allure. I want to do as I please without the need to consider someone else. Freedom and love cannot coexist. Suking in does it? As long as you don't care for the other person, you will always be free. This isn't about whether or not to be in a relationship. It's about choosing to be loyal to yourself or to someone else. The 4 of them chatted for a while before deciding to go out for a meal. In contrast to the warm atmosphere of their gathering, the mood in the boys' dormitory was a bit more nuanced. Mo Xilou was the last to arrive. As he approached the door, he overheard Gu Yunqi's voice, animatedly engaging in conversation with someone. He pushed the door open to find Fang Mingzhi tidying up while chatting with the others. Gu Yunqi leaned against his bed, looking quite pleased as he conversed cheerfully with the new addition. The newcomer was busy making his bed, positioned directly opposite Mo Xilou. Upon noticing Mo Xilou's entrance, Gu Yunqi's eyes lit up. Hey Lao Mo, you finally made it. He then turned to the individual who was making the bed and called out, Lao Chu, the final member of our dormitory has arrived. Allow me to introduce you. Lao Chu, the surname Chu? Upon hearing this name, Mo Xilou's heart sank, a sense of foreboding washing over him. The person, with their back to him, finished arranging the last corner of the bed, turned around, and leapt down. With a smile that brightened his face and a gentle demeanor, he extended his hand, saying, Hello, I am Chunyan. Chunyan, how could it be him? Truly, one fears what may come. staring at the hand extended before him. Mo Xilou was momentarily taken aback. He lowered his gaze to conceal the tumultuous emotions swirling within his eyes, grasped the offered hand, and replied softly, "Hello, I am Mo Xilou." Chapter 59. Be kind to her. Chun Yin retracted his hand, his face still adorned with a gentle smile. His voice was as clear as a spring breeze in March, gracefully wafting over the thawed rivers. "I know you, Mo Xilou." Fang Mingzhi tidied up his belongings, settled into a chair, crossed his legs, and absent-mindedly smoothed his tousled hair. Old Chu went to the same high school as us. What a coincidence." Mo Xilou lowered his gaze, subtly wiping the hand that had just been grasped by Chun Yin against the edge of his trousers. He was certainly aware that they shared the same alma mater. The memories of his past life intertwined chaotically with the present, leaving him uncertain. Did he truly know Chun Yin at this moment? His recollection was hazy. He lifted his eyelids, his expression indifferent, scrutinizing Chun Yin's eternally gentle visage, inwardly cursing the man for his hypocrisy. In his previous life, he had married Yue Jitong, while Chun Yin had wed Yulan Xin. Yue Jitong had not severed ties with the Yue family. They maintained connections during festive seasons. Whenever they met, Chun Yin would affectionately address him as brother-in-law, yet he had never reciprocated by calling him brother-in-law in return. On rare occasions, when he wished to mock, he would sardonically remark that brother-in-law had some talent. Regardless of how overt his animosity was, Chun Yin remained unfazed, always smiling back, claiming brother-in-law is right. Chun Yin's temperament was warm and gentle, enabling him to deftly diffuse every confrontation with subtlety. His repeated use of brother-in-law was endearing, yet each time, Mo Xilou would mentally chastise him for his insincerity. However, he could not deny that Chun Yin excelled in etiquette, seemingly never prone to anger. Those who had interacted with him had never spoken ill of him. Objectively speaking, Chun Yin was nearly perfect, so flawless that it incited Mo Xilou's disdain. Mo Xilou loathed him because he felt threatened. Compared to Chun Yin, he was impetuous, immature, and prone to acting on impulse. His emotions were always written on his face, and he would never feign affection for those he disliked. He could not emulate Chun Yin's calm demeanor towards everyone. Surely, no woman would wish to marry anyone other than a man as clean-cut, gentle, and considerate as him. If he were a woman, he might even choose Chun Yin. Yet, he was not a woman. He was Chun Yin's rival. No matter how admirable Chun Yin was, he could not help but despise him. Even if Chun Yin had done nothing wrong, his presence alone was enough to draw her gaze, and he felt an overwhelming jealousy. What was it like to share a room with someone he detested? He was about to find out. An oppressive weight settled in his chest, as if a heavy iron block were pressing down. "Old Mo, what are you daydreaming about?" Gu Yunqi waved a hand in front of his eyes. Recalling events from his past life, Mo Xilou had zoned out for a few seconds and failed to hear their conversation, a look of confusion flickering in his eyes. Fang Mingzhi, noticing his distraction, repeated Chun Yin's words with a knowing glance. "Old Mo, Old Chu just mentioned that he and Yue Jitong are good friends." Mo Xilou furrowed his brow, redirecting his attention back to Chun Yin. Chun Yin smiled gently, her eyes soft. "I came across the social media post by Tong, who rarely shares anything online. Her sole post was an official announcement. To my surprise, her boyfriend is my roommate. Tong is an exceptional girl. Treat her well." Tong? The familiarity in that name sounded oddly jarring to Mo Xilou, as if in that moment, the lives of Chun Yin in this lifetime and the previous one began to converge. In his past life, on the day he married Yue Jitong, Chun Yin had found him in the makeup room, and at that moment, they were alone. Chun Yin, calm as ever, gazed at him earnestly and stated, "Mo Xilou, since you've chosen her, you must treat her kindly. She is a sensitive and delicate girl who deserves patience and respect. If there comes a day when your feelings for her wane, do not harm her. Let her go gently." At that time, his mindset was unbalanced and fueled by disdain for Chun Yin. He recognized the truth in those words, yet felt an overwhelming urge to retort. Looking at Chun Yin's serious expression, he smirked with sarcasm, defiantly responding, "Chun Yin, who do you think you are to say such things? Yue Jitong is my wife now. I could treat her however I wish. Do you really think you can dictate my actions? If I choose to hurt her, What can you do about it? Upon uttering those words, Chunyan frowned, about to respond when Yue Jitong entered the room. He was uncertain how much she had overheard, but he vividly recalled the profound disappointment in her eyes. A sense of fragmentation enveloping her. A pang of regret struck him, and he suddenly wished to slap himself. Surely, she must have heard everything. Old Mo, what's wrong with you? Why are you zoning out while we're talking? Fang Mingzhi called out to him several times. Today, Old Mo seemed unusually distracted. Ever since encountering Chunyan, his thoughts had wandered several times within these few minutes. Mo Xilou endeavored to suppress those haunting memories, redirecting his focus to the present. He looked into Chunyan's light-colored eyes, his expression grave as he declared, "Tong Tong is my girlfriend. I will treat her better than anyone else ever could." After a brief pause, he added, "I will not allow anyone the opportunity to take her away from me." The implication was unmistakable. Chunyan's expression remained unchanged, still warm as a spring breeze, replying, "Then I shall rest easy." Rest easy? What need was there for your reassurance? Mo Xilou silently scoffed, feeling irked. Just the sight of him was displeasing, and hearing him speak was even more so. Chunyan pulled out 3 boxes from his bag, presenting them to his 3 roommates as gifts, saying, "Consider this a token of goodwill. I look forward to your kindness." Mo Xilou took the box, glancing at it. It bore the Sony logo, containing the latest Sony WH-1000XM5 Bluetooth headphones. Gu Yunqi casually draped an arm around his shoulders, exclaiming, "How generous!" Mo Xilou maintained a neutral expression, refraining from rejecting Chunyan's offering, and simply set it aside. He wished to disregard Chunyan as much as possible, striving to avoid engaging with him. Fang Mingzhi cast a glance at the elderly Mo, whose eyes were cast down, and the peculiar sensation within him intensified. The night was tranquil and silent. Chunyan, unfamiliar with the bed, quickly succumbed to slumber on his first night there. However, Mo Xilou, residing opposite him, tossed and turned, finding it difficult to fall asleep. The mere presence of Chunyan seemed to activate a dormant switch within him. Those memories, which he had painstakingly sealed away, surged forth like a torrent released from a dam, flooding his mind. On that fateful day, while rummaging through Yue Jitong's room, he inadvertently brushed against a bookshelf, causing a notebook to tumble from the top. Compelled by an inexplicable force, he opened it. To his surprise, it was Yue Jitong's diary. Although he was aware that prying into her private thoughts was inappropriate, he found himself unable to resist the temptation. The diary began when she was 12, shortly after her return to the Yue family. The handwriting was hasty, yet it was evident that from the ages of 12 to 16, Chunyan was her sole companion. Chapter 60. A chance encounter with first love. Mo Xilou, with his eyes closed and hands cradling his head, let his thoughts drift back to the year he turned 17. He recalled the moment he first laid eyes on her. He had commenced his studies a year earlier than most. That year, both he and she were 17. He was in his 3rd year of high school, while she was in her 2nd. On that day, the first day of a new academic year, he felt no trace of anxiety as he entered his final year. After spending the entire night playing video games with friends, he arrived at school the next day, sporting dark circles under his eyes, yet he was in high spirits, laughing and joking with his companions. As they strolled through the campus, arms slung around each other's shoulders, their chatter spanned topics like racing, basketball, and gaming. The 3rd-year classrooms were situated in a secluded area at the farthest end of the school, accessible only by crossing a man-made lake. Beside the lake stood an enormous stone sundial, and not far away, a majestic osmanthus tree. It was said that this tree had been planted when the school was founded and had reached a venerable age of 100 years. In September, the air was fragrant with the scent of golden osmanthus blossoms, their tiny yellow flowers adorning the branches, interspersed with lush green leaves. As the wind blew, delicate petals fluttered down like confetti. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Look, there's a beauty standing under that tree." He heard the remark, but scoffed, dismissing it entirely. Beauty? He had no interest in such trivialities. Throughout his life, girls had never captured his attention, and he particularly disliked mingling with them. Before he turned 17, his world revolved around thrilling games, sleek motorcycles, intense sports, swimming, surfing, skateboarding, and rock climbing. At the age of 7, a teacher had insisted he play with a little girl, a request he begrudgingly complied with, only to end up causing her to cry within seconds. She had been in the midst of losing a tooth, and his actions had resulted in it falling out, leading to 3 days of tears. At that moment, he had thought to himself how girls were so prone to crying. What a nuisance. He resolved to maintain a distance from all girls, preferring the company of boys instead. Save for his sister. At 12, when relatives visited and brought along a little girl who insisted on playing games with him, he found her skills woefully inadequate. Frustrated by her constant losses, he unleashed a tirade of insults, prompting her to cry and declare that she would never return to his home. Once the guest departed, his mother chastised him, demanding an apology that he stubbornly refused, resulting in a punishment of no dinner. He remained unfazed, convinced that missing one meal would not be fatal, displaying a defiant streak. By the age of 15, while riding his motorcycle, a friend had brought his sister along. She found his bike impressive, and, when he wasn't paying attention, climbed aboard. Upon noticing her, he promptly kicked her off and severed all ties with her, as no one was allowed to touch his beloved vehicle. His possessiveness over cherished belongings bordered on the obsessive. Mo Xilou had always been a quintessential straight man, with interests spanning a wide array, yet he had never opened his heart to romantic feelings. However, on that day, just moments after dismissing the notion of beauty with disdain, a friend nudged him, turning his body to face the ancient osmanthus tree. Suddenly, the smile on his lips froze. Beneath the resplendent tree stood a girl, her wide school uniform billowing gently in the breeze, outlining her slender figure. A heavy suitcase lay at her feet, and her gaze was filled with confusion and helplessness. In that fleeting moment when he cast his gaze, she fortuitously lifted her eyes to meet his. Amidst the throngs of people, her attention singularly fell upon him. As if by fate, her exquisite eyes, shimmering with a delicate mist, resembled the gentle drizzle of Jiangnan, tender and poignant, as if a mere blink could unleash a cascade of tears. She regarded him for just a second before awkwardly averting her gaze, her eyelids gently descending. The golden blossoms from the osmanthus tree fluttered down, their fragrant essence wafting tantalizingly towards him, as she stood there, harmoniously intertwined with the scenery. In that singular glance, he found himself anchored in place. The smirk on his face utterly vanished. He stared in a daze, forgetting to blink, as time seemed to freeze, leaving only his heart racing uncontrollably. Mo Xilou could swear that even when racing at a speed of 300, his heartbeat had never surged so fervently. The term love at first sight might seem overly simplistic, yet truly, to fall in love with someone requires but a fleeting moment. That day, the boy who had always shunned the company of girls, in the astonished gazes of his friends, inexplicably approached her and inquired, "Classmate, I am Mo Xilou from class 32 of his senior year. May I offer you my assistance?" She merely lifted her gaze to glance at him before taking a step back, shaking her head, her demeanor exuding detachment, her voice utterly devoid of warmth. "No, thank you." Rejected, Mo Xilou found himself at a loss for words, yet he managed to smile and continued, "May I ask for your name?" She kept her head lowered, not sparing him another glance, her expression flat, her tone lacking any warmth. "No." After 2 consecutive refusals, a sense of defeat began to seep into his heart, urging him to retreat, yet the fervor of his beating heart forbade him from taking a step back. He stood beneath the tree, quietly observing her, racking his brain for something to say. "Tong Tong." A voice called out to her, a boy's voice. The girl before him abruptly lifted her head, turning towards the source of the sound. Her previously icy demeanor brightened, her brows arched, lips curving into a gentle smile, the sorrow in her eyes dissipating, replaced by a glimmering radiance. She waved her hand, and her voice, once indifferent, now bore warmth. "Chunian, I've been waiting for you for quite some time." The boy named Chunian approached with a cheerful smile, taking her luggage in hand. "Come, I'll escort you to the dormitory." She walked away beside him, leaving Mo Xilou alone beneath the osmanthus tree, his lips whispering her name. Tong Tong. Was that her name? He yearned to uncover her full name. He stood gazing in the direction she had gone, lingering beneath the tree for an extended period. The school swimming pool had been built with funds from his family. Thus, inquiring about someone was not a daunting task for him. First, he eliminated the possibility of her being a senior among the first and second-year girls. There were 78 with the character Tong in their names. Although he was uncertain which Tong it was, her beauty was impossible to overlook. Consequently, he effortlessly discovered her identity and learned her name, Yue Jitong. How serendipitous. Both were in class 12. Yue Jitong. Yue Jitong. How melodious her name truly is. Reclining upon a narrow wooden bed in his dormitory, he tossed and turned, the three words reverberating incessantly in his mind. For the very first time in his life, the notion of romance began to take root within him. His perceptive friends teased him, noting that he had finally experienced the awakening of his heart. Yet, Mo Xilou himself was uncertain. Was he truly at the tender age of first love, coincidentally encountering her? Or was it in that fleeting moment of seeing her that the gates of his heart swung wide open? He found himself inexplicably consumed by thoughts of her during class. While playing basketball, even at mealtime, she invaded his dreams as well. His fervent heart proved difficult to contain, and in a moment of resolve, he could no longer restrain himself. He hastened to the entrance of class 22 to catch a glimpse of her. Chapter 61. Youthful memories. He had always lived with unrestrained freedom, brazenly rebellious, never concealing his preferences and relishing in the pursuit of his own desires. That day, fate orchestrated a shared moment, as they found themselves in the same physical education class. She sat alone in a corner, quietly engrossed in her chemistry book. A gentle breeze tousled the strands of hair that brushed against her forehead, and in that serene moment, she cradled the book with tenderness, her eyes exuding warmth under the clear blue sky, embodying a tranquil passage of time. Adjusting the collar of his school uniform, he zipped it up and lowered his sleeves before approaching her, taking a seat beside her. With a forthrightness that was characteristic of him, he declared, "Yue Jitong, I am Mo Xilou from class 32, and I'm enamored with you." Yet, her response was one of indifference, as she merely reached for a fallen leaf, tucking it into her book as a makeshift bookmark. She closed the book, rose without casting a glance in his direction, and walked away. "Hey!" He stood there, bewildered for a few moments, taken aback by her blatant disregard. A sense of frustration settled in his heart. Surely, she could utter a word, rather than treating him as if he were invisible. The following day, he positioned himself at the entrance of her classroom, enlisting a fellow student to summon Yue Jitong. When the classmate approached her and tapped her shoulder, she turned, frowned slightly, and with an air of dismissal, turned back as if he were non-existent. So, she intended to ignore him once more. Gritting his teeth, Mo Xilou leaned against the doorframe, cupped his hands to his mouth, and shouted into the classroom, "Yue Jitong, I am Mo Xilou from class 32, and I like you." He repeated this proclamation 3 times, until the classroom fell utterly silent, all eyes shifting between them. From that moment on, the entire second floor of the school buzzed with the knowledge that a senior was boldly pursuing Yue Jitong, unabashed and unrepentant, even in the presence of their teachers. Finally, she emerged, her cheeks flushed, and pulled him into an unoccupied corner, lowering her gaze. Speaking rapidly, she asserted, "No matter who you are, I do not like you. Please do not come to our class. I need to study." Upon finishing her words, she attempted to leave, but he shifted his stance, blocking her path. At that moment, he stood at 6 feet tall, while she measured a petite 5'3", barely reaching his chest. He leaned slightly forward, a nonchalant smile gracing his lips. "I am Mo Xilou. Remember that, Yue Jitong. I like you, Yue Jitong." Startled, she retreated, her face a vivid crimson, resembling a frightened rabbit, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "I could never like you. I must go and study." She sidestepped him. Her footsteps hurried as she fled in panic. In the days that followed, he frequently lingered at her classroom door, often bringing her small gifts, which she consistently declined. Undeterred, he would secretly place them on her desk. Each day, he felt compelled to remind her, "Mo Xilou likes Yue Jitong." This way, she would remember his name. After turning 17, Mo Xilou's world revolved around a singular obsession, pursuing Yue Jitong. The thrill of games waned, the excitement of competitions diminished, and the allure of racing lost its charm. All that occupied his thoughts was her. Those around him remarked that he was losing his sanity. He pondered their words. Perhaps they were correct. He might indeed be losing his mind. How could it be that someone possessed such a fatal allure over him? Mo Xilou believed that Yue Jitong was the lover tailor-made for him. In this world, there should be no one else like her, whose mere glance could leave him utterly entranced, causing his heart to race uncontrollably. He adored her immensely and could never let her go. In pursuit of attending the same university as her, after gaining admission to a prestigious institution in Beijing, he chose to forego it and retook his final year of high school. Leveraging his family's connections, he successfully re-enrolled and became Yue Jitong's classmate. Her academic performance was exemplary, prompting him to double his efforts. During his second attempt at the college entrance examination, he performed even better, ultimately realizing his dream of being her university companion. Once in university, liberated from the constraints of school regulations, he pursued her with fervor and enthusiasm. He meticulously prepared for a confession, only to be met with rejection. Being publicly spurned was an excruciating experience, one that brought him considerable shame. Yet, relinquishing her was simply not an option. It felt akin to losing his very life. She remained perpetually aloof, as if no matter his efforts, he could never penetrate her defenses. Until that fateful night, when their destinies became irrevocably intertwined. She resembled a rose growing amidst thorns, beautiful and enchanting from a distance, yet capable of inflicting painful wounds when held too closely. For over a decade, they remained enmeshed in a complex web of emotions, destined to remain so until death. Mo Xilou opened his eyes to the dark ceiling above, the sound of his roommate's steady breathing filling the silence. Everyone else lay asleep. He closed his eyes once more, beginning to count sheep. 1 sheep, 2 sheep, 3 sheep. As he counted, memories of her diary resurfaced. Regrettably, they had met too late before their paths crossed. An individual named Chun Yin had occupied most of the pages in her diary, an irreplaceable presence during her formative years. No one plays with me. Why does no one want to play with me? I envy my sister for having so many friends. If only someone could accompany me and play. I'm so happy. Finally, someone is willing to be my friend. He said his name is Chun Yin. Chun Yin is truly wonderful. He shared the last piece of cookie with me. However, my sister seems unhappy. She doesn't seem to allow Chun Yin to play with me. I'm so glad he is still my friend, which means he did not heed my sister's words. At 12 or 13, Yue Jitong felt isolated and abandoned. During her most lonely moments, when she faced exclusion, Chun Yin extended a hand, guiding her out of darkness. Today is my sister's birthday. Everyone loves her so much. I envy her. When will I have a birthday with cake, go to the amusement park, and receive many gifts? Today is my birthday. It seems no one remembers. Oh well, I received a birthday gift for the first time. He is truly kind. I declare he will always be my best friend. How boring. Every day is the same. What is the meaning of life? Still no one wants to be my friend. It's fine. Having Chun Yin is enough. Why is he so wonderful? The first time I saw him fight, he looked so cool. At 15, Yue Jitong began to develop physically. Merely stretching her arms led to the outline of her chest becoming apparent, prompting inappropriate remarks from the boys seated nearby. She lowered her head, tears brimming in her eyes when, unexpectedly, a hefty English dictionary soared from behind and struck the insolent boy on his back. Startled and furious, he turned around, only to find Chun Yin advancing, having kicked aside a chair. Towering over him, her typically gentle demeanor had transformed. Her eyes narrowed. She picked up the fallen dictionary from the table and, with an icy tone, inquired whether he needed assistance in learning how to speak properly. The boy recoiled, sealing his lips, too intimidated to utter a word. Chun Yin gently patted his face, prompting an apology from him. Reluctantly, he approached her to express his contrition. In that moment, as she gazed at his retreating figure, her eyes sparkled with light. Later, she penned a passage in her diary. Chapter 62. The Ambiguous Diary at the Age of 16. Yue Jitong's diary took on an exquisite quality. Unlike the previously hasty scrawls, her handwriting became elegant, and her expressions were notably refined. He seemed like a gentle breeze, softly caressing my youth, embellishing my desolate and mundane years. He resembled a tranquil pool of spring water, eternally warm and generously nurturing the willow branches. This passage is presumably about Chunyan, and Mo Xilou opened her eyes, turned over, and, feeling somewhat restless, ran her fingers through her hair before closing her eyes once more. In summary, the portions of her diary concerning Chunyan are filled with the utmost praise. However, the sections addressing him, well, they're rather difficult to convey. At 17, their paths intertwined, and he began to appear in her diary. When writing, Yue Jitong rarely used names. She preferred personal pronouns like he, she, and you. Sometimes, he could discern to whom these pronouns referred, while at other times, he found himself in a state of confusion. Her diary mentioned his name only once, yet certain phrases unmistakably alluded to him. For example, someone suddenly declared their affection for me. How strange. I don't even know him. Em truly exasperated. How can someone be so brazen as to profess their love for me in public? Now everyone is staring at me. How bothersome. Why is living a peaceful life so challenging? Isn't the school against early relationships? Why is no one intervening with him? I spoke to the teacher, but she politely declined, seemingly hesitant to intervene. Forget it. Maybe he is just momentarily intrigued and will lose interest soon. It's terrifying. Someone jumped off a building. Today, during the health check, Sue seems to be pregnant. They say she wanted to end her life because she was dumped. Why can men be so heartless, not cherishing what they have? Time passes so slowly. I've been so exhausted with my studies lately. My desk is cluttered with snacks and strange little trinkets. When did he slip them in? How many people in our class has he bribed? Young master, when will this game come to an end? Young master, are you not yet tired of playing? Must victory only be achieved by possession? Why do you, someone who has everything, fixate on someone like me, who possesses nothing? My heart is singular. I cannot bestow it upon you. He must be preparing for the college entrance examination, right? After the exams, he will leave, and surely he will forget me. This game must finally come to an end. What is going on? Why must he repeat a year? Why won't he let me go? We are from entirely different worlds, young master. Does eternal love truly exist in this world? I do not believe it. This is merely a fleeting whim disguised as affection. Do you wish to win? But I will not allow you to have me. I possess so little already and cannot afford to lose even that. She recorded these thoughts intermittently until the most emotionally charged entry emerged. Why? Why has this happened? You finally obtained what you desired. Are you happy now? Are you satisfied? Mo Xilou, I loathe you. I detest you. I curse you to never find happiness in your lifetime. This is the first and only time his name appears so vividly in her diary. Regrettably, the purpose of his name's appearance is to invoke a curse upon him. The words she penned were inscribed with such fervor that they almost pierced through the paper, revealing the intensity of her resentment. My mother insists I marry him, claiming our family is on the brink of bankruptcy, and that marrying him would revive the company. Fine, I shall marry. I will obey. But why? I feel so unwilling. I consented to the marriage, and my mother was elated. They all seemed delighted, as if everyone were pleased. But does it really matter? Am I someone of significance? No one ever seems to care about my feelings. Do I have a choice? Am I entitled to choose? I have always been forced to accept the decisions of others. Has it ever been any different throughout my life? Forget it, Yue Jitong. Resign yourself to fate. Marrying anyone is the same. At least this will assist my family. Nothing else matters. Whatever. Life has always been rather dreary. On our wedding night, he did not touch me. That is quite all right. On their wedding night, Mo Xilou pushed open the door, only to witness the fleeting terror and disgust in her eyes, which pierced his heart with a profound ache. He let out a bitter laugh, his voice hoarse from excessive drinking. Yue Jitong, do you truly despise me this much? She was stunning that day, the crimson wedding attire accentuating her porcelain skin, seated quietly on the bed, her expression cold and unresponsive. Yue Jitong, what must I do for you to cease your hatred? To forgive me? At this, she abruptly lifted her gaze, her eyes calm and devoid of warmth as she uttered, I want you to die. Those 4 chilling words struck him like a dagger, inflicting wound after wound upon his heart. She actually wished for his demise. Mo Xilou felt an unbearable pain, turning away with a whisper, rest assured, I will not sleep here tonight, nor will I in the future. He vowed to respect her, cherish her, care for her, and accompany her until she could untangle her heart and embrace him. As he departed, a flicker of regret crossed her eyes. Had she spoken too harshly? In truth, she never genuinely wished for his death. It was merely that her pent-up resentment had found no outlet. He brought me home merely to serve as decoration? Quite fitting. There is nothing memorable, only the monotonous tedium of day-to-day life. His family is so numerous, it's overwhelming. I choose to remain silent. Is it guilt? Amends? How can one make amends? Is it even possible? Yet your love feels burdensome. They are to be wed. Congratulations. Chunyin, may you find happiness. In this lifetime, we are ultimately fated to be apart. And Mo Xilou felt a profound sorrow upon reading this. Why was it that she directed only venomous curses at him, yet offered heartfelt blessings to Chunyin? Let it be. This is quite sufficient. No need for change. Your love is nothing but a burden to me. Actually, never mind. After all these years, I should not feel this way. We have long since seen the inevitable conclusion of our story. Time seems capable of smoothing all things, rendering love and hate into mere tranquility. He is doing well, I suppose. Yet, I remain as ineffectual as ever, perpetually unable to untangle my own emotions. Love is indistinct, and hatred is equally difficult to alleviate. I ponder. Perhaps I still harbor some affection for him. However, our relationship does not permit such thoughts. Let it be. I shall not dwell on it. This current state of serene existence is quite satisfactory. If he were to know, what would he think of me? Would he find it peculiar? Should one not muster the courage to act for oneself? If I were to disrupt the present condition, could I possibly reconstruct a new life? Yet, we have been misaligned for far too many years. These are merely excerpts. And Mo Xilou flipped through her diary, her heart growing heavier. It dawned on her that his love had always been a burden, weighing her down. After a decade of devoted care and companionship, she still found herself most fond of Chunyin, unable to forget him. What does it mean to break and rebuild? Does she wish to divorce him and pursue her own love? And Mo Xilou struggled for quite some time before ultimately choosing to let him go. She quietly returned the diary, pretending she had never seen it. After the divorce, her diary brimmed with new entries. Regrettably, he would never see them. Today, he is to divorce me. Why does this evoke such sorrow? I ought to feel liberated instead. Have we truly reached this juncture? Thus, there truly seems to be no eternal love in this world. After more than a decade, he must be weary. Yet, I still feel sadness, and not just sadness, but also a tinge of longing. After all, we lived together for 10 years. Such feelings are only natural. It's quite nice. I no longer have to visit his family during the new year. Alas, it seems I truly miss him. No, it is more than that. I long for him. Chapter 63. Good morning, old Mo. Throughout the night, Mo Xilou tossed and turned in bed. The moment he closed his eyes, vivid memories and the words from his diary began to dance in his mind. Like musical notes, playing a melancholic symphony on the strings of his consciousness. At 5 o'clock in the morning, after a restless night of thought, fatigue finally overtook him, and he fell into a deep slumber. Why hasn't old Mo woken up yet? Today, with no classes, Gu Yunxi had already completed 10 laps and returned from breakfast. Surprised to find Mo Xilou still lying in bed, Fang Mingzhi changed into a fresh outfit, tossing his sweat-soaked shirt into the basin, contemplating whether to wake him up. Could he be unwell? Their dormitory was known for its disciplined routines, early to bed and early to rise, with a consistent morning exercise regimen, making late risers a rarity. This habit surpassed that of 99% of dormitories. The new member, Chunyin, was also an early riser. He had no need for an alarm, as his biological clock awakened him promptly. Gu Yunxi invited Chunyin for a run, intending to familiarize him with the campus. As they conversed, Mo Xilou gradually opened his eyes, rubbing his sore eyelids. He picked up his phone, squinting at the screen, which was painfully bright. It was 8:20 in the morning, and he had only managed to sleep for a little over 3 hours. He sat up, still bleary-eyed and dressed, resolving not to return to sleep. He belonged to the category of individuals who found it exceedingly difficult to doze off again once awakened. Any further slumber would only exacerbate his discomfort. It was far more beneficial to catch up on sleep later in the day. Old Mo, what were you up to last night? You look exhausted. Gu Yunqi inquired curiously while tying his shoelaces. Not well rested, Mo Xilou replied, his voice hoarse as he pulled his shirt over his head. The temperature in Xia City was worlds apart from that of Jing City. He had departed yesterday clad in a down jacket, but here, a simple sweatshirt sufficed. After putting on his pants, he leapt from the bed. The ladder beside the bed was merely decorative for the residents of their dormitory, as the beds were low. And with their tall statures, jumping down was far quicker. Turning around, he was met with the clean and fresh visage of Chun Yin, momentarily taken aback. Chun Yin greeted him with a smile. Good morning. Old Mo out of courtesy, he returned the greeting, albeit internally lamenting how familiar the newcomer had become. Despite his reluctance to engage, he refrained from appearing overly petty. In just one day, this individual had seamlessly integrated into their group, getting along splendidly with Feng Mingzhi and Gu Yunqi. Did Yue Jitong know that Chun Yin had arrived? Mo Xilou pondered and decided to message her. Let us have lunch together at noon. Yue Jitong was currently attending a large university English class, seated among over 100 students. The lecturer's dialogue was somewhat lackluster, and few were genuinely attentive. She felt a wave of disinterest wash over her. Her phone, nestled in her desk, lit up. She glanced at it and responded with a simple okay. She then opened her email to browse and discovered a message from a management representative at Zifan Technology inquiring about a suitable time for a detailed discussion. After reviewing her class schedule, she proposed a meeting for tomorrow afternoon at 3, but the recipient had yet to reply. Placing her phone aside, Yue Jitong forced herself to focus on the lecture. Indeed, her command of English is quite commendable, having been dispatched by her company to the United States for a year, during which her spoken fluency flourished. This morning, she attended a solitary class, concluding at 10 o'clock. Upon returning to her dormitory, she tidied her wardrobe, where a pristine white knitted dress and a soft yellow coat hung neatly. These were the garments she had purchased during a shopping excursion with her friends before the holiday. Yet they had remained unworn. The current weather was perfectly suited for them. Su Qinghe and Xue Man were both in the dormitory that morning. Observing her lost in thought while gazing at the clothes, Su Qinghe inquired, "You haven't worn that dress yet, have you?" Yue Jitong nodded. Su Qing, assuming her reluctance stemmed from shyness, encouraged her, saying, "Clothes are meant to be worn. Leaving them untouched is akin to not having bought them at all. Wear what you desire without overthinking it or fearing the judgment of others." "Yes," Yue Jitong replied, offering an explanation. "It has been too cold in the north, and I haven't had the opportunity to wear them out." Xue Man then asked, "By the way, Tong, where did you spend your winter break?" "I stayed at a property in Moshi Building for the holiday." "Did your mother not ask you to return home for the new year?" "No," she shook her head, her expression dimming, "but my stepfather did, though I have no desire to go back." Xue Man felt that her mother was being somewhat unreasonable, yet refrained from voicing her opinion, as she respected the elder. Su Qinghe, however, spoke candidly. "Is your mother truly your biological one? How can she show so little concern for you? What about your younger siblings?" Yue Jitong fell silent for a few seconds before responding. "She treats them very well." That suggests she is not inherently cold-hearted or indifferent towards children. Perhaps she simply does not love you, Su Qinghe stated bluntly, striking a painful chord within Yue Jitong. Yet, she could not help but acknowledge the truth in Su Qinghe's words. The very issues she had long evaded and refused to confront were now laid bare before her. With a sigh, Yue Jitong slumped into a chair, tossing the clothes onto the table. "You are right. She just does not love me. I do not understand why. If she does not love me, she chose to give birth to me. Despite her outward bravado, her heart remains sensitive to the matter." Xueman interjected, "This is not your fault. It is her failing, as she has neglected her responsibilities as a mother. To bring a child into the world without nurturing them is inherently wrong." Su Qinghe added, "Human emotions are complex, yet love and hatred do not arise without reason. I sense there are underlying factors at play that you may not be aware of, perhaps related to your biological father." Yue Jitong shared this sentiment. Xue Man sought to divert the conversation. Tong, why not wear that new dress today? You will undoubtedly look splendid." She picked up the garment and held it against Yue Jitong's figure. "All right," Yue Jitong said, removing her long-standing, oversized sweatshirt and baggy jeans to don a fresh ensemble. Xue Man suggested, "Let your hair down. I believe you could wear it loose, It would look wonderful cascading behind you. Your hair is straight, smooth, and so long. Su Qing'e chimed in, actually, you might consider curling it or dyeing it a different color occasionally, perhaps even trying a new hairstyle. Perhaps when the opportunity arises. Yue Jitong replied. Yue Jitong, disinterested in the fuss of styling her hair, knew that the process would consume a considerable amount of time. She adorned herself with a shoulder-bearing knitted dress, a coat, and petite leather shoes, allowing her hair to cascade down freely. Shuiman opened her makeup box and retrieved a diamond-studded star hairpin, pinning it gracefully beside Yu's ear, enhancing her beauty. Lastly, she placed a beret upon her head. Tong Tong, it seems you are still in need of a bag, Su Qing'e remarked as she opened the cabinet and produced a small, fluffy white handbag. Use this. Yue Jitong accepted the bag, peered inside, and attempted to fit her phone within, only to find it futile. What can such a tiny bag hold? It can hardly accommodate anything. It is merely for decoration. Reluctantly, she took it, stuffing a pack of tissues and a set of keys inside, a final act of defiance. Shuiman glanced around, sensing that something was amiss. Tong Tong, shall I apply a light makeup for you? Is that necessary? I'm merely going out for lunch. It doesn't require such formality. Oh, come now, do sit down. It will be quick, and it's rare to see you looking so splendid today. Shuiman gently pulled her to sit at her table. Very well, Yue Jitong acquiesced, allowing her friend to work her magic. With a naturally beautiful foundation, Yue Jitong was an easy canvas for makeup, and Shuiman swiftly completed her look, even insisting on taking a few photographs. Just then her phone chimed, and she assumed it was Mo Xilou. Upon opening the message, a fleeting surprise crossed her face. It was in fact Chunyan. Chapter 64. How sour it has been quite some time since we last communicated. The last exchange was during the New Year when we wished each other a Happy New Year. Chunyan, Dong Dong. I am coming to X University as an exchange student this year. Would you care to treat me to a meal? Upon reading the message, Yue Jitong felt a wave of astonishment. Chunyan, an exchange student here? This was an occurrence that had never transpired in her previous life. However, upon further reflection, she recalled that at this time in her past, Chunyan's mother was likely attempting to orchestrate a match between him and Yalanxin. Perhaps he remained in the capital city, or perhaps he had transferred to a nearby institution as an exchange student. Growing up alongside Chunyan, he held significant importance in her life. Both emotionally and logically, she felt compelled to extend him a warm welcome. After pondering for a moment, she replied, Sure, I will treat you to a meal. Chunyan, how about today? Are you free later? Yue Jitong, I have plans with someone later. Chunyan, a boyfriend? Yue Jitong, how did you know? Chunyan, you may not be aware, but your boyfriend and I share a dormitory. Yue Jitong, what a coincidence. Chunyan, indeed, such a coincidence. Would you like to dine together? Yue Jitong, let me ask him. She exited the chat with Chunyan and sought out Mo Xilou. Chunyan is in the same dormitory as you? Would you like to have lunch with him today? Mo Xilou, do you think we should? Yue Jitong contemplated the prospect of dining together with all three of them. It seemed reasonable since they were all quite familiar with one another. They had known each other for over a decade in her previous life and had shared numerous meals together. Moreover, since Chunyan had just arrived, it was only fitting for them to treat him to a meal. She replied, Then let us all dine together. Mo Xilou, Licht. Yue Jitong arranged for the gathering at a nearby restaurant. With no pressing matters at hand, she tidied herself up and arrived early, sending a message to Chunyan and Mo Xilou to inform them of the location. Chunyan had just concluded some errands outside and, upon seeing the message, hurried directly to the restaurant, arriving earlier than Mo Xilou. Consequently, when Mo Xilou arrived, he was met with the sight of the two seated by the window, engaged in quiet laughter and conversation. His laughter was gentle, and her eyes sparkled with delight. He perceptibly noticed the changes in Yue Jitong today. She was dressed differently than usual, her hairstyle was distinct, and it seemed she had even applied makeup. Was it for the occasion of meeting Chunyan? It must be. Typically, when with him, she dressed so modestly. Why did she choose to present herself so beautifully upon meeting Chunyan? Mo Xilou lowered his gaze, concealing the pang of disappointment lurking in his heart, which felt as though it had plunged into a vat of vinegar, bubbling with sourness. It seemed Chun Yin held a unique position in her heart even now. Was he still so significant to her? Or was it possible that she had never truly forgotten him? Taking a deep breath, Mo Xilou steeled himself mentally, lingering in place for a while before finally approaching, striving to maintain a natural demeanor. Yue Jitong smiled brightly and waved at him. He took a seat beside her, while Chun Yin occupied the position opposite them. Facing Yue Jitong, Mo Xilou kept his gaze fixed on the table, his expression composed, listening to the unrestrained chatter of the two beside him. He wished to speak, yet found himself at a loss for words. Between them lay a shared history in which he had played no part. Those years of her life were spent in the company of Chun Yin. Mo Xilou gazed at the menu, his thoughts swirling chaotically. What exactly was the relationship between Yue Jitong and Chun Yin? The moment this question crossed his mind, for words materialized in his consciousness. Childhood sweethearts. Indeed, they were nothing but childhood sweethearts. How bitter it felt. Why had he not been reborn at the age of 12? If only he had, he would have immediately sought out Yue Jitong, remained by her side, protected her, and become her sole companion. In such a scenario, what need would there have been for Chun Yin? Alas, waiter, Mo Xilou suddenly called out to the server at the counter. Please add another order of sour fish. Certainly, he felt akin to this dish, both sour and superfluous. The food arrived promptly, and he scooped a spoonful of soup, taking a sip, only to furrow his brow in dismay. It was too sour. It was unbearable. In truth, he wasn't particularly fond of sour flavors. The meal was consumed in a cloud of gloom. I'm full, he announced, setting down his chopsticks first. I'll go to the restroom. You two carry on. All right. Yue Jitong lifted her gaze to him, noting how little he had eaten today. The dishes on the table remained largely untouched, save for the fish. Yet, she recalled that Mo Xilou was not particularly fond of fish. This fish was rather sour. Chun Yin, on the other hand, had eaten heartily, his appetite quite robust. After lunch, the three of them returned to school together. Chun Yin departed first, expressing his gratitude for her hospitality before leaving space for the two of them. Finally, Yue Jitong had the chance to inquire, "What is wrong? Are you unhappy?" "No." He looked down, hands buried in his pockets, kicking a pebble at his feet. The stone plopped into the lake, sending ripples cascading outward with a soft splash. "Why do I feel like you're in low spirits?" "I'm not," he continued to deny, though his somber expression betrayed his true feelings. "Hey, Montak Sueshang. What a coincidence." A cheerful female voice rang out from the side. Mo Xilou and Yue Jitong turned simultaneously. A couple strolled by, hand in hand, strikingly familiar. After a moment's thought, Yue Jitong remembered who they were. The girl who had been particularly animated towards Mo Xilou at the CAF, whose surname was Lin. The boy beside her was the same one from that day, seemingly bickering. Lin Yueqing, holding Zhang Jiaqing's hand, approached to greet Mo Xilou, offering her well wishes. Having seen his recent social media post, they exchanged only a few words before departing. Yue Jitong withdrew her gaze and turned to him. "Wasn't he that girl interested in you?" Standing beneath the tree, the afternoon sun filtered lazily through the branches, casting a gentle glow upon him. He lowered his eyes and countered, "Who said she liked me? In the CAF, she seemed quite taken with you, her gaze lingering on you the whole time." Yue Jitong adjusted her hat, standing beside him, inching closer. Mo Xilou raised his hand to shield himself from the sunlight, casually remarking, "Young girls. They often have fleeting affections. Today, they fancy this, tomorrow that. Their preferences change with remarkable ease." He gazed at her, the sunlight filtering through his fingers, casting a gentle glow upon her brow and reflecting in his somewhat displeased eyes. "What do you think?" Yue Jitong was taken aback, contemplating earnestly before nodding, as if conceding to the truth of his words. She had indeed observed many girls whose affections shifted swiftly. For instance, Su Qinghe, who could change boyfriends 8 times within a single semester. Upon hearing her response, Mo Xilou withdrew his hand, completely blocking the stray beam of light that had fallen upon his eyes, his expression darkening further. "Yue Jitong, will you also waver in your affections? Is it possible for one to harbor feelings for 2 individuals simultaneously? While you hold affection for me, do you still cherish Chun Yin? Do you find yourself reminiscing about him?" Chapter 65. unappealing attire. Yue Jitong sensed that Mo Xilou was in a rather somber mood today, enveloped in a peculiar gloom. When she inquired about the cause, he hesitated to respond. After she posed her question, he lapsed into silence. The afternoon sun radiated warmth, and the gentle breeze caressed her cheeks, imparting a delicate tickling sensation. The leaves above rustled softly, swaying in the sunlight. Casting a glance at the time, she noted that there was still a class to attend later in the afternoon, not beginning until 3 o'clock, thus they had ample time. She yearned to linger with him a while longer, gently curling her index finger around his, softly inviting him to take a stroll along the lake. "All right," he replied, lifting his eyelids to glance at her before bowing his head. Together, they walked side by side down the cobblestone path, though he made no move to hold her hand. Yue Jitong observed her empty palm for a moment, startled, and caught a glimpse of his frostbitten visage. Biting her lip, she ultimately clasped his hand. His pace remained steady, merely shifting his gaze to glance at her from the corner of his eye before returning his focus ahead. His expression softened slightly, yet he still refrained from grasping her hand, allowing her to hold onto him passively. She could feel the warmth of his hand in her palm, devoid of any reciprocation, lacking a firm grip, merely acquiescing to her touch. It seemed as though his demeanor had suddenly grown distant, the previous warmth dissipating. In the past, it was he who would take her hand, always holding it tightly. Often, he would unknowingly tighten his grip, leaving her fingers reddened, even leaving marks on her fair-skinned hand. The lakeside was adorned with lush green trees. The clear blue sky reflected perfectly upon the lake surface, and sunlight cast a golden sheen across the water. At midday, the foot traffic of students was sparse, far fewer than during the evening. During daylight, few would dare to rendezvous here, as any activity would be laid bare under the glaring sunlight. After walking for a while in silence, Yue Jitong gently shook his arm, tentatively asking, "Have you noticed anything different about me today?" He paused momentarily, his eyelids drooping slightly, his voice low and devoid of enthusiasm. No. Mo Xilou was submerged in a sea of despondency, shrouded in disappointment, fear, and bitterness. Externally calm, internally, he was tumultuous, a knot of frustration lodged in his chest. Yue Jitong's brightness dimmed a fraction, a fleeting shadow of disappointment passing through her eyes. She lifted her gaze once more, shaking his hand playfully, her tone laced with a hint of coaxing. "Then take a closer look." They arrived beside a prominent boulder, where Mo Xilou halted, turning to face her. His eyes mirrored the stillness of the lake, calm yet unyielding. After observing her, he simply replied, "I didn't notice anything." Her hopes waned further, and she began to sense that his discontent might be linked to her, particularly due to the frigid tone he had just employed. He now exuded an air of indifference. Was he unhappy because of her? What had she done to provoke him? "Mo Xilou, are you upset with me?" she inquired, uncertain of the impulse driving her to ask. He redirected his gaze forward, his tone flat. "Not at all." Yue Jitong pouted, thinking to herself, "Yet it is evident that you are." On several occasions, he responded negatively, which only reinforced her belief that he was upset with her. What had she done to provoke him? When she asked, he was unwilling to share. Yue Jitong released his hand and paused, questioning whether he had not noticed her distinct appearance today, from her attire to her hairstyle. Her hints were quite evident, and Mo Xilou turned to her, scanning her from head to toe, and he was now acutely aware of her ensemble. Around her long neck was a necklace, its pendant shimmering brilliantly, catching the light in a dazzling manner, much like her radiant beauty. Was her elaborate attire meant for meeting Chunyan? He nodded, acknowledging that it was indeed different from what she usually wore. So what? What did she wish for him to say? Yue Jitong gazed at him, awaiting further words. Yet he fell silent once more. Not hearing the response she longed for, she boldly inquired whether he thought she looked good. "Not all," he replied, his words betraying his true feelings, avoiding her gaze. Those 3 blunt words extinguished the flicker of excitement she had felt, leading to a sudden sense of despondency and a hint of grievance. Everyone else had said she looked lovely. Lowering her head, she murmured softly, imitating his earlier behavior by kicking at a nearby stone. A smooth pebble was inadvertently struck, soaring through the air in a graceful arc before splashing into the water. startling the resting water birds. The little birds flapped their wings and flew away. With his hands tucked into his pockets, Mo Xilou turned and walked ahead, not waiting for her or taking her hand. Watching his retreating figure, she felt a heaviness in her heart. Amidst the vast and tranquil scenery, she inexplicably felt breathless. She leisurely followed behind, encountering a colorful pebble at her feet. With a determined aim at Mo Xilou's calf, she kicked the stone forward. The pebble soared, hitting its mark as she had hoped. Mo Xilou felt a brief twinge in his leg, but the sensation quickly faded. Looking down, he noticed the object of her mischief had just fallen at his feet. When he raised his gaze, she wore a slight smirk, a hint of triumph glimmering in her eyes. Seizing the moment, she quickened her pace to catch up to him, persistently asking once more, "Is it really not pretty?" This time, he did not respond directly, studying her for 2 seconds with his usual indifference. "Really? Not pretty?" he reiterated. Yue Jitong took a breath, her cheeks puffing up as she widened her eyes. But everyone else said she looked good. All she desired was a compliment from him. Was that truly so difficult? Did he genuinely find her unappealing, or was he deliberately saying so? Mo Xilou lowered his gaze and countered, "Who is everyone?" "My roommates," she replied. "Oh, right." Chunyan also said it looked good. She regretted adding that last remark, as it reignited the jealousy he had just managed to suppress. The jealousy within him swelled from a trickle to a torrent, flooding his every cell. "I simply think it doesn't look good." His tone was cold and unyielding, with a hint of indifference at the corners of his eyes. His voice inadvertently rose several decibels, declaring that anyone who found him appealing could seek him out. Yue Jitong was taken aback, wounded by his demeanor. Tears welled uncontrollably at the corners of her eyes, a mix of sorrow and indignation coursing through her, accompanied by a slight surge of anger in her chest. Suddenly, she raised her hand, removed her coat, folded it neatly, and then threw it forcefully into his embrace. Her voice elevated as if she were a petulant child, stubbornly declaring that if it was unappealing, she would not wear it. After tossing it, she turned and walked away, her footsteps brisk, the sound of her heels clicking against the gravel resonating sharply. Mo Xilou instinctively reached out to catch the garment she had flung, the fragrance emanating from it enveloping him, leaving him momentarily bewildered. Chapter 66. "Now I want to bite you. Is she angry?" Mo Xilou blinked twice and quickened his pace to catch up, only to discover the attire she wore beneath her coat. Earlier in the dining hall, as she sat there, his mind had wandered, preventing him from fully appreciating her dress. Now, following closely behind, his gaze fell upon her slender waist and the alluring curvature of her hips, his eyes darkening with desire. As she strode forward in a huff, her waist swayed dramatically, accentuating her sensual charm. They had reached the main road, where passers-by occasionally cast admiring glances her way, their astonishment unmistakable. Mo Xilou gritted his teeth, feeling an overwhelming surge of jealousy and possessiveness. He draped her coat over one arm, his long legs quickening their pace until he caught up with her in just a few strides. "Yue Jitong," he called, but she ignored him. Without hesitation, he opened the coat and wrapped it around her, shielding her enviable figure from prying eyes. She raised her arm, attempting to shrug off the garment, but to no avail. He pulled her into his embrace, clutching her leg with one arm and lifting her off the ground, swiftly making his way behind a nearby rock formation. At that moment, his thoughts were singular. He wished to conceal her from the world. No one was allowed to look. His jealousy had nearly driven him mad. "Put me down," Yue Jitong said, her feet dangling in the air as she pressed her hands against his shoulders, trying to gently push him away. Before them lay a path, and behind, a serene lake, the jagged stones blocking the sunlight, while the sea breeze carried a hint of dampness. The grass beneath their feet glistened with dew that refused to evaporate. "Mo Xilou, let me down," she insisted as he brought her behind the rocks and set her down. He extended his finger, pressing it lightly against her glossy lips, whispering, "Shh, don't make a sound." She sealed her lips and fell silent, tugging at his hand to lower it. Turning her head away, she avoided his gaze, her beautiful face taut with displeasure. The sight of her anger lifted Mo Xilou's spirits considerably. Indeed, sorrow and rage do not dissipate. They merely shift. His ire had now transferred to her. A slight smile graced his lips, the frost upon his countenance melting in the warmth of the sun, and he felt playful. Lowering his head, he grasped her chin, forcing her delicate face towards him. Yue Jitong, if I were to say that the dress you wear underneath is unappealing, would you take it off now? She huffed, swatting his hand away and glaring at him, her already large eyes seeming even bigger. Today, she had expertly lined her eyes, the tips curving upwards like little hooks, ensnaring his heart with a single glance. Her eyelids shimmered with glittering eyeshadow, enhancing her youthful allure. The shoulders of her dress, originally pulled up to reveal more skin, had now been deliberately adjusted. Suddenly, Yue Jitong lifted her hands, tugging down at the fabric on both shoulders. The fair and rounded shoulders intruded upon his gaze, adorned with a delicate pendant that dangled from her exquisite collarbone. Her garment was pulled taut, revealing the subtle contours of her cleavage. She tilted her head, glaring at him, her silky black hair cascading down to her waist, stirred by the breeze, the ends fluttering gently. She met his eyes, enunciating each word, asking, "How about now? Do I look beautiful?" Mo Xilou instinctively swallowed hard, his gaze fixated on her face, lingering on the corners of her eyes that flushed with anger, and those pair of eyes that bore into him, glistening with unshed tears. He found it difficult to speak, finally confessing, "At this moment, I feel an overwhelming urge to bite you. Not merely beautiful, but breathtakingly so." Her allure left him utterly captivated, ensnared by her charm. He admitted his lack of composure, unable to withstand her seductive appeal, not even a little. With one hand gripping her waist, he lifted her effortlessly and pressed his lips against hers, releasing her only when she was on the verge of breathlessness. Gasping for air, she nestled against him, wrapping her arms around his neck, looking up to ask, "Do I look good today?" He hesitated. Was this question truly of such significance? She seemed to care deeply. Observing his silence, Yue Jitong pinched him at the waist, threateningly, "If you dare say I don't look good, don't expect any more kisses from me." He chuckled softly, capitulating as he embraced her, burying his face into the crook of her shoulder. "You look stunning, so captivating that I wish to hide you away, for my eyes alone to behold." She let out a gentle hum, satisfied with his response, her previously tense expression softening. In truth, she genuinely valued his opinion, as her thoughts while purchasing the dress had been centered on his praise and admiration. Yue Jitong gently pushed him away, teasing, "What has gotten into you today? You're acting all strange." Mo Xilou lifted his head, widening his eyes in astonishment, then narrowing them slightly, gritting his teeth. "Yue Jitong, what did you just say? You think I'm acting strange?" How audacious of her to suggest such a thing. Yue Jitong paused, covering her mouth with her hand, her eyes blinking in surprise. Oh no, how did her thoughts slip out? Yet it was indeed the truth. She lowered her hand, glancing away, her conviction wavering. "Well, if you're not acting strange, then why behave like that towards me?" Mo Xilou clenched his jaw, capturing her face with his hand, gazing intently into her eyes. "Yue Jitong, repeat that I'm acting strange." The final word dripped with a palpable threat. Yue Jitong flinched, retracting her neck, her gaze dropping in a display of guilt. Changing her tone, she sweetly asked, "So why are you angry?" He released her, posing an irrelevant question. "Why have you suddenly changed your style today?" Huh? She looked up, perplexed. Did changing styles require justification? Seeing her innocent expression, Mo Xilou felt another surge of frustration. It didn't require a reason. Yet why change today, of all days? "Where did you buy this dress?" "Before the holiday," she replied. "Then why didn't you wear it during the break?" Yue Jitong shot him a glance. "It was freezing in the capital. Were you not worried I would turn into a popsicle?" Mo Xilou was choking, seemingly perplexed. Why must she wear this today? Yue Jitong found it rather odd. Why could she not wear it today? Was it necessary to select an auspicious day for a change of attire? Suddenly, she realized a crucial point. Why was Mo Xilou's focus so fixated on her clothing? Was he displeased with her choice of outfit? "Do you truly dislike how I am dressed? If you had mentioned earlier, I would have changed back. Why are you upset? I promise I won't wear it again." She pouted, tugging at his arm playfully. "See, you say you don't like it, and I will remove it immediately." Mo Xilou closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Was he truly angry about the clothing? No, that couldn't be right. To some extent, his displeasure seemed indeed linked to her attire. Nevertheless, he couldn't articulate it clearly. It's not about the clothing, but I genuinely do not wish for others to see you in this way. Then what precisely is the reason for your anger? She inquired, furrowing her brows as she gazed at him. Mo Xilou lowered his eyes, remaining silent for a few seconds before slowly responding. Because of Chunyan. Chapter 67. He is on the brink of collapse. Yue Jitong was momentarily taken aback, gazing quizzically at his downcast eyes and inquiring, "What is the matter with you?" Mo Xilou crossed his arms over his chest, leaning back against the large stone behind him, and with a slight parting of his lips, uttered 5 words. "I do not like him." Huh? She blinked in confusion. Why not? Why should there be a reason? He is not a currency that everyone must like. But Yue Jitong hesitated briefly, recalling certain scenes that prompted her skepticism. Weren't you two on good terms before? Mo Xilou paused, lifting his gaze to meet hers. When exactly were we on good terms? Did she perceive a camaraderie between him and Chunyan? Yue Jitong quietly explained, every time you met, you would engage him in a lengthy game of chess. I saw you both sitting there, chatting and laughing, seeming quite happy together. Yue Jitong struggled to comprehend. If you do not like him, why do you always invite him to play chess? Mo Xilou was momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond. That smile of his was undoubtedly mocking, laced with sarcasm. To others, did he and Chunyan appear to have a good relationship? The reason he played chess with Chunyan was simply that their skills were on par. They would each win a game. Yet the final match was always claimed by Chunyan. Thus, he found himself unwilling to accept defeat. His competitive spirit demanded retribution in their next encounter. He merely wished to win. Furthermore, he sought to use their chess matches as an opportunity to flaunt his recent achievements surpassing the Chu family. Reflecting on those childish days of rivalry with Chunyan, Mo Xilou's expression became rich with nuance. The time that had elapsed was too great, and the unspoken tension between him and Chunyan was beyond explanation. In any case, I do not appreciate your association with him. Mo Xilou pinched her face gently, his tone affectionate. Yue Jitong, will you behave? Is it too much to ask to have a meal together? She replied, her brows slightly furrowed, her expression conflicted. I said no. Could I not invite you along? Absolutely not. Yue Jitong frowned, whispering, but he's a very good friend of mine. Since childhood, no one has treated me better than Chunyan. He holds a significance in my life that surpasses even that of family. Mo Xilou lowered his head, drawing closer to her face, the faint scent of her unique fragrance lingering in the air. He fixated on her exceptionally beautiful eyes. As the shadows of the rocks enveloped them, his voice muffled by the immense stone, Yue Jitong, which is more important, a friend or a boyfriend? The implied question lingered. Is Chunyan more important than I am? Yue Jitong blinked, clearing her throat softly. Both are quite important. These individuals were integral parts of her life. Mo Xilou clenched his fist, the urge to bite her returning. Unable to contain himself, he finally broached the question he had been avoiding. Do you still like him? Who? They were clearly not on the same wavelength. Yue Jitong, you're quite adept at playing the fool, aren't you? Mo Xilou inhaled deeply, grasping her waist and drawing her closer, raising an eyebrow gently. I ask you, do you still harbor feelings for Chunyan? Yue Jitong did not respond immediately. She merely gazed into his eyes. His heart sank. Silence. Was that an indication of lingering affection? Yue Jitong, you truly are something, not even willing to utter a lie to deceive me? In truth, her silence stemmed from the peculiarity of his question. She could not fathom why he would inquire thus. Mo Xilou, am I not clear about whom I like? She had professed her feelings for him numerous times. How could he still pose such a question? It dawned on her that the unusual nature of the day was a result of his jealousy. Why was he so envious? She and Chunyan were merely friends, devoid of any deeper sentiments. Why would he think otherwise? Was she not permitted to have friends? Yue Jitong. I simply wish to know if you still have feelings for him. Mo Xilou's eyes swirled with a dark tempest, filled with unwavering determination. At that moment, she was oblivious to the gravity of the question. Her forthcoming answer would soon become the proverbial last straw for someone. I like him, she began, But before she could utter the latter part, "Then why am I still with you?" he interrupted her, his countenance darkening to the point of seeming as though it could drip with sorrow. "So, you truly cannot let him go, Yue Jitong. Why then do you toy with my emotions? Is this amusing to you?" His hands fell in disappointment, his gaze dimmed with desolation, swiftly replaced by anger. Yue Jitong. If you cannot offer me unadulterated affection, then do not provoke me. I am human. I too experience heartache. She opened her mouth. Yet the rest of her sentence became lodged in her throat, rendering her momentarily voiceless. "Yue Jitong, I cannot tolerate someone who straddles two boats. Nor can I accept your indecisiveness." He turned away in fury, walking off with a heart laden with pain. Each of her words struck him like daggers, leaving indelible marks on his heart. She was momentarily taken aback. How had she become indecisive? Had he misunderstood her once more? And Mo Xilou strode away too quickly. She jogged after him, the stones beneath her feet too loose, causing her to nearly stumble. She called out to his retreating figure, "Wait for me." Her tone was laced with urgency. He did not wait, his heart simmering with frustration. After a few seconds, he felt a pang of regret. Had he been too rash? He began to mentally soothe the ache in his heart. By the time Yue Jitong caught up to him, he had reassured himself. It was fine. She must also harbor feelings for him. His past wish had been for Yue Jitong to share a fraction of her affection for others with him. Just a little would suffice. Has she not done so already? Was he not being too greedy, desiring too much? Montauk Elflu. She gasped for breath as she caught up, grasping his hand. "Do not leave, let me finish." She had barely uttered half a sentence before he erupted in anger. He turned to her, taking in her flushed face from exertion, and suddenly pulled her into his embrace, holding her tightly. "It matters not, Yue Jitong, as long as you also care for me and wish to remain by my side. That is enough." Yue Jitong was bewildered by his ever-changing demeanor. Was he suddenly no longer angry? Yet there was something peculiar about those words. "Yue Jitong, do you like me?" Mo Xilou inquired, holding her close and whispering in her ear. "Of course I do." "Then, that is sufficient." Still, Yue Jitong found the situation unsettling, unsure of his thoughts. "Yue Jitong, do you truly like me?" Despite continually reassuring herself, she felt a tinge of reluctance and asked once more. "Indeed. Can you prove it?" "How can I prove it?" "I have no idea." And Mo Xilou felt a tumult of confusion, his entire being teetering on the brink of neurosis. He was a man of intense possessiveness, striving to restrain himself while simultaneously preparing for an imminent breakdown. Chapter 68. Only you, Mo Xilou, I truly adore you. I do not believe it. Yet my feelings remain unchanged. I do not believe it. Yue Jitong inhaled deeply, exasperated, and queried loudly. "Then what exactly do you want from me?" "I have already confessed my affections for you." And Mo Xilou, with a hint of redness at the corners of his eyes, ultimately could not suppress his feelings of resentment and raised his voice, albeit with a sense of grievance. "Yet you still have feelings for others." "I do not harbor affections for anyone else. My heart belongs solely to you." "You have feelings for Chunyan." "I do not like him." "You still have lingering feelings for him." "I do not like him." "You are deceiving me." "You do like him." Yue Jitong felt her frustration boiling over. How could he refuse to trust her words? How could she possibly prove her sincerity? "And Mo Xilou, I do not like Chunyan, nor do I have feelings for anyone else. My heart is devoted to you alone. Is that satisfactory?" She was on the verge of losing her composure, her voice nearly a shout. He paused, the tension in his forehead easing slightly as he fixed his gaze upon her, seemingly discerning the truth within her words. "Yue Jitong, could you please repeat that?" "Repeat what?" "The statement you just made." "Which one?" "That very one." "Which one?" She felt as though he were driving her to madness. "The second to last sentence." She turned her eyes, frantically recalling her previous words. The second to last was, "I only like you." She tentatively repeated it. "Yes, that's the one." "Say it again." "I only like you." "Repeat it 10 times." "Yue Jitong, and Mo Xilou, you have truly tested my limits." She stepped forward, grasping his hand, a plea evident in her demeanor. "Could you please stop this?" He lowered his gaze to her. "Yue Jitong, do you truly only like me?" Meeting his scrutinizing eyes, she sighed, aware that he might still harbor doubts, and resignedly replied, "Should I simply lay my heart bare for you to see?" He was taken aback, suddenly feeling a rush of emotions, an inexplicable urge to weep. The corners of his eyes reddening, loose strands of hair cascading over his forehead, his eyes tinged with desolation, a picture of utter vulnerability. In that moment, her heart ached for him. How deeply insecure must he be? She reached out, wrapping her arms around his waist, pressing her ear against his heart, and earnestly reiterated, Mo Xilou, I do not like Chunyan. I only spoke half of my truth before you interrupted me. I like you, exclusively you, and I genuinely care for you. Please do not be angry, all right? Her voice was soft and tender, akin to the gentle breeze of early spring, slowly dispelling his inner doubts and soothing his restlessness. He embraced her in return, burying his head in the crook of her shoulder, his eyes slightly moist, his voice muffled. Yue Jitong, you are my everything in love, and you encompass my entire life. Thus, I hope to hold a similar place in your heart. I recognize my greed, my selfishness, and my unreasonable desires. Yet I yearn for all of your love, aspiring to be your one and only. My dear, I am sorry. She pressed against his warm chest, feeling the fervent rhythm of his heart. Her own heart began to beat in synchrony with his, as if a special connection had formed. Suddenly, clarity washed over her. In that moment, everyone else faded into oblivion. No one else mattered. What she desired most was him. You are the most important person to me. No one holds a greater significance than you. If you disapprove of my interactions with others, I shall cease them entirely. I will heed your wishes unconditionally. Please, do not be sad or distressed. Yue Jitong gently comforted him, softly patting his back. The moment those words escaped her lips, his mood transformed abruptly. Mo Xilou was undeniably susceptible to such tender reassurances. No one could resist the gentle coaxing of the girl they cherished, regardless of the veracity of her words. He lifted his gaze, cradling her face in his hands, and placed a tender kiss upon her smooth forehead. Are you no longer angry? Yue Jitong looked up at him, her voice soft and melodious. He smiled, playfully brushing his fingers against the tip of her nose. You've soothed me. Her eyes sparkled as she smiled sweetly, her tone soft and delicate. Mo Xilou, I only like you. He lowered his head, lost in the depths of her shimmering eyes. As the gray mist clouding his heart gradually dissipated, the strings of his heart gently plucked as he whispered in return, I understand. She embraced his waist and reiterated, I only like you. Then, raising her hand, she playfully tugged at his ear, standing on tiptoe to continually repeat, I only like you. He tilted his head in compliance, wincing slightly from the tugging of his ear, inhaling sharply. You just had me say it 10 times. I've completed it. She released him with a mischievous smile. He rubbed his reddened ear and feigned seriousness. Now I command you to say it 100 times. All right, you lower your head, and I shall whisper it to you. No, I fear you might pull my ear off. I won't. She reached for his ear, and he tiptoed away. Yue Jitong, you are quite short. He teased her deliberately. It's clearly your height that's excessive, she retorted, gritting her teeth. She had grown 3 centimeters last semester, likely due to a better diet. Now, she stood at 168 centimeters, and with shoes 172 centimeters. Yet, she still couldn't reach him, needing to look up to meet his gaze and stretch on tiptoe to kiss him. Sometimes, her neck ached after their kisses. Mo Xilou, do not stand on tiptoe. You can stand on tiptoe. Why can't I? She grasped one of his arms with both hands, pulling down with all her might, but was unable to budge him. The disparity in strength was too great. She decided to take a bold approach, climbing onto his shoulders, her legs wrapping tightly around his waist. Her skirt riding up to her thighs, but thankfully, her long coat concealed her. Instinctively, he reached out to support her, fearing she might fall. I've got you, she exclaimed excitedly, finally managing to tug at his ear, while her other hand encircled his neck. Lowering her gaze, she found him looking up at her, his eyes swirling with a dark vortex. This perspective is quite novel. This time, he has tilted his head back. Was this the sensation he experienced each time he looked down at her? She reached out to brush aside the stray locks of hair from his forehead, revealing his prominent brow bone. His lips were rather thin, and today his kiss bore a subtle hint of mint. The fragrance that enveloped him was also that of pure mint. Yue Jitong fixed her gaze upon his lips, and in an instant, She comprehended why he would silently stare at her for several seconds before suddenly leaning in to kiss her. She gently caressed his face with one hand and leaned down to kiss him. Just a fleeting touch, and then she pulled away. He blinked, his Adam's apple bobbing as he spoke in a husky voice, urging her for another kiss. Chapter 69. Bowing down for her, shedding pride for her, she shook her head. Her laughter light and playful, teasingly tugging at his ear, drawing close, and then retreating, proclaiming, "I simply refuse to kiss." "Just one more kiss," he implored, his gaze fixed upon her, filled with tenderness akin to a pristine, clear lake, intermingled with a subtle yearning, a blend of purity and desire, with a hint of crimson lingering at the corners of his eyes. If he were to bow his head, she would tilt hers upwards at that moment. He would have already pressed his lips against hers. Yet, here he was, both hands cradling her, bearing her weight, with her in a position of dominance, rendering him helpless to reach her, merely observing her audacious demeanor. Yue Jitong playfully pinched his face with both hands, pulling it sideways before releasing, then grasping his chin with one hand, squinting as she scrutinized him from left to right. Mo Xilou found her antics perplexing. "Yue Jitong, what on earth are you doing?" he asked, tilting his head as she manipulated his face. It dawned on him that holding his head aloft indeed strained his neck. He resolved that next time, he would lower himself a bit more. Mo Xilou mused that in his lifetime, he would only bow down for her. The love etched into his very bones compelled him to relinquish his proud spine. Yet, he would only set aside his dignity for her alone. Beneath his calm exterior, a fervent and resolute love surged within him. "I'm just experiencing how you usually feel, since you often pinch my cheeks like this," she earnestly explained, releasing her grip to gently pat his head. "Are your arms tired? Would you like me to get down? Kiss me once more, and I shall let you down." "Then hold on tight," she replied, playfully tapping his head, her eyes twinkling mischievously as she tousled his hair into a disheveled mess, stifling her laughter. "Ha ha, Yue Jitong." Mo Xilou narrowed his eyes, a glint of danger flickering within them. Her laughter was a delightful dance, her fair and exquisite collarbone swaying before him. Suddenly, he leaned in and bit her at the left side of her collarbone. Laughter ceased abruptly. A sharp sting radiated from the spot, accompanied by a tingling sensation, as if an electric current coursed through his limbs, reaching the crown of his head. The bite left her scalp buzzing. "Stop biting, it hurts." Yue Jitong trembled slightly in his embrace. He released his grip, gazing with satisfaction at the mark he had left, a striking hue of crimson against her fair skin, unmistakably visible to the naked eye. Yue Jitong gingerly touched the bitten area, her brow furrowing in discomfort, then playfully pinched his arm. "Why did you suddenly bite me?" He set her down, first smoothing his own hair before bending to adjust the creases in her clothing, a smile illuminating his face as he admired the vivid mark. "I left a little trace for you, so every time you glance in the mirror, you'll remember me. It will remind others that you have a boyfriend, especially that certain someone named Chu." Her phone vibrated in her pocket, prompting Yue Jitong to check it. It was an alarm reminding her to attend class. Mo Xilou also caught a glimpse of her screen. "Aren't you supposed to be heading to class?" His eyes bore a hint of reluctance, wishing for just a little more time with her. Why did it feel as if they could never have enough of each other, never gaze upon one another enough? Yue Jitong also experienced a similar sentiment. She turned off her alarm clock and suddenly felt a reluctance to attend class, the first inkling of wanting to skip. Classes were truly tedious, and she yearned for romance. At that moment, she could empathize with the phrase from henceforth, "The monarch does not attend morning court," realizing how beauty can indeed lead one astray. It was no wonder that history is replete with emperors who succumbed to the allure of beauty, sometimes preferring a fair maiden over their kingdoms. Fortunately, during high school, she had the sense not to impulsively agree to be with him. Otherwise, she might have failed to even gain admission to university, ensnared in love and distracted from her studies, consumed by thoughts of their sweet affections. Holding hands could become addictive, as could embracing and kissing. She was not exceptionally bright, capable of mastering both love and academics. There were indeed individuals at school who could balance romance while achieving top grades, and she envied them. As for herself, neither particularly clever nor foolish, She could barely keep pace with her peers by dedicating all her thoughts to studying. Yue Jitong grasped his hand, blinking playfully. I don't want to go. What should I do? Mo Xilou looked at her in astonishment. Are you the type to skip class? No. She shook her head, then immediately nodded. But skipping occasionally isn't entirely out of the question. She had already studied these subjects once. Some classes were utterly trivial, lacking practical application, merely theoretical and dry, rendering attendance virtually pointless. The teachers often seemed to be going through the motions, sometimes unaware of what they were even discussing. She wondered why certain useless courses were scheduled, as if merely to accumulate credits, completely superficial and offering no real benefit. Additionally, some courses featured instructors whose qualifications were misaligned. For instance, the teacher for career planning had never been employed, and the instructor for mental health issues had mild depression themselves. At times, attending class felt like a waste of time. Yet skipping made her feel as if she were squandering the 3 arduous years spent in high school, struggling to gain admission to university. Mo Xilou tightened his grip on her hand, pulling her into his embrace, a mischievous smile curling at the corners of his lips as a glimmer danced in his eyes. Yue Jitong, since you don't want to attend class, what would you rather do? She hesitated for a moment, her gaze lingering on his excessively handsome face adorned with a sly smile, and whispered, I want to be with you. Mo Xilou, I need to tell you something. Seeing her suddenly become serious, his heart raced. What is it? Could you not hold my hand so tightly? She raised their intertwined hands for him to see. Mumbling her complaint, it hurts too much. It genuinely pained her, and she could no longer endure it. He paused, releasing his grip, and indeed noticed the imprints of his fingers on her hand. Incredulous. Did I really apply that much pressure? How had he not felt it? Yes, Yue Jitong nodded. You nearly crushed my bones. Of course. There was a hint of exaggeration in her words. I'll be more careful next time. He cradled her hand, examining it closely, gently squeezing each of her delicate fingers, marveling inwardly at the exquisite softness of her seemingly boneless hands. The ring he gifted her adorned her left index finger, the ruby glistening brilliantly under the sunlight. He carefully held her hand in his palm, questioning if the pressure was just right. Is this okay? Yes, it is. What other styles of rings do you fancy? I shall get you one next time. And Mo Xilou mused, thinking that with such beautiful hands, any ring would surely look splendid. I desire a pink diamond, one that sparkles exceptionally. That sounds delightful, he readily agreed, committing it to memory. Are you truly skipping class? What do you think? After a brief contemplation, Mo Xilou suddenly conceived a brilliant idea. How about I accompany you to class? Chapter 70. Accompanying her to class, will you accompany me? She gazed at him in astonishment. Won't you find it boring? Not at all. How could it be tedious by your side? He declared, taking her hand as they made their way outside. Within 5 minutes, they exited the picturesque lakeside, where the number of students on the main avenue began to swell. The afternoon sun filtered through the gaps in the trees, casting mottled shadows upon the ground. A throng of students approached from the direction of the dormitories, chattering excitedly as they hurried towards various lecture halls, each pursuing distinct courses of study. The shaded thoroughfare brimmed with youthful exuberance and unrestrained laughter. In a few years, they would embark from this very spot, venturing into the diverse corners of society, donning various professional attire, shedding the essence of youth, and transforming into mature adults. Occasionally, amidst the frenetic pace of life, memories of cycling with a backpack and a heart full of ambition would surface. The azure sky, the crystalline lake, and the crowded students along the tree-lined path, as well as the neatly arranged shared bicycles beneath the lecture hall, would grow increasingly vivid with the passage of time. Time blurs the images, while the years consume the naivety of youth. The stubborn edges will eventually be smoothed, and the clamor of adolescence will forever remain anchored in this land. Suddenly, her phone chimed. A message from Zhang Yinyin. Tong, I'm heading to the classroom. Would you like me to save you a seat? Yue Jitong glanced at her companion, contemplated for a moment, and replied, No need, Yin. Today, I prefer to sit at the back. What's the matter? Why this sudden desire to sit at the back? He's accompanying me to class today. Zhang Yin responded, prioritizing romance over friendship. Yue Jitong bit her lip, feeling a twinge of guilt. They often attended classes together, and now that she had a boyfriend, It felt somewhat unfair to abandon her. Would you be upset? Yue Jitong lowered her gaze to her phone, pondering how to mend the situation. Another message from Zheng Yinyan arrived. In that case, have your boyfriend sign me in. I'll take care of it. Thanks. Accompanied by a flying kiss emoji. Yue Jitong replied, Okay, don't worry. She shut her phone, releasing a sigh of relief as the burden on her heart lifted. They arrived quite early, with Yue Jitong guiding him to a seat in the second-to-last row against the wall, right next to the aisle. In a class of 50, the teacher would merely call names, not recognizing individual students, resulting in many who had been paid to sign in for others. There was no concern of being discovered, as the teacher was indifferent to whether the attendance was marked by the actual student, let alone whether each student was truly engaged in the lecture. In university life, one must take responsibility for oneself. There would be no one to remind you to study diligently, nor anyone to lament the squandering of time. A bird freed from its cage has attained the liberty it longed for, yet freedom carries its own price. The fleeting joys of the present often cloud one's vision, and wasted time will demand payment when one looks back years later. Mo Xilou sat in the aisle seat, with Yue Jitong seated beside him. The table was quite lengthy, capable of accommodating 8 individuals in a single row. The two of them occupied the corner seats, with 2 seats separating them from Yue Jitong, while 4 boys settled in nearby. She cast a fleeting glance at them and noticed that all 4 were from her class. As this lesson was a merger of 2 classes, the boy closest to Yue Jitong wore glasses and had a notably earnest appearance. He was somewhat reluctant to occupy this position, yet there were few vacant spots behind him. None of the 4 wished to sit at the innermost position, and after some pushing and shoving, they ultimately pushed the shortest among them into that spot. The bespectacled boy felt a pang of disappointment. He truly disliked sitting next to couples, as he had no desire to be subjected to their displays of affection. It was evident that the others shared his sentiments. A group of single individuals, they found it difficult to witness others flaunting their love. A mix of envy and bitterness stirred within them, igniting a longing to be in a relationship themselves. However, they simultaneously felt a curious intrigue. They wondered what it would be like to be in a romantic relationship with a girl as enigmatic as Yue Jitong. Would it be unbearably awkward, given her reticent nature? She embodied an ethereal presence, akin to a solitary lotus blossoming in the heart of a lake, so pure that it invited admiration from afar, while deterring any attempts at familiarity. Today, she appeared particularly stunning, her fashion impeccable, and combined with her striking beauty, she effortlessly drew the attention of those around her, their gazes lingering on her cascading hair. As the class had yet to commence, the 4 boys, seated beside her, busied themselves with their phones, engaging in banter within their dormitory group chat. Who said only girls are gossipers? The boys were just as intrigued, their gossip flowing freely. Unbeknownst to Yue Jitong, she was oblivious to their chatter, having withdrawn her gaze, showing little interest in them, despite being in the same class. And now, in the latter part of their sophomore year, she could hardly recall their names. For those who did not pique her interest or concern, she saw no reason to expend time or energy remembering such trivial details. The 4 boys beside her continued to type on their phones while stealing glances at Yue Jitong. One particularly audacious boy boldly turned his head to look at her. He caught a glimpse before quickly averting his gaze. This moment did not go unnoticed by Mo Xilou, who sat at the far end. His expression darkened, and a flicker of displeasure crossed his face as he shot a warning glance in the boy's direction. The boy, caught in the act, immediately withdrew his gaze, too intimidated to look again, but his fingers flew across the screen as he typed furiously. A. Yue Jitong's boyfriend seems rather intimidating. B. That guy is the scion of a prominent family in the capital. Just contemplate that. ATSK. It seems that beautiful women inevitably gravitate toward the wealthy. B. If I were affluent, I would gladly shower her with gifts. Hey, by the way, what kind of woman could the scion of a prominent family not attract? Can she really charm someone with her personality? D. I doubt it. I wonder if the young master considers men. I am quite adept at charming people myself, and I don't think I look too shabby either. A. B. C. You should just stop talking. C. I believe she must be different in private than what we see. A. B. D. What makes you say that? I believe I just glimpsed a red mark upon her collarbone. You may ponder upon it. I find myself envious of her boyfriend. He must be extraordinarily happy. Huh. I merely wish to be the boyfriend of her boyfriend. You truly are desperate. Goodness. They're secretly holding hands beneath the table. I cannot bear it any longer. I must change seats. Who will swap places with me? I do not wish to consume dog food. Perhaps I could exchange with you. I wonder if the young master would even notice me. Indeed, you are quite desperate. Goodness. They are embracing. His hand rests upon her waist. It must be challenging for you to sit beside them. I wish I had gone instead. You ought to remain silent. Let us not forget that the young master dines so well. Even if he were starving, he would not glance in your direction. The four of them animatedly conversed in the group chat, and Mo Xilou could not shake the feeling that a man was observing him. He was uncertain if it was merely his imagination. He encircled her slender waist and gently pinched it. She lifted her gaze, casting him a shy glare, and lowered her voice, cautioning him not to act recklessly. Chapter 71. I so want to devour you, he retracted his hand and let out a soft chuckle near her ear, his delicate lips brushing against her rounded earlobe. In a whisper barely audible, he said, My dear, what are you wearing? It smells delightful. She turned her head slightly, shooting him a glare, her fair complexion tinted with a faint blush, her earlobe reddened from his touch, utterly unconvinced. I don't believe you. He embraced her, leaning into her shoulder to take a breath, pressing, Tell me, what fragrance are you using? I really am not using anything. I'm not like you, who douses yourself in perfume daily. She nervously glanced around, relieved to see no one was paying them any mind. However, unbeknownst to her, a few individuals nearby were discreetly observing them. Ah, it must be your natural scent. It truly is captivating. He tightened his grip around her waist, unabashedly whispering playful words in her ear. I really want to devour you. You are insufferable, you lecher. She could barely endure it, muttering a low curse at him while making a slight effort to push him away. A delighted laugh escaped him, and he affectionately ruffled her hair. All right, I won't tease you anymore. If I continue, you might just ripen. After saying this, he leaned closer to her ear and asked, Why is your face so flushed? She lifted her gaze, meeting his teasing eyes and triumphant smile. In exasperation, pinched his waist. Keep her distance. I'm too hot. Her soft hands grasped his waist, lacking any force, merely tickling him. He seized her hand, enveloping it in his palm, and said, Your hands are so soft. She bit her lip, her face, which had just begun to cool, reddening anew. She attempted to withdraw her hand, but found it impossible. Let go. All right, he replied, but his embrace only tightened. Do you realize that every time I see you bite your lip, I want to take a nibble too? Instantly, she ceased biting her lip, her gaze darting around in a panic, feeling utterly guilty. Stop saying such nonsense. He raised an eyebrow, a smile playing on his lips, and softly coaxed, Yue Jitong, would you dare to kiss me here? Her body stiffened in shock at his words, immediately rejecting the idea, her beautiful eyes pleading, No, don't joke. Please. There's so many people. They're all my classmates. I need to maintain some dignity. Anxiously, she scanned the surroundings, fearing he might lean in to kiss her at any moment. Observing her guilty demeanor, Mo Xilou chuckled softly, Don't worry. I'm just teasing. She felt a wave of relief wash over her, but the next moment, a warm, soft kiss landed on her cheek, a gentle peck. Her eyes widened in astonishment, her heart racing as her face turned an intense shade of crimson. He had kissed her. She turned to him, finding him grinning triumphantly, like a mischievous rogue who had stolen her heart. Yue Jitong anxiously looked towards the podium, stealing glances around, uncertain if anyone had noticed. Her heart was in turmoil, terrified of the consequences. No, she resolutely decided that she could never bring him to class again. Baby, you smell so good. And Mo Xilou, that's enough. I haven't had enough kisses yet. Do you believe I'll strangle you? Then put some effort into it, all right? Outmatched and outdone, with no strength to counter him, Yue Jitong chose to remain silent. Seated beside her, 2 seats away, a boy was calmly messaging in their dormitory group chat. Sia, my brothers, I can't endure this any longer. I am overwhelmed by love. Who can comprehend my feelings? Who can understand? No, I must find a girlfriend. I need a girl. D. Brother, do you want to glance at me? C. Be quiet. I truly want a girl. A. Buddy, You've suffered enough. There's still 30 minutes until class ends. Just hang in there. See? Hee hee. With 30 minutes remaining, I've decided to study. After sending the message, he genuinely began to pay attention to the lecture. Once his focus shifted to the lecturer, he indeed ceased to regard anyone else. The class finally concluded, and Yue Jitong released a sigh of relief. That lesson, which had made her heart race, had finally come to an end. She had never found a class so exhilarating. Her heart rate had soared to 800 beats per minute. As the class dismissed, she wondered where to go next. He took her hand and led her outside. Shall we dine on the street and return to the library to study later? Sounds good. Just as they were about to reach the school gate, they unexpectedly encountered Shirue, who had just entered the campus. Yue Jitong glanced at her, while Mo Xilou remained oblivious, his gaze glued to his charming girlfriend, reluctant to divert his attention even for a moment. The tenderness in his eyes pierced Shirue's heart, causing her to momentarily freeze, her complexion paling. In the instant they were about to brush past each other, she suddenly stepped in front of them, summoning her courage to meet Mo Xilou's gaze directly. I have a question for you. Can we speak privately? Startled by the interruption, Mo Xilou frowned, casting an irritated look at the girl blocking his path. What is it? Shirue glanced at Yue Jitong, her eyes glistening with tears. Can we talk alone? Just as Mo Xilou was about to decline, Yue Jitong tugged at his sleeve and smiled. I'll wait for you at the entrance. With that, she walked toward the door, maintaining a distance where she could see them, yet remain unheard. Mo Xilou watched her retreating figure, lowering his gaze, a hint of displeasure evident. Was she really so magnanimous? Why didn't she exhibit even a trace of jealousy? Was it a sign of indifference? His furrowed brow revealed his agitation as he turned to Shirue. You can speak now. Mo Xilou, can you tell me where I fell short? What is it about Yue Jitong that I lack? Why can't you? Just let me a little? Her voice trembled, her eyes reddening, fists clenched, nails digging into her palms until they bled. Yet she felt no pain. No matter how much her hands hurt, it was nothing compared to the ache in her heart. Because she genuinely adored Mo Xilou. She longed for his tenderness and attention. Mo Xilou gazed at the tearful girl before him, recalling the countless love letters she had sent him. Her unwavering devotion was reminiscent of his own past. Many girls pursued him, but most, like Lin Yueqing, merely experienced fleeting infatuations, swiftly abandoning their affections upon realizing there was no hope, moving on to others. Few possess the unwavering tenacity of Shiru, who has pursued him relentlessly for over a year. Perhaps, reminiscing about youthful infatuations and the stubbornness of her own heart. Mo Xilou relaxed his brow, intending to engage her in earnest conversation. She is undeniably beautiful. Shiru was taken aback. Could this be the sole reason for his affection towards Yue Jitong? Such a shallow basis? Yet, she could not help but feel a touch of indignation. Thinking, aside from her looks, I surpass her in every other regard. Mo Xilou regarded her with a serious demeanor, yet he simply adored her visage. Chapter 72. You are my lily. It was unexpected that Mo Xilou was such a superficial individual, yet she remained unwilling to accept it. Did she not possess any flaws? While she was indeed beautiful, beyond her appearance, there seemed to be little of substance. Moreover, time would inevitably age her, and she could not sustain this visage forever. Mo Xilou furrowed his brows. She was imperfect, but that was inconsequential. He did not yearn for perfection. As long as she was Yue Jitong, that sufficed. Shirue. This was the first time he had uttered her name, his expression grave. I am infatuated with Yue Jitong to the point of madness. I would give my life for her. I could never love another in this lifetime. Do not waste your time on me. You are wonderful and deserve to find someone who will love you. Could she comprehend this? She stood still, gazing at him, speechless, her heart shaken. His feelings for Yue Jitong were profound beyond her imagination. Suddenly, an overwhelming sense of acceptance washed over her, wiping away the tears from the corners of her eyes. She gently smiled. I understand now. Thank you, Mo Xilou. Farewell. She turned and walked away. The sun hung low in the sky, casting a golden hue as an unrequited love story began with grandeur, only to conclude quietly in the mundane glow of the setting sun. She had been brave and had exerted her utmost effort, achieving a resolution. Fortunately, it was not entirely unfavorable. This chapter was meant to close, and Mo Xilou lifted his gaze to the figure standing at the school gate. She was beneath the orange-tinted sky, smiling warmly at him. Why did she not feel a hint of jealousy? He furrowed his brows and silently approached her. "Have you finished?" she asked casually, linking her arm with his. "Mm." And Mo Xilou nodded, pausing for 2 seconds before he could not restrain himself. "Don't you have any questions?" Yue Jitong blinked and looked up at him. "What should I ask? Do you not want to know what we just discussed? And what did you both talk about?" Seeing her indifference, he suddenly felt disinclined to say anything further. In truth, there was nothing of great significance. Oh, she did not inquire further, nor did she seem inclined to. And Mo Xilou felt a knot in his heart. She truly was utterly unconcerned, showing no jealousy over his interactions with other girls, and had no desire to meddle in his affairs. What is wrong? Yue Jitong noticed his sudden silence. Nothing much. He forced a smile, dispelling the slight displeasure within, wrapping his arm around her waist and guiding her forward. His car was parked a short distance from school, and they arrived at a nearby mall in 20 minutes. Yue Jitong was not fond of spicy food, so they bypassed the Sichuan restaurants and any other establishments serving spicy dishes, finally entering a northern-style Chinese eatery. As the dishes were served, they sat side by side on a cushioned sofa, their backs resting against the soft pillows. Yue Jitong poured him a bowl of soup, and just as Mo Xilou took a sip, his phone rang. He picked it up and opened it. It was a video call from Mo Nanchuang. He answered and set the phone aside, propping it against a glass cup used for beverages. As he sipped his soup, he watched a video. Mo Nanchuang, bursting with excitement, exclaimed, "Brother, Mom is pregnant." Mo Xilou nearly spat out his soup, struggling to swallow as he rubbed his ears in disbelief. "What did you say?" Montak Nansavang, relishing his shocked expression, reiterated, "I said Mom is pregnant. We're going to have a little sibling." Mo Xilou turned to exchange a bewildered glance with Yue Jitong, both of them sharing a look of astonishment. Where had this unexpected revelation come from? Mo Nanchuang chattered incessantly. "Brother, Mom mentioned that we already have Shaoxi, Xiaobei, and Xiaonan, and now there's going to be Xiaodong. She decided to name the fourth one Dongfeng. Don't you think it sounds nice? Dongfeng? Mo Dongfeng?" Mo Xilou managed a strained smile, chuckling awkwardly. "I think it's still early for the little one to arrive. You should tell Mom that we can think about the name later, perhaps come up with a few more options. What if it's a girl? Dongfeng doesn't sound too appealing for her." "Ah, you make a good point, brother. I also think it's not that great." The siblings continued their conversation, exchanging thoughts casually. Yue Jitong, with her gaze lowered, ate her meal while contemplating the shocking news that had yet to settle within her. The sudden announcement of a fourth sibling was indeed overwhelming. However, considering that her mother-in-law, Lu Jiaoyue, was only 40 this year, she was still relatively young for motherhood. It was not uncommon for women at this age to have children. In some ordinary families, as people reached middle age and felt their older children were grown, they might whimsically decide to try for another baby. Suddenly, Mo Nanchuang spotted a delicate, fair hand in the video. "Brother, who are you having dinner with? Who is that next to you? Is it my sister-in-law? Turn the camera so I can see." Mo Xilou glanced at Yue Jitong, who nodded in agreement. He then turned the camera toward her. "Wow, sister-in-law, you're so beautiful. You look even more stunning than in your photos. My brother is truly fortunate. I'm almost envious. I want to be close to my lovely sister-in-law." Mo Nanchuang's tone was exuberant, her eyes sparkling. Yue Jitong smiled softly. "You're adorable too. I really like you, little sister." Just like in her previous life, Mo Nanchuang showered her with compliments upon their first meeting, making Yue Jitong blush with flattery. In her past life of the Mo household, she had shared the closest bond with Mo Nanchuang. The latter's innocent charm radiated from within, unlike the contrived cuteness of others. She possessed a natural, naive purity. "Brother, remember to send me sister-in-law as we chat later. By the way, when are you coming back? Next time, be sure to bring sister-in-law home so we can all go out together. I want to be close to the beautiful sister-in-law." Mo Xilou coldly refused her. "Mo Nanchuang, you talk too much. I'll send you a WeChat later, but as for being close, that's just for me." "Brother, why are you so stingy? Such a miser. I won't talk to you anymore, goodbye." Beautiful sister-in-law, remember to add me on WeChat. Yue Jitong smiled at her. All right, goodbye, sister. As the screen went dark, Mo Xilou felt a sudden tranquility envelop him. Yue Jitong nudged his arm. Push my sister's WeChat to me. What's the rush? Let's finish our meal first. Just push it. No. He set down his chopsticks, pulled her into his embrace, and whispered in her ear. Why do I feel like you two are the ones reciprocating feelings? Yue Jitong lightly punched his chest with her fist. Why are you so jealous of everyone? Even my sister? Have you become a master of jealousy? He pinched her cheek and chuckled softly. You are right. I am indeed jealous of everyone. After saying this, he planted a kiss on her cheek. No one is allowed to get close to you. You are mine. Chapter 73. The hard south wall must be bumped against Mo Xilou, even consumed by jealousy over Mo Nanshuang's affection, could not help but feel a pang of envy. In his previous life, he had never managed to touch Yue Jitong even slightly, yet Mo Nanshuang could. Each time he witnessed his sister affectionately holding his wife's hand, sometimes leaning against her shoulder while using her phone, or enjoying movies and shopping together, jealousy surged within him. Whose wife was this, after all? Observing his wife feed grapes to his sister, he would secretly curse the grapes to be sour, wishing them to be so sour they would cause toothaches. Indeed, he was rather childish. Unbeknownst to Yue Jitong, this immature individual harbored such jealousy. She simply delighted in spending time with Mo Nanshuang, finding her utterly charming. Unfortunately, after Mo Nanshuang's marriage, their outings had become infrequent, the once innocent and carefree girl now weathered by time. As he watched her lost in thought, Mo Xilou pinched her waist playfully. What are you thinking about? Nothing. Feed me a piece of orange. He had longed to experience the sensation of being fed fruit by his beloved wife. Yue Jitong glanced at the table, picked up her chopsticks, and retrieved a piece of orange, obediently bringing it to his lips. Here you go. He did not open his mouth nor eat. Instead, he fixated his gaze on her. Why aren't you eating? She asked, puzzled. Forget the chopsticks. Huh? She set down the chopsticks, tentatively inquiring, should I just grab it with my hand? That wouldn't be appropriate, would it? Perhaps I should wash my hands first? Mo Xilou chuckled softly, his eyes narrowing with a smile. As he traced his finger across her delicate lips, in a husky tone, he murmured, who said to grab it? I want you to feed me with your mouth. Her eyes widened in surprise, blinking in a daze, her cheeks flushing at his request. Spending a day with him could make her blush 100 times. How had his demands grown so audacious, completely disregarding those around them? Surprisingly, her initial reaction was not to refuse, but to instinctively glance around, assessing the environment and the number of patrons nearby. They were seated in a small booth surrounded by a long sofa, adjacent to a walkway with an open space. People occupied the sofas in front and behind them, but with their backs turned, they could not see one another, only hearing snippets of conversation. Stop looking. No one's watching, he said, pressing his hand down on her curious head, ruffling her hair. Grasping her chin, he directed her gaze back to him, his eyes burning with intensity, illuminated by the overhead light. Leaning closer to her ear, he lowered his voice deliberately. Hurry up, my dear, my dear. How many endearing terms could he conjure? Each one sent her heart racing. The mere utterance of my dear left her dizzy. Her mind clouded as she clumsily picked up a piece of apple, gently biting into one corner, and raised it toward his lips. She even forgot that he had requested an orange. Grasping the collar of his sweatshirt tightly, she leaned in closer, her gaze fixated on the piece of apple before him. Mo Xilou lowered his eyelids, immediately bending down to take a bite. He had thought she would refuse, but to his surprise, she actually complied. The apple was small, and he easily took a bite, chewing just twice before swallowing it whole. He then pushed her back against the chair and kissed her fervently. The intensity of his kiss made her involuntarily whimper, only to hastily swallow her sound back down, terrified of being overheard by anyone nearby. They were so close. And what if a waiter happened to pass by at that moment? Anxiety surged through her, heightening her heart rate. After 2 minutes of kissing, her sense of shame overwhelmed her, prompting her to gently push him away, feeling it was time to pause. He chuckled softly, releasing her, his fingers brushing lightly over her moist lips before pinching her chin and pulling it outward slightly, a mischievous grin dancing in his eyes. Yue Jitong, can't you thicken your skin a bit? Why do you blush so easily? Your cheeks are burning. Even your lips are hot to the touch. She swatted his hand away, shooting him an annoyed glare, muttering under her breath, "Who could possibly have a thicker skin than you? TSK, if my skin weren't thick enough. Could I have run into a stubborn wall like you for so long?" He leaned back against the chair, relaxing his body, teasing her in a casual tone. "Who told you to run into it? You could have chosen to take a different path." Yue Jitong lowered her gaze, staring at their knees pressed together, murmuring softly. Her voice was barely above a whisper, yet the quiet dining atmosphere allowed each word to reach his ears with clarity. Mo Xilou lifted his eyelids, a flicker of danger crossing his eyes, his brows arching slightly as he uttered the most cowardly words in the harshest tone. "If I were to end up bloodied from running into it, would you at least feel a little pity for me?" She glanced at him before dropping her gaze again, her eyes wandering, lost in thought as she gently poked her leg with her finger. "Why don't you take another route? Why must you pass through this stubborn wall of mine?" She had always been perplexed by what exactly Mo Xilou found appealing in her. He lacked a sense of security. Did she possess any? In this relationship, she too experienced insecurities. The very thought of his love fading one day left her feeling utterly lost. Such a scenario would be akin to taking her life. In truth, she loved him even more than he realized. She had continuously shattered her own shackles, pushing her boundaries to accompany him in his descent. Countless times, she had lost herself in his tenderness, only to feel a sense of dread once she regained her clarity. Who could guarantee that their heart would remain unchanged forever? The deeper she sank, the more she cared, the more she loved, the greater her fear of loss became. Yue Jitong was a profoundly sensitive person, and at times, she pondered if his relentless pursuit stemmed from never having attained what he desired. Now that he had her love, how long could that novelty endure? She was so compliant, striving to meet all his demands. But over time, would he find it uninteresting? Would he come to see it as too easy, lacking in challenge and excitement? Would he grow weary of her after a few years? He was someone who thrived on challenge and stimulation. As she aged, if someone more beautiful than her appeared, would he stray? This question remains unverified for her, as she has yet to experience the passage of time. At 30, she bears little distinction from her 20-year-old self. Perhaps it is due to her childless state, for at 30, she still possesses the visage of a youthful maiden, with few traces of time etched upon her. If one were to inquire when she loved Mo Xilou the most, her answer would undoubtedly be now. Her dependence on him has reached a zenith, as she is willing to forsake everything to accompany him in savoring the bittersweet nuances of love. She is even prepared to relinquish her once cherished fantasies and dignity, disregarding the opinions and judgments of others, to revel in reckless abandon by his side. Chapter 74. Love first, lose first, bowed down to please in her 2 lifetimes. She had boldly and recklessly devoted herself to him alone, engaging in actions she once deemed unthinkable. Ultimately, she surrendered her heart entirely to him. Her world, her very existence, had become inseparable from him. Should there ever come a day when he suddenly wished to sever ties and withdraw his affection, the mere thought of her despair and collapse was unfathomable. Yet, Mo Xilou remained oblivious to her inner turmoil. The words she uttered were interpreted by him in an entirely different light, as he too held his own thoughts. It is a rare occurrence for one individual to fully grasp the essence of another's words. We are not privy to the innermost thoughts of others, nor can we provide an exhaustive interpretation for a casual remark. Mo Xilou furrowed his brow, reaching out to grasp her chin, compelling her to meet his gaze. She lifted her head, yet her eyelids remained downcast, reluctant to connect with his eyes, evoking a sense of avoidance. An inexplicable heaviness hung in the air. "Yue Jitong, do you take advantage of my affection for you to say whatever you wish?" He questioned. "What do you mean by insisting on confronting this metaphorical wall? Why can't you take a detour? Are you implying that I am beneath you, that I am utterly indispensable to you?" Indeed, he acknowledged the truth in her words. He was undeniably devoted to her. However, Mo Xilou still felt a twinge of anger, realizing what it meant to be the favored one, emboldened by that affection. Was she manipulating him so effortlessly? "Please refrain from gripping my chin so tightly," she protested, brushing his hand away and turning her head again. It hurts. Do you not realize your own strength? It feels as though you wish to crush me. Yue Jitong felt a flicker of displeasure. In truth, she disliked how he always seized her face, forcing her to turn towards him, his demeanor exuding a dominant and unyielding air. It seemed that he always held the upper hand, while she was the one compelled to endure. This sensation was far from pleasant. Could they not love each other as equals? She stared at the tabletop, clenched her fingers tightly, and fell silent. He smirked, a smile tinged with exasperation. Lowering his head, he rested his elbow on the table and supported his face with his hand, gazing at her taut expression as if cloaked in a layer of frost. He stifled the urge to reach out, his voice laced with a hint of melancholy. Not even a little squeeze is permitted? What is this? Are you upset? No. She averted her face, refusing to meet his eyes. Those in love often experience emotions akin to a whirlwind, arriving with great swiftness and sometimes leaving one perplexed. One moment they may be inseparable, and the next, a single misunderstood word can spark discontent. Yue Jitong, turn around, he commanded, his tone grave. This authoritative inflection ignited her rebellious spirit, prompting her to turn her face away defiantly, presenting him only with the back of her head. And Mo Xilou gritted his teeth, unable to resist pulling her into his embrace, holding her close. He simply could not tolerate her turning her back on him, feigning indifference. All right then, Yue Jitong. It was you who first uttered those hurtful words. Yet why is it you who remains unhappy? Ultimately, it falls upon me to comfort you. Forget it. Who could blame her for being his cherished one? He wouldn't comfort anyone but her. Bowing his head first was of no consequence. Yue Jitong cast her gaze downward, remaining silent for a moment, then nestled into his embrace and languidly spoke. Didn't you say, you wanted me to be a bit rebellious? Well, I suppose I am now. And Mo Xilou was taken aback, suddenly feeling as if he had lifted a stone only to have it fall back on his own foot, leaving him both amused and exasperated, his expression a tapestry of complexity. So, all her rebellion was directed solely at him. Was it? Yue Jitong, you only know how to bully me. She wrapped her arms around his waist, resting her face against his chest, knowing full well that he liked her, that he willingly allowed her to take advantage of him. Didn't he? He let out a soft huff. Am I really indebted to you? It seems I've fallen right into your trap. The one who loves first loses. From the very beginning, he was destined to be the loser. Indeed, he had never won even once. Their meal lingered on for what felt like an eternity, with a significant portion of that time spent in idle conversation rather than eating. It was tea until the tables next to them had emptied that they began to amble out. The night was cool as water, the stars twinkling above. Are we still going to the library? And Mo Xilou took her hand as they walked onto campus. Glancing at the time, he noted it was nearly 9, quite late indeed. Not anymore, it's south about to close. You should return to your dorm to study instead. By the time we reach the library, it will be time to head back. And Mo Xilou nodded. Then I'll walk you back. Yue Jitong looked up and smiled at him. Why don't you let me escort you? He gazed at her, confusion flickering in his eyes amidst the dark night. Do you remember when you asked me to escort you back to your dorm? It was evident he had forgotten, but Yue Jitong remembered well, and Mo Xilou was taken aback. Her reminder sparked his recollection. That had been intentional, an attempt to put her in a difficult position, yet it had hardly troubled her, instead leading him into a predicament of his own. He reached out and playfully tapped her nose. Your memory is quite impressive. Do you still want me to escort you? Yue Jitong feigned innocence in her inquiry. If I say yes, will you? No. Then why ask? I merely wish to inquire. Yue Jitong, you're quite the little rascal. And you're a great scoundrel. Hey! Unable to contain himself, he halted, turned to face her, and pinched her chin with one hand, his tone taking on a dangerous edge. In what way am I a scoundrel? Look at you, pinching me again, forgetting your previous words so swiftly, threatening me at every turn. Aren't you a scoundrel? As she spoke, he pinched her lips, causing her words to become muddled. Mo Xilou lowered his gaze, fixating on her lips, his expression darkening, then suddenly released her and leaned down to whisper in her ear. Do you still wish to return tonight? A bird suddenly flapped its wings and flew from the branches, chirping and merging with the night. It startled her. She clutched her chest and stepped back, evading his predatory gaze, Just 100 meters ahead lay the dormitory. Yue Jitong's eyes sparkled, and before he could react, she dashed forward, sprinting toward the dormitory at full speed. Of course, I'm going back to sleep. Beneath the serene night sky. She left him with but a single phrase. And Mo Xilou chuckled softly, deciding to grant her 3 seconds. 3, 2, 1. Yue Jitong, run faster, for I shall commence my pursuit. After calling out to her retreating figure, he immediately set off in pursuit, his long legs proving advantageous in this moment. With merely 10 meters remaining to the dormitory, she had glanced back only to see him several meters behind, leading her to firmly believe that Mo Xilou could not possibly catch up. Yet, she remained oblivious to the fact that those few meters were deliberately created by him. Just as she was but a step away from the entrance, a sudden tug at her collar yanked her backward. A voice laced with triumph and mischief echoed from behind. Got you, my little sweetheart. Chapter 75. A tender embrace. Yue Jitong felt her collar tugged, causing her to stumble backward and fall into his embrace. He wrapped his arms around her from behind and leaned down, whispering softly in her ear, I've caught you. What shall we do now? Yue Jitong turned to face him, casting a mournful glance his way. With her hands clasped before her in a pleading manner, she looked up at him with a pitiful expression, as if to say, I promise to behave. Please let me go. He chuckled delightedly, stroking her head gently, and replied in a tender tone, Very well, I shall release you, but only after a kiss. Her eyes widened, and she quickly covered her lips with her hands, shaking her head vigorously. Why another kiss? We've already kissed 180 times today. If you kiss me again, my lips will swell. Moreover, she did not believe his claim that it would be just one kiss. Not even a single kiss? He tightened his grip around her waist, playfully teasing her. Then perhaps you shouldn't come in. Reluctantly, she relented, rising on her toes, intending to plant a quick kiss and then dash away. However, as her lips barely brushed against his, he firmly pressed his hand on the back of her head, refusing to let her escape. The familiar scent and routine enveloped her once more. Yue Jitong inwardly scolded him, knowing full well that this kiss would last no less than 10 minutes. Within that 10 minutes, they stood at the bustling entrance of the dormitory. Tears welled up in her heart. She decided to close her eyes, avoiding the sight of prying eyes, comforting herself with the notion that no one could see her. How does one develop such thick skin? It seemed she had gradually discovered the first secret, self-deception, pretending that the world around her was filled with mere cabbages. When he had his fill of the kiss, he finally released her, gazing contentedly at her luscious, yet slightly swollen red lips. Go back and rest now. Yue Jitong felt a tingling sensation on her lips and shot him a playful glare, lowering her head as she hurried past the entrance, too embarrassed to meet the gaze of passers-by. Upon reaching the staircase, she could still hear his joyful laughter. When she glanced back, he remained at the door, watching her. Standing on the stairs, she waved goodbye before turning and rushing up. It was only after her figure disappeared from sight that he leisurely made his way back. Yue Jitong stood at her dormitory door for a minute, waiting for the flush of her cheeks to fade, for the romantic feelings in her eyes to dissipate, and for her expression to return to its usual calm demeanor before she pushed the door open and stepped inside. Shui Man was engrossed in a drama, occasionally replying to a few messages. Zheng Yanyan, unusually, had not drawn the bed curtains to play games, appearing to scroll through videos instead. Su Qinghe was on the phone, her brow furrowed and her expression quite displeased. Only a week, and you're already talking about breaking up? She scoffed, responding nonchalantly, Sure, I'll send you the breakup fee shortly. Unaware of what the other party said, her frown deepened, a flicker of resentment flashing in her eyes before she quickly averted her gaze. Only 30,000? Don't be so ungrateful. You know what my temperament is like. After hanging up the phone, she felt a wave of irritation wash over her. Why was it that every man who pursued her spoke such sweet words, making solemn promises to accept her no matter her character? Yet time and again, the longest commitment lasted but 6 months, the shortest merely a week before they declared they could no longer endure it. How hypocritical, indeed. It seems that next time, I should seek someone with a pleasing demeanor and a robust physique, capable of enduring a few blows. This time, the individual was far too fragile, unable to withstand even a couple of strikes. Everyone is aware of her penchant for changing boyfriends. In truth, she does not desire it, as it is invariably the other party who initiates the breakup. Many perceive her as a heartbreaker, and she has grown weary of offering explanations. To her, men serve but one purpose: to absorb blows. With her head bowed, she wore a somewhat grim expression, exuding an aura that was somewhat intimidating, at least in Yue Jitong's eyes. Su Qinghe had not even noticed her entrance. "Sister he?" Yue Jitong ventured closer, softly calling out to her. There was an oddity about Su Qinghe today. Upon hearing the voice, Su Qinghe emerged from a reverie, hastily retracting the momentary display of ferocity and concealing the hostility lurking in her gaze. She was reluctant to reveal her vulnerabilities or tarnish the elevated image she held in the eyes of her few roommates. "Tong Tong is back." Su Qinghe greeted her with a calm demeanor, retrieving a facial mask from the drawer to commence her daily skincare routine, hoping the mask's coolness would help soothe her. Seeing Su Qinghe behaving as usual, Yue Jitong began to suspect that her earlier impression might have been a mere illusion, for upon entering, she had indeed found Sister He quite fearsome. Xueman also acknowledged her. "Tong Tong, you're back. This is for you." Zhao Zhan bought it to express his gratitude. Xueman paused the video and handed Yue Jitong a small orange bag from the table. "Gratitude for me?" She accepted it, still somewhat puzzled. Upon opening it, she discovered a mechanical mouse, unfamiliar with the brand, but noting its commendable quality. "Thank you for bringing us together," Xueman added. Zhao Zhan had already confided in her. Xueman had no particular feelings about this and did not consider Yue Jitong's interference in her romantic life to be an issue. Her mind seldom dwelled on overly complex matters. As long as she was happy in the moment and the outcome was favorable, that was sufficient. Furthermore, she lacked strong opinions. So if someone could assist her in making a delightful and ultimately fulfilling decision, it would be splendid. Yue Jitong accepted the gift. Zhao Zhan truly ought to be grateful to her. Otherwise, he would have ended up scavenging, though he might become a king of refuse. The somber tint of his life would remain. Moreover, a mouse is not an overly extravagant item, and accepting it would not carry a significant psychological burden. Indeed, it was something she could put to practical use. It must be said that Zhao Zhan had a knack for gift-giving, truly hitting the mark. Zheng Yinyan cast a languid glance her way. "Tong, why aren't you gaming? What prompted you to rise from your bed today?" Yue Jitong hung her clothes in the wardrobe and slipped into her pajamas. "I don't feel like gaming today." She rested her chin on her hands atop the table, her gaze vacant as the video on her phone had looped repeatedly. Feeling down? After changing into her nightwear, Yue Jitong took a hair tie from Xueman's makeup box, casually twisting her long hair and securing it. Xueman, while engrossed in her show, answered for Zheng Yinyan. She might have experienced a breakup. "Huh?" Yue Jitong widened her eyes abruptly, casting a startled glance at the forlorn Zheng Yinyan. "When did you enter into a romantic relationship?" she inquired, perplexed by her ignorance of such news. Zheng Yinyan lifted her eyelids, her voice laced with fatigue as she replied, "Please, stop with the nonsense. I haven't experienced heartbreak, nor have I engaged in a romantic affair." Xueman interjected, "What you had was akin to a relationship, an online romance." Zheng Yinyan straightened her back and stretched lazily. "During the holiday, Yang Zhou confessed his feelings for me, but I declined, stating that my only love lies with gaming." She added, "Perhaps he was disheartened by the rejection and decided to sever ties with me, as he no longer logs in or plays games." A sudden wave of unfamiliarity washed over her. It seemed that gaming had lost its allure. Yue Jitong picked up Xueman's makeup remover, simultaneously cleansing her face while asking, "So, do you actually have feeling for Yang Zhou?" Chapter 76. Doubts about identity. "I don't know," Zheng Yinyan said, her fingers anxiously tousling her hair. "I only like games. How could I possibly like men?" Xueman shook her head, choosing silence as she resumed watching the drama. Zheng Yinyan stood for a moment before sitting down again. "Forget it. You don't need to worry about me. I probably just need a little time to adjust. I should be fine in a few days." Su Qing had tossed her a can of carbonated drink, still cold. "Do you want to drink something to calm down?" "I'm quite calm already. Exceedingly calm, in fact," Zheng Yinyan muttered, her fingers fiddling with the pull tab. With a sharp hiss, the icy beverage burst forth. She tilted her head back to take a sip while mechanically scrolling through her phone screen, finally moving on to the next video after an endless loop. A spirited melody filled the air, and the male host's voice resonated, announcing, "Next, we reveal the final spot in our group. Let us congratulate the first-place winner of this sweet sister selection contest, Yunji." The large screen displayed a side profile of Yunji, arms crossed, adorned in the uniform of the girl group. Zheng Yinyin sputtered, spraying sweet soda across the table, leaving brownish stains. Yue Jitong, Su King, and Xueman all turned to her in unison. Zheng Yinyin, momentarily stunned, did not immediately wipe the table. Instead, she gazed incredulously at Yue Jitong, then back at the phone screen, and then back at Yue Jitong again. The entire exchange transpired within 3 seconds. The three friends, puzzled, simultaneously inquired, "What's wrong?" Zheng Yinyin pointed at the screen, her voice charged with excitement. "Jitong, when did you participate in the audition program?" Yue Jitong furrowed her brow in confusion and stepped closer to take a look, with Xueman and Su Qinghe leaning in as well. On Zheng Yinyin's phone screen was a large photo, an identical side profile of Yue Jitong. Xueman gasped. "Oh, this Su Qinghe," quickly connected the dots, exclaiming, "Jitong, you don't happen to have a twin sister, do you?" Yue Jitong stared in astonishment at the image on the screen. This Yunji, though her frontal appearance remained a mystery, bore a striking resemblance in profile. For a fleeting moment, she almost believed she had indeed participated in the program. Fortunately, Yunji soon walked from the audience to the stage. Yue Jitong and the others finally caught a glimpse of her front face. Zheng Yinyin let out a sigh of relief. "Good, her front face looks different, but she still resembles you quite a bit, except for her eyes being somewhat different." Xueman nodded in agreement. "Indeed, she does resemble you, but Jitong's eyes are a touch more beautiful." Jitong's eyes were round and large, while Yunji's were longer and not as expansive, slightly smaller, in fact. However, Yunji was attractive in her own right. Otherwise, she wouldn't have secured first place. The elongated shape of her eyes gave her a somewhat fierce appearance, yet her smooth facial structure cleverly mitigated this fierceness, imparting a sense of both gentleness and vigor. The contradictions coalesced beautifully, creating a unique charm. Yue Jitong furrowed her brows, her gaze fixed intently on the dazzling star illuminated under the spotlight on the screen. Yet a peculiar sensation stirred within her. This individual, aside from some differences in the eyes, bore an uncanny resemblance to her, with facial features and nose almost identical. How could someone resemble her so closely? Was it mere coincidence? Or perhaps the words of Su Qinghe echoed in her ears. For the first time, Yue Jitong questioned her identity as the daughter of Baiyu. Previously, she had never doubted this fact, as Baiyu had accurately recounted the location where she had been abandoned, along with the colors of the packages she had been wrapped in, aligning perfectly with the details provided by the director, her adoptive mother. Furthermore, there were similarities in appearance between her and Baiyu, particularly in the shape of her chin and nose, which seemed to be carved from the same mold. However, Baiyu had drooping dog-like eyes, while her own eyes arched upwards with higher brow bones. Yue Jitong had always believed that her eyes might have inherited traits from her unknown father. She had even fantasized about the visage of her biological father, envisioning a handsome young man with such enchanting eyes. For years, she had never questioned her status as Baiyu's daughter, merely attributing Baiyu's disdain for her to her father's influence. Yet now, as she stood still, a minute of silence amplified her doubts, and an unsettling thought crept into her mind, refusing to dissipate. If she were not Baiyu's daughter at all, it would explain much. But if she was not Baiyu's daughter, then who was she? Why had Baiyu abandoned her? She pressed her temples, her thoughts in disarray. To validate her suspicions, she would need a strand of Baiyu's hair or some other belonging of hers for testing. However, having severed ties with the Yu family, what reason could she possibly offer to return? Moreover, Baiyu was still in the capital, making an immediate return impractical. Yue Jitong took a moment to calm herself. In truth, there was no rush. She even felt that she need not conduct a test, for an answer had already begun to form in her mind, an intuition. She leaned towards the belief that she was not Baiyu's biological daughter. Yet everything felt too coincidental. They bore some resemblance. And she just happened to be a perfect match for Yulan's bone marrow. Did she truly have no connection to Baiyu? She was certain that Baiyu would not disclose the truth to her. She had long sensed that Bai was concealing something. What kind of secret could warrant such elaborate deception? It was unwise to confront Bai about this matter, as she would likely yield no answers and might inadvertently expose her own awareness of the truth. For the moment, Yue Jitong chose to suppress these thoughts. She retrieved her phone and typed Yunji into the search bar. There was little information available online regarding Yunji prior to this year. There was no trace of her, and her information was well protected. This talent show marked her first public appearance. Her identity remained ambiguous, with only an age and numerous stunning photographs available. 21, the same age as herself. Quite a coincidence. Yue Jitong lowered her gaze, scrolling through Yunji's pictures, and the more she looked, the more familiar she felt, though disbelief lingered. Will Yunji and her ever have a connection? It remains a mystery. She can only observe others through the screen of her phone. Moreover, Yunji may not even be her real name. Artists often adopt stage names, do they not? The enigma within her heart continues to swell. Rather than attempt to unravel it, she decides to set it aside for the moment. She climbs on her bed and picks up the book required for her 8 a.m. class the following day, embarking on her advanced study. She resolves to study for an hour to calm her mind before proceeding. After a while, her emotions gradually settle. Remembering that she has a meeting scheduled with representatives from Zephyr Technology Company the next afternoon, she turns on her computer and refines her game development proposal. Before retiring for the night, she squeezes in a bit more time to increase the progress bar of the scarf, which was at 10% to 11%. This is intended as a birthday gift for him, and with several months to go, she hopes to complete it before his special day. Chapter 77. A sense of discomfort after returning to the dormitory. Mo Xilou entered to find everyone present. Fang Mingzhi was engrossed in his studies. Gu Yunqi was typing away on his phone, and Chunyan was absorbed in a book, creating a serene atmosphere. Upon his arrival, several greeted him, and even Chunyan, who was unaware of the recent events, offered a smile and a friendly hello. He responded briefly before turning to his own tasks. Chunyan sat at his desk, posture impeccably straight, his features strikingly handsome, and his gaze intensely focused. Mo Xilou's eyes inadvertently drifted over him, lingering for a couple of seconds. Despite his efforts to restrain his thoughts, a phrase involuntarily surfaced in his mind. A smile can blossom like flowers. It materialized in his recollection, depicting Chunyan as a dazzling firework, brilliant and resplendent in its display, leaving behind an awe-inspiring echo of beauty and a bittersweet yearning after its fleeting appearance. Yet, he was merely an observer, lost among the multitude, cautiously stealing glances. This was a line she had penned at the tender age of 16. During her first year of high school, apart from Chunyan, there was no other significant figure in her life at that time. Mo Xilou felt a strange affliction within, as if he harbored a penchant for self-inflicted pain. He was acutely aware that reminiscing would only lead to discomfort, yet the thoughts persisted. Why could he not simply overlook it? Years had elapsed. Did it truly matter whom she cherished in her youthful days? A voice within him whispered that it was inconsequential. What mattered was that she now held affections for him. After all, who among us is devoid of a past? She had moved on. What could possibly bind him? Yet another voice countered, asserting the significance of those memories. It mattered, though his concern was futile. The reverberations of youthful infatuation, her gentle nature, the aspirations and deep emotions he could never attain, all had once been directed toward another. The two voices clashed within his mind, leaving him furrowing his brow, plagued by his own musings. Suddenly, he felt an acute resentment toward his exceptional memory, lamenting his inability to forget. Often, the more one strives to erase a memory, the more vividly it remains. He abruptly stood, directing his gaze toward the individual who was diligently writing. For the first time, he initiated a conversation with Chunyan. Chunyan, do you have someone you admire? His curiosity piqued. He wondered why Chunyan had come to this place, and whether he had feelings for Yue Jitong during their youthful days. The suddenness of his inquiry broke the tranquility of the dormitory, causing everyone to halt their activities and look up at him. Chunyan, taken aback by the unexpected question, paused for 3 seconds before smiling and shaking his head. My marriage is to be arranged by my family. His response seemed evasive. as though he had not truly answered the question posed to him. And Mo Xilou frowned. His inquiry had been direct. Did he not have someone he cherished? Yet Chunyin appeared to be sidestepping the matter. Unwilling to relent, he pressed on, "What about you? Do you not have your own thoughts?" The smile on Chunyin's face faded subtly. His eyes lowered slightly, and a note of resignation colored his tone. "I cannot harbor my own thoughts." His marriage, like many other aspects of his life, was not within his jurisdiction to decide. Whoever the Chu family arranged for him would be his destined partner. From an early age, he understood the constraints of choice. Thus he deliberately restrained his emotions, refraining from making any empty promises to the girls, sparing them from futile expectations. Born out of blood, yet raised with immeasurable grace, he was the adopted child of the Chu family. On the fateful New Year's Eve of his 4th year, when the earthquake struck, his family shielded him with their bodies. They all perished, leaving him as the sole survivor. Yet life felt more burdensome than death. Zhou Shuqin's husband, having sustained injuries, was rendered infertile. It was during this time that Zhou Shuqin adopted him, bringing him into the Chu household. He expressed gratitude for their nurturing, seldom defying the family's wishes. He held no affections for anyone, as he believed he could not afford to. To develop feelings for anyone would only invite complications. His heart would belong to whomever became his wife, a pragmatic arrangement that suited all parties involved. Mo Xilou's countenance was serious, a flicker of light passing through his eyes as he suddenly inquired, "Have you ever had feelings for Yue Jitong?" The moment the question hung in the air, the previously quiet dormitory became charged with an eerie tension. Fang Mingzhi and Gu Yunqi exchanged furtive glances, sensing the unease in the atmosphere, thick with an impending confrontation. They instinctively held their breath, wide-eyed, surveying their surroundings. Chunyin remained silent for a moment, the atmosphere growing increasingly tense. No one could discern what thoughts occupied his mind during that silence. Eventually, the stillness was shattered, seemingly having reached a conclusion. Chunyin's face regained its customary gentle smile as he succinctly replied, "No." And Mo Xilou scrutinized his eyes, attempting to gauge the veracity of his statement. Chunyin met his gaze directly, unflinching. "Have you misunderstood something? Jitong and I are merely good friends. Although my mother once held high hopes for her as a daughter-in-law, her wishes must also be respected. Now that she has chosen you, there will be no further development between us. We shall remain just friends, as we always have." And Mo Xilou furrowed his brow and pressed him. "Your lengthy explanation indicates that you still care for her. Do you truly not harbor any feelings for her? I sense your concern for her. Did you not come here for Yue Jitong?" Chunyin paused, seemingly contemplating how to counter this assertion. "I came here to distance myself from home, seeking a bit more freedom. I care for her because she is my good friend." "Just a good friend?" he asserted earnestly. And Mo Xilou averted his gaze, his emotions swirling within him, wrestling with disbelief. Yet, if Chunyin's words were indeed truthful, then he harbored no affection for Yue Jitong. What then of the tender years of unspoken love? To have secretly cherished someone for so long, only to discover that she regarded him as merely a friend, obedient to her family's dictates without ever making a firm choice for him. This realization unsettled Mo Xilou, an inexplicable discomfort brewing within him. Why should it be so? He felt a sense of madness creeping in. If Chunyin had answered affirmatively, he would undoubtedly feel discontent. If they were to mutually harbor feelings, what role would he play? A mere jester caught in the middle? However, in truth, Chunyin's response was one of discontent. He felt a profound unhappiness. He was not only disheartened for her, but also felt a sense of injustice for himself. He lamented the fact that he had not received her youthful, innocent affections, which Chunyin had indeed acquired yet so callously discarded, showing no regard or even a semblance of affection toward her. Mo Xilou's tendency to overthink resurfaced, as a chaotic whirlwind of thoughts spiraled uncontrollably within his mind. Damn, it was unbearably distressing. No matter the circumstance, discomfort prevailed. Fang Mingzhi and Gu Yunqi dared not utter a word, silently observing the myriad of emotions play across his face. Ultimately, it was Gu Yunqi who could no longer endure the peculiar atmosphere, and he broke the silence, suggesting, "So, how about going singing this Friday night?" Chapter 78. Forgetting is unimportant. As soon as Gu Yunqi spoke, Fang Mingzhi immediately concurred, suggesting they go to the KTV to practice for the upcoming campus singing competition next month, as he had seen in the campus group announcement. Noticing the other two men were silent, Gu Yunqi forced a couple of awkward laughs. Yes. Fang Mingzhi then invited the other two men, who were still staring at each other in confusion. Lao Mo, Lao Chu, come join us. The more the merrier. Chunyin turned towards him, nodded, and smiled again, as if the previous tension had vanished. Sure, let's go. I have nothing planned for Friday night. With that, Chunyin agreed and went to freshen up, wishing to temporarily escape the lingering tension. He had sensed Mo Xilou's hostility, likely stemming from his relationship with Yue Jitong. No wonder Mo had acted so oddly since their first meeting. Was he uncomfortable with Chunyin's identity? While washing his face, Chunyin pondered over this. He felt somewhat perplexed, for during this encounter, he noticed a significant change in Yue Jitong's demeanor. Despite her introverted and reserved nature, she spoke animatedly about her boyfriend, her eyes sparkling with admiration, hardly able to contain her excitement. At the restaurant, before Mo Xilou arrived, she had been extolling her boyfriend's virtues incessantly, with every third sentence mentioning Mo Xilou. He could almost taste her joy in her words. Upon his arrival, she seemed embarrassed to continue and promptly changed the subject. However, Mo Xilou left him with a rather complex impression. Chunyin had labeled him as somewhat petty. Regardless of his thoughts, he maintained a facade of neutrality, observing quietly. He did not wish for her to be hurt. When Chunyin emerged from freshening up, he found Gu Yunqi in conversation with Mo Xilou. Lao Montak, you should join us too. It would be best to bring Yue Jitong and her roommate along. Mo Xilou, propped up on the bed, glanced at him with a raised eyebrow. Your emphasis is clearly on the last three words. Can't you just ask her directly? Must you beat around the bush? Doesn't that tire you out? If I could ask her directly, would I need to be so indirect? Gu Yunqi rolled his eyes in exasperation. She doesn't even acknowledge my existence. Fang Mingzhi chimed in. Watching you two navigate this relationship is utterly exhausting. It's enough to drive me insane. I almost want to claim emotional damages from you both. The aggressiveness of love-struck individuals is truly remarkable. Stubbornness seems to be your shared trait. Must you both hang your hopes on the same tree? Would it really be the end of the world to switch trees? Gu Yunqi shook his head cryptically. Lao Fang, you simply do not understand. Fang Mingzhi replied, I indeed do not comprehend the convoluted reasoning of your love-stricken minds, nor do I wish to. Gu Yunqi retorted, you will understand when the day comes that you experience it yourself. Fang Mingzhi nearly leapt up. Please don't curse me. I swear, I must find someone who likes me immensely. If a woman were to pursue me with the same fervor you both exhibit, I would agree without hesitation. To hesitate even a second would make me a fool. With these two as cautionary tales, he vowed never to suffer the pangs of love. Gu Yunqi scoffed, I'll be waiting to see. Old Mo, will you help me once more? Gu Yunqi implored as he gazed at Mo Xilou. Fine, he responded with a note of resignation, then took out his phone to send a message to Yue Jitong, adding that success could not be guaranteed. As expected of my good brother, Gu Yunqi expressed with conviction that she would indeed come out. He had long noticed that Su Qing cared about a few of her roommates. Meanwhile, upon receiving the message, Yue Jitong promptly extended an invitation within the dormitory. Zheng Yinyin readily accepted, feeling down and in need of some release. Shui Man decided to go out with Xiao Zhen and declined to join. Su Qinghe agreed to attend. After replying to Mo Xilou, she went to sleep. The following afternoon at 3 o'clock, Yue Jitong arrived punctually at the designated location set by the personnel of Zifan Technology Company, a tea house named Greenwater Terrace. Upon entering the private room, she found two individuals inside, one standing and the other seated. The seated one was presumably the owner. Prior to her arrival, she had researched Zifan Technology Company, which was indicated to be a newly established firm with an investment of $2 million. Uncertain of its reliability, she harbored some doubts. Taking a seat, she exchanged simple greetings with the impeccably dressed man opposite her and introduced herself. He reciprocated with his own introduction. You may call me Lin Xijia. She nodded in acknowledgement. Lin Xijia donned a bespoke gray suit and sported a rather fashionable new hairstyle, appearing significantly younger. The $1 million watch that casually peeked from his wrist exemplified his wealth. And even his cufflinks were meticulously chosen, subtly luxurious. Before departing, his secretary had remarked on how exceptionally handsome he looked that day. A charming, wealthy, and devoted CEO who had once come to her rescue. He was confident he could win over Yue Jitong. Lin Xizhe regarded the plain-looking girl seated across from him, and upon noticing her blue sweatshirt and denim jeans, he could not help but let his smile falter. While her face was pleasant enough, her attire left much to be desired. Who had taught her to dress like this? Accustomed to the alluring outfits of office secretaries, he found her appearance rather jarring. Unaware of his thoughts, Yue Jitong cut to the chase and initiated the serious discussion. Lin Xizhe pulled his wandering thoughts back and adjusted his smile. "Have we met somewhere before?" he inquired, alluding to the incident at the bar where he had saved her. However, Yue Jitong's reaction was not as he had anticipated. He expected her to display surprise, realization, or delight, yet she maintained a singular expression: indifference. When she heard his words, she merely lifted her eyelids slightly and replied in a very flat tone. "Have we?" Lin Xizhe's smile faltered, and he attempted to provide a hint. "The bar." Her eyes, both indifferent and bewildered, responded. "The bar? What of it?" Lin Xizhe's lips twitched. He decided to drop the pretense and laid it bare. "At the bar, you were harassed, and I intervened." "Oh," she nodded, her tone remaining flat, as if acknowledging a minor fact. "Thank you." She had long forgotten the incident and had no recollection of the man before her. Yet, none of it seemed to matter. Lin Xizhe widened his eyes and furrowed his brow, inexplicably sensing that the situation was amiss. Standing beside him, Assistant Liu, suppressing his amusement, relished in witnessing his boss's predicament. After all, the boss had meticulously orchestrated an elaborate scheme, deliberately crafting a heroic entrance, only for the girl to completely overlook his appearance. He had even gone so far as to establish a gaming company for her sake. After spending an extensive amount of time on his attire, it was evident that she hardly acknowledged him at all. It was akin to casting flirtatious glances at a blind person. The young lady across seemed entirely indifferent to her boss's presence. Chapter 79. Two workaholics. Yue Jitong's expression was earnest as she engaged in business discussions, leaving no room for frivolous remarks. Noticing this, Lin Xizhe suppressed his other thoughts and began conversing with her. Initially, he had not anticipated any significant outcome from this meeting, as the company was merely a playful endeavor, primarily aimed at attracting women. However, the more he listened to her ideas, the brighter his eyes shone. He suddenly realized he could venture into the gaming industry. Yue Jitong's concepts were remarkably progressive, and her game planning was exquisitely crafted, incorporating advanced technologies that only she possessed knowledge of. Ultimately, Lin Xizhe agreed to allow her to invest her expertise as a stakeholder, appointing her as the chief planner for the game Shengshi. She was also granted the authority to recruit suitable candidates to partake in the game's development. It could be said that Lin Xizhe bestowed upon her the utmost autonomy. The two deliberated on specific details for nearly 2 hours before finalizing the contract. After concluding their business, Lin Xizhe's perception of her underwent a profound transformation. Initially, he regarded her merely as a pretty young woman. However, he now saw Yue Jitong as a uniquely spirited individual, brimming with ideas and talent. He found himself genuinely contemplating pursuing her. As the hour grew late, he politely extended an invitation. "Might you honor me with your company for dinner?" His tone reflected a newfound respect compared to their first meeting. Recalling her possessive boyfriend at home, Yue Jitong shook her head, politely declining. "I'm sorry, my boyfriend is waiting for me. Perhaps another time." Her response was also intended to convey that she was already in a relationship. Lin Xizhe discerned her implication. He was well aware of her boyfriend's existence, as he was covertly encroaching on Mo Xilou's territory. Not that he would bother with anyone else's. Accepting her refusal with a smile, he made no further attempts. Wishing her a pleasant collaboration, Yue Jitong opted not to have him escort her and took a taxi back to school. The following day at the office, Lin Xizhe pointed at a secretary and asked, "Linda, do you think my charm has diminished recently?" Linda adjusted her expression to present a sincere smile, responding earnestly, Not at all. You have always been irresistibly charming. You're the most captivating man in this building, nay, in this city. Lin Xizhe nodded in satisfaction and continued on, pointing at another secretary. Lisa, what do you think? Lisa immediately brightened, her eyes widening in surprise, her tone exaggerated. Oh my goodness, who is this dashing president? Oh, it turns out he's mine. How can there be such a handsome and charming man in this world? Lin Xizhe smiled with great satisfaction, taking a few more steps before clearing his throat. Grace. As soon as he called her name, Grace promptly responded with a serious demeanor, her tone sincere as she flattered him. You're the most charming president I have ever seen. No one in the world is as handsome as you. Handsome beyond compare. Lin Xizhe nodded with approval, his hands tucked in his pockets, his steps imbued with joy. As he passed by the last secretary, he hesitated momentarily, pondering, who is she? Assistant Liu found himself at a loss for words, as he reminded the individual behind him that this was a relative of theirs, the secretary personally appointed just last week. He merely acknowledged this with an O, pointing at the young lady and unwilling to let any detail slip. What do you think? The young lady, bespectacled with thick lenses that obscured her gaze, was absorbed in her diligent work, unaware of the inquiry posed to her. What was she to say? Lin Xizhe observed her dazed expression and snapped his fingers near her ear. What is your name? Zhou Xiao. Too plain. What about an English name? I don't have one, she replied, shaking her head awkwardly. Lin Xizhe sighed, noting her lack of awareness. Linda, please bestow her with an English name and enlighten her about our company culture. Understood, my charming president, Linda promptly responded. She was quick to grasp the situation. Lin Xizhe rewarded her with an appreciative glance before striding away with an air of confidence. The three secretaries behind him exchanged knowing eye rolls, glancing at Assistant Liu. He silently gestured, pointing to the boss and then to his own head. Suddenly, Lin Xizhe turned back. Assistant Liu instantly switched his expression to one of reverence, standing at attention with a feigned smile. The three secretaries also wore smiles on their faces. Lin Xizhe then turned back and entered his office. Linda retrieved a book from her desk and tossed it in front of Zhou Xiao. This is a unique aspect of our company culture. Make sure to study it well. Zhou Xiao, bewildered, picked up the book, its cover proclaiming 100 ways to flatter your boss. Holding the book, she earnestly began to study, despite her lack of understanding regarding this culture. Mo Xilou had been quite busy these past few days. Yue Jitong had not seen him for several days, but she had a good inkling of his endeavors. He had invested in various industries in Xia City, and outside of class, he was likely engrossed in those affairs. Besides attending classes, she was also preoccupied with developing a game, and they had not crossed paths for several days. Yue Jitong methodically typed code, and for a fleeting moment, she recalled scenes from a past life where they seemed like two workaholics. Frustrated in their romantic pursuits, they had both channeled their energy into their careers. They were either working overtime or consumed by their tasks, with the instances of meeting at home being few and far between. She rose early and retired early, while he would leave early and return late, often inebriated. If he wasn't home by 9, it was certain he was entertaining clients, returning only in the wee hours. How did she know this? Because she always waited for his return, only finding solace in sleep once she heard the sounds of him in the kitchen, preparing a sweet soup to sober up. As Yue Jitong continued coding, her fingers began to ache, prompting her to stand and stretch. Each night before bed, she dedicated half an hour to knitting a scarf, and with each passing day, her speed improved. The gray yarn scarf had seen 1/5 completed. At first glance, it appeared commendable, yet upon closer inspection, the stitches were uneven, unmistakably the work of a novice. She felt a tinge of dissatisfaction. So she opened her phone and quietly ordered a large quantity of vibrant red yarn, deep purple yarn, sleek black yarn, azure blue yarn, and pristine white yarn. On Friday evening, a few friends had arranged to go karaoke. After a week of hard work, it was a rare opportunity for everyone to unwind and enjoy themselves. The joyous atmosphere filled the room. Gu Yunqi reserved a spacious private room accommodating 20, though only 7 would attend. 4 from their dormitory, along with 3 from Yue Jitong's dormitory. Xueman and Zhao Zhen, the young couple, had ventured out for a romantic evening together. Gu Yunqi ordered an assortment of fruits, beverages, cocktails, fruit wines, spirits, beers, and a plethora of snacks favored by the girls. Su Qinghe snatched the microphone, eager to take the lead in singing. Chapter 80. She must be magical. Gu Yunqi sat in the nearest position, gazing up at her, while Fang Mingzhi occupied the seat beside him. Mo Xilou and Yue Jitong were seated opposite them. Zhang Yinyin, perceptive as ever, refrained from approaching the two, opting instead to sit next to Fang Mingzhi, with whom she shared a bond from their previous haunted house adventure, making them amiable companions. Chunyin glanced at Yue Jitong and Mo Xilou, who were seated alone on the opposite side, then lowered his gaze and settled down beside Gu Yunqi. As Mo Xilou watched him pass, the echoes of the words he had denied in the dormitory the other day rang in his ears, prompting him to turn towards the person beside him, only to find she had just averted her gaze as well. A flicker of displeasure crossed his features. She was indeed watching Chunyin. Yue Jitong lowered her eyelids and opened her phone, intending to find a song to sing. When Chunyin had looked her way and their eyes met, she had considered greeting him. However, recalling Mo Xilou's earlier jealousy and his restrictions on her interactions with Chunyin, she suppressed the impulse to speak. At times, she genuinely felt Mo Xilou was being unreasonable, yet she chose to comply, not wishing to provoke his jealousy or distress. Little did she anticipate the extent of someone's unreasonable nature. Even a mere glance at him prompted his jealousy. Mo Xilou sometimes felt he might be acting unreasonably, yet he simply refused to relent. Why should he be reasonable? He was possessive. What of it? He wrapped his arm around her waist, resting his chin on her shoulder in an affectionate manner. "What are you looking at?" he inquired. She lowered her head, her gaze fixed on the screen, casually replying, "Searching for a song. What do you want to sing? How about this English song?" She pointed at a string of letters with her delicate, pale fingers. "It's been almost a week since we last met. Don't you miss me?" He tightened his embrace, nuzzling against her cheek. Enveloped by his warmth and the intimacy of his touch, she felt a flush rise to her cheeks, her voice barely above a whisper. "Of course, I miss you. What song do you wish to hear? I'll sing it for you." He couldn't resist stealing a kiss on her cheek, his tone indulgent. "Let me think." Across from them, the group of onlookers averted their eyes, unable to witness the tender closeness shared between the two. Gu Yunqi, however, was oblivious, his attention entirely focused on Su Qinghe, who was currently singing into the microphone. It would have been even better if Fang Mingzhi weren't sitting beside him. Fang Mingzhi, feeling bored, incessantly whispered explanations of the lyrics Su Qinghe was singing into Gu Yunqi's ear. Su Qinghe had chosen the song "I Want You to See Through Me, Not Kill Me." As she sang, "I want you to desire me, then accompany me in my descent." Fang Mingzhi leaned closer. She wanted you to accompany her in her downfall. When she sang, "Don't think to bind me with emotional shackles," Fang Mingzhi remarked, "To her, emotions are merely shackles. I don't see you having a chance. Better give up." She continued, "I want your willing, foolish loyalty," to which Fang Mingzhi replied, "She desires you to be foolish, yet willingly so." Gu Yunqi turned his head aside, casting him an irritated glance, and remarked, "You are quite bothersome." He then stood up and exchanged seats with Chunyin, wishing to avoid the incessant chatter in his ear. Fang Mingzhi chuckled, asking him across Chunyin, "Just tell me, is my commentary reasonable?" Gu Yunqi shot him a disdainful look and retorted, "Get lost." Zhang Yinyin, seated nearby, laughed while eating fruit. "You might as well stop teasing him." Gu Yunqi dashed away, and Fang Mingzhi draped an arm over Chunyin's shoulder, casually offering him a glass of liquor. "Old Chu, would you care for a drink?" "Sure." He lowered his gaze, accepting the glass from Fang Mingzhi without bothering to see what it was, and downed it in one gulp. It was somewhat fiery, causing him to cough a couple of times, and he frowned. "Is this Baijiu?" Fang Mingzhi gave him a thumbs up. "Impressive, brother. It seems your tolerance is quite commendable." Chunyin kept his head bowed in silence, appearing somewhat subdued today. After a few seconds, he suddenly reached for another glass on the table and drained it in one go. Under the ever-changing, vibrant lights of the KTV, he sat in a dim corner, his head lowered, lost in thought. When he finally lifted his gaze again, the emotions in his eyes had vanished, replaced by the familiar, charming smile. Su Qinghe finished her song, and Gu Yunqi immediately invited her to sit beside him. However, Su Qinghe merely shot him a glance before choosing to sit next to Zhang Yinyan. Undeterred, Gu Yunqi stood up and moved to sit beside her. If she wouldn't come to him, then he would go to her. Chunyin picked up the microphone, his face flushed from the 2 drinks, his eyes slightly glazed. He excelled in love songs, especially the melancholic ones. With a pure voice, he could swiftly draw listeners into a realm of sorrow. Unlike Su Qinghe's earlier exuberance, Chunyin's song was tranquil and soothing, imbued with a subtle undertone of pain. If one listened closely, they could sense a quiet restraint, much like his character. Restraint and endurance were the essence of his existence. Once he finished singing, Zhang Yinyan jumped up, eager to perform. She sang the most dazzling folk style, instantly uplifting the atmosphere. Su Qinghe quipped, "It feels like a square dance scene." And Mo Xilou wrapped his arm around Yue Jitong's waist, not letting go, and asked, "Ready?" "MHM." She nodded, "You sing this." And Mo Xilou glanced at the song title she pointed to. "She must be a magician." He paused. "I can't sing that." "You can," she asserted confidently. He was taken aback. "How do you know I can?" "I just know." He had sung this song at a high school event, and many years had passed since then. He had long since shifted his musical style. Yue Jitong interjected, "I want to hear the DJ version." And Mo Xilou looked at her helplessly and ruffled her hair. "All right." He played the original version a few times, and as the melody filled the air, memories surged back. The song, originally arranged by the school, was Youth of China, yet he had rebelliously switched it to the DJ pop song She Must Be a Magician just before taking the stage. Instantly, the audience, a sea of restless adolescents, ignited with excitement. At that time, he had yet to encounter Yue Jitong, nor did he harbor any particular affections for anyone. He chose this song purely because of its popularity. He simply wished to avoid singing those tiresome, uninspiring anthems that left the audience in a stupor, disinterested and nauseated. He yearned to defy convention, to create something extraordinary. Little did he know that, in the end, he would indeed embody the very lyrics he sang. Upon completing her performance, Zhang Yinyan handed the microphone to Mo Xilou, who cleared his throat and fixed his gaze upon Yue Jitong as he began to sing. "She must possess some magic, for I found myself entranced, unable to pull away, not comprehending the need to halt at the precipice." Yue Jitong gazed at him, her eyes crescent-shaped, shimmering with emotion under the flickering lights, silently swirling within. Her gaze seemed to traverse the sands of time, using him as a vessel to peer beyond, to observe others. Unbeknownst to Mo Xilou, she was, in fact, looking through him, reflecting upon the boy who had once lived and died, only to be reborn in her heart, who evoked both love and resentment, a cycle of life and death. In those days, he had watched the audience laugh unabashedly, heedless of consequences. Now, he beheld her gentle and affectionate smile, oblivious to everything else, as if his heart could contain no one but her. With a single smile, he blossomed, and in him, that essence had long since materialized. Chapter 81. An unexpected incident the night was shrouded in a hazy darkness. After 7 individuals finished their song, they emerged just before 11 o'clock. Several young men, having indulged in spirits, prepared to call for rides home. Yue Jitong realized that she had left her bag in the private room and expressed her intention to retrieve it. However, Mo Xilou grasped her arm, saying, "Allow me to fetch it." The remaining 6 stood by the roadside, awaiting his return. Fang Mingzhi and Zheng Yinyan were engaged in summoning a ride via their mobile applications. Gu Yunqi and Su Qinghe lingered at a distance, engrossed in quiet conversation, their expressions contrasting sharply. Su Qinghe appeared serene, her lips moving softly, while Gu Yunqi's countenance grew increasingly grim. Chunyin stood closest to Yue Jitong, his gaze calm and steady. Then, in an instant, calamity struck. A white sedan barreled toward them from the shadows, its driver intoxicated and oblivious to reality. The vehicle careened wildly, heading straight for Yue Jitong's position before anyone could react. The headlights blinded her, rendering her vision a blur. She was uncertain of the car's trajectory. Instinctively, she stepped aside, but it was futile. In that critical moment, Chunyin surged forward, pushing her out of harm's way. The car collided with a tree, its tires screeching against the pavement, ultimately coming to a halt. leaving a plume of black smoke dissipating into the night. Everyone was taken aback by the abrupt turn of events. Yue Jitong was the first to regain her composure. Her gaze fell upon Chunyan, who lay on the ground. Panic-stricken, she rushed to him. "Chunyan, wake up!" Kneeling beside him, she tentatively sought his breath, trembling fingers brushing against his skin. Fortunately, there was still a pulse. Yet as her hand lifted from the ground, it bore the evidence of blood. Horror gripped her as she stared at the crimson stains on her fingers, then at the pool of blood beneath Chunyan. Overcome, she fainted. Zhang Yinyan hurriedly dialed for an ambulance, while Fang Mingzhi immediately called the police. Su Qinghe and Gu Yunxi, who had been arguing from a distance, abandoned their dispute and rushed over. Zhang Yinyan, trembling with fear, struggled to steady her phone. "What should we do? Why hasn't the ambulance arrived?" She crouched beside Yue Jitong, tears streaming down her face, her heart filled with dread. Mo Xilou had not anticipated that a brief absence would lead to such a harrowing scene. Both Yue Jitong and Chunyan lay on the ground amidst a large pool of blood, its origin unknown. His pupils constricted sharply as he sprinted toward them, cradling Yue Jitong in his arms, his voice quaking with concern. What has happened to her? Zhang Yinyan remained on the ground, her legs too weak to rise. Wiping her tears, she explained, "Tong Tong has fainted. That car was out of control, and I would have struck her if not for Chunyan pushing her away. I called for help." Upon hearing that Yue Jitong had merely fainted, Mo Xilou's anxiety eased somewhat. The revelation that Chunyan had saved her stirred a complex mix of emotions within him. However, with Chunyan's fate uncertain and his life hanging in the balance, he temporarily set aside personal grievances, fervently wishing for the swift arrival of the ambulance. Their prayers were soon answered, as the ambulance arrived promptly. Chunyan was loaded onto a stretcher, while Fang Mingzhi and Su Qinghe remained at the scene to await the police. The others followed into the ambulance. The surgical lights in the emergency room burned brightly as Mo Xilou, Zhang Yinyan, and Gu Yunxi waited anxiously outside. Yue Jitong remained in a state of slumber. While in a separate hospital room, the doctor indicated that her condition was merely a result of excessive fright compounded by a fainting spell. Mo Xilou fixated on the blinking red light, his heart fervently wishing for Chunyan's safety. For if he were to perish, especially in such a manner, he would forever reside in Yue Jitong's heart, an irreplaceable presence. Thus, he yearned intensely for Chunyan's well-being, first and foremost hoping he would survive, and secondly that he would not be left impaired. Should he be left incapacitated, Yue Jitong would bear the burden of guilt and responsibility for a lifetime. As the red light extinguished, the doctor emerged to announce the diagnosis: a mild concussion and a fractured left calf. Upon hearing this, several individuals exhaled in relief. Mo Xilou felt an immense weight lift from his shoulders. Thank goodness, he was neither dead nor severely harmed. Gu Yunxi and Zhang Yinyan remained nearby, while Mo Xilou went to keep watch over Yue Jitong. In a short while, Yue Jitong stirred awake, her eyes clouded with confusion for a fleeting moment before clarity returned. She abruptly sat up in bed, grasping Mo Xilou's hand, her gaze overflowing with anxious concern. "Where's Chunyan? Is he all right? Where is he?" He gently held her hand, offering reassurance. "He is fine, just a mild concussion and a fractured calf." Upon hearing this, Yue Jitong sighed with relief, struggling to rise from the bed and slip on her shoes, determined to see him. Mo Xilou supported her as they made their way together. In the hospital room, Chunyan lay unconscious, his complexion pale. Zhang Yinyan noticed Yue Jitong's arrival, her eyes brightening momentarily as she approached to assist her. "Tong, you're awake. You scare me to death. I'm alright. How is Chunyan?" Gu Yunxi responded. "The doctor says he is not in serious condition, just a concussion. He should wake up in a few hours." Yue Jitong settled by the bedside, glancing at the clock. It was already past 1 in the morning. After a night of turmoil, fatigue was evident in everyone's eyes, with Zhang Yinyan stifling yawns, displaying her weariness. "You all should return to rest. I can stay here alone. There is no need for so many of you." Yue Jitong insisted they leave. After all, Chunyan had been injured while saving her, and she felt compelled to remain. Zhang Yinyan and Gu Yunxi nodded in agreement. "All right, We'll head back and return to see Chunyin tomorrow. Mo Xilou could not bear to leave her alone, so he stayed by her side as they awaited his awakening. He sat beside Yue Jitong, who was fixated on the figure lying on the bed, while he observed the furrow of her brow and the sorrow in her eyes. In the span of 3 minutes, she did not glance his way even once. Mo Xilou averted his gaze, allowing his eyelids to droop slightly, his eyes gently shifting, feeling a pang of weariness. Perhaps it was fatigue that beckoned him to rest. Finally, Yue Jitong turned to look at him, noticing his lackluster expression, and inquired, "Are you tired? Would you like to rest on that bed?" There was indeed an empty bed in the room. Mo Xilou laboriously raised his eyes to meet hers. Her lips were devoid of color, and the fatigue in her gaze was unmistakable. "I'm not tired. You should rest. I can keep watch." She shook her head, her resolve unwavering. "No, I must wait for him to awaken." With Chunyin still unconscious, she found it impossible to rest peacefully. Upon witnessing her steadfast gaze, Mo Xilou's eyes darkened for a fleeting moment, his throat becoming somewhat hoarse. "Then I shall wait with you." He leaned back against the chair, his demeanor composed. Yet his heart was tumultuous with a myriad of emotions, difficult to quell. During the hours spent awaiting Chunyin's awakening, he pondered extensively. The first thought that crossed his mind was that there would no longer be any justification to impede her relationship with Chunyin. The debt of gratitude was one that Yue Jitong could never truly disregard. The second contemplation that arose was why Yue Jitong had suddenly developed feelings for him. Chunyin had occupied nearly 2 decades of her 30-plus years of existence. Had she truly let go of him entirely after her rebirth? Mo Xilou found himself perplexed, questioning whether Yue Jitong genuinely loved him or she was merely blinded by a moment of emotional upheaval. Chapter 82, he said. "Let's break up at 6 in the morning." The first light began to pierce the horizon. Chunyin awoke, and upon opening his eyes and turning his head, he beheld 2 figures nestled beside his bed, prompting memories of the previous night to resurface. He furrowed his brow slightly, feeling a dull ache in his head, and moved his fingers. Yue Jitong stirred awake, rubbing her eyes as she gazed at Chunyin, her expression suddenly illuminating with joy. "Chunyin, you are finally awake. Are you all right?" Chunyin's throat felt parched, and his voice emerged as a hoarse whisper. "I'm Yufine." Yue Jitong quickly rose, exclaiming, "You must be thirsty. Allow me to fetch you some water." Hearing the commotion, Mo Xilou also awakened. He blinked, fatigue evident in his eyes, which were reddened from a restless night filled with dreams of her reigniting old feelings for Chunyin, insisting on breaking up and being with him. Yue Jitong poured a glass of water for Chunyin and placed it in his hands. "Here, sip it slowly, no need to rush." After he finished the water, she inquired, "Are you hungry? What would you like to eat? I can go buy it for you." Chunyin nodded, a genuine pang of hunger surfacing. He habitually replied, "Anything is fine. All right, I shall go get something for you right now." She hurriedly donned her clothes and exited the ward. From a moment he awoke. Mo Xilou had remained silently fixated on the figure, circling Chunyin in the room. His hands, hanging at his sides, clenched involuntarily, though he understood the circumstances. An undeniable bitterness welled within him. Memories of the dream flickered in his mind, revealing feelings of loneliness and fear. Once she departed, Mo Xilou turned to Chunyin. "Thank you for saving her yesterday." The gratitude was sincere, for had she not been rescued, it would have been her lying on that hospital bed. He would rather have Chunyin endure this plight than see her suffer. Chunyin raised his gaze, his expression neutral, his voice hoarse as he replied, "No need for thanks." An awkward silence enveloped them. Mo Xilou studied his pale and fragile visage and suddenly asked, "You have feelings for her, don't you?" Though he already had an inkling of the answer, he pressed on. If there were no feelings, would one go to such lengths? Who would gamble with their own life for mere jest? Chunyin fell silent for a few seconds, sidestepping the question. "I don't quite understand why she suddenly chose to be with you." Mo Xilou met his gaze, the tension palpable between them. "What is there to misunderstand? Women's hearts change swiftly. She has developed feelings for me. Thus she chose to be with me." Chunyin averted his eyes, dissenting with his words. Mo Xilou's reasoning felt flimsy, even to himself, yet he could not divulge the truth that they were both reborn. Afterward, Both men harbored unspoken thoughts, neither willing to break the silence. It was not until Yue Jitong returned, carrying breakfast, that the quietude was shattered. "I'm back. I brought soup dumplings and noodle soup." She unfolded a tray beside the bed and placed the breakfast on it, distributing chopsticks to both Chunyan and Mo Xilou. The three of them then consumed their breakfast in silence. Yue Jitong gazed into Chunyan's eyes, expressing her heartfelt gratitude. "Chunyan, thank you for saving me yesterday." Chunyan lifted his gaze to meet hers, a gentle smile gracing his lips. "No need for thanks. Your well-being is all that matters." Mo Xilou, standing nearby with his head bowed, listened intently, thinking, how could he deny it? Just listen to him. Chunyan is clearly fond of her. Chunyan spent nearly half a month in the hospital, during which Mo Xilou arranged for a caregiver to attend to him. Yue Jitong visited him whenever she had no classes, peeling apples for him and engaging in light-hearted conversation to alleviate his boredom. Mo Xilou would also accompany her to the hospital during his free time, but his purpose was neither to visit Chunyan nor to converse with him. He would often cross his arms, leaning against the door, silently watching her as she moved about. Finally, after Chunyan had sufficiently recovered and could walk with ease, he was discharged from the hospital. Yue Jitong, feeling guilty and deeply concerned for him, insisted that Mo Xilou take extra care of him in the dormitory. Mo Xilou nodded in agreement, and thus became a messenger, delivering supplements, fruits, and various items to Chunyan on her behalf. Observing her unwavering concern for Chunyan, filled with tenderness, he could no longer contain his frustration. "Chunyan, why must you mention his name every single time we meet?" he exclaimed, furrowing his brow as he tossed aside a small bottle of calcium tablets she had just handed him, raising his voice in irritation. Beneath the dim glow of the playground lights, he pressed a hand against his chest, feeling overwhelmed. His eyes glistened with unshed tears. Yue Jitong was taken aback by his sudden outburst, looking up at him in shock. What's wrong? Why are you suddenly angry?" Mo Xilou inhaled sharply, jealousy gnawing at him. "If you want to send something, do it yourself. I'm not idle. I don't want to be the one running back and forth between you two all day." She stared at him in confusion, eventually responding with a soft, "Oh." So he was upset because she kept asking him to run errands? Cautiously observing his displeased expression, she reached for his sleeve, whispering, "If you don't want to help, then I won't ask you to anymore. I'll find a way to send things myself. Please don't be upset, all right?" Upon hearing her words, he seemed even more agitated, shaking his arm and stepping back. The extent of her concern for Chunyan was unbearable for him, despite his efforts to convince himself that her feelings stemmed from gratitude for saving her life. He could not quell the jealousy that tormented him. "Yue Jitong, could you not care so much for him?" He looked down, his brow slightly furrowed, pain flickering in his eyes. She was taken aback. "But he just saved my life, didn't he? I simply don't want to owe anyone too much." He let out a cold laugh, standing in the shadows, blending into the night. "How does one repay a life-saving debt? Tell me, how do you intend to repay it? When will it be settled?" His questions left her bewildered. Yue Jitong shook her head in confusion, murmuring, "I don't know how to repay it. I can only strive to take good care of him, at least during his time here as an exchange student." Mo Xilou remained silent for a moment, his eyes reddening as he spoke. "A life-saving debt should be repaid with one's own life. Don't you agree?" She gazed at him in bewilderment, struggling to comprehend his meaning. Yet he uttered, "But I've already pledged myself to you." He offered a bitter smile, for in truth, he harbored feelings for her, and she reciprocated those sentiments. Why not allow themselves to be together? Why should he suffer the torment of being caught in the middle? "If you had long since given your heart to another, why lead me to misplace my affections?" Yue Jitong furrowed her brow, incredulously staring at him. "What nonsense are you speaking? He saved me, and it is only right that I care for him. I cannot simply ignore him, can I? Mo Xilou, must you be so unreasonable?" He paused, a sardonic smile curling at the corners of his lips. In her eyes, he was the one being unreasonable. Mo Xilou's expression darkened abruptly, his voice colder than the sea at night. "I am not jesting. I speak sincerely. You should remain with him. You are better suited to one another." There was an element of defiance in his words. Chapter 83. The sudden arrival of green plums. Will you feel jealous? Mo Xilou, do you even realize the nonsense you are speaking? She stared at him in a daze, and upon hearing his words urging her to leave, her heart ached subtly. And Mo Xilou lowered his gaze, concealing the sorrow and pain in his eyes, and spoke with great difficulty. Yue Jitong, let us part ways. She is more suited for you. They share mutual affection. They should be together. He no longer wished to torment himself or deceive his own heart. What did you say? Yue Jitong lifted her head, stubbornly fixing her gaze upon him. Repeat that. I said, let's part ways. He looked into her eyes, each word deliberate and sincere. He suddenly yearned for solitude to gather his thoughts. Yue Jitong laughed in anger. Why? Just because I have been concerned about Chunyan lately? He saved me. Should I not care for him? And Mo Xilou, jealousy should have its limits. You wish to end things over this trivial matter? Yue Jitong, this is not a trivial matter. You will never comprehend that feeling. I believe it is best for us to take some time apart to reflect. You should also consider whom you truly love. What I think does not require contemplation. I love you, and only you, Mo Xilou. How many times must I tell you this for you to believe? Have I ever deceived you? Yue Jitong blinked, a layer of mist gathering in her eyes. Mo Xilou closed his eyes, a heavy discomfort settling in his heart. Inexplicably so. It was truly painful. After a long moment, he opened his eyes, his gaze much calmer. Yue Jitong, you must choose between me and Chunyan. Make your choice. Choose him, and we shall part. Choose me, and do not concern yourself with him any longer, nor mention him again. Yue Jitong furrowed her brow. Chunyan had just saved her, and now she was to treat him as a stranger? Was that truly acceptable? Moreover, why was she being forced to choose? Mo Xilou, are you so troubled by him? Yue Jitong queried, perplexed. I was once betrothed to him, but that was over a decade ago. So much time has passed. I have been married to you for 10 years, and he has been married for 10 years as well. What exactly do you care about? And Mo Xilou fixed his gaze upon her, suddenly raising his voice, his expression agitated. Yue Jitong, to you, that may be a matter of the past, but to Chunyan, it is something recent. He does not understand why you have suddenly changed your heart. He still harbors feelings for you. He paused, his tone gradually calming. I believe you still have feelings for him. Therefore, I choose to let you both go. Had I not intervened, had that incident not occurred, you two would have ended up together, wouldn't you? An endless bitterness spread within his heart. Yue Jitong could not fathom his thought process. She tried to organize her words to explain, but I love you. We are already together. Chunyan and I are merely friends now. Mo Xilou, what exactly are you doing? Why do you keep pushing me away? Mo Xilou himself was uncertain of his actions, yet he could not help but create turmoil. He found himself at a loss for words, unable to articulate his feelings. Any term he might use to describe his mood seemed woefully inadequate. In essence, there was an unnameable frustration festering within him, suffocating and uncomfortable. Why? Why was he always the one consumed by jealousy? How is it that Yue Jitong never felt such pangs? Thus, she could never comprehend this sentiment. Observing his silence, Yue Jitong took a deep breath, her once turbulent eyes gradually settling into calmness. Perhaps it was best not to utter such words again. Your mood may be off today, so why not return and collect your thoughts? The two parted on less than amicable terms. That evening, Mo Xilou lay in bed, receiving a message from his cousin's daughter, Chun Ziyuan, who had gone abroad 4 years prior. Ivy, Xiao Shiga, I'm planning to return to the country for a few months, departing tomorrow. I heard from Aunt that you're studying in Xia City. May I come to visit? And Mo Xilou replied, I am in Xia City. Do come. It's been 4 years since we've seen each other, and you've grown up, capable of flying solo now. The following day, Mo Xilou greeted Chun Ziyuan at the international airport. The 18-year-old girl stood gracefully, her gray-blue hair styled in a trendy fashion. She was particularly excited to see him. Xiao Shiga, it's been too long. I missed you. She leaped forward, enveloping him in a warm embrace. After arranging her hotel and settling her in, the two found a CF to reminisce. Chun Ziyuan ordered a cappuccino, while Mo Xilou opted for the most bitter black coffee, mirroring his current state of heart. Xiao Shiga, I heard from Aunt that you have a girlfriend now? Someone from your school? When can you introduce her to me? At this, he took a sip of his black coffee. It was indeed bitter, yet his heart felt even more so. Setting down the cup, he gazed at the young woman across from him, now grown. and a sudden thought struck him. Had Yue Jitong ever met Chen Ziyuan in their past life? It seemed unlikely. Chen Ziyuan had always been abroad, and though she might have returned, he was unaware. An idea suddenly flickered in his mind. He placed his coffee cup down, fixating his intense gaze upon the girl before him. "Yuan Mei, could you do me a favor?" Chen Ziyuan felt a shiver under his piercing stare. "What kind of favor?" "Just tell me, Xiao Shiga. If I can help, I surely will." And Mo Xilou lowered his eyes in contemplation for a moment, and the more he thought about it, the more feasible the plan appeared, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. After ensuring no acquaintances were nearby, he leaned in to share his scheme with Chen Ziyuan. Meanwhile, Yue Jitong, engrossed in her coding, suddenly sneezed. She looked up and stood to close the window, unaware that discussions about her were underway. Chen Ziyuan's eyes sparkled with excitement as she listened, her enthusiasm mounting at the prospect of acting. It sounded like an exhilarating endeavor. "All right, Xiao Shiga, I will definitely play my part well." And Mo Xilou meticulously considered the details once more. "Let's do this. Do not use your real name. Choose another. Although Yue Jitong has never met you, she may have heard of Chen Ziyuan. If she guesses your identity, it would be futile. For the sake of caution, he decided to bestow a new name upon Chen Ziyuan. What shall I be called?" she inquired. "You shall be Lin." He randomly conjured a surname, then lowered his gaze to the froth in his cup. Lin Mo, reminiscent of the foam. Ultimately, the two settled upon Chen Ziyuan's new identity. Lin Mo, 19 years of age. Having gone abroad 3 years prior and recently returned, the granddaughter of a close friend of Grandpa Moshi and his childhood companion of over a decade. He was curious to witness the feelings and reactions of Yue Jitong should someone he had known for 10 years, a childhood friend, suddenly appear by his side. "Rehearse your personal details once more. Do not let anything slip," Moshi urged her with concern. "Rest assured, I have committed it to memory and guarantee there will be no slip-ups." Chapter 84. The pain of loving the wrong person ever since their quarrel. Yue Jitong had been sending messages to Mo Xilou, who consistently replied that he was busy. After 1, 2, 3 attempts, she initially believed him, refraining from further disturbance. However, after the 4th, 5th, and 6th attempts, she sensed something amiss. Was he still angry? What a petty man he was, childish and overly jealous. Perhaps even more sour than Shangshi's aged vinegar. She silently mocked within herself. She could not fathom the cause of his ire, nor his inexplicable hostility towards Chunyan. When he uttered the words, "Let's break up," she too felt anger swell within her. How could he so casually speak of ending their relationship? In that moment, both were swept away by their emotions, perhaps uttering words they did not truly mean. Faced with his sudden wrath, she felt unjustly wronged. Hearing him declare a desire to part ways stabbed her heart sharply. Unconsciously, she recalled the day they discussed divorce. With a calm demeanor, he stated, "I've grown weary of this. Let us divorce." She did not even lift her eyelids, merely responding with a single word, "All right." Yet internally, a tempest raged. He offered to divide their assets, yet she refused everything he proposed, declaring, "I find your money tainted." Those 4 words silenced him, piercing his heart deeply. Ultimately, she retained only the home they had shared for a decade. After he departed, she dismissed the household staff, using the last of her funds to provide them with severance pay. The house became empty, yet every corner echoed with his presence. Even the blankets held his lingering scent. The nights stretched endlessly, with her yearning growing uncontrollably. Thus, she decided to move out, locking the house without allowing anyone else to inhabit it. Now, she found herself destitute, burdened with significant debts. Uncle Yu, aware of her plight, urged her to return home. At that time, Bai had injured her leg and also wished for her to come back. Consequently, she moved back to Yu household. In the year that followed, she devoted herself entirely to her work, suppressing thoughts of him, laboring diligently to repay her debts, often leaving early and returning late, frequently burning the midnight oil to write code. Her goal was to clear her debts as swiftly as possible. Then, inexplicably, Yu Lanxin concocted a scheme for a staged kidnapping, which unexpectedly spiraled into a genuine abduction due to the kidnapper's insatiable greed. To this day, she remains perplexed by the significance of Yu Lanxin's actions. Despite already possessing a happy family, a considerate partner, and an obedient daughter, was it necessary to escalate matters to such a destructive extent? Yue Jitong lacked the omniscient perspective and would never comprehend that beneath the facade of happiness, Yu Lanxin was grappling with severe depression. Chunyan had married her due to familial circumstances. Initially, Yu Lanxin believed he was fond of her, for he was gentle and attentive, considering her needs in every aspect. Yet this model husband never touched her. Unable to bear it any longer, she intoxicated him, resulting in the birth of a daughter. The child, named Chu Muxin, not a name chosen by Chunyan, but one she selected, embodied her beautiful aspirations. Chunyan was indeed the epitome of a perfect husband. Everyone expresses this sentiment. Yet Yu Lanxin always feels that something is amiss. His gentle smile, though ever present, carries an undercurrent of detachment. Yu Lanxin has never truly understood Chunyan. Yet her love for him runs deep. She attempts to decipher him, but her efforts repeatedly end in failure. On the occasion of their 8th wedding anniversary, she meticulously decorated their home and prepared a sumptuous feast, only for Chunyan to become inebriated and inadvertently call out a name, Yue Jitong. Those 3 syllables shattered Yu Lanxin's defenses entirely. The years of love, tenderness, and concern she believed they shared were all a facade, an illusion. Deep within his heart, he harbored another. He concealed this secret remarkably well, perhaps so deep that he had deceived even himself. Yu Lanxin found herself in a hopeless labyrinth, leading her to contemplate suicide. Though she was rescued, the weight of her depression grew heavier. After 3 failed attempts on her life, she could not bring herself to hate Chunyan, so she redirected her resentment towards Yue Jitong. If she could not die, then everyone should perish together. The fake explosives used by the kidnappers were secretly swapped for real ones, a half-truth that played a trick on them. The kidnappers believed it was a sham abduction, but they entirely underestimated Yu Lanxin's genuine desire for death. She wished to die, and she wanted everyone to join her. Love and hate both possess the power to wound deeply, yet loving the wrong person is the most painful of all. That evening, in the dormitory, Yue Jitong entered with a large box and began to unpack a delivery. Zheng Yinyan had returned to her cheerful gaming state, having found a new gaming partner. She had come to a realization and resolved to embrace the spirit of Su Qinghe. If one must leave, then simply move on to the next. What difference does it make who one plays games with? Married individuals can divorce. How much easier is it to sever a gaming bond? The latter requires no cooling-off period and can be resolved in an instant. Soon, her new gaming partner replaced Yang Zhou, and they coordinated seamlessly. She adored gaming, anime, the second dimension, attending comic conventions, and cosplay. Her world was filled with delightful diversions, and she was unwilling to endure the emotional drain that love might entail. Shuiman was engrossed in a drama while sketching, seemingly drawing a male figure. One need not guess who it was. The two were in the throes of romance, deeply affectionate with each passing day. With Su Qinghe absent, it appeared she would not return that evening. Shuiman inquired, "Tong Tong, what did you buy? That box looks enormous. Can you manage it?" Yue Jitong produced a pair of scissors, dismantling the package as she replied, "Yarn, it's quite light." Zheng Yinyan peeked out from behind the curtain, spotting the vibrant yarns as she continued gaming, asking, "Why did you buy so much yarn? Did you finish the last one?" "Yes," Yue Jitong nodded, retrieving a gray scarf from her bed. "Look, this is my first scarf." Shuiman paused her drawing, taking the scarf to inspect it closely. "Wow, this is impressive. For your first attempt, it's remarkable." She then handed it over to Zheng Yinyan for her to admire. "Ting, your knitting is truly commendable. Haven't you already completed one? Why do you need to purchase so many? How many next does Mo Xilou have?" Yue Jitong retrieved the scarf, folded it neatly. While it looks acceptable from a distance, it is unsuitable for close inspection, and it was merely a practice piece. How could she possibly gift it to him? She stored the scarf in a box and took out a roll of blue yarn, resuming her work. Having gained experience from the previous piece, her speed improved significantly, allowing her to knit this one with greater efficiency and finesse. After a while, she picked up her phone and opened the chat interface with Mo Xilou. The last message she sent was at 8 in the morning. "Are you free? Would you like to have lunch together?" Now it was 10 at night, and he had yet to respond. Yue Jitong felt as though he was somewhat reluctant to engage with her. While continuing to knit, she sent another message. Let us have lunch together tomorrow. After a moment's pause, she added, I miss you. 5 minutes later, he replied, yes. A friend just returned from abroad and is visiting Xia City for a while. I'll bring her along for lunch tomorrow. Do you mind? Upon reading his response, Yue Jitong set down her yarn, harboring no objections. And Mo Xilou had always been quite sociable. If a friend from abroad was visiting, there was no harm in including her in their lunch. She replied, that's fine. Where shall we eat tomorrow? Tomorrow at noon. I'll let you know. Okay. Yue Jitong knitted for another hour before retiring for the night. Meanwhile, Mo Xilou was reaching out to his cousin, who had long been lost in her escapades. Where are you playing? Come back tomorrow at noon. You have a role to play. The response was instantaneous. Got it. Mo Xilou continued. To prevent any slip-ups, let me reiterate your identity. You are Lin Mo, 19 years old. You went abroad 3 years ago and have now secured an offer from a prestigious foreign university, planning to return to the country for a few months. You have a childhood friend named Mo Xilou, whom you've known since you were 5, playing together until you were 15, after which you went abroad at 16. You've harbored a crush on him for a decade, but upon returning, you discovered he has a girlfriend, and you intend to compete with her. Tomorrow at noon, the three of you will dine together. This will be your first confrontation with his girlfriend, Chen Ziyuan replied. Why does this sound so complicated? Do I really have to play the role of a rival? Brother, this requires additional compensation. Mo Xilou transféré 10,000. Chen Ziyuan responded. I guarantee the task will be completed. Salute emoji. Chapter 85. Father, you have been marginalized as the evening lights began to glow. In the Songyuan Wild Maple Villa district, Su Qinghe's residence, today marked her 21st birthday. With a cold smile, she cast her gaze upon the few guests present, her father, the mistress, and the mistress's 2 illegitimate children. Her mother was nowhere to be found, presumably lost in her own escapades. Su Qinghe, arms crossed, stood by the table, her icy stare fixed on the mistress, whose smile was as bright as a blooming flower. Father, what does it mean to summon me back for my birthday? Only to stage the charade? Su Qinghe questioned, her voice laced with disdain. Su Jiu met his daughter's frigid gaze, feeling a twinge of guilt. Your sister Fangrong's birthday coincidentally falls on the same day as yours. She expressed a desire to celebrate together, he explained. Su Fangrong, Su Jiu's illegitimate daughter, was merely 16. Su Qinghe lifted her eyes to the timid girl seated in the center, who had lowered her head in shyness, her expression devoid of warmth. Su Fangrong hesitantly called out, Sister, and then offered a disingenuous smile. Su Qinghe scoffed, her words sharp as daggers. Who do you think you are? The Su family has only one child. I am the sole heir. What are you, to dare address me as sister? Su Fangrong looked up, her eyes glistening with tears as she wiped them away in distress. Suddenly, her brother rose with a thud, nonchalantly regarding Su Qinghe, and spoke disrespectfully, You a mere girl, an heir? My father has declared that everything belonging to the Su family will eventually be mine. If you dare to bully my sister, once I inherit the Su family, I will cast you out onto the streets. He pointed an arrogant finger at Su Qinghe. The mistress stood up to mediate, urging, We are all family. Let's sit down and discuss this amicably without causing discord. Su Fangrong tugged at her brother's sleeve, cautioning him against his impulsiveness, though she felt a surge of annoyance. How foolish could her brother be? Wasn't it premature to act so arrogantly before even securing the inheritance? Originally, she had proposed this gathering merely to gauge her father's disposition and the standing of the trio in his eyes. She had not anticipated that her father would acquiesce. Now that the words were spoken, there was no turning back. They had come. This was their first foray into the Su household, a perfect opportunity to assess the situation. The housekeeper brought forth the final grand dish. Su Qinghe squinted at the table laden with an array of vibrant delicacies. Then she turned to her father, who remained silent and unperturbed. Approaching him, she stood beside Su Jiu and inquired coolly, Father, what does it signify to bring these people into our home today? Her voice was frigid, colder than the ice formed during the harsh northern winters. Su Jiu casually replied, It signifies nothing in particular. They're your siblings, after all. It has been years since you last met. It is time you got acquainted. Su Fangrong, in a soft and delicate tone, interjected, Sister, please do not misunderstand. We are here solely to celebrate your birthday, with no ulterior motives. Her brother, lounging arrogantly with his legs crossed, dismissed Su Qinghe entirely, proclaiming, the entire Su family will belong to me in the future. I merely came to see my home. Do you have a problem with that? Su Qinghe ignored the two insignificant fools, her expression steady as she turned her attention back to Su Jiao, asking, Father, he claims that the Su family belongs to him. What are your thoughts on this? Su Jiao's eyes flickered momentarily. There was some merit in Xiao Jun's words. After all, she was a girl, and the family business was destined to be inherited by a male. Although Xiao Jun was a love child, he still possessed inheritance rights. The two siblings were expected to manage the company together. Upon hearing this, Su Qinghe's heart plummeted, the darkness in her eyes swirling, while the violent instincts within her blood clamored for release. Xiao Jun continued to gloat, chattering incessantly. Su Qinghe narrowed her eyes, twisted her wrist, and abruptly overturned the table. The dishes clattered to the ground, the sound sharp and clear, like jade beads cascading onto the surface, particularly melodious. Exquisite delicacies were tainted with dust, and the brown broth flowed across the immaculate floor. Everyone was taken aback by her sudden outburst, utterly unprepared for Su Qinghe's dramatic display, and they were splashed with sauce before they could evade. The mistress gasped, Oh, my 20,000 yuan sweater. Oh, my limited edition high heels. Su Fangrong stared incredulously at Su Qinghe. Xiao Jun leaped up, pointing at Su Qinghe and hurling curses. Su Jiao, enraged, shouted, You ungrateful girl, what are you doing? Su Qinghe tilted her head back and laughed maniacally, her gaze frenzied. In her father's eyes, only coldness remained. Today, let me show you who truly holds sway in the Su family. She clapped her hands, summoning several servants, instructing them to retrieve a document. She flung it at Su Jiao's face, her voice devoid of any fluctuation. My dear father, you have been rendered powerless. I now possess the majority of shares in the Su Corporation. I am the largest shareholder. Su Jiao was left with nothing, reduced to a mere useless title. At the age of 8, she had stumbled upon her father's affair with his secretary in the office. She ran to the bathroom, retching violently. In tears, she returned home to confide in her mother, only to discover her mother entangled with her uncle. In that instant, her world crumbled under the weight of successive blows. From that moment on, she understood that no one in this world could be relied upon. At 12, she began to strategize for her own future. After 9 years of meticulous planning, she successfully seized control, completely sidelining her father, who was lost in his own pleasures, and firmly grasping the reins of the Su Corporation. All legal claims regarding a love child's inheritance rights could be cast aside. Under Su Jiao's management, a love child had rights to inheritance, but in her hands, they amounted to nothing. He was not her love child. Su Jiao's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the document in his hands. Impossible, Su Qinghe. Have you set a trap for me? Su Fangrong and the others appeared bewildered, clearly struggling to comprehend the situation. Su Qing, with a glint of madness and delight in her eyes and a sarcastic smile playing at her lips, kindly explained, from now on, the good father and good man you have relied upon will soon possess nothing. I regret to inform you that all your aspirations are about to crumble. The three shook their heads, fear mirrored in their eyes. Impossible Su Fangrong was the most affected, unable to fathom Su Qinghe's formidable prowess. How could she, another girl, be so powerful, so cunning? Silently, and without warning, accompany was devoured. On what grounds? Why is it that the daughter of the Su family reaps all the benefits while the others are left with nothing? Su Fangrong's heart brimmed with profound imbalance. Su Yun, feeling utterly out of place, leapt up and rushed towards Su Qinghe, raising his fist in an attempt to teach her a lesson. However, he was swiftly subdued by Su Qinghe, who decisively struck him down. Rising to her feet, Su Qinghe brushed off her hands, and 10 black-clad bodyguards entered from outside. With a cold expression, she commanded, Take them away. From this moment forth, these individuals are forbidden from stepping foot here again. Thus, Su Fangrong and the others were dragged away. Su Jiao was left dumbfounded, feeling as though this daughter was a stranger to him. After dealing with those three, Su Qinghe turned to her father with a smile that concealed cruelty announcing, "Tomorrow, I will convene a shareholders meeting to declare your early retirement for rest and recuperation." With Su Jiu's astonished and furious gaze upon her, she strode away. The car sped through the dark night, her nails digging into the steering wheel as her pent-up resentment threatened to overflow. Suffering from a manic disorder, she urgently sought an outlet for her frustrations and felt an overwhelming urge to lash out. Su Qinghe found a late-night boxing gym and, after an hour of relentless training, began to regain her composure. That night, she did not return to her dormitory, feeling unwell and not wishing to disturb her roommates. Instead, she booked a room at a 5-star hotel to rest. At noon, under the warm sun, Yue Jitong took a taxi to the mall's entrance. Following the address provided by Mo Xilou, and located the restaurant he had mentioned. Upon entering, she spotted a very young girl sitting closely beside Mo Xilou. Both of them engrossed in the same phone, appearing to share a close bond. Yue Jitong paused, a strange emotion flickering within her, but she dismissed it, maintaining a calm demeanor as she approached and sat down opposite Mo Xilou. Previously, she would have occupied a seat beside him, as he preferred that arrangement for convenience and intimacy. However, she reasoned that his friend had come from abroad, and it was a rare occasion. Only when she settled in did Mo Xilou look up, as if just noticing her presence. "Oh, you're here?" he exclaimed. She nodded, responding flatly. In truth, he had seen her the moment she entered and had hurriedly nudged Chen Ziyuan's arm to prepare her, casting furtive glances towards the entrance, which made Chen Ziyuan anxious. Once the dishes were served, Mo Xilou introduced Chen Ziyuan's identity to Yue Jitong, adhering to their prior agreement. Yue Jitong smiled and greeted her warmly. Sitting there, with sunlight cascading through her hair and illuminating her features, her smile was radiant, causing the world around her to fade into obscurity. Chen Ziyuan, having never seen her before, was momentarily entranced, nearly forgetting her own identity. Mo Xilou kicked her under the table, gritting his teeth and whispering, "Speak up." Chen Ziyuan snapped back to reality, quickly adopting a facade of 3 parts arrogance, 4 parts disdain, and 3 part provocation, and said, "Thank you for taking care of Xiao Shi while I was abroad." Chapter 86. The most troublesome girls. Upon hearing the girl's words, Yue Jitong's smile momentarily froze, her mirth gradually dissipating. There was something amiss in her statement, though she could not precisely pinpoint what it was. It simply felt atypical for mere acquaintances to express such sentiments. Stealthily, she glanced at Mo Xilou, who merely lowered his gaze, fixated on the cup in his hand, gently rotating his wrist, causing the drink within to sway, leaving traces upon the glass walls. Uncertain of how to respond, Yue Jitong opted for silence, forcing a smile that seemed somewhat strained. She cast her eyes downwards, taking a sip from her drink. With Mo Xilou remaining mute and the girl opposite her being a stranger, conversation was sparse. Consequently, Yue Jitong began to eat quietly. She seldom initiated topics of discussion. Typically, it was others who broke the ice, to which she would respond or echo a few phrases. Particularly in the company of unfamiliar faces, she found herself at a loss for words. Had it merely been herself and Mo Xilou, she would have been seated beside him, where he might pause mid-meal to embrace her, teasingly pinch her cheeks, serve her dishes, and inquire whether she enjoyed her meal and liked the restaurant's offerings. Today's atmosphere was peculiar, and Mo Xilou was behaving oddly as well. An uncomfortable silence enveloped the table, with Mo Xilou seemingly lost in thought, while Chen Ziyuan stole glances at him, awaiting a cue that never came. She was acutely aware of her role today, playing the part of the charming girl who had harbored a secret affection for the man beside her for a decade, deciding to take matters into her own hands. Chen Ziyuan cleared her throat, deliberately altering her tone. "Xiao Shi, could you please pass me that piece of chicken? I can't reach it." "Sure," he replied, serving her while feigning nonchalance, deliberately avoiding her gaze. Yue Jitong, with her head bowed over her meal, maintained a neutral expression, revealing nothing of her inner turmoil. Whether she was happy or sad, joyful or disheartened remained obscured. Yet, she appeared to consistently embody this tranquility, her emotions largely stable, her face often expressionless. In moments of genuine happiness, she would smile softly, When he playfully teased her, her cheeks would flush with shyness. During kisses, her eyes would shimmer with an enchanting allure, tinged with a hint of bewilderment. Conversely, when angered, she would furrow her brow, her gaze innocent yet tinged with helplessness. Mo Xilou served a piece of braised sea cucumber into Chen Ziyuan's bowl, remarking, "I remember this is your favorite dish since childhood. Do indulge a little. Is the food abroad not to your liking? You seem to have lost weight." His concern for the girl was evident. This time, Yue Jitong lifted her gaze to him, only to quickly avert her eyes, serving herself a few pieces of meat. He had often remarked on her slenderness, insisting on piling her plate with food and playfully pinching her cheeks to encourage her to eat more. Today, however, he did not serve her, so she would take matters into her own hands. Yue Jitong pondered sullenly. Chen Ziyuan, eyeing the sea cucumber in her bowl, wore a dismal expression. She loathed sea cucumber, finding its slimy texture thoroughly unappetizing. Most seafood repulsed her. Its bizarre shapes evoked a natural dread that left her unable to consume it. Yet, Mo Xilou insisted that she eat quickly. In order to avoid revealing her distaste, Chen Ziyuan gritted her teeth, picked up a piece of sea cucumber, and swallowed it with tears brimming in her eyes. As it touched her lips, she fought the urge to vomit and hastily gulped it down. Her expression nearly betrayed her. Unaware of her inner turmoil, Mo Xilou offered her another piece, cheerfully insisting it was delicious, urging her to take another bite. Chen Ziyuan turned her face slightly to glare at him, signaling him to stop. Mo Xilou, misunderstanding her intent, continued to pile more on her plate. Chen Ziyuan kicked him under the table and typed a message on her phone. "Stop serving me. I absolutely detest sea cucumber." Mo Xilou glanced at the illuminated message, his arms stiffening as he ceased his attempts to serve her. Although Yue Jitong appeared engrossed in her meal, her attention was keenly attuned to the subtle exchanges between them. It was evident that they shared a close bond. She thought to herself, her chopsticks piercing into a piece of sea cucumber with force as she shoved it into her mouth. Their communication was laden with an unspoken understanding, as if a mere glance conveyed volumes. This realization left Yue Jitong feeling slightly uncomfortable, yet she could not articulate her feelings. What does she possibly ask? Everyone has a few close friends. Adults must maintain their composure. It would be unreasonable to disrupt the gathering over a trivial discomfort. She was certainly not as petty as Mo Xilou, prone to jealousy. Thus, she began to rationalize her thoughts. Chen Ziyuan and Mo Xilou reminisced about their childhood antics, their chatter quickly enlivening the atmosphere. Mo Xilou revealed her secret, claiming she had wet the bed at the age of 7. Chen Ziyuan shot him a furious glare, starting to retort, but abruptly halted, realizing she was currently playing the role of the innocent and demure. "Oh, brother Shi, what nonsense are you spouting? Stop teasing." Mo Xilou insisted it was true, recounting a time he had visited his aunt's house and witnessed the nanny washing Chen Ziyuan's sheets. In his youthful brashness, he had mocked her, proclaiming he would tell everyone about her embarrassing secret. His taunting had brought her to tears, prompting her to chase after him with a doll in hand, though she was unable to catch him or land a blow. Ultimately, she resorted to calling her mother to report him, who swiftly arrived and made him apologize while holding him by the neck. He, stubborn and defiant, had reluctantly uttered the words of apology, all the while making faces behind her back to frighten Chen Ziyuan. His childhood impression of girls as troublesome and prone to tears was firmly reinforced. While he vividly remembered this trivial incident, Chen Ziyuan had long since forgotten it. The reason he retained this minor memory was the scolding he received from his mother when they returned home, as she chased him with a slipper, reprimanding him for his sharp tongue that could provoke tears and anger in others. "Can't you learn to temper that sharp tongue of yours?" she had admonished, to which he defiantly replied, "A 1T. Then he was met with the soles of 2 shoes, striking him heavily on the backside, nearly causing him to leap in place. Observing his obstinacy, his mother let out a resigned sigh, believing that one day someone would subdue him. Yet, he remained defiant, his words firm and unwavering, declaring it impossible. He remarked that girls were nothing but trouble, crying over trivial matters, expressing grievances without resolution. He professed his disdain for girls. His mother chuckled, foretelling that when he matured and encountered a girl he fancied, it would be his own words that would drive her away, leaving him in tears. He retorted, adamantly claiming he had no interest in any girl. A nuisance indeed. In his youth, he had boasted with a steadfast resolve to his mother that he disliked girls. Yet now he found himself deeply ensnared by affection. Chun Ziyuan wished to avoid discussing the antiquated topic of whether she had wet the bed at the age of 7, deftly steering the conversation elsewhere, dutifully playing her role. She turned to Yue Jitong, exclaiming, "Sister, your school schedule must be quite packed. Xiaoxi has been taking time to play with me these past few days, so he hasn't had time for you. You don't mind, do you?" Yue Jitong paused, her chopsticks slipping as a morsel of food fell back onto the plate. She lifted her gaze to the two, noticing the triumphant expression on the girl's face and Mo Xilou's tacit approval. A sudden realization pierced through her. The reason he had been unresponsive this week, seemingly indifferent and cold, was because he had been preoccupied with someone else. She had thought he was busy with work, concerned about disturbing him. Was his previous declaration of wanting to break up not merely said in anger? Did he truly wish to end things? Could a person change so swiftly? In that fleeting moment of looking up and down, she recalled a news story she had seen. During an earthquake, a boy had risked his life to carry a girl to safety, only for them to part ways later due to the boy's infidelity. Yue Jitong lowered her eyelids, a sense of desolation washing over her, her brow furrowing and then releasing, the brief crease in her expression glistening with unshed tears, her demeanor fragmenting. Chun Ziyuan was taken aback, momentarily at a loss for words, feeling a pang of sympathy that nearly compelled her to reveal the truth. Yue Jitong blinked, setting her chopsticks aside, her appetite lost. Preoccupied with her thoughts, she longed to inquire of Mo Xilou regarding his true feelings. However, with others present, she felt it inappropriate to ask. "I'm full. You all continue eating. I need to use the restroom," she announced, rising and pulling a piece of paper from her bag before turning to leave. Chapter 87. May I pursue her? As Chun Ziyuan watched the figure of her beloved sister disappear around the corner, she set her chopsticks down and leaned back in her chair, furrowing her brow. "Xiaoxi, have we gone too far? What if this backfires?" Mo Xilou cast his gaze downward, fixated on the remnants of food in Yue Jitong's bowl, silent and lost in thought. Chun Ziyuan relaxed her brow, her expression brightening as an infatuation flickered in her eyes. "But she is truly beautiful. I find myself so enamored with her." She nudged Mo Xilou's arm. "Hey, if you ever break up with her, may I pursue her?" Mo Xilou abruptly turned to her, seemingly struggling to comprehend her words. "What did you say?" Chun Ziyuan narrowed her eyes, still reminiscing about the moment when her sister had just sat down and smiled. "She is really stunning. If I had such a beautiful girlfriend, I would never let her frown. I would certainly heed her every wish. I wouldn't dare upset her." Mo Xilou looked at her with a puzzled expression. "You see, love transcends gender. I've had relationships with 2 girlfriends abroad. Whether they were male or female is inconsequential. What matters is the feeling." Mo Xilou's eyes widened in disbelief as he finally grasped the implications of her words. He gave her a firm tap on the head. "What nonsensical things have you learned during your years abroad?" Chun Ziyuan shielded her head and protested. "Why are you hitting me? Everyone has a desire for beauty. I simply adore my sister. What was her name again? Yue Jitong, right? If you break up with her, I will pursue her without hesitation." Mo Xilou gritted his teeth, the veins on his forehead pulsating subtly. He clenched his fists, struggling to maintain his composure. He felt as though he were lifting a stone only to drop it on his own foot. "Chun Ziyuan, are you here to assist me or to vex me? I wanted to make you Jitong jealous, and now another peculiar rival?" He was already troubled enough, and now this added to his distress. "I will absolutely not break up with her." "Forget that notion," Mo Xilou declared vehemently. The last time he mentioned breaking up was in a moment of anger. There was no way he could truly part with her. It was utterly inconceivable. Seeing that he was genuinely upset, Chun Ziyuan quickly smiled and said, "Hey, I was just joking. Don't be angry, Xiaoxi." She paused, "But really, she is so beautiful I long to possess her. She is unlike any other beauty I have encountered." "You." Mo Xilou inhaled deeply, gritting his teeth. "Do you believe I would send you back abroad right now? Please don't. My mother worked hard to let me come back and enjoy myself." All right, I won't say anything more," Chun Ziyuan replied, making a zipping motion across her lips. She was not yet finished having fun and did not wish to return so soon. Mo Xilou maintained a stern expression as he looked at Chen Ziyuan. You need to perform well. Do you hear? Stop thinking about someone who does not belong to you. He felt as if he were caught in a predicament. In the distance, a table of men and women seemed to be embroiled in a quarrel, with voices rising in anger. The girl stood up, lifted a plate from the table, and slammed it into the boy's face, then poured the contents of her cup over him before striding away. The surrounding onlookers, upon hearing the commotion, were struck dumb, silently empathizing with the young man. Chen Zhen let out a soft exclamation, impressed by the audacity of the girl. Mo Xilou, arms crossed and brow furrowed in contemplation, felt an uncanny familiarity with the boy who had just been doused in food. After tidying himself up in the restroom, he returned promptly. His gaze swept across the room before he approached Mo Xilou. In that fleeting moment, as Mo Xilou beheld the increasingly recognizable face, the identity of the boy suddenly dawned on him. Yan Huai, his high school classmate, whose family was involved in real estate. Yan Huai also recognized Mo Xilou, as it had only been 2 years since their graduation, making it easy for him to identify his old acquaintance. They exchanged pleasantries. Mo Xilou's gaze fell upon Yan Huai's soiled collar, prompting him to inquire about the girl from earlier. Yan Huai shrugged nonchalantly. Oh, her? That's Su Xiaowan. You remember her, right? Mo Xilou certainly did not. After all, high school was over a decade ago. However, had Yue Jitong been present, she would undoubtedly recognize that girl. Su Xiaowan was a classmate of Yue Jitong from the adjacent class, and was the protagonist of a tragic incident that had shocked the entire school. A second-year student who had discovered her pregnancy during a health check and subsequently leapt to her death. It was Yue Jitong who first spotted Su Xiaowan on the rooftop, poised to jump. She rushed down to inform a teacher, and the school authorities immediately called for emergency assistance and initiated a rescue operation for Su Xiaowan. Unfortunately, Su Xiaowan still took the plunge, but fortunately, soft mats had been laid below for the rescue. She survived, albeit losing the child.